EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
Good morning and welcome to the Omega League. We're here on this peaceful morning because even though for the Mortal League in Europe and CS, we're still in the group stages, there's some regions that are just a little faster than others. Some regions are already ready to crown their champion. And this region is Southeast Asia, and we have the grand finals here for you this morning from lovely Mount Olympus. I'm here with Lizard and Fogged, and we are going to talk about these two teams that are going to be in the grand finals. We're going to talk about the region as a whole. We're going to talk about the road the teams have taken. But first of all, I'm just going to ask them how they're doing. How are you doing, guys?
I'm doing great, Sheev. How are you doing?
It's pretty good. It's a different change of pace for me, waking up as early as we did, which sounds a little spoiled, but the days have just been shifted later into the day, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we've been doing the Europe division, right? And because of that, we're waking up a little bit later, staying up a bit late too. So it is a different change of pace.
Yeah.
Seeing you this early on the panel.
No, look at this beautiful smile. I actually went to bed 3.5 hours ago. So I mean,
you did something wrong.
I'm good to go right now.
I was streaming through 3.5 hours ago.
I mean, how the hell am I supposed to sleep when the NA division was still playing like 4 hours ago? I still had games to watch, so I was checking out the like Business Associates versus like Quincy Crew or something. I can't sleep when all these games are going on. And then look at that, we got to be up in 3 hours. The sun is rising.
Does that mean that you slept through the Southeast Asian division every day? Because you can't, it's just physically not possible to watch all regions, guys. It's just not possible.
Unfortunately, yes, I did. I think I caught like the tail end of some of the games, but it was literally like sun is rising, and I'm just like, I should not be awake right now. I should not be watching these games.
But you and Owen, you did cast some SCA Dota recently, right?
Yeah.
Well, so
yes.
You're kind of fresh on it. What do you think? Is it more active,
Style-wise?
style, yeah.
So I mean, it was about 2 months ago now, give or a month and a half.
A month
like
ago, yeah.
Yeah, a month ago. So me and Owen got to cast that, and we got to see pretty much all of the big teams actually before they even did like any of the swaps too. Like Fnatic, they hadn't swapped their players, which they did now do. They stole Raven or whatever in particular. Stolen, we say. Very aggressive style. They were at least the first ones for me who started playing like this mid Doom. They didn't care. They just first picked Doom every single game. They didn't care what role it was put in. They seemed to be a little bit ahead of the meta, actually, the way that they were drafting. They were on this Tiny. All of them were picking Tiny. Didn't matter what position. They played at 4-5. They were going this Veil build. They had a lot of different, like, interesting approaches to the game, but very aggressive.
Very interesting. Did they actually go for the Veil build back?
The mid-Tinies went Veil. Armel, like 2 months ago, was doing mid-Veil.
Yeah, but it was a bit stronger. It got nerfed a little bit, right? But still,
I think a tiny bit. It got nerfed. Yeah,
tiny bit. But still, though, like, we just recently started seeing people buy Whale here
Yeah, they were really ahead of their stuff and super aggressive. It was the same thing. Bat Rider was their first pick. It was like Bat, Doom, Tiny. Those were like the first two heroes. Darkseer wasn't really alive then at all, really, but very aggressive kind of style, very SEA. The games would have like 56 kills in 22 minutes or something. So
I'm loving it.
We'll probably have similar here.
That's great. Yeah. I mean, I love those type of games. They're very simple. It's like more kills generally equals better.
Yep. Yeah. More fun.
Especially if both teams are getting kills. That's kind of a requirement here too. Let's take a look at the group stages results for the Southeast Asia part of the Omega League and see how the teams have fared over there. First thing you should know is that 496 Gaming and Execration, those are the two teams in the grand finals, and they were also coming both from the same group. Another thing you should know is that Linger, even though you see that they lost all 5 games, that even worse than that, they got disqualified. So they're not even in the competition.
Don't cheat.
Don't cheat. It's just such poor taste. Unfortunately, Signal Ultra has the same results without that.
Without having that said cheating.
Very sad.
At least they have their honor.
Yes,
They lost with dignity.
that's true. And for the two teams that we have in the grand finals, they took such a different road to get here. We have one upper bracket finals, 2 series, both the 2-1, so they dropped games there, but 2 series, they make it into the grand finals, and then Execration went the long way around. They had 4 series before they reached the grand finals, although all of them are 2-0s. Like, I don't know what happened in between group stages and basically the playoffs, but I don't know, they just woke up.
Yeah, there were some changes, perhaps not to them, to that exact team, but some other teams did change players. And maybe that also affected the outcome of the matches that were played.
It could be.
I think also both of these teams came from the qualifiers, right? So that's also quite cool. And coming into the grand finals like this, it's going to be a hype match.
It is.
Yeah.
It really is. And for Execration also, they were almost out. They had to go through the play-in matches to even get to the playoffs. So it's impressive to see them make it all the way. Although I must admit that if I looked at the team names before knowing any of the results, I would put Execration pretty high up there.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Yeah.
Especially because we actually know a couple of their players
Yeah.
for the most part, right? Like we've seen Raging Potato or whatever you want. What is it? It's Raging Potato, James, or Bimbo. I think those are his 3 names. Or was he James? Can't remember. I casted him a lot of times. He loves to change his name.
He does.
He shifts between these two. Like he shifts between teams every literally 2 months.
Definitely.
It's like, oh, he's on Boom ID. Now he's on Execration. Now he's on Adroit. Now he's back to Boom. Now he's back on Execration. He's always shifting teams.
Yeah.
And then RR, of course,
Yes.
the other one that we saw play on Mineski in the past. So
Yeah, and RR is also the only one that was in the Execration lineup when they played at TI7. So he's the one that stayed true there. Which brings me to the next point, because I was looking up how big of a deal this tournament is for these players compared to what they're used to playing for. And obviously I found Execration. They played at TI7 and they didn't do too hot. They lost in the best of ones after making it to the playoff. They lost the secret, so no shame there. But they did take home $123,000.
Wow.
So they're no stranger to winning big amounts of money. For the Vietnamese squad of 496, they've not really won anything big. And doesn't matter if they win or lose in this grand finals, this will be the biggest prize they have ever taken home.
yeah, I was just looking. I don't know any of the guys really. Like I actually just don't. I know we've gotten to cast a couple of the games in that region as well too. I didn't recognize almost any of their names. I think one of them I glanced and I was like, this looks familiar, but I wasn't exactly sure. But yeah, even going through several of their games, I was just like,
Yeah,
this is just gonna be new.
The biggest thing that I saw them play in was the finals of the Southeast Asian portion of WSG, where they lost to TNC. They were able to take a game off of them. TNC has a track record of winning the WSGs just altogether. So,
but that's TNC as well, right? It's just difficult to win against them in the SCA overall.
Exactly, but it is it is a big name, and they were able to take a game off that. So I'm actually very excited about this squad because I don't know them. I don't know, that makes me more excited for them because, no offense to Execration, but we've seen a couple of their players before on different iterations, and in a way, and I'm now going to install 2 regions at the same time, in a way it just feels like another NA stack. The way that NA used to shuffle around.
Is that?
I like this Shiver. I like this
But
a lot.
the way NA shuffled around, you know this, Fox.
It's exactly
they just,
the same thing.
they just want to have a stack for a tournament, and they shuffle around, and it's a little bit the same, it's a little bit different. These guys from Vietnam, 5 players that I am not familiar with, and they're doing great apparently. So I can't wait to see some fresh blood.
Yeah. And I think a lot of games together as well, right? It's looking like over 200 games with the same 5 or something like that for quite a long time. Like that doesn't happen that much.
New
anymore.
doesn't have to be bad, right?
Yeah.
You have Bike in Europe as well, doing a similar thing now for a year. They've stuck together. They're not really big names, any of them, but they're making it work. Perhaps something similar can happen for 496. Man, I hate these gatekeepers, by the way. Overall, when you have a stack that's keeping you away from there's so much fresh blood, but sometimes you have these teams that have 1 or 2 players that really are outstanding, but they can't break through the qualifier because there's this stack of players that might not be as talented, but they're more experienced and have been around for a longer time, and they'll always win in that best of 3, best of 5 series.
Especially in a region like SEA, right? This region just breeds players that there's like 50 teams that you always have to watch out for. It's like, all right, guys, we got to watch out for, oh God, TNC, oh God, Fnatic, oh God, Mineski, oh God, another one. It's all these huge powerhouses that just block you out from having a chance.
It just reminds me of the Balkans and these small tournaments in which teams are trying to qualify. You always have these like older dudes that have been around forever, and they're not even there for Dota. They're there for the mind games. They come to a LAN and they just mess with you. They talk to you while they're playing. It's ridiculous. But we have a draft.
We have a draft.
Go.
When these two met in their group, by the way, it was 496 that took the series. I mean, they basically they took every series in the group stages. They came out on top, but they took it 2-0 in this one. And I don't know, since then I feel like Execration has definitely learned a lot, changed a lot. I don't know if they can change their outcome against 496, but I am happy to see them try. With the Phoenix Clock as the first two here, I am curious what kind of differences we have in terms of picks, and I think a Viper second is the first showing of that.
Yeah,
I was expecting like Train Protector or Gyrocopter, especially for 496. They pick those heroes every game. I looked at like 15 games and just like, all right, they have this hero, they're picking this. They literally like to play actually just the same draft.
Yeah, but this is crazy. First drafting a Viper and then a Grand... Okay.
And they love... The Execration loves Snapfire as well.
Snapfire and Clock, I can already see some combos there. I see some synergy between these two heroes, and that's pretty cool. On the other hand, this Viper is just weird. Like, you picked it so early on in the first phase. There are counters. You can deal with him in the lane. Maybe it's because Spectre hasn't been banned out, and they're thinking, okay, we'll take Viper, and then later on we don't have to ban the Spectre, or we can pick it ourselves. Maybe this is the train of thought that they have.
Yeah, maybe just also special. Like maybe he just really likes to play Viper. Too. Maybe into Clockwork as well.
Do you know anyone that really likes to play Viper though?
I mean,
like really enjoys it, likes it.
Owen, maybe, right? Like Owen likes to play it.
There's no way.
Owen loves Viper. He was on a Viper spree at one point. But yeah, it's true.
Viper mid very often.
Mid,
it's like if you can't think of what to play, it's Viper mid.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what everyone does, I guess. If you're playing mid and you don't know what to pick, just pick Viper. You're gonna win.
So Snapfire also like the egg. That's probably another thing they see. Even though they just really like the hero, it can work. It can work against the egg. It's not fantastic.
Do you like the hero?
I'm mixed on Snapfire. I think that there is some untapped potential. I think that I actually like getting the Shredder in the laning phase early on.
Really?
Versus certain heroes, I think it's actually super good. It just benefits your carry so much. It's -6 armor.
You combo it with Blightstone as well, or no? Or just
sometimes. It just depends on how your lane is going and who you're up against. Like, let's say you're laning versus a Phoenix. Phoenix has 0 armor.
Yeah.
You hit him 3-4 times. He's at -4 armor. He can't actually trade.
That's true.
So I think there's untapped potential that people haven't gone outside the box because everyone just they go like 4-4-0, and I'm just like, why? Like this value point in Shredder is actually good. Like versus Grimstroke. Phantom goes out, you kill the Phantom before it even hits you.
Yeah, that's true.
You just two shots, it's gone. It's like, yeah, it's cool. I think there's just always fun ways to change it.
What do you think about Aghanims on
it's a meme.
Grandma?
It's a meme.
Yeah.
It's too much gold wasted to provide very little at least for now.
It can act like a save though, right? Like
it's funny in pubs. I think that's about the extent of it.
If the cast range was bigger, I'd agree. But I feel like the cast range is like 250.
You have to stand.
You have to stand right next to them.
Just buy Aetherlance or Blink.
And you can only eat them, I think, for what, 2 seconds or something?
I think 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's a very little
like
amount of time that you can actually grab them. So it looks like it's going to be a core Snapfire though, right? From the looks of it right here.
Or
Clock.
Or core Clock, true.
Yeah, more likely I would say, right?
Yeah, probably.
The Clockwork.
Rubik, super hot hero right now. I think this actually might be one of my favorite fours currently of the patch. Recently been watching, it's just this new build that people are doing too. You get this circlet, triple branch, and you're actually a beast in laning phase. Trade hits, he's versus Viper. Viper hates to play against himself.
No, I just love, versus Viper it's really good because you can steal the other toxin and just destroys Viper. But overall, Rubik is just a strong hero right now. He's a strong trader. There's a reason why people are doing circlet and a couple of branches. It's because his attack speed, attack animation got buffed a little bit, right? So overall, You can't trade with him in the lane. There aren't many position 5s that can do that. Phoenix is definitely not one of those.
It's actually crazy how they did that, right? It was when CM and Rubik both were there, like, we're gonna give these two some attack speed in laning phase, and CM's like, well, this still sucks ass, you know, hitting for 0, but Rubik really benefited on that one, for sure. And they buffed his Fade Bolt too, at least in damage, reduced in damage reduction, but yeah, I think his lane is just actually stronger now.
I feel like we've had quite a few patches where Rubik was the star of the show, though. Especially around August times.
Because there's always heroes that are strong, and Rubik will be able to steal some of their stuff and make it work for himself as well. And there we go with the Spectre.
Okay, so that's why they picked the Viper to cover. But now, I mean, there's a Rubik that can steal in situations. He can steal another Toxin versus Spectre, and that just ruins the hero entirely.
Yeah, but it's so peculiar that 496 picked this Viper so early on, and then Execration don't ban out the Spectre. Because you can't pick it, right? So why not just ban it out in the second banning stage?
Yeah, they don't have good ways to protect their egg right now at all. Like, it's just a stun from a snowball and a punch right now to actually protect the egg nicely, which is not the greatest. I feel like they already have really good egg hitters. Like, Nature's Prophet plus Snapfire are pretty decent. It all depends on which role they're playing, but NP alone, you know, you can, once you get your trap.
That's really their problem with the way they opened. Like, you opened this draft with Phoenix and Viper, and now you have 3 picks, and you really have to utilize them to protect the egg as well. Tusk alone is not gonna cut it. You need something extra.
Is there an offlaner that would still do that? Because at the moment the Phoenix, like, we don't know for sure yet what role he's gonna be in.
There are many offlaners still left in the pool. Usually when you think about those, like Mars is there still. Beastmaster is still in the pool, I believe, as well.
I like the draft order that Execration's done, though, because looking at their draft, like, who's going where, right? We actually don't really know exactly. It's really ambiguous, so they can change things up pretty much entirely, and they're saving their win condition for their last pick.
They are.
So I think they're setting themselves up for a pretty good shot, at least, versus this draft.
This Nature's Prophet can be on the safe lane just as easily, right?
Exactly.
So, that's pretty good for them. The Clockwork Rubik versus the Phoenix Spectre is interesting because Phoenix and Spectre aren't really threatened by them. Like, you can run away, but the lane should be easy for Execration to just stand in and farm. You won't be threatened as well. Arc Warden banned out. Okay, this is a hero that's on a steady rise, I would say, ever since the Midas buffs.
I wonder if they go for something like I mean, I think Lifestealer is not that bad, actually.
For Execration.
It's weird versus Viper, but I've seen these games where Lifestealer just eats Spectre and they just can actually run over the game. Not sure if it's something they really like. Magnus as well. They're weird. Their team looks weird to me.
Yeah, it's a very greedy offlaner right now for 496 Gaming. I think it's offlane at least.
Who's the 5?
I mean, they just picked Rubik
Phoenix.
into Magnus too.
Yeah.
Like, this looks like this just became such a good Rubik game very quickly just because of that last pick.
DBZ is gonna have a field day at this point then.
How do you feel about the troll for Execration? Is it a problem that you're versus Viper, or you don't care? It should be pretty decent versus Spectre, right?
Might be pretty decent, yeah.
Isn't the thing about Troll being kited by Viper still a thing?
Yeah. It is. That's definitely an issue.
He at least has some, like, mechanisms to get on top, like Snapfire Cookie. That always is going to help a lot versus those type of things.
For sure.
Are we missing some, like, big hero that we're not thinking about here for carry? Slark was one of them, but Slark's banned. That's the one I was thinking of originally, but...
There's Sven, but he also gets kited quite heavily.
By the way, this entire draft, 496 Gaming took quite a while to think about their bans, to think about their picks, while Execration almost snap-picked almost everything, and they're only now going into their bonus time.
So this last ban from 496 Gaming could have messed with them a little bit, or they're just taking their time talking about the strategy and they know exactly what they want to pick.
Or who wants to go where, right?
It feels like the latter, because I felt like they were just trying to pressure 496 with the way they were drafting, the speed they were drafting at.
Yeah, I'm actually glad you mentioned that because after watching, the secret game where they're like, yeah, we randomed like
Yeah.
this. It's good to know when we got like some time constraints going on
It
here.
happens every now and then. It happens to the best
Sometimes
of
it
us.
happens at
Sometimes
TI.
it's you just get
big
gyro,
gyro.
and then you just lose because you have a gyro.
They almost made it work.
Almost.
Almost.
It
For-
was
for the first 20 minutes
It
and
was
then-
gyro
Yeah, yeah.
void, right?
Yeah.
It can work. Like
Yeah, it's the life stealer.
It
I think
is
that was the last thing I saw that works well versus Phoenix. You eat Spectre. It's all about the snowball lineup too. Like you can press your towers, you can have an early timing. You go your armlet Deso, and you just don't let the Spectre sit back and farm. You just play super hyper aggressive.
But Tusk is the one with the snowball.
It's true.
Sorry.
they have some problems, right? Like all these heroes that we mentioned have the same problem. They're playing versus Viper, and because of that, they might be kited a little bit throughout the game. So that could be a little bit problematic for Execration. But overall, I like what they got going for themselves, and I really love this Rubik. Like,
Yeah, the
it's-
Rubik's so nice.
It's very hard going against the Rubik, even though that is exactly what the odds are doing.
So what? It's Magnus offlane, Viper mid versus Nature's Prophet. It looks like. Sounds okay for. Doesn't sound horrible for Nature's Prophet at all.
Yeah, I think
Sounds
they should
fine.
be fine.
Yeah. I think if he was versus Magnus, it would be It would be pretty bad, right?
I
If
mean, they can
actually
swap
could
it around.
But
So
then they have.
you could put Viper plus Tusk on the offlane, could you not?
I guess.
Easily.
I guess it's
and
possible.
Magnus mid, I think that could definitely work for 496.
Viper's offlane always scares me though, because he's so slow. There's so much chasing room, and then there's a Nature's
Yeah.
Prophet on the enemy team that can pour it in and like change the.
You do have Tusk. He can brawl for you. He can stand in front. Like there are some upsides to it as well. Here. I actually wouldn't mind to see this Viper with the Tusk on the offlane and
Yeah.
Magnus mid versus Nature's Prophet, because Magnus is gonna have a blast. He will just he can be your second core that carries the game.
So is it, if Rubik has a great game, Execration wins, and otherwise it's going the way of 496, or?
Yeah, I mean they have a lot of. I think they just have a lot of BK. They have BKB piercing disables versus Lifestealer. As long as they can get it off, I think Execration just has to play really fast, though. I think if they can play fast, don't let the Spectre, Magnus, Phoenix use their ultis like, every 2 minutes they're fighting, then of course the Magnus Spectre is going to be happy. But
Yeah.
Execration's got to just pick that tempo up and look to play fast.
Yeah, they do have the heroes to play fast, but usually when you have to play fast, you're more prone to make mistakes, and you can't have too many of those here because you're playing versus Spectre. So 496 for me.
Okay.
Fair enough. Let's see how fast Execration can play this first game of the best of 5 grand finals. And let's head over to a commentary team of Lacoste and ODPixel.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, let's find out who's going to be the ones to come out on top of this best of 5, 496 versus Execration. Lacoste, we've just seen the lineup for the first game. What are you sort of feeling about it? We're getting this Lifestealer coming through as the final pick from Execration, a hero that's kind of been... It's been underwhelming a lot of times. Is it going to be all right here in this game? The panel seem to think it would have its strengths here, or are you still concerned?
It is a 10th pick Lifestealer,
Yeah.
so, you're not picking that hero in the first phase that he gets countered, but there are counters to him. Like you have a BKB piercing, 2 BKB, 3
got a lot,
BKB,
right?
4 BKB piercing abilities now that I'm counting it.
Yeah.
Like you have Tusk, you have Supernova, you have Viper Strike, and RP. So, yeah, now that I'm thinking of
so I
it,
was like, there's all this stuff to go through the raid. Like, sure, you can see the appeal of the Lifestealer in the sense, like, I'm going to hit the egg. I don't have to worry about the Viper break. I can still lifesteal. But yeah, you're getting Viper Strike, you're getting RP'd, you're getting Supernova stunned, you're getting uppercutted. I don't know. I'm a little doubtful on this Lifestealer.
I think you and me were having a discussion yesterday when who was it? Viking, when they first faced
They
Jug.
first faced the Jug.
And then you asked,
Yeah.
would you rather have
The Jug or a Lifestealer?
Jug or a Lifestealer in the first phase? And I did not have a great answer for it.
No. I mean, maybe we'll be shown wrong here. We'll see what they're able to do, Execration, see if they can make this Lifestealer pick work. And as the panel pointed out, there are other strengths. They do have that Rubik against the Magnus, which is going to be pretty nice in the team fights and just in the general course of the game if he's able to grab the Empower and grab it, give it over to his Lifestealer. We'll see.
And after seeing that Snapfire pick, and it's also a core Snapfire, they just decided to shift Phoenix to position 5, which is a correct choice.
Yeah.
She just shreds, no puns intended, through the egg with the level 1 little shredder. once you get to level 12 with the Phoenix, it becomes much harder. But now they even have a life stealer, so I don't think like Phoenix is gonna have a great time.
No.
See you later, nerds.
No, yeah, you want to put the priority on your other heroes as they've done.
These are also not the best heroes you can defend the egg with, except Magnus. Like, Mag is great, you know, with the skewer, with the RP, but other 3 heroes don't provide that much.
Nothing but my sadness that you're gone.
Oh, I see. Both teams very excited here to play in this grand finals. A little bit of banter between the two of them. Looks like that. Yeah, these are squads they're very used to be playing against one another. A lot of the SEA Dota has been going on. We've had the leagues and stuff.
That is what you sound like.
And these teams
That is what you sound
ready to go head ahead. And as we saw in the odds, did slightly favour the chances of 496. We'll see if that's going to be accurate here as we get the action back on.
I like Spectre's name, 496.458.
All the
That's a
number.
lot of math, yeah.
That's also a phone number, at least in the UK. So if you're in Britain, give it a ring. See if the Spectre picks up.
If they pause,
Yeah, you'll know you got the right number. Let's see who we've got in the mid lane. Raging against Hung Hung.
Raging Potato is also such a great nickname.
It is. I do like Rage. It is a good name. Just gives you a nice image. It's very angry potato on fire. It's top lane, first blood. We'll be able to snipe that Phoenix with the Fade Bolt as he was able to quite step away. Mid lane just straight up trade farm. Treants keep coming out. Ken's able, Raging Potato is able to get his. Actually, wait, that's not, is that Raging Potato or is that Ken?
I think that's Raging Potato.
Alright, bottom. RR. He's going to fall there. Now Palos also going to get chased. The shards are out. Palos is going to die as well. Alright. What's going on here?
I like this lane. Like,
Yeah?
Panel talked about it. I've seen Viper picked up in some high-level pubs as the off lane. You know, sometimes it looks like, oh yeah, this shit is good. But sometimes it feels like, I'm never doing this again.
Yeah.
But when paired up with Tusk, it's a ton of slow and you have a lot of kill potential.
Yeah, it is, yeah. And a lot of control and trap, especially early on where there's no points in the rage on Palos. He's got to be careful. So the ping's out again. I mean, they know, you know, level 2, he's got the points in the open wounds and the lifesteal, so they can play aggressive onto that lifestealer. How's the farm looking up top? 4-5-8. 8 CS, 9 for 2 on the Snapfire.
I've never heard this taunt.
Oh, that was nice. Whose was that? The Rubik?
I believe it was Rubik.
It must be. Maybe there's a high level one in the battle pass. Yeah, that's definitely a rarer taunt. Some fresh new beats being dropped here by the Rubik. Another kill down bottom. They're getting quite a lot out of this bottom lane now.
At one point, that lane is gonna be unplayable.
Yeah.
Like, you have Clockwork as your position 5, who's not gonna scale that much, and then you have a life stealer. Like, what are you gonna do if you did not provide anything early on? It's you might put some extra points in rage just to, you know, be sure that you don't get blasted straight away.
Oh yeah, you kind of need it. It's a very scary lane that he's trying to farm into. Top lane, Raging Potato and Earl. Keep holding strong. Bottom lane. Ooh, shards won't grab Palos. As
Raging Palace and Raging Potato in the same team.
he's out. A lot of rage here from the Execration boys. Now 4-minute runes. See who's going to be able to grab the power rune here as they eye it up. It's going to be down bottom.
Not the best one.
No.
Especially if you don't have a bottle. Like, you can really do so little with the rune.
Yeah.
Scout things out, you know, try to stack a camp, but that's pretty much it. Especially on a melee hero. You're not harassing anyone with it.
On top lane, Raging Potato. It looks like he cookied in for this. So he cannot cookie his way back out. The courier does go down. El's able to pick that up. But 4-9-6, getting the kills out of these lanes, both top and bottom now. Starting to show some early weaknesses. Spectre's going to get the place to farm. thanks to the setup and down bottom. I mean, see Palos still getting good farming now, actually able to get aggressive onto Dat BB.
Oh, nice cogs.
Pushing him back into the reach of the lifesteal. He's got the Fairy Fire. They're kiting out Palos, though. Palos trying to find Dat BB in the trees. One more hit will do it, but Dat BB, he's salving up. Can he continue to juke this? He's trying. Palos is hunting. Dat BB still alive. As Palos finally finds him, we'll have Ken come over as well with a TP, make sure that they can get the two of them.
There seems to be some issues. When you said that BB, I thought you were talking about specific
No, that's
bristleback. Yeah, this BB is, you know,
that's his name, Dat BB.
a lot of good nicknames in this game. Yeah, so with the rotation of Nature's Prophet, they secure a kill. I thought that they're not going to be able to recover, but they're doing okay. And also, there was a nice cog pushbacks. I think Tusk needs to be with Viper in the lane all the time. Otherwise, like, you do not want to leave him alone. He can't really do that much.
Well, the farm continues for Hung Hung. Top lane. Dagger out to Potato. 458's getting a little low. Have they got much regen in this lane? They haven't, actually. It's just down to the stick. So he's going to have to play a little bit cautious here, especially with the potential of Ken, looking for opportunities across the map as the Prophet. Always ready to TP in if Execration are able to push him in past that top tower. Stacks being made as well. Earl setting up for the farm to be picked up from probably Palos.
This is something that we don't see this build on Nature's Prophet, at least in EU CIS region, going for drums as the first item. It's a great stats, like, don't get me wrong, drums is an insanely good item right now, but, you know, having that silence, rushing Orchid, which is pretty cheap item at the moment, just sounds better to me.
Yeah, we'll see what he can make happen with this. I mean, mid, RR's come across, but between the two of them, they're not ever really going to get their hands on a Magnus. Magnus always able to escape with the skewer. This has left Palos a little vulnerable bottom. He's already used the rage. And that's a dead and gone lifesteal. RR
I don't think
over.
you're getting a kill on Viper.
Oh, he might do.
With the TP they can.
Yeah, here we go. Ken, he says, that's mine, thank you. Takes the kill. RR still ends up going down to the poison. But Ken more than happy with RR's TP in and aggression that sets up the Prophet for a freebie.
When you're playing position 5 Clockwork, you're going to take any kind of trade.
Yeah.
Get the XP and die afterwards. You're pretty set. Your job is done, exactly.
Yeah, you want the refuel, get the mana and HP back up. Rather that than mess around with sending regen out to yourself. So 7.5 minutes in, Ken, the man taking the lead as this Prophet with these moves, these kills that he's finding. So he is going to be this early sort of powerhouse that Execration can make moves with wherever they want to. They've got good setup on their heroes to buy time for the TP to come in.
Nice move from Magnus. He's stealing their stacks.
He is. Those stacks that are nicely prepared earlier ended up going the way of Hung Hung. As now he's gonna thinking about the RP. He's gonna skewer in, and out he goes.
Time to bail.
Yeah.
Just DP's back to mid lane. Continues farming. Ken is extremely farmed at the moment.
Yeah. This Prophet's getting pretty big. So these early items of the drums are going to be there very quickly for him.
I don't like the build that Lifestealer has queued up. Like, he has Hand of Midas. You want to get that Armlet, you want to get that Deso, and keep fighting against the Spectre. But because in this kind of a matchup, I still feel like Spectre late game is just going to win, especially when you have all these BKB piercing abilities. You know what's underrated, Owen? Aghanim, Scepter, and Tusk.
Yeah, what the kick. I mean, against a hero like Lifestealer, it can be very, very strong. Bottom lane, Carnage. As they're just diving in past the tower. Can 458 get his way out of there? Ken's come over with the TP. As 458 should be fine. One more dagger away. Sprout for the vision, but can't get the final few punches in. So the Spectre's away.
That poor man's shield keeping him alive there. A lot of damage reduction coming out from that neutral item. It's one of the best ones you can get. Either that or Iron Talon. I feel like I say that every tier 1 item is the best tier 1 item whenever I see it. I don't know why.
And now back bottom, Ken Stuck around a little too long. The respawns come in. They kill off the Prophet. Well, will manage to walk out of there, but they're getting Spectre involved quite a bit. They do need to do that, though. Spectre's farm, you know, it wasn't the best coming out of the laning stage. Mid, RR dying underneath the tower.
Bombi gets the last hit.
And just sort of chaos all over the place here. Both teams ready to fight. Palos, he's diving in up top. Onto Bombi past the tier 1. TP coming in as well from Ken. He's ready to get involved in more action. It's another kill for him.
Trap your life stealers, summon some trees. That's gonna be a lot of pressure on that tower. Catapult.
Raging Potato dying in his jungle. As Yassi and Dat BB take him out. And Earl, is he gonna go down here hung? He's got the shockwave in a second. Earl's trying to juke, but he can't run away from this. Just kills everywhere.
I'm loving it.
Yeah,
It's pure chaos
it
right
really
now.
is.
19 kills, 10 minutes in. It's been a while since I watched Southeast Asian Dota, but
It's crazy.
very entertaining.
Oh, he's out, and there's nothing to cancel this, so see ya. He's off. Palos has the time and looking on the Midas. Still about 400 gold to go before he has that recipe. So needing a bit of time. But yeah, as you mentioned, we'll be interested to see if it pays out for him.
Yeah, look at these items. Like, if someone told you, like a couple of months ago, that Viper's gonna have a Bracer, a Null Talisman, that Magnus gonna have a Bracer and a Wraith Band, it just, you know, feels weird playing Dota for 15 plus years, having these heroes build items that, like, never fit them.
Yeah. It obviously works, you know, we're seeing teams of all levels going for things, yeah, in particular heroes, as you say, like these strength mids, Magnus getting that Wraith Band, extra bit of armor and attack speed to help with the farm. And mid lane, tower down, Cookie in onto the Tusk, and Bombi is there with the backup. RR cogging in the trees, hook shots his way out, and he's dead. There's not any getting out for RR this time. But they got the tower. Decent timing as well here. Execration taking out that mid tier 1 at 11 minutes in.
And it's also not that good of a clockwork game, especially since it's position 5. They have Spectral Dagger to get out of the cogs, Snowball, Dive, Skewer, you name it. Pretty much everyone has an ability, you know.
And Viper's like, all right, I'll just put down the poison and kill you whilst you're stuck in with me. It is, yeah, definitely not an easy clock game.
It's still a good timing on Hand of Midas, considering the laning stage that he had.
This is a horn for Ken, and that's a horn well worth it. Ken was the man leading the way as his Prophet. So any opportunity to take him out, which they will get plenty of. Spectre, obviously a hero that works very nicely for catching and killing that Prophet.
Don't forget that Spectre farming with Empower. So that's always going to be an issue for the Radiant team. Like, they need to be making moves.
I'll see what they can get here with this smoke as they try and make a move whilst Hornet is down. A hook shot in. Can they keep the Spectre controlled? The kisses coming in as well as the telekinesis. 458 just running at the Snapfire to make sure there's no more damage from the kisses, and it's going to work. He's in as he's out. He's away from the attempted gank there from Execration. The Supernova's down. Ken's trying to take it out with Raging Potato's help. They will be able to do so. Ken now go for the TP away, and he's out of there. Makes it away. Raging Potato will be left behind, but can they actually finish this kill off? RR's going to head over from the side to look to push him back with the cogs, keeping them safe, and it's going to pay off. They keep themselves alive. They'll try and turn with a Cookie attempt. The Cookie won't hit, but Ken's in with the TP. That
Just
BB
TP
TP
out.
straight away out of this. Yassi, can he make it out? His TP is on cooldown. So no escape for the Tusk, as Execration will be able to chase down Yassi.
The fighting never stops. I love that play from Spectre, where she uses a dagger and gets on top of Grandma.
Yeah.
You know, you need to get close so the kisses can't hit you.
It worked out perfectly, at least for the Spectre in that sense, but overall Execration's still going to be happy with getting those cleanup kills.
Now Mag is ready to fight. He has a Blink Dagger, Echo Saber, RP's ready.
Level 14 at 14 minutes in, casually.
Not too bad.
Yeah. He's been getting that XP.
We see more and more Magnus just disassembling that Echo Saber, getting Orchid and a BKB from that.
Yeah. It was a good game for that, would you say? To do so, I mean, what Orchid... It's going to be super nice against Lifestealer, right? He doesn't want to build anything against it.
Yeah, looks very good.
Yeah.
And they have very limited abilities that go through Magic Immunity. It's only Clockwork.
Okay. Quick kill on him. RR does step close, but not close enough for Yassi to get a hold on him. Still ready to play. You know, this strong Magnus, a huge issue for Execration right now. They've got to be careful when Hung's in the area. As this mid lane push, RR! It's going to be off the mark with a hook shot, straight onto the range creep at the back of the skewer away. The combo will not be there to set up for this Mortimer's Kisses. On the back of it, the Supernova did come in, was successful as Bombi turns with the Sunray onto Raging Potato. Honk comes out as they're ready to dive in. RR pops down the cogs in an attempt to keep himself safe. Lifestealer jumps in to give him a burst of heal. RR still ticking down to the poison and will fall. Dat BB just turns back, TP's out. They've got nothing to stop it.
How many times did 496 just TP out in front of them? If Clockwork is dead, if telekinesis is used, you know, it's very easy to do it. And this early 4-staff from Viper doing so much, you know. You're playing against Lifestealer, against the Clockwork, Sprout, you name it. It's the best item they can get in this game.
Yeah, I mean, now pretty much every single hero on 496's lineup cannot be controlled by those abilities. Sprout and Cogs are very, very hard to utilize now. Everybody's got an escape. 2K lead for 496 now, and a lead that's only going to continue to grow unless Execration can make some big plays. They're trying to farm up against this Empower lineup. Magnus's farm is only going to get bigger and bigger.
For Execration, it's going to be crucial that Rubik steals Nether Toxin from Viper. It's going to break Spectre, it's going to break Viper. Like, you get so much value out of that spell.
Yeah, it's an absolute must-have for Execration in these fights. I think if you're Earl, that's all you're looking at. You're just looking at that Viper. Making sure that you get the grab. He's got it at the moment. Obviously one of the pluses, not a spell that's too hard to steal from Viper.
I remember when you could just steal Viper Strike from Viper.
That's all he had.
That's all he had.
And it wasn't bad to steal, was it? Strong spell. As top. This time they will have the TP cancel. The TP not working out this time for Bombi. So they lift him up. Pressure now being put on down bottom. Palos has his Maelstrom complete. So a little bit of fighting potential, but still very much geared towards hitting the creeps, trying to farm at a rate that keeps up with the Spectre with this Midas Maelstrom. It's going to be hard to do so. You see there as well. Spectre this game 2-0-4. They've not been able to take him out at all.
Spectre at the 4th place in terms of net worth, even though she is farming with Empower. Not right now, but you also have Mag who steals. We can call it a steal. A lot of farm, hook shot in.
So they can finish up Potato. They can with the Haunt. They'll get him. They'll turn over towards RR. Raging Potato, he is going to buy back on the Snapfire. Comes in with the TP towards mid. RR will live as the Lifestealer jumps in, gives him that extra bit of HP pieces for 5. Hung coming in the backlines though with the RP. Drops it down, skewers over the Lifestealer. Palos, he's got to be careful. Ken's been taken out. Hung's just smashing through the ball. RR's down. Raging Potato jumped in for this, but he's trapped in the cogs with Hung at 458. He's dead for 70 seconds. The Supernova pushing back the rest of Execration as Bombi dives in. Hung again with another skewer. This Magnus just destroying them. He's level 18 after that fight at 18 minutes in. But they couldn't deal with him. They cannot deal with this Magnus.
I just not feeling this Lifestealer. This build. Maelstrom, Hand of Midas. Like, you needed items to fight right here, right now. You have Nature's Prophet who's having an okay time, but then your offlane is a Snapfire. You know, she's just gonna build these team fighting items. She also bought back and died in the previous fight, so I don't think this hero is gonna scale.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
But they do have a combo. you know. I've tried it in the pubs.
Yeah.
Lifestealer, you infest one of the guys, then Snapfire gets eggs, spits them
Okay.
out. So it's a surprise gank. Nature's Prophet TPs from a side. I don't think that's gonna happen, you know, but we have the theory craft. How are they gonna come back into this game?
Yeah, because that's the thing. You look at the lineup and it's like, who would 496 actually care about being surprised by? You know, it's like, who's Lifestealer bringing in with him that 496 is like, oh, you got us now. Is it a Rubik or is it this clock on the front with the Lifestealer? They probably just don't care, 496. They're like, all right, we'll just kill both of you. It's going to be very hard for Execration to make plays. They're trying with the smoke. See, 20-minute bounty runes. Still, yeah, this Magnus, he's the problem. Bottom. Yeah, see, going in on Raging Potato, but the TP is in from Ken, and yeah, that's not gonna work.
Not sure what the plan there was, you know. Snapfire is pretty tanky with the mech. Has a lot of strength gain as a hero.
I guess he just wanted to die, Yassi. I mean, yeah. Not gonna be able to do that one on your own. Orchid's finished for Hung Hung as well now, so extra bit of control. Top lane, they will manage to find the catch onto the Bombi Phoenix, and no way to get that silence off him. On the high ground though, Hung Hung waiting as well as the backup from the Horn. Skewer across, they're trying to chase down Palace. Palace using the Rage in an attempt to get away. Hung Hung forced forward by the Viper. See if he can catch Palace. 458 is also looking for Ken. Goes in with the dagger. Ken, is he going to be able to get away? He is. Lifestealer inside of the creep. Can they chase it? They can't. It's a little too close to the tower. TP backups coming in for Execration. So Palace will be able to make it away.
I thought that creep was trying to high five, but it's actually a Lifestealer inside of it. You know, the new high five with the paw. It's just impossible to kill Spectre and Mag at the moment.
Yeah.
But that's what Execration is doing correctly, you know. They're going for the kills that they can get. Oh, Snapfire.
Oh. Okay, they say, screw the offlane and let's kill a support instead. Why not? Why not? They get the eyes onto Earl first, so they'll go for him.
They can go into Roche Pit straight away. You have Nether Toxin, you have Empower, you have Spectre with Manta Style. Desolate works on the Roche tag team. This row is going to go down so quickly, and Phoenix will keep them alive with the Sunray. Yeah, so I believe Magnus disassembled that Echo Saber and got BKB plus Orchid.
One out. Skewer in. They're going to go with a hook shot straight over towards the mid. Silence out onto the Snapfire. They've lost the task bar. Hung Hung's able to get the RP onto the two of them. He's trying his best to bring them down. Will finally get RR. Can they catch anything else here further? Execration, they're even thinking about fighting back. Ken, he's popped the BKB. Hung Hung skewing up onto Raging Potato, drags him back with a shockwave as they take out the Snapfire. Break onto the Lifestealer, 458, turning over towards him, moving in with the dagger. He still has the Rage as well as the Halberd, but he's been silenced. They've got the damage to take him out before the silence ends. They don't. Palace now getting the Rage off in time. They're trying to hit the egg. Palace, he comes back in and attempts to do it. Jumps into a creep. It's going to mean that Ken is dead. He went into the... I feel like Palace could have hit that egg and might have had it, but he said, nah. Jumped into the creep, saved himself. Ken dies because of it.
They got you baited. Like, when you see egg in front of you, you start hitting it, but then you remember it's a position 5 Phoenix who doesn't care that much whether he dies or not, if they can get a return kill from it.
And we're seeing that... Yeah, for the next fight, they've just picked up 2 Halberds on both Bombi and Yassi, 496. So this Lifestealer's life is going to get even more miserable in the team fights. A lot of disarms from 496 now.
When I first saw the change, the Echo Saber, where you could disassemble it, I was like, that's not good. But now seeing certain heroes, you know, just getting it, you know, getting that Orchid plus a BKB or... Yeah. I think Void Spirit is a good hero that can do it. No, but Void Spirit, what am I talking about? I did not wake up properly. You know, I was just thinking get Heaven's Halberd on certain heroes and get Orchid. Name one hero, Owen. I can't think of anyone who could do that.
Like, what do you mean, do what?
Disassemble Echo Saber and get Heaven's Halberd plus Orchid. Who's going to benefit from that?
What, other than Magnus?
Yeah. No, I don't,
Could you do on Sven, or that just you don't want to work it on?
I don't want to work it on Sven. That's the issue.
Nah.
So yeah, it seems like Mag is the biggest winner of this change.
Wall top. Horn comes in onto Ken. He's dead. It's 496 getting decently ahead now. 4 to 5k lead. I mean, what melee int heroes are there?
I don't know. I just don't.
Like, there are melee int heroes, right? I'm being dumb here, right?
Ogre is a melee int hero, right? I never know if he's a strength
Wait,
or int hero. I think he's int because he's melee. That's what makes him unique.
Yeah, he's in. Yeah, okay, so Echo Saber,
Echo Saber, Ogre. Okay.
Ogre. I know what I'm doing in my next pub. Oh, they're being able to take out the Aegis. Palos, he's not really doing much damage at all to Hung Hung. As with the BKB, Hung Hung, he just turns with the RP. Doesn't want to commit though. The stolen poison from Rubik, causing Hung Hung to back away. The force and he's out though. Hung Hung's away. They kite Palos up. The Supernova successful as the whole team of them stunned. They get the kill onto the Rubik. And the cleanup, is he going to be there? They're looking for that BB. Ken comes in with the BKB. Cookie will secure them the kill. Lifestealer's able to jump into Ken. He's going to be fine, and now with the silence onto Bombi, they could maybe get this Phoenix kill as well. With the Cogs pushed back, they do. Execration with a solid hold.
The Lifestealer, he just stands his ground and fight.
It worked
Suddenly
out.
heals up to full HP. Yeah, I think they need to use like RP, Tusk, Viper Strike just to get rid of Lifestealer. They can deal with rest. Oh, missed Shockwave.
Oh no, what was the Shockwave? That would have had the kill as well if he hit that one, Hung Hung. But off the mark, the kiss is coming in as well as Palos. Diving in, Ken's going to TP over. Hung Hung's got to pop the BKB.
Another miss.
What is he doing? Oh, these are some shocking waves. He still gets the kill, at least with the help of his team coming in. 458 turns over towards Palos. Palos go for the TP out. They got anything through the Magic Community? They don't. He makes it away.
It's very important that you have abilities that can stop Magic Immunity TP out, especially when you play against Jug, Lifestealer. So now Tusk has a Blink Dagger. I think he should be saving those like Blink Snowballs for defensive purposes instead of just going in. All right, Lifestealer is being scouted out.
Oh.
Full Mjolnir,
Nice.
Heaven's Halberd. Like
He's getting big. And is he getting big enough to carry against the Spectre? Well, we've definitely seen the last fights that Earl's doing a good job of grabbing the poison and breaking these heroes as the Rubik. And now with the Cogs down, it's going to be the Hornet from 458. 458 wanting to fight. The Bash is there as well as the RP onto the two of them on the back. They've got the control on a Raging Potato. BKB popped by Hung as Palos turns. He's looking towards this Magnus, but he's been disarmed. The punch up as well. They've taken out the Lifestealer. 458 continues to finish off Raging Potato. What can Ken find with the cleanup? He's trying with the BKB, but the Force Staff breaks the Viper out of the Sprout. Cogs from RR push Assy back, but he commits in with the Snowball and the Shards. Dagger as well as they're diving in past the Tier 2 tower. It's 496 team wipe execration.
when Lifestealer does not have rage and he's sitting in Nether Toxin, like he's not life-stealing, and that's the huge issue. So they have abilities, you know, just to keep him inside of Nether Toxin, and now with the Basher on Spectre, I love the build-up from Spectre this game. You know, just straight up drums, tank it up, get Manta style, easy Roche, now getting a Basher, so they have even more control for the Lifestealer, now going for Scotty. So that's some extra stats, and certain heroes like a Lifestealer, Scotty just completely destroys them.
And look at the levels after that fight as well. This Spectre is somehow just level 23. I mean, so is the Magnus. You got 2 cores here, 3 levels ahead of the enemy cores. And they're pretty massive right now.
Also, 2 Heaven's Halberd.
Yeah.
1 on Viper, 1 on Phoenix, really helping out against the Lifestealer. So the only damage he deals pretty much is during the rage.
I mean, yeah, look, it just felt like a tough Lifestealer game from the draft. I mean, they felt enough belief in it to grab it as the 10th pick, but you know, there was already the heroes, the the magic immunity piercing abilities, and now this itemization from 496. It's making the game very, very hard for Palos.
There's a double damage on the bottom lane, and the Roche could be spawning in 20 seconds. They don't have a bottle to save it for a bit later, but this will do. Just go in with the Haunt.
All right, look for a freebie, and he's found it. 458, straight in onto Raging Potato. An easy kill for the Spectre. Bottom lane, Ken's trying to go on this Phoenix, but there's backup, and Ken, he's dead. 2 heroes down for a minute.
These are 2 cores, remember?
Yeah, they can maybe start even poking on the high ground. They're going to take this tier 2 down very quickly. The creep wave's already here. They'll just push on. A buyback has just come back available for Ken, so he can get in. There'll be no kisses on the defense here from the Snapfire. 496 up to the high ground they go. What sort of a defense can Execration put together? Not much at all by the looks of it, as the tier 3's gone. Hung on, they're just in. Yassi jumps forward onto Earl. An easy collapse onto the Rubik. Palos having to put the rage to get away after he TP's in. He cannot push back 496. And this bottom racks will be theirs. Over towards the mid they go. They'll look to try and poke at another. As Hung, he found an opportunity. Seizes it straight away. Onto the lifestealer he goes. Palos is out. Dead without buyback. As 496, they'll be able to definitely get at least a second set. Top lane, tier 1 does still stand, so no chance for the Mega Creeps as of yet. I don't know if they'll have the time to try and threaten the game. I mean, sure, the lifesteal is down for a minute, but everybody else is going to respawn. We'll see how confident they feel. They're going to play it safe. 2 sets of racks, back off. There is a 17k lead.
Perfect timing for a Roche spawning.
Yeah.
It's going to be up in a second. Someone's going to scout that out. It's just 496 gaming at the moment.
It really is. They're getting far, far ahead. Seeing as well on the Magnus, opting for the Basher himself. As Hung. Oh, where's the Bash? Where's the Bash? Where's the Bash? Or does he not have it equipped?
Oh, he had it
he
in
just
backpack.
Oh no, backpacked. What was it backpacked over? The Wraith Band.
I hate the way Dota 2 delivers items to you. This was not the case, but you know, if you have like 6,000 gold item and the dust and 1 slot, it's gonna give you dust for some reason. I just don't know how it works. Probably someone knows. Feel free to hit me up at my Twitter.
What's going on here? Horn straight in. 458, he's just got into the base. He doesn't care. He's straight in. He knows they can't kill him, or at least he feels they can't. There'll be a buyback from Ken. From the side, DatBB comes in with a Viper Strike. The clock's down. 458's getting low, but he gets out. DatBB being focused by Palos with the Essence Ring and the Sunray, keeping him alive. Viper Strike upon Viper Strike being tossed around between the teams. Palos trying to go in onto the Spectre, but as soon as he goes, he has to get out. Jumps into Ken, is taken back to safety. They will manage to kill the Tusk, but the Rubik falling low. Cookie to the side. Raging Potato will save him. Hung having to skewer away. Will live only just Ken thinking about TPing across to try and finish him off, but there's backup surrounding Hung. So hard for them to find the Magnus.
Spectre did not lose Aegis in that fight. She's level 25. Mag is also 25 with that Basher. And a full Bloodthorn.
Yeah.
Now even full Abyssal on Spectre.
Yeah, so much lockdown and catch and single target to deal with this Palos Lifestealer. Will manage to get out, catch themselves, Bombi. And Bombi's going to try his best with the Jukes, but there's no juking the full 5-man of Execration. They'll lose the Phoenix. And 496, I mean, as I said, that top lane's still got a tasty tier 1 and a tier 2 for them to claim. So we'll see if they head over there. They're going to try and poke at 458. Got the lift up too. Have they got any further damage? Ken is TPing over with the dagger. 458 already able to break away. And still trying to chase a little bit. They do have a hook shot. Still very risky committing onto this Spectre. 458, such a big target. Hook shot into the Magnus. Hung has to put the BKB and skewer away. They will chase this, as the BKB is going to surely come to an end, but Hung turns with the silence onto Earl, gets the kill. Palos tries to lead in with the open wounds. Ken trying with the Sprout control. He'll turn over towards Yassi. The Viper Strike from DatBB thrown down onto Palos. Snowball up towards Ken, but the BKB's pot skewer across.
There
RP. Hung holds down the final 2 with the RP. as that'll be it. GG is called. 496 will take this game 1. I think as expected, but Execration certainly put up a lot of fights. They
did.
At the end of the day, it was always going to be a game that was just so incredibly hard for this Lifestealer to carry on his own.
Chaotic fights early on. A lot of movement around the map, a lot of kills, kind of as we expected, but it was a Spectre, but more of a mag show. Like he delivered in that game.
Yeah, this man's mag hung on the Magnus. An incredible showing from him. The farm, I mean, it was like the level per minute that he was hitting. It was just insane. And it paid off. That sort of early greed, the early farm, transitioned into this incredible call. As there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of this best of 5 going to 496 Gaming.
Indeed it does. Thank you, Owen. Thank you, Lacoste. I'm here with Lizard and Fogged. We're going to break down that first game, and I'm going to start by saying what we said when the draft was done. It was pretty straightforward for us after a draft. If Execration wants to win, they got to play fast, and that is one of the things they did not manage to do. So let's start there, guys, because they didn't.
They tried.
They did not.
They tried a little bit.
Tried a little.
A little bit. But your lanes are kind of too bad.
Yeah.
Like you have a grandma on the off lane and Lifestealer as a grandpa on the safe lane. It looked rough.
Yeah, I was not a big fan of Paulos's item build either this game, actually. I think that the Maelstrom build is actually kind of a dead... I think it's an old build. I think it's dated. I think people have now adapted and learned that, especially versus these type of lineups, this is a farming build. This is not the meta right now.
He went for Midas as well.
And he went for Midas after he got, kind of destroyed in the laning phase because he was versus Viper. So I feel like he actually set his team back pretty hard. I feel like if he went for the armlet, he goes for the Deso. They have kill threat, especially on the Spectre. Spectre didn't die this game. Yeah. I think he ends I don't know. It was 12-0-12 when I saw, but I think he ended up with like 15-0 something else.
He had the freest game of his life. It's like, Fogged, what did you say? How can people like Spectre? Like, how can you like playing this hero? And I agree with you. Like, he was just empowered, split pushing constantly,
people
joining
like
the
winning,
fights
though.
every now and then.
People like winning.
I can understand that. I can definitely understand that. If you like winning, you play Magnus versus Nature's Prophet as well, because this mid lane, okay, it didn't go as well as it could for Magnus, but he still just wins that outright. That matchup is bad for Nature's Prophet. Afterwards, it was the mag show, like they said, multiple RPs, and he didn't go for this Seb build or the build that Arise likes to flame. He went for some serious right click here, and he takes team fights down on his own.
Yeah, this build is just insane for me. Like, the Echo Saber, absolutely obvious, right? Yeah. Echo Saber Magnus is so good. You get double benefit from Empower on Magnus, so you hit like a truck. The fact that you can disassemble this item, I think, is something that's been overlooked for a long time. I think it's just insane. He just disassembles, bam. Orchid BKB. He now has counter to the Lifestealer. He has his own counterplay for pretty much all of the draft of Execration 2. It's insane, kind of like, it just switches the tempo of the game immediately. You're just like, oh, Magnus still hits really hard, but now he's got magic immunity just built in because he has effective gold usage. So, yeah, I see just extremely effective gold usage on the side of 496. Execration, yeah, they didn't deliver this time for me.
They did not. They won a couple of the fights, definitely not the later ones that we see here, but some of the fights have the, the glimmers of light of a team that does know how to play, but they didn't play the draft the way they should have.
Yeah, the way they started moving around the top lane at the beginning gave me some hope that they might take control of the game and the map. But they get lost a little bit. Like, one single response that comes from 496 completely messes up their further game plan, and then they go back into the farming mode. But you go back into the farming mode because you bought farming items, like Fox said. You realize that there isn't really anything else that you can do.
Yeah, I look and I'm just like, I'm really gonna harp on it because it's just like, if you have this armlet build and you have this Tesla, you're not gonna go back and hit the jungle. You're gonna hit a tower and then you're gonna look for a fight. You're gonna keep looking for these constant fights, and that's what their lineup was drafted around. What are their actual like long cooldowns that they had on their team? It's like Snapfire and Clockwork, right? Yeah. They're two not two supports, but
almost
two supports pretty much. That's what Snapfire became in a way. So yeah, I feel like this just sets you back. This build, he hits like we saw him hitting in fights. Sure, when he would live in the entirety of the fights, you'd be like, wow, he did a good amount of damage with this Maelstrom. But I look and I'm like, if you had Deso in this top fight, like Magnus gets eaten alive, Spectre can even get threatened to die because it's a lot riskier. So yeah, I just feel like some more itemization.
Man, anything can work in Dota. It really can. But Snapfire on the offlane was never my favorite thing.
Look at the comparison as well, because on the other side it was a Viper on the offlane, and well, to be fair, that BB had an amazing lane. Like it already started with killing Clockwork like 2-3 times in a row or something like that.
Yeah, they were winning that lane until the first rotation of Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
After that, it changes up a little bit, but he can't stay there forever, and eventually they just take over with Viper. It's a difficult lane for any melee core to deal with. Like he's just hitting you constantly. Yeah. He went for an early null, like you mentioned, Fogs, while we were watching the game. Yeah. Gives you the magic damage, also gives you some mana regen, 0.6 I believe null talisman is right now, which is pretty solid. I see a lot of I started doing it too, even on some roaming heroes. You buy 2 null talismans, you're set. You're already good with mana on most heroes.
Yeah, I'm wondering what their like kind of thought process is with it, right? Because they chose to do the Snapfire top, they chose to do the Rubik top. I'm assuming it's just double ranged heroes top. You're pressuring Spectre, right? But then your win condition, your last pick Lifestealer, he's thrown on an island. Because sure, Clockwork 5 can work, but in that game, he did not soak the pressure for the Lifestealer. He would die, and then Lifestealer would die immediately after.
I really think they didn't understand that this Magnus is going to be mid
I think
completely,
so too.
Right? And then they had to switch things up a little bit.
But if Mag wasn't mid, then it would be Viper mid. Would it have been that big of a difference of having Nature's Prophet and Tusk versus Lifestealer Clock?
Yeah, it's a big deal. Your mid lane is better, your safe lane is better, pretty much. So it would make a huge difference.
Oh, sorry, I don't mean Nature's Prophet Tusk. I mean Mag Tusk.
Yeah, Mag Tusk. I mean, that's great. Lifestealer's like, thank God I have 2 melee strength heroes that I can just hit and they can't ever actually threaten to kill on me because they don't benefit from tag team. Tag team usually works the best, of course, when you have the ranged hero that just beats in with the tag team. So
they would have tag team and empower though. They would hit hard, but it's not as difficult to deal with as a Viper.
I always feel like you can still change your lanes after you realize they're poop though.
But then they just change their lanes as well.
Yeah,
and it never ends.
That's fine. In this case,
Shield.
wouldn't that be better than just losing the lane like they did? I don't know.
I mean, I think they got themselves into this weird place where they're just like, we have a Snapfire core.
Yeah.
It's like our draft is now just bizarre.
Usually you see teams think about this and they switch things up on the spot. And I think they did, but they realized, okay, this is the best option for us. We'll just put the Nature's Prophet mid and the Lifestealer safe lane, and then when the Nature's Prophet gets a couple of levels, he'll rotate and we'll make a comeback. It was a decent plan. It's just that Viper got a little bit too much out of that offlane as well.
Yeah. Secret also tried to do Snapfire on the offlane.
Yep.
Also didn't work.
No, it did not.
No, so perhaps leave that hero to be a 5.
Yeah,
because you're going to be the ultimate anyway. That's like that's your hero. So it doesn't matter how much farm you get.
She does farm really well, benefits a lot from levels, and she can bring a lot of utility because of that farm, right? Like some Greaves, 4 staff. However, I completely agree with you. I think there are better heroes on that offlane.
You do the same thing. That's what I always look at. I'm like, what does a 3-position Snapfire give me that a 4 or 5-position Snapfire doesn't? Yeah. It's a couple levels, which is cool, but the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really threaten. Doesn't really do that
there
much.
are some heroes in the game. If you give them levels early enough, they're a completely different beast. Together with some gold, right? I would say Visage and Phoenix are probably very up there. Like Visage, if he gets his levels like 2 minutes later than he usually should, it's a completely different game of Dota because your enemy. Rubik, let's say, or enemy supports have their level 6 and it's harder to push. Suddenly, every single time you try to take a tower, they're defending. Same goes for Phoenix Grandma. However, I don't feel that way.
Yeah.
No. Or maybe just then no Snapfire.
Yeah.
I mean, they
didn't work out.
I feel like they're gonna pick the snap again. I mean, maybe this game deterred them away, but these teams love it. I looked at their games. Every
do.
game was Snapfire. I don't know why.
I mean, they got to the
just
grand
love
finals
the
by
hero.
picking it.
Yeah.
You know, they must have something there. Maybe it just didn't work this game, but it will work the next.
It's a best of 5.
It is.
It is a best of 5.
It's a best of 5. It can work. Just give them 2 more
Couple
games.
more.
Yeah, and at the same time as we are, harping on item choices, harping on how the lanes did, it was a last pick lifestealer into 4 BKB piercing disables. So it was a hard game for Palos to really just put the game on his shoulders and carry anyway.
so-
We're being a little bit, harsh on the guy, but
So maybe
I think they could
don't
have
last
improved.
pick a
That's fair.
hero that's countered by 4 heroes.
yeah.
One final question before we talk about this draft that we are in, by the way. I'm curious because we all said we hadn't seen 496 gaming before, right? Now that we've seen a game from them, they won. Like, what do you guys think about their playstyle and like their individual skill or skill as a team even? I know it's just one game,
Yeah,
but still.
it looked all right. You could see some strategical mistakes and movements across the map, some small mistakes overall, but you see that in every team, so it looked pretty solid. It's hard to judge a team when you haven't really seen them play too many times
Yeah.
versus
Yeah.
different,
Different opponents,
yeah, when it comes to skill cap.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
I mean, they looked good. I just think it's, of course, like, they have all these games under their belt, but I think a true team would look at that game and be like, man, we should have aggro tri-laned. Aggro tri-lane Spectre, look at these support. Like, what do they do? It's Tusk, Phoenix, Spectre. They would get destroyed by an aggro tri-lane. Like, teams like Secret or something, or OG, they'd be, put Clockwork on an island, see you later, Zai, you're bottom, you're screwed, you're not going to get a whole lot, but whatever, Spectre's getting nothing. They would have had different ways of adapting, but they'll learn.
Yeah.
That's what all this is.
You say they learned, but this is the exact opening as what we saw previous. Actually,
well-
the only difference is that Oracle is still in the pool
The
and
Viper-
Viper is
Viper's
bad
banned.
out.
Oh. Do you just first face Spectre here if you're 496? Is that what they're doing?
They're
Because-
thinking about it,
Yeah,
perhaps.
because they did ban out that Viper. And if you ban that hero out that you've previously picked just to secure your Spectre pick, okay, Magnus, it's still solid.
Just as good.
Yeah, just as good.
Do they want to go for Rubik again here? I mean,
Or Snapfire was it in this game?
yeah.
That's the question.
The Rubik definitely didn't shine in that last game.
He did not deliver as much as I thought he would.
Yeah. There's one matchup that I hate playing when I'm Rubik, it's Tusk. I don't like playing against it. Some players might find it a bit easier, but for me Tusk is pain to play against.
Why?
Yeah, he just kills you.
Kills you.
And all the spells you get are
Yeah.
mediocre, right? Punch is good, but it's very hard to actually steal punch. That range punch is actually really
range
nice,
punch.
but the other two
It's
spells
funny
it's like,
as well.
mediocre.
Okay, they go with the Darks here.
Okay.
A hero that hasn't been touched in the first game. I think this is much better now. You have the Darkseer Clock offlane.
Yep.
You have a hero that's extremely strong around these team fights, and you're trying to match the team fight potential of 496 Gaming. From this moment onwards, I think it's all about that. Like, who's going to have a better team fight overall in the game, because that's what Darkseer pretty much brings you later on. Plus the Surge and Iron Shell.
It's just insane. Enables your carries so much. I actually was watching, because I stayed up till 6 o'clock in the morning because I'm a psycho. I was watching like the Business Associates and Quincy crew games and stuff, and a Rubik stole Surge, and the game changed. They were playing versus Darkseer, they were getting run over. As soon as this Rubik stole Surge, they were just able to make a million plays around the map because of it. This ability really is just absurd.
Don't you think that mobility right now is like mobility is one of the main things in Dota? Like when you
And
see
damage amplification, right? I'm sorry.
using your gold to buy the right item.
Effective use of gold and damage amplification. Good old Kyle. We're being Kyle, of course. So.
I mean, we all bash Kyle every now and then. It's allowed. We got a
It's allowed.
It's allowed.
Thank you, Shiv, for the.
I saw
You're welcome.
I saw a thread someone was protecting Kyle, or was it tweet? I'm not sure. Like, why do you all bully Kyle? Can't we went full circle, I suppose, then, right? Like, that's it. Spectre.
There it is. They'll take it. A great hero that's enabled by Darkseer as well, and it did excellent last game.
Yeah, this time picked up by Execration, and now it's on 496 to find a way of dealing with that. They obviously can't pick the Viper because they banned it out themselves.
They do have 3 picks to prepare now.
And they
right?
do like playing Nyx Assassin. We saw it banned by Execration in the previous game, actually.
Okay. I have not seen Nyx in ages.
Yeah,
I does not
Nyx-
feel like he does a whole lot.
It gives
but
a
it's a
break.
Exactly. That's
Yeah,
what I
but
do like.
Give it the break.
You,
Broken abilities, you know, heroes that have breaks and cleanses and damage amplification. I'm sorry.
there's no damage amplification from that Nyx. And
Did you know,
the-
Sheev?
the-
There's only 5 heroes that have a break in the game. Name them. I'm just kidding. There's only like 2. I'm just kidding.
I was going to say, it's like, what? How many where?
I'm just being mean to Kyle.
There's
It's early.
Doom still in the pool as well. You could
Oh,
perhaps
yeah.
pick. That
Yeah.
wasn't even banned in that first game, and Doom is considered so broken here in the West, but they aren't really thinking about picking it, or haven't picked it yet at least.
It was super popular, like I said, like a month and a half ago when we were
Yeah.
casting SCA. They were first picking it and putting it mid, so bit surprising. Also, Tiny was left a little bit. This time it was banned. I didn't see if it was banned last game though.
The same thing is happening as what happened previous game, by the way. 496 really needs all that reserve time at this point.
Very interesting that they banned the Tiny as well when you see this duo already, Darkseer and Clock, right? Why are you banning Tiny? Unless you know for a fact that they will play it mid lane.
That's probably the
pretty
case.
much the
Yeah.
case, yeah. You don't really ban it out in any other option.
I'm fine with that. I've just seen so many of these mid Tinies just make so much space and bang,
Boggers?
there's the Doom. There's a lot of those are what I'm seeing right now on 496. Long cooldown ultimates.
Yep.
That RP egg as well as Doom. So a bit unreliable. Well, I mean strong team fights, but if Execration can play fast, similar kind of thing as last game.
Yep.
Usually what I dislike when I have Doom or Magnus is playing versus very mobile heroes that can easily dodge or get out of that RP, and it's just harder to execute these team fights when you're playing versus such. So it might be a little bit tricky to really use all their spells properly on 496, but one thing that Execration do not have for themselves right now is an egg hitter.
Yeah.
Absolutely none of these heroes.
Oh wow, I did not expect them to pick their core hero there instead of they're saving their 5 position for last. That's very weird. I mean, I thought for sure they were gonna pick either Warlock or Wyvern there for the counter.
Yeah.
Right? Like they need a way to, you know, strong laner for Spectre and then a way to counter initiate, but they go for the Void Spirit. I feel like it's a bit forced doing it the 4th pick.
Okay, it does feel forced. Maybe they have shown a similar draft before to 496, and they're worrying that Void Spirit will be banned out.
Okay, fair
Like,
enough.
that's the only reason. Usually that's the only reason why you pick something that's higher value in this second to last pick, right?
Okay. I just see it like I'm like, there's heroes that can substitute for Void Spirit, right? That's what my thing is. Like, sure, he's enabled by Ion Shell, and sure, he's playing versus
Any of the
unreliable
spirits,
disables,
right?
but any of the spirits could
Ember,
fit there.
Storm,
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I felt like it was a bit forced for me.
Well, there we go, Alchemist. We have seen it, and now they're pretty much taking the ball, right? 496 is like, all right, you have Spectre, all right, we have Alchemist now. You actually have to find a way of dealing with us now with your last pick.
This might be one of the greediest drafts I've ever seen on 496. Like Doom, Magnus, Alchemist, and Phoenix. How the hell? What do you do early? How the hell do you do anything in laning phase in early game?
Well,
Yeah.
Execration
I guess, like,
didn't
Magnus
do
and
too
Doom
much
are-
in the laning stage either. Last game.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think Darkseer, Clockwork though, these two heroes, they really start to take over very fast
That's
in
true.
like the early mid game. I think 496's draft is really, really slow right now. I'm not crazy about it.
The Nyx still get banned as the last ban, as we have, I believe 2 supports that we need. Rubik is still in the pool.
I can't believe we have.
By the way.
we have these supports as last pick from both teams. Like, what the heck, dude? This is the greediest draft I've ever seen.
This is literally the last hero that I thought they would pick as their last pick support.
It's the hard lockdown though, because they had no reliable stuns versus Void Spirit. This gives them at least reliable stuns.
Yeah, you have Shackle, you have Hex, but you suffer on this lane versus Clockwork Darkseer. You're a hero. Like, if they get on top of you, you're dead as Rust.
And you're you're the
And you're
slowest
so
hero in the
slow.
game.
You're
You're like
You-
the second slowest hero in the game.
You basically have to start with boots, then you're still gonna be
Yeah, but-
in trouble sometimes.
There is a way of dealing with that, right? You can put the Phoenix on the safe lane versus the Clock and Darkseer.
Well, we've seen Clock as position 5 in
Yeah.
the previous game, so we don't even know yet where that Clock is going.
That's true. That's a good point.
That's a good call. Yeah, that's actually a good call. because I was kind of just writing it off as being the 400%.
Yeah.
You're writing it off for being a 4 100% because it is played with darks
Yeah.
here, right? And you kind of come to expect them to go together.
And I want him to be 4, to be honest,
Yeah.
especially versus the heroes he's against, right? Like
Yeah.
versus Phoenix, versus Doom. Like, this is a great 4-position Clockwork game.
Yeah,
so-
Grimstroke, alright.
Ion Shell, Inkswell, throw it on your cores, have them run at people and make space for the Spectre. I mean, it looks pretty good. If this Void Spirit can pop off, I don't know. 496's draft looks super greedy.
Is this the most even odds we've ever had?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so, yeah. Wow, 1.85 to 1.87, yeah.
That's pretty hype. Pretty hype. So which way does the draft make you lean?
For me, I like Execration. I think they can play fast with the 4 heroes. If they're comboed up, Spectre can go play on an island, get his own farm, and yeah, I think 496 just... I don't really see good ways of them pressuring. Like, they have so many of these long cooldown ultis. Everyone has like a 1 minute, like 90-second plus second ult.
But if they all use them at different times, they can fight all the time.
That's
Logic.
some
Logic.
next level logic right there.
Doesn't work?
It works. Why not? Just use one big ulti pair team fight and you'll always
You
be
can
able
team
to fight.
fight all the time.
Sounds great. Yeah, I completely agree with Fog. This lineup of 496 is extremely greedy. Something that I have. And like, you have Alchemist then as your 4th pick, and then you follow up with the Shadow Shaman as well. It's extremely greedy. However, if they aren't punished for that in the early mid game, they'll take over.
Could see it.
All right, that sounds pretty promising for well, for both Execration and 496. I guess we are agreeing with the odds a little bit.
Yeah, it's even. I favor
Yeah.
Execration a good amount in this one. A little bit more, like 60-40 probably with their
Okay.
draft, though, because I think they can just play aggressive, but if they play like they did last game, it could definitely be a problem if they just let this Alchemist
All
fall.
right, will Execration pick up their pace, or will the greed of 496 pay off? And let's find out with ODPixel and Lacoste.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yeah, well, let's see. I mean, we have, again, though, the Magnus in particular. The performance last game in Game 1, very impressive from Hung Hung on his Magnus. He's going to get it again. But there's a lot of greed around it. You know, this time he's not going to be the only man on the team that's sort of hunting down the creeps, looking for the farm. He's going to be competing with his teammate on an Alchemist.
Yeah, that's a tough one. You know, Fox said it's extremely greedy build, and I'm a bit afraid for their laning stage. Like, it could easily fall apart. You also have Shadow Shaman as your support against the Clockwork, against the Spectre, Void Spirit. Like, they just melt Shadow Shaman. They needed something that has any kind of control for Void Spirit, but I think he's gonna have Bullseye on his forehead all the time. So it's a very tough game for Shadow Shaman. And then remember, it is your last pick, Shadow Shaman. You want to, you know, get the most out of the pick, and I don't feel like this hero is going to shine this game.
I mean, but that is the thing, though, right? Like, at 10 minutes in, you would heavily expect Execration to have the lead. Like, I feel like if they're behind at 10 minutes in, then it's like, all right, 496 is just going to out-farm you and out-carry you, right?
If 496 can survive the laning stage without too many losses and have some stacks going on so that Alchemist hits a good timing on a Radiance, like, this is where Spectre's, you know, you're going to have a window of opportunity to just go in and punish this kind of a lineup with Spectre. You have tower damage, you have Mag in your team, you have strong team fight, but you also have a lot of long cooldown ultis. That's one of the issues that that I've seen with the 496 lineup. Even though they had like a much better execution in game number 1. So I don't think we can just, you know, judge from the draft.
No, we've got to see how they put it into play. And with these lane setups, 4-5-8 starting to farm on the aggressive down bottom. I mean, is this sort of the way that 496 want to do it? You don't want to have this Alchemist against the Darkseer clock lane?
Yeah, it's a very tough lane for both of these heroes. And I don't think there's too much kill potential on the bottom lane from 496. You know, they might get a return kill here and there, and the Doom is a decent hero, you know, against the Darkseer where you just eat a creep, but it's still a long cooldown. So whoever gets like level 2 faster in this lane, which was Execration, they might get a kill. He was very close to using that Inkswell, and here we go.
There we have it. As you say, straight up looking for those opportunities with the level 2. That's your first blood for Execration down bottom. Able to get Yassi out of the lane. The Alp will be able to continue to farm those. The lane gets pushed in under the tower. So 4-5-8. He's not going to be too sad about losing his Shaman there for a moment.
We see that quite a lot when a team gets level 2 on their heroes, then they instantly make a move, you know. It feels like you're 2 times stronger because you have an extra ability.
We'll see us at the moment in the mid lane. Very even between the two. 11 for 2, 9 for 2 on them. And top lane, Raging Potato. The Iron Shell's paying off. He's getting a lot of farm with this pressure that he's pushing in. But not to this at the cost of the Doom's farm. Doom is also able to farm just fine under the tower. Has that insane amount of right click. So no struggle hitting the creeps against his own tower hits.
This is the build that I've not seen in a couple of years. Someone just rushing a bottle.
Yeah. Do you like it, or?
I guess he wanted to have some, you know, extra mana regen straight away. He knows that he's not gonna get pressured. Well, okay. They hit level 2 and there's a lot of fire damage coming out from these 2 heroes.
Oh. Yeah, there is.
I just meant for the first way. You know, they have Fiery Spirits and Doom 99% of the time gets devoured.
Mid lane Ken gets himself a solo kill on the mag.
That's pretty big.
Yeah. Hong Kong must have just been, you know, sticking around on a little too low on their HP. You know, normally Magnus just, it's a lot of HP for a Void Spirit to burst through. But Ken's able to do it. Obviously down bottom. I'm going with a bit of harassment onto Palace. Palace is going to quickly turn though with the Inkswell stun. Kills off Yassi and nothing 458 can do about it. It's a very hard lane for 496 to poke in with their aggression, as there's always going to be the turnaround potential of that Grim. Got to be careful.
Bottom lane needs to bring some extra regen. Spectre's very low on regen.
Well, and there we have the replay, yeah, as we saw. Hong just hanging around, a little too low, jump out with the simulate. Oh, Ken. And she ends up going back up to the high ground. That might just cost him his life. As Fairy Fire. Oh, he's going to live.
One more Fiery Spirit.
Oh, he's going to live.
Connect.
He is away. Earl will die for this, though. Or will he?
Or will he? Yeah.
Ah, he's got a Fairy Fire as well. The Fairy Fire for the two of them doing the job. As Ken and Earl are out of there. They'll live.
It would be such a big deal if they managed to grab 2 kills like that, like 5 minutes in. Magnus, I mean, he's still farming, you know, it's a mag, but Void Spirit's having the best time in this game. 31 CS, 5 denies, and he's gonna hit level 6 pretty soon. You need to be very careful about the rune rotations coming out from Void Spirit, so someone will need to control those runes for 496.
Obviously down bottom. Shackles are going to get put to an end by the Inkswell stun. Palace will be punched by 458, but able to get underneath the tower, so he'll live. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Raging Potato does go down. They do lose the kill in return, as Earl's actually the one to clean up. Happily takes that there as the Darkseer falls, but the shell already out on the clock, so an easy cleanup.
These fights where they just trade heroes benefit 496 more, in my opinion, where they have a lineup who's going to come online like faster. Oh, this is going to be a big kill. Spectre, she's going to go in, and yeah, Void Spirit's level 6.
See if Ken can catch another hit. He's on to Yassi. As the silence into the burst from Ken will do it. TPs have come through for 496. What can they find there? There's 4 heroes here on Execration. RR being beaten down by the Fire Spirits. One more right click. It's not going to be enough. RR's able to live. Ken getting dove on the tower,
big
though.
one.
The cleanup's there for Dabibi, but still overall it's Execration finding the numbers. They'll get the majority of the kills, but definitely a nice little pickup from Dabibi at the end, getting the finisher onto the Void Spirit.
When you have your traditional safe laner playing on the off lane, like 5-6 minutes in, you need to rotate him from that lane, because lane's gonna get pushed eventually, especially if you have a hero like Alchemist who throws down the acid spray, which allows enemy team, you know, to just easily make a rotation, and you have no escape mechanism. Your Shadow Shaman position 4 can't do much, and I think this is a correct choice from 496, where they just, you know, swap the lanes. This is big. Like, Doom is one of the best counters to Darkseer. Here we go.
Straight away, just drops the Doom. Earl will try and hold him back, but that BB's still able to move in with the Phase Boost, Windlace, and that Scorched Earth. He's into the trees hunting for the Darkseer. He'll find him. Last burst of Yassi taking out Raging Potato. The Haunts come in, but Yassi holds back Palos. The slow being attempted by RL. Use the Ink Swap, but they don't want to dive this tower. So that BB is able to get away with that. They get the kill on the Darkseer, they get out, and that was also the Haunt being used, of course, and not actually being able to find any kills with it.
Having that Purge creep on Doom against the Ion Shell, Inkswell, Surge, like, you get so much value out of it. I would definitely keep that creep for the rest of the game. Considering the combo that they have, you know they're going to be having Spectre running in, Ion Shell, Surge. It's just too strong of a combo. We've seen it multiple times throughout the tournament.
Oh, I mean, it's a little bit awkward here from Execration. They've come over as 4 of them. They haven't found anyone. Hung Hung's going to drop the RP down onto the Clockwork. Shockwave pulls back the other 2 of them, and that BB starts to look towards Raging Potato. As it links well on Ken. He's looking towards that BB, but this Doom's tanky. He can't go on this Doom right now. As Execration, yeah, they had the 4 of them coming in. They couldn't even kill the Phoenix in time. Bombi was able to get away, and time was brought for 496 to turn it around.
Important thing is that they're just shifting attention from the top lane, where Alchemist is, to a mid lane, and then he's just farming. Still not on top of net worth, but if you give him like 3 or 4 minutes, he should have a Radiance.
Oh, look at this diving and chasing. They're just running down Ken. Ken, is he going to tick out to the Fire Spirits? He is. The Void Spirit's dead. Dat BB will fall for the dive, but again, this time, it's 2 for 1. 496 getting the numbers. As they'll now look to back away. RNL trying to chase.
Go back to farming, Alchemist. Don't join these team fights. I thought he was running down on the mid lane to farm, but he wanted to join a team fight, which is very strange. He's a bit under-leveled, level 6, 9 minutes in, just hit level 7. Okay, that's fine, I guess. 4 points in Grievel's Greed, Goblin's Greed. What's the name of the spell? Grievel's Greed?
Grievel's Greed.
Grievel's Greed, okay.
Grievel's Greed, yeah. That's the one.
Goblin's Greed, yeah. What did he get? Keen Optic, not the best item. For now, just holding on to that broom.
Oh, that BB. He just solo killed the Spectre.
Even without Doom.
What the what?
Well, he didn't solo kill him. There were 2 of them there.
Well, no, Yassi wouldn't. I don't think Yassi used any spells. He was like in the lane with the Spectre, unless I missed it. But I don't know. Maybe we'll be able to get a replay on that. But I wouldn't blame him if we don't, because I did not expect the Spectre to just die like that. All right.
No puns intended.
Oh.
Expect Spectre to die there, huh? That was not intentional.
No, they never. You know, they just naturally flow, these puns. Mid lane. Hung Hung's down. Dat BB's still got the Doom. He's going to drop it. There's that Purge creep that you're talking about. Again, slowing him down, keeping the Void Spirit in range of the Doom. Won't be able to find it. Too much damage being kicked out by the Doom. Earl can't quite find the timing. Arcane Rune grabbed as well by the Doom. They'll try and chase him down. They swell onto the Clockwork. Can they burst in with the help of the Haunt? They'll find it. Able to get some revenge there as Palos gets back into the game, gets on top of the Doom with the Haunt.
And Doom found the perfect tier 1 item for him. Some extra mana, extra move speed coming out from that mana brooch. Faded brooch. My brain still needs to wake up. In the morning, I'm mixing things
It is early.
up, yeah.
Oh, and Earl. In on to Hung Hung. Silence as well, making a bit awkward for Hung Hung to try and get out. He can't. So now coming in with a full 5-man Execration. Bringing it down mid. A TP. Does he want to continue this? He does. Dat BB ain't scared at all. He just TPs into the 5 of them. Backups there from Bombies. They dive forward, start to push them away. Hex onto the Raging Potato. He cannot run. He'll go down. There's Execration punished there. They'll get Hung Hung, but they cannot all get out in time. Dat BB looks towards Palos, but doesn't want to chase up into the high ground.
Yeah, I don't think Alchemist should be joining these fights. Like, he's just running down on a mid lane without second spell even online.
Yeah, just hit the ground. Because, I mean, it feels like, what, at this stage, 11 minutes in, 496 1k up. Like, you've managed to come out of the lanes pretty decently, right? You're happy if you're 496.
He should have been in triangle or just farming the bottom part of the map where they have a vision. That's a lot of time wasted considering it's an Alchemist. You know, he could have just finished off the Radiance, you get the BKB as your second item, and then you start joining fights.
Oh.
Purge?
Here we go. I mean, whoa! Void Spirit, he's jumping in. Ken wants to go, goes in with the Astral Step. RP isn't going to be used yet. He'll hold on to it, Hung Hung. Didn't need it for the clock kill. His clock trapped in by the Serpent Wars, goes down. Ken's able to make it out.
And that's a finished Radiance. Still great timing for Alchemist. 12 minutes in. You know, he does not want to take a team fight yet. Get that BKB online. They have no abilities that go through BKB. The only thing you need to care about is Vol, so they don't get the Radiance for themselves. But then again, there is a Hex to instantly kill the illusion. Another Doom on Void Spirit.
That BB finding some great opportunities to drop that ult. They'll try for the deny.
He missed the skewer, but he actually skewered the guy who was deeping. Pretty smart from Mag.
And they do lose the Doom for this, but I think, as you said, any trade as 496, especially when it's the Doom dying, not the Magnus or the Alchemist, you're more than happy to take. Space continues to be there for 458, and Hung Hung to just continue to farm it up. I'm going to try and look towards 458 here, dropping the wall down. This should be a pretty solid shot at getting him.
He turned off the Radiance. I'm not sure it was fast enough, but you need to be really careful about it.
Yeah, this wall could, and it has just done cause issues for the Alchemist. A lot of potential from Raging Potato to use that power against him.
Also in this kind of a game, I would just give farm priority to Grimstroke. Oh, that's a big combo.
Now comes in with the Soulbind and the Silence, stopping any chance of the Phoenix diving away. Ken, with the backup of Earl, Palace, and Raging Potato, they could chase down DapBB as well. Execration getting into the jungle of 496, and not a lot that 496 can do to stop them. Hung Hung is coming across, looking to go back in despite being without two of their members. They'll go with the Shackles. RP from Hung Hung grabs the two of them, and with the follow-up blast, they've taken out Raging Potato. Earl able to pop the cogs and get out. But the Darkseer will fall. 496, though, able to push Execration out of the jungle and get that space back to the Alk to continue his free farm.
They have no abilities to, you know, play with inside the Grimstroke ulti. There's no single target ability. So they're building Spirit Vessel. At least you can put that on two heroes. It's a great item against the Alchemist, but Alchemist will have a way of dispelling it. Like, he has his ulti, he has BKB. Pretty soon, nice hook shot.
Now they get the opening in onto Hung Hung. 458's going to turn up to the fight, though. Drops down the concoction, sets up for the kill on Earl. So a trade to be found again, this time. Ooh. Okay, nothing to happen here by the looks of it. That wall not going to set up for anything as 496 simply step away from it.
I talked about the farm priority in this kind of a game. I think Grimstroke should get more. Try to get Aghanim Scepter online against the Alchemist. It's insanely good. Plus the Darkseer's Wall. You can have two outs.
Oh, hang on here. The egg into the back of a Yassi. They've got the lockdown onto Ken. Ken trying to run. The Sunray is going to burn him out. He goes down. I mean, they tried to come out in the egg there, but Bombi heads up, spirits out, attack speed slowed. The two of them couldn't take it down.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Execration. Running in here with the Inkswell. Onto the Shaman, but Hung Hung's already looking for the wraparound. Onto RR, chasing down with the Skewer. Hook shot save all coming from Earl, but the Sunray finishes off the kill. Now Pompey turns over towards Hung Hung, giving the heals to him and the damage out onto Earl. More kills for Execration, for 496 as they're now 5k up. Execration have to be careful around this mid lane when things are up like that, and Bombi coming in with some nice plays on the Phoenix.
Surprised they did not ban out Magnus after that Hung Hung's performance in game number 1. Like, he's still putting out some really nice skewers. Does not have a blink dagger yet. Like, there's a huge difference, like, from game number 1 and game number 2, where he was level 16 minutes in the previous one.
Scanning.
BKB being delivered on Alchemist. I think this is go time when Mag gets a blink dagger.
Okay. Because you, in this sort of a game, are you still wanting to kind of speed it up to a point where the Spectre's still not ready to fight?
Yeah, they might even smoke before blink dagger, because for Mag it's not going to be that easy to, you know, just blink in and get the good RP or skewer. He's playing against Clockwork, Spectre, a lot of like abilities that can just cancel the blink dagger. If Grimstroke somehow manages to find Philosopher's Stone, yeah, this is the build. Like, maybe not even get a blink dagger. Go straight for the Aghanim Scepter. Let the position 5 Clockwork, buy all the wards, all the dust, sentries, whatever it's needed, and then, you know, get that Aghanim Scepter plus Wall, have 2 illusions of Alchemist. It's a game-breaking item. Oh, this is a big kill.
This is the one they wanted to find. And they've got it. Not even needing to use any of the big spells either.
They found a Philly. Grimstroke is going to take that one immediately.
Now Execration.
Give it to him.
Got to be very, very careful here. Raging Potato's running into this, but whoa! Shackles getting self-cancelled here by Yassi, and now the turnaround. Ken jumps in. They've got the soul behind the vacuum on the two of them. 458 coming in from the side. Can he find the target to throw his concoction? He cannot. Into the shadows they go. He's going to self-stun. Oh, goes in with a hook shot onto Yassi. Silence onto the Phoenix. Ken runs him down. Ken, can he jump down? Astral step back up, and another pullback from a Remnant. Gets a 3rd kill as 458 just goes for the BKB TP out. This is a fight lost for 496.
First BKB usage, just a TP out, and this Mag, no skewer, should be dead. Yeah, they're going in with the combo.
Yeah, there's no escape for him. 4 kills there. Execration very nicely pushing 496 out of their triangle.
Execration, they have the perfect combo, like perfect heroes to execute the combo with. Iron Shell,
Dire's middle tower
you have
has
Grimstroke
fallen.
stuff, plus a Surge, and then you have either Void Spirit or Spectre running in. Oh man, Raging Potato is so greedy, just keeping that Philosopher's Stone for himself in this kind of a game.
Oh. And now they found the out. They're in, they're on him. The egg comes out. Can they kill it in time? Doom down, they're trying to protect it, but the egg will fall. Execration take down the Supernova. Dat BB chasing out Ken. Yassi coming over. Is able to offer more control if it's needed. It isn't for the Void Spirit. The Void Spirit will fall. Yassi trying to chase down RR. But the Inkswell, the boost of speed should be enough to get him away. Can Yassi get this reach? It doesn't look like it. RR will live. So this time Execration that kind of overstay their welcome. They do still get the big kill on the Magnus, so slowing down 458's game once again.
496, they need to keep fighting. Mag just picked up a Blink Dagger, Doom the last part of the BKB, and it's go time for them. Buy another smoke, try to make stuff happen. Like, they were just split in the previous fight. They got outnumbered. 5 members of Execration against 3 of 496. They were really not close to actually help them out. I'm getting triggered because Grimstroke's not holding onto that Philosopher's Stone. It really is the item that, you know, just changes the whole game, and the Grimstroke is the perfect hero to hold it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like he's ever running out of mana in the fight, so that burst of mana from the Arcane Ring isn't doing too much, and plus int, definitely not necessary. Bottom. Finding the opening on 4. He's still got the BKB. Of course, if he feels too threatened, and he's not going to feel threatened at all. They'll turn and kill off Raging Potato. That is the wall being dropped as well to no avail. Doesn't achieve anything here for Execration. Skewer forward. Cogs are down from Earl, but Hung, he's already in position to start beating down on the clock. Earl cannot get away, as now with the creeps moving in mid, 496 can get more than just the 2 kills. They can try and get this tier 2 tower as well.
Alchemist got everything out of that fight. You know, he killed like 3 or 4 cogs, which also gives him an extra gold, and he got the last hit on the clock. This is a big one.
They've got the catch with the RP. Do they have the damage? They haven't got the ult from Doom, of course. They'll try and slow him, but the Mantis pop. Palos speeding away with that dagger. Another hit from the blade of DatBB, but the safety's there from RR. He could provide the backup, and now with the Inkswell on Ken, they could turn this around. They lead in, get the stun into the Remnant, pull onto DatBB, pops the BKB, but the damage from the Astral Steps too much as he comes in with a physical. Ken finishes off the kill, jumping from the side. They do get the stun out onto the two of them here as the turnaround comes into play. 458 coming in with the blink. The haunts out from Palos. He finishes off the kill on Yassi. Now has to be a little careful at how he pokes against this Alchemist. It's 458 full HP. He's ready to go in, jumps forward. Concoction out before the hookshot connects, but Earl, with that hold of the cogs, will stop 458 from chasing down the Spectre.
496, they need one of these two heroes to be alive, either Shadow Shaman or Doom, to provide them any kind of control, otherwise they cannot really chase. Like, Shadow Shaman is their primarily target to kill. He's the one who can control Spectre illusions. He's the one who can kill off illusions from Darkshear's wall.
Haste.
I'm afraid that if this game goes late, that a lineup from 496 is just gonna fall off.
Sure, where you see the Spectre out carrying their lineup?
Yeah. It's not just about Spectre, it's about all these other heroes being buffed. This is a broken combo. Having Darkshear plus a Grimstroke, putting their spells on one hero who's just running in.
Now 496 still with a good lead of farm on the Alchemist, but as you can see, it's sort of been up and down. These fights, Execration showing that they're still very strong at this point. BKB soon to be done on Ken as well. See, Hung trying to go in on Raging Potato. We managed to slow him down here. DatBB holding on to the Doom though, not wanting to drop it for the Darks here. Now pots the BKB. Another slow onto Raging Potato as he charges in with the Scorched Earth. Doom, huh? He just drops it.
They can't even deny him.
Yeah, it gets the kill.
So much value coming out from that Purge.
Yeah, he's just running into three heroes, and they could not get Raging Potato away. Kill is found. I'll take this outpost, and Your Scepter also found by Bombi, so another way to at least help with purging all these buffs and heroes running about on Execration's team.
Dire are scanning.
See if they can find anything with the smoke. 496. No Doom, but RP and Supernova ready to go. Gonna sweep back over into their jungle. Who's up here at the moment? Just Ken. It's rather slippery though. Can they get the opener onto Ken? Oh, that
what
force!
a play!
Damn! Very, very nice there from Yassi. I mean, they didn't have vision, right? I guess he just knew that there's a common spot to sort of be sitting in and trying for the TP out.
Yeah, and he cuts down the trees.
Yeah.
Also, their lineup is very good at taking a Roche, but you can't just run in before getting a pick off or two, and this is exactly what they do. You know, it's going to be hard against the Clockwork Rocket. The Rocket just scouts it against the Spectre, and there's also Darkshear, so it's very easy for them to take a fight into Roche Pit.
And they're coming over, but yeah, these Serpent
No,
Wards,
they're letting this one go.
yeah, they don't even want to try for a Clock Steal.
No Void Spirit, like, we don't want to go.
Now Earl.
That BB, he's pretty much involved in all of their kills. He's putting so much work. 23 out of 29.
Yeah, this Doom just frontlining each and every time, and Execration, they're struggling to deal with the power of the Doom. Jumping though, onto Hung. He's been left behind here. As caught out by the Soulbind, he will fall. The Soulbind comes to an end as well as the Silence, so Bombi able to dive away. And even with Hung out, they'll be able to make a play once the Magnus is back in, knowing that there's no Haunt. An aggressive jump in on mid. As he just comes in as the Grimstroke, self-inkswelling himself. Forces out the Supernova, but now the chase is there as Bombi comes in with the dive. The Yule's control, DatBB just running down this Grim. The Grim will fall. The Doom out onto Ken as Ken won't be able to, or maybe that Vessel will just about do it. Bombi falling low. Is the Vessel damage enough? It is. Ken gets the kill.
Ken needs to be denied.
Or does he?
Oh,
Ooh.
Guardian Greaves. It's gonna kick in. Never mind. Like, he's also running away from extra region from tier 2 towers.
Sure.
Sometimes that can save you.
On mid lane, 458 in with the jump onto Earl. Earl caught in his own cogs. Goes for the hook shot out in time. Actually gets away there. Surge back up as well from Raging Potato. Means that there's no one that can chase him.
2 big items just finished up on Execration. BKB on Void Spirit and a full Scotty on Spectre. Even though it's 11k gold lead, you know, a lot of that gold is in hands of Alchemist. So still feels like Execration can take a fight.
Yeah, that's Scotty going to do a lot of work against the Alchemist. Has boosted regen during the Chemical Rage. And also a game has become a little easier for Hung Hung to hit his combos with the BKB finished. Has to worry a little less about these silences catching him out to start the fight.
See what Magnus did in this game? Disassembled Echo Saber, bought a BKB and going for another Echo Saber.
I mean, it is that great damage. As Hung Hung talking about the man, he's looking for an RP opportunity, but they're split up. They've already gotten the backlines. He'll skew across, trying for the RP again, but he's holding on to it. Finally drops it, but it's only onto Palos, and this Spectre doesn't care. The Supernova's down Palos. They'll turn, look towards the egg. They've taken it out. The egg will fall. They've found 3 kills here. As DatBB's trying to find at least something for the side of 496, but he's not going to be able to get it. Raging Potato's able to run away with the Surge. As Execration find 4, they only lose the clock. They may just find 5 as well. BKB and TP's going to be the order of the day here for 458 as it makes him away. He's no sort of cancel through the BKB to deal with that one, but still a great fight from Execration as this Spectre, I mean, we're seeing he's dropping RP, but no real way of them actually killing off Palos.
They have no damage. 2 times in a row. Alchemist is just late for a team fight, and he's the one who's holding Aegis, you know, wants to get a lot of pressure on him. Radiance burn, but he comes in late. Also, Doom did not have ulti in the previous fight, which is kind of sad. He would definitely throw it on Spectre.
Yeah, they've got to throw everything at Palos. As this Spectre is much too much of an issue for them in these fights, despite having that lead, as you say, just very much inflated by the Alchemist factor. As we've seen, especially that last fight, 458 struggled to get stuck in himself. He had to use his BKB to run away.
This was the second or third time that he was already using BKB to run out, which means that, once again, he's not there on time with the team. Either that or other 4 people in his team are wrong. What do you think is...
I bet it depends who you ask on the team, isn't it?
Dire are scanning.
There we go, smoke from Execration. Well, their ult's back up. Haunt ready once more. See, they're going to be able to get the jump on 458. He's up on the high ground. They'll look towards him. They'll pull him back. 458, he's just going to be left behind.
Well, now he's early, huh?
Let's see. Can they do it their second time as they jump over towards him? They get the kill on Yassi. 458. Over towards Palos. And Palos, he's getting focused. They've got the lockdown with the RP. Supernova out as well. They haven't got the resources to take down this egg, so this egg will be successful. The Doom dropped by DatBB onto the Void Spirit. And I mean, and as you say, you know, this time the Alk turns up first, and he'll be telling his teammates, you know, see, you know, I choose the best times to fight. You know, don't go in without me, and when I do go in, make sure you're behind me. As 496 take a very solid team fight. 458, he's still hunting for more. Gets the jump over the Clockwork, and he's going to be feeling very, very chuffed with himself, as he just maybe inadvertently chose the perfect time for the team to fight, getting caught out on Execration's side of the map. Shockwave pull back onto Raging Potato. He'll be able to get out of there with the Greaves. That's a big punch back from 496 now, with 4 dead on Execration.
Love the build on Doom. I thought he was going to wait until Alchemist buys it for him, but having Ags on Doom applies break
Radiant's top tower
against the Spectre, which is insanely good.
Yeah, and DatBB's been very on point with the way he's been playing these fights. Constantly getting in on the front of it, giving space for 458 and especially Hung Hung to actually find the positioning to catch out the Spectre alone, get him separated from the backlines. Full Shiva's done as well now for Bombi, so the team fight for 496 really amping up. There's another catch here. RR out to the side, was trying to get out for a bit of warding. 496 will make sure that he's quickly dealt with. Bottom lane as well, Palos. They're making a move towards him. It's going to be hard to catch this there. I say that, they're going to try with the Shul setup. Hook shot from Earl, though, comes and catches the three of them. Concoction still there from 458, onto the Spectre, over towards Earl, they'll look, but the Surge out saves him. He's away. The wall illusions as well, starting to punch back onto 496. They'll be able to retreat. Very fast moves there. I mean, you see Execration, they've got to be careful. Any sign of Palos outside of the base of 496, they just charge straight towards him.
This is the problem that this Alchemist is facing. Prolonged team fights, he uses his spells multiple times. Just by using 3 of his spells, that's 400 mana, and his mana pool is very limited.
DD ready to go for the next fight, and 458 continue to roll in the money after the Abyssal and Satanic, 3.8k. It's getting to the point where he's going to have to really decide which route he wants to go.
He's bringing in some mangoes, some clarities to get the mana going. Everyone on his team has a great Aghanim Scepter upgrade.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, if this game does end up going on and it gets into Ag's territory, it's at 496, they're only going to get stronger. And just continue pressure on Execration to find these situations where the Spectre is able to be perfectly enabled in the fights with all the buffs and backup that the supporting cast offers. I was talking about Spectre. Yeah, I see. You found him here with the catch. Shackles.
Break.
He's just dead. Palos gets shredded. He does not have buyback either as well. The Doom's out onto the Darkseer. They're going to be able to find Raging Potato as he cannot get out of this. Earl also going to go down outside the front of the base. I mean, that's 3 dead. They don't have any buybacks. And DapBB, he's just diving in. I mean, this break hit on the Infernal Blade just destroying them. This Ag's
and
perfect.
That extra stun duration, plus a Purge, he's just, you know, keeping them almost in place.
I mean, DapBB's had a beautiful game this time on the Doom.
Buying a couple of mangoes just to have that mana going.
This is going to be the bottom racks. There's still tier 2s up on the other lanes.
And look at Bombay. This is your classic position 5 going in, buying some mangoes, yet they're going in for tier 4 towers.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of a window to try and poke at them for sure. Only Ken in the game. No buybacks on the rest of Execration. They're looking to finish it. Or at least do some serious deep damage to these tier 4s. That's 1 down. Buyback comes out from RR. They'll have Earl up as well. They're still without 2 calls for 20 seconds. 496 will respect it though. They'll take the tier 4. That way they didn't actually finish the racks. Oh, they'll look for kills though. There's the jump in from Ken.
He's
RP
dead.
catches the 2 of them. Ken, as soon as he comes back into the action and actually joins the rest of the team for the defense, he's out of the game. Ken's down. No buyback on him. As 496, they'll casually back onto the racks, take that out.
And another Sunray, keeping them healthy. Also, Phoenix, she bought 6 mangoes, is feeding him to his teammates. You know, just keeping that mana region going. That BB just blinked in front of them, bought mangoes.
Oh, here's the horn. Palace trying to start the fire off, but this is a 2 versus 5 fight. Is it going to work? He's trying to hit this egg, but this egg, it's far too high level. He can't kill the Supernova. Palos is dead. Raging Potato as well. GG is called. As the game all falls apart for Execration. Very, very painfully there during the last few team fights. So it's 496, able to outmaneuver. DapBB with this Aghanims. I mean, it just destroyed them at the end of the game. I mean, already this Doom having a phenomenal time in this game too. They just couldn't deal with the Doom.
Yeah, Doom just popped off, and I like that he kept that Purge creep throughout the whole game. I know Fogged will be happy about it because he knows what's up. You know, just purging off the Surge, Ion Shell, Grimstroke stuff. It's just the best creep you can get. It's not just for the early stages of the game, and he had mana to actually do it. He also picked up Faded Brooch as the first item, so kind of blessed by Gaben.
Yeah, no, it makes all the difference, as you say. You know, one of the nerfs to that Purge was the Well, it's 120 mana now. What was it before? It was as low as like, was it 50 mana?
I believe it was 50 mana. It was
50
something
mana.
very low.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously that point, incredibly broken ability. Now, as you say, though, the 120 mana, sure, 70 mana increase, but with a Faded Brooch, that's giving you at least three usages of it if you take into account the 70 mana difference. Well, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, 496, they've taken the second game now. They're up 2-0 in this best of 5 against Execration. Can Execration begin to turn it around? We'll find out very shortly. Don't go anywhere as we'll pass you back to the panel to wrap up that Game 2 victory by 496.
Indeed, thank you very much, ODPixel and Lacoste. 2-0 already in this best of 5. 496 is making a run for it here in the grand finals of the Omega League of the Southeast Asian Division. I'm here together with Lizard and Fogged. Guys, I will start off by just saying you were wrong. It's always a fun one.
Excuse that BB, my BB, dude. I mean, like he's just the whole time, all game. He had like what 8 deaths or something in the game, but he's on the right target every time, beating the shit out of them. That was actually one of the best Doom performances I think I've seen in a long time. He was everywhere. He always got the Doom on the perfect target, itemization on point. I love the phase drum, kept the purge creep, gets RNG with the Faded Brooch, goes for that Ags. I mean, this guy just did everything for the team. That was great stuff.
He actually had the Ags queued up instantly after phases and drums. Then decided to go for BKB. I think that's a safer option to go. Like you want to have that BKB so that you're actually a Doom in team fights and you're not some creep that goes in and dies afterwards. But man, I was worried for 496 overall because I thought they were gonna take this game, but it didn't look that way for a couple of moments. They did a good thing when it comes to the laning stage. They set that Doom for success on the safe lanes. Alchemist on the off lane a little bit, but Alchemist had a rough start. This wasn't your Alchemist that was 5k ahead 12 minutes in. This was a game in which you have an Alchemist and Doom, and you're only 1k ahead at 12-13 minute mark. That usually isn't a great thing, but they did manage to pull it off with a couple of really good team fights, a couple of really good eggs as well.
Yeah, and it's when I look at these drafts and I'm like, when we're talking about it, we're just like greedy. And then you look at the kill score at 23 minutes, there's 56 kills in the game or something, or 56 kills in 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Clearly they're doing something right. They're just forcing those movements, forcing those fights, and kind of making the Spectre play a little bit awkward too, and just showing up to a lot of the fights as well. They played phenomenal. I think there was a lot of weird things I did see from Execration though. Raging Potato is he's just dying all over the place.
Yeah,
he kept the Philosopher's. If my 3 position takes a Philosopher's Stone from me and I'm a 4 position, for that entire game, I'd be pretty upset.
That's a Dark Seer, man.
It's a Dark Seer.
It's not some offlane that can't farm.
Yeah.
You know, it's a Dark Seer. You should always find farm. It's crazy. But more to your point, like how they threw the Spectre off of her game. Alchemist was constantly joining fights. This wasn't some AFK Alchemist that's farming first 12 minutes. Yeah, they weren't significantly leading in net worth because they were fighting constantly. And they made it work. That's actually very peculiar because I even remember Lacoste, he was saying, what are you doing on Alchemist? Go farm.
Go farm.
Go farm. Like, why are you joining these fights? It worked out for them.
I'm glad you did mention though some some of those big ultimates did come into play. And you were saying like let them use their ults one by one, and it actually did end up happening. I think the biggest one for me was that Phoenix in mid when he gets that big egg on the 2 on the Void Spirit, as well as I believe it was like the Clockwork or something. He turns it, gets a double kill. He's level 11 or something, has max Sunray with triple null. So he just becomes this massive damage dealing force as like a 5 position Phoenix, as he has this 9% spell lamp and he has super good levels because he gets these kills. So I was very impressed with the way 496 played. I do have to be honest, I'm a bit disappointed the way I'm seeing Execration playing. I expected a little bit more out of these guys, especially Raging Potato. He's that guy he has the experience under his belt, and I think he's actually playing the weakest. He's the weak link right now on his team. He's really standing out for me in that.
Yeah, it didn't look that great from Execration, but overall, for SCA Dota, it looks amazing. I love that we see so much action-packed gaming coming from these boys. That's something always to look forward when you're looking at SCA as a region, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was just kills everywhere, right? Like, that's what we love about SCA, right? You look at this game and you're just like, oh, Spectre versus Alchemist. Ugh, this is going to be a farm fest. You know,
Yeah.
oh my god. Wait, there's 60 kills in 30
It's
minutes.
SCA, baby.
These teams don't give a shit. They just run at each other. Dat BB though, honestly, like I said, that guy just played out of his mind. Perfect itemization, and there's nothing more you can ask for from a player like that. You looked at those stats, and he did more than double the damage of the Darkseer. He put on a clinic. He put on a show for everybody at home.
I mean, it's for us, of course, a new team that we see 496, and I think it's very promising that in the first game that we had Hung being the MVP, I'd say, on his Magnus, and this game, Dat BB MVP.
Oh yeah. I feel like he did 90% of what the team did. Sure, they had like some nice Phoenix ultis, they had some nice RBs, their Alchemist was farming well, but if they didn't have this Doom with a Purge creep, just killing mid, killing bottom, killing top, this game, the Alchemist wouldn't have had this type of space. They would have been in a much tougher place versus this Void Spirit, because Ken was having a really good game.
Yeah.
He did great in the mid lane. He got a solo kill on Magnus, and then he was snowballing. He goes bottom, gets a double kill, sets up top 2, then he just gets met with this force, this Doom that just is like, hey, I'm purging off your Resonant Pulse buff, I'm purging off your Inkswell, purging off your Surge
And I'm
Ion
dooming
Shell,
you as well.
and I'm dooming you. He just did absolutely everything this game, and I just really want him to be recognized. That was just perfect play by the Doom.
I mean, it was a lot of fun to watch. I just can't get over the fact that it's like, okay, I feel like both games in a row, we had Execration being the one to have to make a move. Either they have to punish the greed of 496 in the second game, and in the first game they had to play faster than 496 because of the Spectre on 496, and they didn't do any of that either of the games. I don't even feel like they really made a big attempt to try and punish the greed here in the second game.
The second game should have went much, much better for them. Like, you have to be able to punish this greed because it is so greedy coming from 496. This isn't your standard kind of greedy draft in which you have 1 Spectre and 4 Protect 1. Everyone needs to be protected on their side. Like, on the beginning, perhaps Mag is kind of fine, but you have Doom, you have Phoenix, you have Shadow Shaman, for God's sakes. All these heroes need time, need space. They made it work just by playing together quite a lot in that mid game.
You actually just reminded me of something I did want to touch on, is about like how these lanes went a little bit, just because of how everything stood out, and why I was kind of flaming Raging Potato. I love the guy. Like, he's been around for a long time. He's a super aggressive player. He went a naked bottle.
Yeah, he did.
I think that actually threw the game for them a little bit there. I know people are going back for the bottle now in Darkseer, but they got destroyed top.
Yeah.
So this Doom snowballs, Phoenix snowballs, Clockwork and Darkseer are 2 of your big space makers, and your game is extremely thrown off. You're very far behind. So.
Okay, to his defense, Darkseer really isn't as strong in the lane as he used to be.
Absolutely.
There is that, and you are playing versus Phoenix and Doom. So Phoenix is able to get out, Doom is speedy and can eat one of your creeps, but every 70, 60 seconds, so it's not that great. You should do better. I'm not protecting him either, not completely at least.
Yeah, he had some good mid-game movements, but he was like, I think he's level 6 at like almost 12 minutes in as a Darkseer or something. I think it was something like that I did see on the map.
Yeah.
And he's just running with this team, which is great. That's perfect. He should be running this team, but he fell too behind the laning phase. And yeah, like we said, compare that Doom and that Darkseer, night and day difference.
But at least they ran the clock as the 4 and not the 5. Silver linings.
Yeah.
Right?
Still didn't win, though.
No.
It felt like he was playing the 5 from the 4, though, right? Because the Grimstroke got Blink Dagger and Clockwork didn't have any items.
That's fair.
Because of how poorly the lane went.
Yes.
I think that just that's what happened.
Usually, if your Grimstroke as position 5 is more wealthy than your position 4, that means you're losing because he's defending constantly. He's using that Stroke of Fate, out-pushing, defending your towers, and because of that, he has a lot of farm. I really think they had a decent idea as well behind that Grimstroke. He was queuing up an Aghanim's at one point, would be an amazing item versus Alchemist. You are playing versus 1 core. Even if you use it on Doom, it's all right, but on an Alchemist, it's really solid. So maybe if everything worked out just a little bit different for them.
Is it fair to say that this series so far is looking like 496 is just the better squad?
Yeah, definitely do.
We don't have to sugarcoat it. They just look like a better squad at the moment. They're winning with drafts that, in our opinion, right? Can I say that?
Absolutely.
You shouldn't be winning with. Like this second draft, you can win, but not like this, at least.
No. The only knowledge is knowing you know nothing, says Silencer, apparently. We missed
That's a
it.
good
It was a
line.
quote on the screen. Oh, there it is again.
Silencer say that?
That's a good line. Wow, I can't. Can you read that?
I mean, I have a tablet.
Yeah, I was
here.
gonna.
The only true
I'm cheating.
wisdom.
I was gonna be damn,
Well-
Shiva. I just got new glasses, and that's just a straight blur for me. So
Well, I did it from memory because
You
I
know
only
nothing.
glanced at it earlier. So the only true wisdom. I mean,
I thought you were gonna be. I just memorized it because I know all of Silencer's voice lines.
this is not a voice line. They made this up.
Oh, damn it. Well, I was hoping.
I had to learn the hard way as well. It's like, wow, Shadowfiend said that. I never
Well,
heard that.
When the hell does he say that? Yeah.
It does fit the theme of how Silencer speaks, so you can be fooled by that.
Yes.
I'll give them that.
I can hear him
Slacks
say
wrote
you
those
don't like
actually.
Slacks.
Oh God. I'm just kidding.
it. Oh,
No.
smart sentences from Slack.
Oh God.
I'm curious to see how the third game is gonna look. I'm a little bit worried for Execration
Same.
though. I saw their run through the lower bracket 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, all in their favor, and I was like, okay, this is a fresh new team that looks like they learned from the group stages where they got
2-0.
2-0 and almost eliminated, had to play in again to be even in the playoffs at all. But they got 2-0 by 496, and I thought, well, this is a different Execration that 496 is facing this time around. Doesn't look to be the case. It does not look to be the case.
Usually you try to bring out something new, your big guns after you've lost 2-0 versus the team. You try to win at least the first or second game of the best of 5 series, but it definitely isn't looking that way. It doesn't look like they learned a lot.
Yeah, and I'm feeling like it's. We can always talk about draft, but it's really not feeling like draft is. Sure, it's considered, but 496 is just outplaying them.
Yeah.
They're doing better movements. They're adjusting their lanes. I love that little swap up, right? Like you mentioned, Doom top with Phoenix, very clever. Viper bottom versus the Lifestealer.
Yeah.
These little moves, they make a really big difference in the game. So I think, I'm just seeing 496 just outplaying and outsmarting them.
Well, then there is one solution. Normally, you'd go for the simple, easy to execute draft. Don't try to be cute. Just go for what works for other teams. It sounds a little silly, but I don't know.
You're
Because
reaching,
there's
Chiefs.
two ways to look at it. Either you go back to something that is not your own style, but works for other teams, or you're like, well, no, this is the way we play Dota. This is our hill to die on. We believe it should work, even if it might not. I don't know which theory they want to go for here.
It's hard because your confidence is shaken right
Yeah.
now. You lost 2 games and I don't know who's drafting for them, but he must be as well. Like, guys, like I
think it's
gave
RR.
Yeah, I think it's RR. as well.
RR.
And the thing is, like, you were mentioning, they're kind of snap picking their heroes too. So they're very confident in trying to put 496 on the back foot. But 496 is just like, whatever, we'll take our time. Sure. Shadow
looks
Shaman
like a
last
great
pick.
hero
Ah,
here.
gotcha.
I don't. They actually did put them on the wrong foot, right, with that Shadow Shaman last pick. But then they just rotate the lanes, and it doesn't really matter any longer. And that Shadow Shaman that looks like an awful goddamn pick, it's amazing in the end.
I also feel like 496, I mean, they have faced against Execration before, so do they just know that they can get away with a greedy draft like that?
Yeah, that's how
Probably.
it feels like. That's really how
Right?
it feels
Because
like.
normally you wouldn't draft the Shadow Shaman in that place.
Do you remember OG last night and when they picked that Sven as well? It just reminds me of that.
I
They
was asleep.
yeah, so they picked Sven and put it on position 4.
Okay.
So it's
I actually didn't see that either.
that's the second game, and it's like first game they placed completely their own style, which is still a little bit out there, but the last game they drafted and we're just sitting and we can't understand who's the core, who's the position 4, who's 5, and they put Sven on 4. It looks a little bit shaky, but they still managed to win. It's when you think that you're a level above of your opponent and when you believe in your strategy, you can do some crazy stuff.
And well, this is just random, not even having to do with anything, but I can actually see Sven 4 working now because Warcry's buffed again, right?
Yeah.
Warcry
Didn't it
provides
used
armor.
to be
so.
a 4?
It used to
sometime?
be, yeah. It used to be.
Back when the Warcry was what it is again now.
Yeah.
So it's like 8-second duration of 12 plus armor, whatever, and movement speed, etc. Yeah, I mean,
And to be honest,
all right.
anything with the stun, it's great.
it's a stun, AoE stun. Yep.
Yes. We are about ready to head into the draft, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
We've had the same opening. We've had Execration go for Clockwork. Both games so far,
I believe Anti-Mage was banned out in both games as
Yeah,
well,
correct.
right?
We had
Yes,
a
it was.
Venomancer banned out again here too, and then as the last one, it was a
Viper.
Darkseer in game 2 and an Oracle in game 1 banned on this position.
And Viper too, one of them,
Yeah.
right?
Oracle was banned
Oh
out
yeah,
because
Viper. Sorry,
yeah,
not a
no,
Darkseer.
Oracle was banned out because of the Darkseer, right? That's also one of the reasons they picked the Darkseer, banned the Oracle. Maybe 496 will ban out the Viper again. I believe that's what they did the last
Okay.
time. They ban out the Phoenix.
I think they maybe are thinking, oh, Execration's going to steal the Phoenix this time because their Clockwork didn't work twice. Maybe they're thinking they're going to adjust, or they have an idea. They have another strategy in mind, maybe.
I would like to see that. I wouldn't be opposed to that.
If you don't have the first pick and Phoenix is valued quite highly, you ban it out. Why not?
Because they-
Execration-
They've in the past done like I don't know how if they do it now, but they've done Clockwork Gyrocopter in a ton of their games, and they haven't touched their Gyrocopter at all in this recently.
Well, wait for it. We have the mag first for Execration, so 496 can't have that on Hung Hung. You're going to see him in a different hero today.
Do you like the mag, or do you think that kind of like their confidence was broken, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
they
their
opened with
confidence
Clockwork twice,
is
and now
broken.
they're just like, yeah, we need to just do something completely different.
Yeah, they're just taking the Magnus away from 496 opening with the Viper,
Okay.
and we'll see. Maybe they just follow up with the Spectre. It's possible.
I mean, after the way it all worked before, they're like, sure, why not? Like, agreed.
Yeah.
They have
The only problem is when you're playing versus Magnus, he can make any carry a hyper carry because of that empower. And what I did see in SCA, they really like to combo this Magnus with cores that benefit a lot from empower. Most notably, I saw a couple of PA games.
Okay, yeah.
This isn't something that we see quite often here. It wouldn't be that great versus Viper, though. That would be not the
Just picks it here,
Yeah,
and like
not
the breaks, just into the Viper breaks.
Not the best hero in this game.
Would be quite the ballsy move.
Yeah.
They're
go
gonna
for
do the
first
Rubik.
instead.
Okay, yeah. So they cover themselves for the mag, and they also have a good pick versus the Viper. And Sure.
For Execration, these drafts just look solid. They
Yeah.
look with the plan. Every pick that they have does multiple things. Like this Magnus, you're taking it away from 496, plus it's a really good hero. Then this Rubik, like you said, good because it won't be played versus Magnus, plus you're taking it as a counter, slight counter to Viper because of the Nether Toxin steal.
always a fan of having like these heroes too. It's because you have just natural scenery of just nuke damage. I just love when heroes just everybody has like a good 300 damage nuke. Bam, Fade Bolt plus Shockwave.
And the laning stage, if you remember when Rubik and Magnus were picked together in the lanes, that's pretty solid. If you're on the offlane, you're strong. But Winter Wyvern picked up by 496. They're responding to the Magnus. This is your to-go support that counters Magnus because you can break his combo. You use that curse, either you use it on him when he RPs, and that's pretty much it.
But you got to be really careful about this Rubik, even more so now, I feel. Because you kind of have to catch Rubik in that curse too, otherwise it's a fairly easy spell to steal.
Yeah, it is. You can just toggle Arctic Burn after.
You can just save your Arctic, yeah.
Usually, the only problem here is it's a nuisance. It's not really that bad for you as a Winter Wyvern because you can just Arctic Burn afterwards. The only problem is you won't be flying over trees for that great setup, and maybe a Blink Dagger or Aether Lance is needed. Glimmer Cape as well.
Glimmer Cape too, yeah.
Well, if
Similar bands, and they're really just taking out all those hard carries from Execration.
Are they gonna go with all Wings team?
That'd be
All
nice.
flying heroes? Bat Rider perhaps next? Nah, it's banned out.
Yeah, I think
What else?
Bat's too strong.
If you wanted to finalize this draft of 496 with 3 extra flying heroes with wings,
Jakiro.
okay,
Fair enough.
that's
Does
pretty
does
good.
Dragonite count? He has a dragon
He
form.
counts.
Half, he's a half.
Half.
Do they have to have wings, or do they just need to fly?
I wanted wings, but I see it's not that easy, right?
Does the Marana Immortal count? The one with the wings? Or the Keeper of the Light? with
They
the
messed
pony
it
with
up.
the
They
wings?
picked
They pick
Clock.
Clockwork.
Okay,
Interesting.
well,
They picked the
whatever it is.
Clockwork into the Rubik. which is normally looked at as a pretty decent hero. Not really any amazing spells though, right? Like you don't steal anything great from Clockwork, which is fine.
It's
okay.
It's a little bit of a problem because of the lift, right? He can misplace you out of cogs, but overall you don't really care that much for Clockwork.
Okay, they just picked the Spectre into Viper. I already know that Owen's upstairs, and as soon as Owen sees that, he's like, GG, Spectre does not beat Viper. Never happens. That's what he always says in our pubs and everything too. Or whenever he watches a single pro game with me casting with him, as soon as that happened, he goes, up, all right.
Okay, I have seen Spectre win versus Viper as well.
Yeah.
It's not impossible. You adjust your build a little bit, you go Manta Diffu BKB perhaps, and you play off of that. You don't go for Radiance into BKB because those two items together, it just doesn't feel great. It doesn't feel great as an item progression.
Yeah, I think it's not as broken as it was before either, where Nether Toxin was 4-second cooldown. Now what? It's like a 12-second or 14-second cooldown, so you can't actually just play around it as hardcore. You can't always make sure Nether Toxin's up.
It's still not easy to play Spectre here,
For sure.
but maybe they're also thinking if we don't pick it here, they're taking it. So
I think that's definitely the thought process, yeah. I was definitely thinking the same thing.
They banned a lot of the other hard carries though, so which ones are still in the pool for 496?
Slark.
No, it's not.
Slark's banned too? Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
on the
blind.
other side.
I'm gonna say, Slark is so good here, but...
the same life stealer that we mentioned in the first game is open up now for 496. Sven is in the pool.
I guess they is this a lineup where they could go back for the Alchemist, or is that not an option?
It's an option for them. Why not?
Made it work
But
last time.
What about this gyro clock that you were talking about?
That's what I'm kind of hoping
yeah.
they do it, actually, because they loved it. They just loved it so much, and now they have setup. But when I didn't see them do it, they didn't touch it or think about it in the other two games. I was thinking maybe they just don't want it. But super active hero, I think it looks pretty strong. If it's that they like it. I don't think the hero is strong in general at all, but I think it can work if a team really likes to play around it. Besides that, I think they could also go for something just like their offlaner. I think Slardar is actually pretty nice. I love Slardar versus Spectre. I think it just ruins his entire dispersion concept.
What about something like a beast as well? Gives you some tower push.
Beast could work.
Slardar with me is also pretty solid. I would like to see the Wyvern there on that lane though.
Yeah.
With him. It would be a bit
I mean, they did
better.
run the Viper as the offlane previously, so they could just go back.
That sounds like what they might probably do.
Yeah.
I actually really like Death Prophet. I'm surprised nobody's picking it with all the buffs she's gotten. To the cast point on Crypt Swarm, it's faster than your attack speed. Like if you're going to attack a range creep, there's no point in attacking anymore. Just use a Crypt Swarm because it goes so fast. You're always going to get the last hit on it.
It was banned out last night.
It was banned last night?
I believe in the OG series, Death Prophet was banned out in one of the games.
She feels kind of back right now. I think there's an untapped potential for her for
It's
sure.
also pretty cool whenever you have Death Prophet, you can either have real saves or some slight ones. Like you have this hook shot with the cogs to protect her from anyone that's going after her. You also have Winter's Curse, you have Cold Embrace. So overall you don't have your Oracle or Abaddon or something like that, but it's pretty solid so far. It's a pretty good Death Prophet game, and she does fairly well versus Magnus on the mid lane.
Yes. She's one of the few I feel like that can actually, I mean I say that, but Void Spirit killed him last time, but you can actually punish and bully a little bit on that mag. Tree. That one seems a little random to me. I don't see anything where I'm just like, man, Tree looks amazing here, you know?
It was picked a lot as well. The SCA, I was looking through the group stages and the playoffs, and they did pick quite a lot of Treant overall.
Usually in the first two though, right? Usually it wasn't saved.
And
till
usually
later
with
on.
some combo.
Yeah.
Picking Treant because of some combos. You don't really have any here. You can protect your towers a little bit, but the problem is that Prophet usually when she gets to a tower, she
commits and forces it, yeah.
The Ancient Apparition is the one banned out after the tree is picked, so are we to assume this tree is a core? Like...
I mean, maybe possible, I guess. I think we have Wyvern and we have Death Prophet. AA kind of counters both of them in a way. Not full counters, but is very strong versus both heroes.
Just to make sure type of ban?
I think so. I think also I've seen a couple teams. Was it yesterday? I saw AA cores. Maybe I don't know. Maybe that was yesterday or was it a couple
There was a
days ago?
Treant core.
Yeah.
Didn't work out.
Didn't work out.
Okay. So let's just think about position ones that AA counters. There's still Morphling remaining and Huskar. How do you feel about
and
this?
Alchemist banned.
Alchemist is banned, yeah.
Pudge.
Pudge?
I haven't seen a Huskar in. Does that hero exist anymore? Is Huskar a playable hero anymore?
I'm not sure.
Temporarily removed out of rotation. We do have an Oracle ban coming out as well.
Okay.
Yeah, Slark's already banned out, so which is left? We have Morphling left. Gyrocopter left.
I mean, Morph. I like it. I like either, honestly. I think the Morph looks pretty sweet. Nice Pugna pick. Oh man, I was actually when I saw the Wyvern, I was kind of hoping that somebody would go back for Pugna. Didn't know if these teams play it, but I like it versus Viper as well too. I think in the mid lane, I don't think it's gonna be Viper, but Pugna actually does incredibly well versus Viper in mid. And I think this hero isn't. I think this hero is actually just straight up broken. But he is versus Clockwork. I think playing Pugna versus Clockwork is always difficult.
We have the silence as well from that Prophet a little bit later on too.
There's the
and they
gyro.
go with the gyro.
They actually did it. Cool. Awesome.
Some extra magic damage as well. Some mixed damage for all of these heroes for Pugna can definitely come in handy. But man, overall, like I'm looking at these two drafts and I like what Execration have got going for themselves. Once again,
yes.
Yeah, well, 3 games in a row, I like their draft, but it isn't working out.
Now they've got what? They've got you can life drain and heal your Spectre inside of the fights. You have armor for your Spectre. You have all these things buffing up. I like Execrations too, but from what I've seen from 496, and the last 2 drafts for me, 496, this wasn't their comfort. This is what we were talking about. Like their Gyro Clockwork, this is their comfort. I think I have to just side with 496, even though I do feel Execrations draft's a bit better.
The odds do not agree with you this time around.
Look at that.
Yeah,
So they go a little bit towards Execration. It's just the map odds, so not for the series.
I'm still going with 496. I don't care about the odds.
Fair.
Yeah, it looks good. Spectre, 3 and Pugna, there's a lot to heal the towers to protect everyone from this initial damage coming from the Death Prophet and Gyrocopter. I think Spectre can become big enough, but according to these 2 games that we have seen, it usually doesn't happen that way.
No.
Execration makes a couple of mistakes and 496, they capitalize on them.
Yeah, and I see fast pace. You know, Gyro's just this hero. If last game they're fighting with Alchemist, I can't even imagine what this Gyrocopter's going to do, right? He's just going to be diving tier 2s within the first 10 minutes or something. I'm hoping to see. Yeah, I mean, 496, very aggressive draft, and they've played to that style. So.
Well, we talked earlier that for 496, this is the biggest tournament that they've ever played in terms of prize pool for sure. And they are going into their potentially final game if they manage to pull this one out. Could they 3-0 clean sweep Execration? Let's find out with Odie Pixel and Lacoste.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, coming into Game 3 now, 496 versus Execration. Let's see if Execration can start to turn things around in this series, or if 496 is going to get away with a 3-0. We're seeing the drafts again, the panel liking kind of what Execration's doing. Execration sort of taking a page out of the book that we saw from Game 1, 496. They've got the Magnus Spectre on their side this time that we saw success with. What do you reckon? Do you like what Execration's got, or do you feel like this Gyro Death Prophet of 496 could run them over?
It's a very fast lineup coming from 496, and they have been playing amazing. Some of these players, like I've not been paying attention to Southeast Asia. You know, you have to do the other tournaments, you have to rest, you have to play Dota. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. But man, some of these players, they're like insanely good. If we take into consideration what Magnus did in game number 1, these are some like tier 1 plays that teams in Europe, CIS, you know, could not be able to pull off.
Yeah.
Same goes for that like item build on Doom in game 2. What he did, the target that Steve went for. All right, Owen, seems like we're gonna have a first blood already.
Yeah, very happy Gyro. 458 there with the final touch. Getting that good bit of boost to gold to start the lane. Looking at those lane setups, we'll see what he's gonna have to deal with. Top it is just the clock for now.
Someone had to stop me, you know, talking about this team so nicely, because I've been really impressed what they've been doing. You know, when they are playing against each other, it's pretty chaotic, and it seems like 496, they know how to adapt faster. Like, I love their decision-making in the second game, where they just kill the Spectre, and that's it. This is the game-winning mood for them.
Well, Yassi continuing as this clock just trying to push them away from the bounty will mean that 458 is able to grab it. And we'll see a setup with Raging Potato playing the Pugna here in the top lane. I mean, as a Gyro, how scared are you of these two in the lane? Are you going to be able to farm, or is this pressure going to be a little too much for you in the safe lane?
He just got a first blood, so that's some extra gold for him. But he's also with Wyvern, so there's going to be a ton of pressure. Gyro is the hero that, you know, loves the... Okay, he's... they're actually keeping a tri-lane here just to get a kill on this Treant Protector. One more hit should do the trick. Okay, Fairy Fire.
That's going to save him. Earl is going to be able to live. It's not quite able to kill him, but still pushing Execration back pretty heavily on that top lane, making sure that the space is there for 458 to hold the creep wave in a nice position. Yeah, there comes the TP as well, as 496 will resume business as the two duo lanes. As Raging Potato actually getting pretty badly here by Yassi and the Battery Assault, and with the Black skilled.
He should not have turned this Clockwork with Boots of Speed.
It just runs him down. Even amongst the creeps, they're getting some good procs of the Battery Assault. Raging Potato at level 1. No way to play his way out of that.
This is the combo that 496 have been playing for quite some time. Clockwork and Gyro, they even laid them together. Team Rocket fans, where you at?
Doing it again. Well, at least not this time. Not quite yet. Spot him. How is in the pressure on Palos? Palos 9 and 3. That BB. I mean, you heard the panel talk about Death Prophet. You know, Fog was on about how he feels this hero's got a bit of untapped potential. I mean, well, what are your sort of views on Death Prophet at the moment in this meta?
Death Prophet, for me, feels like a very solid pick. You know, it gives you that Roche potential team fight. It's the hero that scales, benefits a lot from the neutral items depending what you get. But, you know, just overall, I would say it's a sleeper hero. It's very unused in the current meta.
Top lane, Yassi continuing to just stop this Tree Impugner getting in the face of the Gyro. As he's able to have the creeps underneath his towers. We'll see if he's able to get a lot of them though, as he's starting to miss a few. CS favouring Palos and Ken, these two at the moment off to the best of starts. The Magnus and the Spectre. It's top lane. A push back onto Earl, but this time he's able to get himself hidden in the trees in time. 458 can't run him down at this moment in time.
Interesting. No points in a rocket barrage on Gyro. Just rocket into 2 flak cannon levels.
Oh, mid lane. Ken. He's going to go for this onto Hung Hung, but Hung Hung has got the Fairy Fire. Ken gets away with some great aggression from the Magnus, seizing the opportunity, just diving in on the Spectre under the tower, knowing that he'll have just enough damage to get that kill.
Viper does not have a bottle, so 496 will have to check the runes, you know, just to steal those from Mag, to not give him the snowball potential. Spectre on the bottom lane, just a crown, you know, to show them who the real king is.
And he certainly is down it. Free farm for Palos. No sort of pressure really slowing him down early. It seems like the Wyvern and Death Prophet combo just in these early levels doesn't do enough to scare the Spectre at all.
I believe that's level 25 Wyvern, if you look at the icons on top.
It is. Master tier. So we can expect some big plays and a good game to do it as well. One of those solid counters against the Magnus and his RP. As long as he can find the positioning, and yeah, at level 25, you'd hope that his positioning is going to be on point.
Bombi Wyvern, it seems like a cartoon character.
The top. See if they can get Yassi. Battery Assault pops as he holds Raging Potato inside of the cogs. Raging Potato. And he's going to go down again. The two of them, they're getting a lot of kills for 458 to be involved in. He may turn a B kill though. No, okay, he's got stick charges. He's good.
Clockwork needs to bring some extra regen. Like, he is getting the kills in this lane, and he needs to keep his Gyro alive. You know, when someone's being good bro to you, you need to give it back.
I gotta share the love. Make sure that the balance is there. Bounty runes out. Execration. 2 for 2. Bombi not able to get quite back in time. Zara too speedy with the boots and with those double Fairy Fires ready for anyone goes on him. Top lane. Potato, again, in the cogs. Yassi, he's just finding these setups each and every time. They do lose the gyro for it this time round. Finally, some revenge is had. Bottom lane, Palos, nuke down low. Will live, mid lane. Alright, with the rotation, helps Ken get the kill on mid for a second time now in that mid lane where they've been able to kill off Hung Hung.
Wyvern is lurking around. This could possibly be a kill on Spectre, but she is stanky. Extra armor from Living Armor and the tower, but
that BB.
It's not gonna be enough.
Yeah, Siphon on the creep at this stage is gonna give him barely any HP at all. But the Spectre's down. They do manage to take him out the lane, and Palos was free farming up until this point. So at least some sort of slow on him. He's got the drums still finished though, so these early little items gonna make the Spectre feel pretty strong, and coming into the level 6. They've got to be careful, 496 for those early haunt plays. Top lane Yassi.
Oh.
I mean, he's gotten away with it a few too many times. This time Raging Potato being a little more careful. Needs to be so. 0-4 on 1 on this top lane. This Raging Potato has been caught out quite a few times by this clock.
Clockwork keeps pulling, keeps stacking. Is getting good levels on the hero. I see Urn of Shadows queued up. Like, they are definitely going to need Spirit Vessel once again. Caught inside of the cogs.
Missiles coming over. It won't be enough damage though. Still, with the rockets and the flak, it nearly was. Raging Potato nearly going down. He'll now try and turn towards Yassi. Gets the slow off with the Decrepit fight. He has to be very careful though. Very low on the Pugna right now. 458 waiting on the high ground.
It's just a waste of mana, you know, using the Decrepify there, going for the blast. He has Tranquil Boots, will regen up. And you're the one who's losing this regen battle. Mid lane.
Alright, it's going to make sure that a lot of tower hits are coming in onto Hung Hung, and with the Horn coming in from Palos, they'll look for the play. Cold Embrace buys some safety for Hung Hung, but they've still got the Shockwave to pull him in. Skewer as well to finish off the kill.
Viper is really struggling this game. This is the 3rd time that he got caught.
Execration off to a fantastic start for Palos and for Ken in particular. Top lane, this time he's going to be the right side of the cogs for himself. Raging Potato, as he won't get caught. They'll try and turn onto Yassi. Again, having to respect this gyro though. Hard to pass by him. He's level 7 at the moment, 458. Very early on.
Oh, the dream for Spectre. Has Mag in the team. Just picked up an Iron Talon.
Yassi, caught out by the movement of RR. Didn't quite expect him to be able to get in and get that grab. So Rubik coming in, trying to relieve some of the pressure that's been put onto this Raging Potato Pugna. He has had a bit of a rough lane so far, but still, bottom. That PB, getting aggressive with the Ghost, putting this early pressure onto the tier 1 tower. The clock on his way over as well. Let's see if they can hold on to this tower. They're going to want to do their best as Earl. Actually out of mana though, so no living armor to offer up, and now Earl actually out of options. He's caught in the cogs. Yassi's able to get him.
Yassi all over the place with this Clockwork. What is he involved? 5 out of 6 kills, getting the levels, which is very important on that Clockwork. And I mean, they just swapped the kind of lanes. It's still a position for Clockwork, you know, just supporting Gyro on top.
Mid. You get this aggression here. The Gyro is trying to go in with the cooldown, but the counter plays there with the RP, grabs the turn. There's 458, got the damage to take down this Mag. He's trying with the Rocket Barrage and the flak. It's not enough though, as Raging Potato turns with the life drain. The Shockwave from Ken finishes him off. Can Execration get more here? Can they punish 496 any heavier? Doesn't look like it. Bombi's out with the Arctic Burn. Yassi's able to walk away, but that was some very deep plays there from 496, bringing in the Gyro, trying to get him past that tower, and he ends up dying for the effort.
Living Armor plus Pugna's Drain, it's gonna be very hard for 496 to actually get a kill in the mid game if they just use these two abilities defensively. That's why they need Spirit Vessel as soon as possible. Clockwork, that's not a good place to be.
Oh, he may get the rune. And he will. Gets the rune. Loses his life for it. Hung is going to get a bit of a taste of his own medicine there. Zara kicks back with the stolen Viper Strike. Kennen as well with the Shockwave pull. Decrepify, Life Drain. Offers up some heals to Ken. Ken goes in with the skewer. Hung trying to hold his ground. He cannot do so. The Viper goes down yet again. Will at least set up for Bombi to take down Ken in return. And now 458's back in on the action. And homing missile heading the way of RR. DatBB also TPing over to get involved. Living Armor starting to heal up the Rubik, and they won't actually be able to commit on him, as the Rubik will live, and Raging Potato also able to run away. 496 unable to catch anything further.
496 just wanted to change the target. I think they had a kill on Pugna if this gyro got close.
On top, Yassi. I mean, he's the man that's given on the show this time round, finding the Spectre. That tick of the battery assault getting him just before the TP was successful. He just seems to know where they all are this clock. He's getting catch after catch.
Pretty even game so far. We have 19 kills, 11 minutes in. The classic Southeast Asian Dota. Another Dead Prophet ulti pop.
Yassi. With the 6, goes in with a hook shot onto RR. Overgrowth holds him down. They lose the clock. DatBB making it over with the Siphon onto RR. Bombi just dropping the curse to control the Pugna, buying time for DatBB to finish off the Rubik. Head now over towards the Pugna to get that kill as well.
Spectre with the Haunt. I don't think she's going to get anything out of this.
Oh,
okay,
Ken.
there's the Mag.
Yeah, Mag coming in from the side. Palace's presence still not necessarily needed, as Ken would have had that on his own. We're still getting involved for a bit of XP and gold share.
Dire are scanning.
And still, yeah, the farm of Ken and Palos is going to be very hard for 496's heroes to catch up with. They're trying their best to get some stacks going for the gyro. Got a nice one going here. So a lot of potential money for the gyro to sweep up, and that in itself would help him close the gap early. But it is just, yeah, another close start from these teams. 12 to 11. Ken, how are we doing? The Echo Saber, yeah, he's just a few hundred gold away from having it.
Radiant are scanning.
That's top. Yassi, another catch has been found. He's caught himself Earl. Got to watch out for this clock. Yassi's moves continuing to set up success for his team.
Spectre just keeps farming Iron Talon and has Mag to empower her. Like, it's just gonna be one scary Spectre, the same one that we've seen in the game number 1. Gyro with the Mask of Madness, okay. Not the build that I've at least seen lately, but it's gonna help out clear the stacks.
Yeah.
You know, it's an item that can easily be disassembled at one point. You get Satanic, you get Butterfly from it, and it increases your farming potential.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh, we have it, 496.
Dire's courier has been
As well as
killed.
Execration, both teams going to meet each other head on with the smoke. Oh, it's going to be caught in the front. It'll drop the overgrowth. Skewer across, but the silence coming out from DatBB, stopping any instant follow-up from the Magnus. Very nice quick plays from DatBB, and one of the spells that's going to be the most disruptive early on in these sort of fights, these skirmishes that both teams love to do. That silence, incredibly long and strong early on in the game, even just with the 1 point in it.
That is one of the most underrated spells in the game. It's a pretty big AoE silence, and I always get surprised. Oh, Dead Prophet has a silence. I don't know how you feel about it, but it's you know, one of those spells that you know it's there, but you never kind of expect it.
No, and as you say, just the reach of it and the duration is something like, I think 4, 5, 6, 7 on the levels. It's a long silence. And yeah, good DP in each of the fights will always be able to find the target.
One thing 496 needs to focus is Pugna's Ward. They have very high mana cost abilities, Dead Prophet ulti and Vibrant ulti, so they need to be careful about that one.
There we go. Smoke from Execration. They want to try and hit back with the Exorcism out of the picture. What can they find? Nobody down here right now. There's 496 relatively prepared, sticking together in their own jungle. It's going to make it very hard for Execration to get in. Palace.
Someone's coming there.
It's going to find Yassi, but can't really commit on it. And as I say that, they do split up. As DatBB ends up breaking away from the rest of the squad. The rest of the squad are looking for Palos. And with those hits, they'll find it. So they lose the DP and the clock, but they do get that big old Spectre kill. Can Raging Potato find anything else? He's looking over towards Bombi. Still with the pathing, he's into the safety at the Roche pit.
I still feel like it's a good trade for 496. You know, just killing that Spectre. It's also Viper against Spectre, so at every single stage of the game you're gonna have that break unless Spectre decides to buy BKB, which I saw that some Spectre do, you know, when they play into Viper.
Yeah, I feel like that you do kind of have to down the line if, you know, if you're not sort of stomping or winning the game already. It's top. Set up there from DatBB, quickly with the curse. Earl standing close by. There's nothing he can do to help though, and he's only just gonna put his own life in danger. There's lots of great ways for 496 to initiate these fights, whether it be the curse or the hook shot. Execration, if they are caught out one by one, 496 can very easily shut them down in these early team fights. As on lane, Kent out with the TP. Top lane, 496 finished the tower. Will start to focus their way towards the mid lane.
Gyro's getting 2 farming items. He just finished off Mask of Madness and now getting Aghanim's Scepter. So he's gonna be scary. He just wants to keep up with the farm that Spectre can do with Iron Talon plus Empower.
Yeah, with those 2 items, he's absolutely going to be able to do that. And have that bit more of an impact in the fights as we've been seeing. You know, still Palace, he needs to kind of get that first major item done before he feels too safe in these 5v5s. Mid lane Yassi, another catch, kicks back onto the Rubik. Missiles heading over, there'll be a TP in from Earl, but Earl can't do anything to help the Rubik. And again, he's been dusted, he's got to be careful, stay hidden. We'll stick to the trees and we'll make it out of there, but now the pressure coming in on mid. With these ghosts, DatBB can look to finish off this tier 1 tower. Earl trying his best to keep it alive. They've got the fortification and the living armor. The creeps are moving in. Can Reggie Potato and Ken do anything to stop this push? They'll come in to join forces with the tree. They've got the combos. The Horn, Overgrowth, and RP are there. It's Ken. Tries to go for the catch. Won't be able to get it. They'll have to...
Tower. Oh, they were thinking,
yeah,
whether we deny it with 1 hit or do we try to heal it with Treant? I mean, if somehow, you know, they don't push and then you can heal up the tower, you got so much value out of that. They found the Philly.
I'll see who gets it this time on 496. I imagine who's holding on to that.
I think Wyvern's not the best hero to hold it.
Yeah,
you give it to Clock. Yeah, you have a 50 damage talent on level 10, so you want to give it to Clockwork instead. I mean, you can still hold it and just put it in the backpack mid-fight. But Clockwork wants to get that Spirit Vessel as soon as possible, so I guess you give it to him.
Yeah, Vessel's going to be very important this game. I mean, for both teams as well, I guess. Is anyone on Execration building the Vessel? I mean, who would actually? I mean, can they...
Treant is not getting it. I saw he's going for Meteor, and definitely Rubik not getting one.
Yeah, always very nice to have against the DP, even despite DP obviously having the Yules build up, still
DP
many opportunities to do it, yeah. The Embrace as well. But I guess just the nature of their draft, they just don't really have a hero that wants to go for that early on. They've all got their other items higher up on the shopping list, and there's one of them, Meteor Hammer, comes to a completion for Earl.
It's a full Aghanim's completed on Gyrocopter, Mask of Madness, about to hit level 15. This hero is extremely farmed.
Yeah, I mean, it is just the fact that he is keeping up with an empowered Spectre, and obviously Magnus and self-empowered in that way as well. Like, these are 2 empower heroes, and 458 he's keeping toe-to-toe with them. I'm going to try for a smoke move. They also do show the Gyro in the lane. Scan out from Execration, they themselves also smoking, heading over towards the Roche. See who's able to get the jump, but both teams, all ultimates good to go. It looks like they will end up avoiding one another. DD spotted in the river for 496. This will be a lovely pickup for the Gyro if they can get something going with it. The mid-tier 1 tower will be what they want to finish off. And with that DD there, Probably going to be happy to just go for it here. As they're going to be happy if Execration take a fight. Yassi, he's able to start things off with the reaching onto Raging Potato. The Haunt comes out, trying to give Execration the info on what's going on, but they've already lost Raging Potato. They cannot protect the Pugna. But now the mid lane push comes in.
Very, very greedy build from Pugna this game. Like, he definitely needed to get the Force Staff, like a first item possibly against the Clockwork, because this hero just completely rips you apart. And against the Viper, against the Rocket, he has a Glimmer and Ether Lens. I remember a game where Nisha played Pugna without Ether Lens, just going for Veil of Discord as the first item. Double damage plus Exorcism, more than enough to go into Roche Pit and just try to finish it.
Okay.
Oh, Mag.
Does he want to do this?
He got the Spirit Vessel on him, so he can't blink in. Pretty smart.
Does he want to go for the skewer play? They're in with the Spectre. Roshan goes down. They get the kill Execration, but the Aegis still picked up by 458. The Winter's Curse into the cooldown. They're going to be dying in the pit for this one as the Treant falls. Ken as well goes down. They got the last hit on Roche, but the Aegis still being claimed by 458's Gyro. Whoa!
Okay, that almost hit him unintentionally. 496, which with a much better, execution of team fights, better decision making, what they need to do. They were just completely controlling the Magnus, not allowing him to use RP at all. With the Yule Scepter from Dead Prophet to good Winter's Curse.
Bombay out with the TP, he's away. Same to be said if Yassi. When he control, nothing more than the slow from the Decrepify. I mean, that fight around the pit as well. I mean, Execration, they definitely had to go for it, but it was just always going to be so hard, right? With the team fight counters on 496, the curse, the cooldown. It was a risky play, but a play that you can see why the temptation was there. They're outside the pit, they've got their RP, but 496 just able to control them that little bit better.
Now they have almost full 4 minutes of Aegis to work with. No Dead Prophet ulti, however, but I still feel like they're gonna put some pressure in. Oh, they know where he is. They just planted an observer board inside the trees just to catch Treant Protector.
And he goes to the kill, 458. Nearly losing the Aegis there. Won't be the case as Raging Potato doesn't quite have enough damage with that life drain to kill him.
When I said observer board, I meant sentry, and they were just flying over with Wyvern.
Yeah, leaving no place for Earl to hide. Now, so every single move and fight, it's just allowing the Gyro to get further and further ahead. Palos, he's nearly got the defusal. We'll see what he's able to get done with that Manta defusal done. As it feels like they're going to have to start finding some action for this Spectre. Otherwise, this Gyro is just going to get bigger and bigger to the point where Spectre will horn in. 458 just pops the BKB, and with the rest of his team, they could just turn and kill Palos.
On paper, it sounds like a very good Rubik game, but I don't think we've seen too much out of Rubik. Like, there's some really nice spells to steal, Exorcism, Curse, but they were not giving it away. And also Nether Toxin just to break Viper. A lot of pings.
Oh, they found the potato. Can he get out? He can't. Hook shot's there to hold him in. Earl again popping the overgrowth, but it's just an attempt to try and save himself. The ghosts are out. The creeps moving in on mid. There's 496. They should be able to find this tier 2. Is there anything that Execration can do? A man down. The curse. The setup's there behind the tower. They're just diving in. The curse into the 3-man silence is going to allow them to kill off Earl. Palos has to get out with the dagger. They'll lose the Rubik as well. Buyback coming out from Earl as they'll turn, take down DatBB. 458 now with the second life. Ken popping the RP, screwing him right up to the tier 3. Cold Embrace keeps him alive for now, but the meteor hammer comes crashing down. Have they got the damage to keep this Gyro safe? He's getting low. Will fall. They finally get the Gyro, but damage being done by 496's RR. Brought back for this as a dieback on the Rubik. The rest of them getting out of there. The Haunt chase from Palos as he turns over towards Bombi, but Bombi with the TP's out and away.
Man, Bombi has been amazing throughout this whole series. 2 games in Phoenix and this one on Wyvern. You know, just going from the side, landing a 3-man curse, just breaking a team fight, allowing them to get 2 kills. I just want to see who got the kill on Gyrocopter because he was godlike.
Oh yeah, you're right. That would have been a lot of gold. Spectre's gold shifted up the most. So if that fight recap's accurate, I guess it was the Spectre. Yeah, it was Spectre. So that,
Perfect.
I guess, yeah, perfect. Perfect for Balos. After that defusal, it's going to bump him up straight into starting to work on that Skadi.
That's one way to counter that regeneration and lifesteal. If you don't have a Spirit Vessel, Skadi is just an insanely good item right now.
Yeah, a very hefty reduction on that sort of sustain that these heroes are relying on. I mean, we're seeing that the cold embraces have been coming in clutch about Bombi with the saves, and suddenly that is, it's going to be a bit more of a liability in these fights once the Skadi's in play. He's got to be very careful how he looks to try and heal his teammates up. And he knows that just trying to get the 4-star done, so he's got other ways of keeping his friends alive other than using the cold embrace. Yeah, you say positioning's just been perfect. 3-0-15. They've never been able to get on top of this Wyvern. Never getting caught out, Bombi.
Next Roche may respawn in 2.5 minutes, which is kind of far away. Pagna, I see Eon Disc queued up. So he does not want to get blasted straight away, either from Winter's Curse or from Clockwork.
Yeah,
That's one of the best items you can get when you're playing against like a Chronosphere, Curse. Oh, close one.
yeah, very, very close. This Potato won't make it away, and Jay, I mean, he just has to build as defensively as he is. We're seeing each and every time. 496 just catching this Pugna. It's been a bit of a rough start from Raging Potato. There's 4, maybe even 5 deaths in the lane, sending off to a pretty difficult mid-game, but he's starting to recover. He's getting himself back up on the board. Top lane. Talking about the Potato. It's going to get turned upon here. This rough game is going to continue. Another death on the Potato. See if they could get anything more. Earl, it's going for the Meteor Hammer. RP from Ken does manage to catch the 2 of them. Gets the Clock and the Wyvern with the Horn coming in. They'll get the clean up. Now they'll turn over towards the Gyro, and there's no one around to save him. The Gyro falls. The Magnus is able to just turn and TP out. DapBB and Hung Hung, can they get Palos? They need to find something out of this. But Palos and the Illusions is hitting hard onto DapBB. DapBB's got to split. He's got to back off. Well, trying to chase, won't have the damage to kill him. As now, Meteor Hammer being used. Hung Hung, he's in range of it. Stands his ground, but gets caught up by the stun. Palos has come back in. He's going to be able to kill off the Viper.
It should be a team wipe.
See what he can do here is the heals for the Siphon are giving some safety towards the Death Prophet, but it's not going to be enough. Execration take down every single one of them, and Palos is alive for the entire cleanup.
Spectre had level 20 in that team fight, having extra 500 HP plus a Soul Ring, that's 1,000. And now getting full Skadi. The problem is they just got caught by Magnus. It was a sick skewer into RP play, followed up by a good Spectre Haunt. I mean, when you say good Spectre Haunt, she presses a button, but you know, she presses at the exact timing when it's needed. Good Curse. Let's see what they can do with it.
That TP's coming in as well. As Palos. I mean, it is, as you say, Bombi, again, just finding these setups. And whoa, Yassi coming in to secure that one.
700 gold for Clockwork.
He's
just from that kill.
Yeah, he's a happy man.
And now they're scouting Roche. 40 seconds until Roche is up. They're going to have 30, 35 seconds of window when Spectre's not going to be alive.
Oh, mid. He should be okay. He's still got BKB in the TP. So Ken, if he feels under too much pressure, he'll be able to get out of there. Yeah, he's just going to put the BKB. Still have to be a little careful. That Siphon bringing him low. Silence thrown up for DapBB, catches out the Treant and the Pugna. Raging Potato off to the side. 458's here though with the wraparound. As he's coming in onto Raging Potato, and the missile will get redirected over towards RR. 496 cleaning up more. As you say, this crucial timing now with Roshan respawning. If they're able to check that out.
They can scout it with either rocket or just put the courier. And this is a flashback for me, what they did in game number 2, where they just killed the Spectre and finished the game off. I mean, I don't think they can finish the game right here, but this is a kind of a play, you know, that allows them to come back into the game. Also, I think Execration just overextended there with Spectre, and everything after that was kind of bad execution.
Another curse it. As they control Ken, his BKB's still on cooldown. He's got nothing to remove all these debuffs. I mean, Bombi on the Wyvern.
Yep, I see Gyrocopters pinging out that Throsh, so they know it's up. 70 seconds without mag. I don't think you can take this fight. Oh, Quiver. Sometimes I feel like Quiver is one of the shittiest items you can get, but on certain heroes it feels like, yeah, this is it. Like, I want to have it. On your Enchantress, on Viper, even Gyro can hold it if he does not have anything better. Yeah, he's holding it for now. You know, True Strike, some extra magical damage, extra range, and this is a free Roche for them.
This time they'll get the kill as well as the drops from it. Aegis and Cheese for 496. That net worth lead that Execration got after getting that team wipe on 496 a few moments ago up top has just been completely nullified. They've got to be careful. I mean, if you're Execration in these fights, what are you trying to do that's different? I mean, surely you got to get someone on top of this Wyvern. Bombi's just been able to play his team fights perfectly every time.
Who's that hero? I mean, they need something like a Treant scouting them out from the backlines and Spectre initiating with a Haunt, but Wyvern already has a defensive item, so it's not going to be that easy.
No, the difficulty definitely amping up with Execration, you know, losing these fights. Just giving the opportunities for 496 to really take over. 458 remaining at the top of this net worth graph against these empowered cores. Doesn't matter, him with the Ags and picking up in some insane farm this game.
Best part about Enchanted Quiver on Gyro is that it works with the side cannon.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, so like, you basically off cooldown, it's always getting a hit in instantly. An easy passive farm for 458 as he sweeps the map. Also finding that Titan Sliver. But as you say, well, he's going to swap out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great item, you know, but if you get something better, as I said, you're going to swap it out.
Yeah, I mean, what would you consider better at that tier? What, Sliver, Paladin?
Paladin Sword, for sure.
They'd be the two, right? They're the two main, like, sort of across the board items that carries are most excited to find.
And you can give Enchanted Quiver either to Viper. You know, Viper reduces their magic, so it has a lot of synergy, or you can just give it to Winter Wyvern. He's also a hero that can easily hold it. Huh?
Oh. Now, did you take the Paladin or the Sliver? I feel the Paladin, yeah. Paladin for sure.
Paladin got nerfed, but it's still a great item, especially if you want to combine it with Satanic.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's going to make him very tanky and obviously brilliant with the side gunner, as we've seen many times.
Yep.
That boosted lifesteal, even when you're locked down, getting those heals off the side gunner hits. And trying for the grab there. Yassi, he's going to chase that. He goes for the hook shot onto the Magnus. I mean, that was like, you try and skewer me, I'm going to hook shot you, buddy. Ends up dying for it.
And instantly buys back.
Okay, they've also got the full Ag stun on Viper now. So massive amounts of just attack speed, slow, and damage to throw out. Always a huge fan of the Aghanim's Viper pickup. Mid. Gonna go in. Raging Potato, Eon disprocs. He's forced out to the side. 458's getting low. Ken goes with the RP on the high ground.
The second buyback.
He's gonna have to skewer himself away. As Raging Potato will force himself out, will live. They've surrounded Palace, though. They've just lost the Spectre on the front of this.
And that's a dieback. They lost the Aegis, but they managed to kill Spectre. Pugna's doing so much.
See what they can do on the high ground push. Palace, he's going to have to buy back for this, surely. As they're pushing Kent, trying to sneak in with the Silver Edge, but 458, he says he's just going to pop the BKB for this one. Push on. Creep Wave has been killed off. Ken gets the grab onto Hung, but with that Viper Strike, he throws it out onto the Magnus. And Magnus, can he get back to the fountain in time? He can, only just. Ken will be able to get back and start healing up. But the space is being made for them to push Execration away from a possible defense, finish off the tier 3 tower.
Radiant's middle tower.
They will be careful. I mean, they're still a little spooked out by the fact that they feel that, they know that the Spectre has got buyback.
And it's a smart move from 496. Instead of trying to go for barracks, which they could not get, you're playing against a Treant, a Skewer, the Decrypify. You just don't have enough damage to actually kill the barracks, so they go and pick up 4 bounties. That's a full Satanic right now on Gyro.
Yeah, even if Kem finds an RP, it's going to be very difficult for them to blow him up there. They're going to try and poke.
Pagna deals a ton of damage.
Yeah, it did. I mean, that was most of HP, but there's the quick count. The quick heals up to full from 458. It's the Satanic now delivered. And Ken's still on the hunt. He's coming in up to the high ground. He's got to be a little careful, though. 496 are all around.
Gem on Clockwork.
Let's see what Yassi can find. He's going to go in with a hook shot. He's found Reggie Potato. The Aeon Disc will protect him for now. Mistel's going to be heading his way. The rest of Execration just splitting up. Looks like 496 will continue to try and chase down the Potato. Another force. An attempt to get him away. Won't keep him safe as Hung's in with the magic damage of the Vibe Strike. Ken going for the RP onto the Wyvern. Will do the job.
That's a great target.
He's taken Bombi out. There's no threat of the Winter's Curse counterplay now. And now Hung will also fall. DapBB chasing forward with the Yule's Control and the Siphon onto Palos. But Palos, he's into the trees with the dagger. DapBB, can he get anything out of this? Ken sneaking around with the
Has a Blink
Infest.
Skewer.
Just got to get the control onto the Death Prophet, dragging DapBB back. They'll bring down the Prophet. 458 popping the BKB. The cheese goes for the TP out. Nothing to cancel through it, so he'll escape. But a strong fight from Execration, and as you said, in this, with the way that Bombi's been playing, they've got to find him. And Ken, at this point, he's just dropping the RP on the Wyvern every fight.
That's a smart move because Wyvern does so many things, It gives them vision during the night, that split against the RP, split up the fight, healing them up. It's the perfect target. Also, I would love to see, after this fight, Aeon Disc on Wyvern. Because, you just have to live, and no one's going to buy Nullifier anytime soon.
Dire structures are fortified.
There we go, down mid. Execration, after that fight, ready to do some damage themselves. Tier 2 is gone. 496, they shouldn't need to buy back on the two of them. They can protect the buybacks in both the DP and the
Alrighty. Check what Pagna's doing. Has a gold scepter for himself. Full ethereal blade queued up. Just wants to be able to save people during Winter's Curse with either the Decrypify or that, and the magical damage is insanely good.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we saw already, even against the Gyro earlier, and they find anyone out alone, he's going to do a heavy amount. Level being picked up here. I mean, that's another nice item for these carries, but it's still hard to sort of make the case against the Paladin sword. He'll hold on to it though for the base pushing. I'd imagine Paladin for the fighting, Leveler for the sieging. A close match here, just 1k gold in it. 39 minutes in coming up.
Flicker is such a good item. Once it came out, I thought, why is this a tier 4 item? Then it got buffed a bit. And now I feel like it's one of the best ones in certain situations.
Look at what's the cooldown? It's just super low.
It's a 4-second cooldown.
Wait, is it 4?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So you get a free strong Dispeller.
Free
every 4
Dispel,
seconds?
yeah.
Well, yeah. That's
Fade Bolt, gone.
Pretty nice.
Decrypify, gone. You name it.
yeah. You're just jumping all over the place. Sure, sometimes you're a little closer, but who cares? Most of the time when you're pressing Flicker, you're pressing it because you're about to die or get controlled anyway. So it does give you that chance.
Radiant are scanning.
Let's see. Smoke up as Execration. At the moment, just seeing the clock down on this bottom lane. They'll also now see the Gyro. It's taking this outpost back before the 40th minute. Make sure they do get their share of the experience. And Timeless Relic, we'll see who wants to grab that. I guess you're dropping that over to the... Well, as you said, Flicker's nice.
They have Princess Knife and Viper. it's an item that Viper would love to pick up, because, you know, he's all magical damage. Wyvern can hold on to Prince's Knife, but I believe Wyvern's holding on to...
We've got the telescope.
Telescope? Yeah.
Someone needs that, right? Someone's going to want to hold that for the team.
And I talked about the Eon disc. Wyvern instantly queues that one up. It's just insanely good against the mag. You know that they can't just straight up kill you.
Yeah.
Gyro, my man, huh? Look at that. Okay.
I mean, it's, you know, you've got Satanic Paladin and Ags. You know, it's the perfect build up to get away with the Rapier and feel pretty safe, right? With that build, even if you do get caught out by a stun, you're still going to have some hefty lifesteal going on. So you can get away with it. And this game is close. They definitely need something 496 to try and push it over the edge, out carry the Spectre, and Rapier certainly would be that item. Still just a few thousand away from it. Same to be said about how we're looking on the Spectre. 4,300 gold over this Gold Basher. Playing a little careful with how much he spends up their palace, you'd imagine. Both teams just making sure they do have buybacks. The Spectre in particular for those buyback Horn plays. If he does end up being the one getting initiated on. Roshan. This time Execration the ones to start it. 496 are aware. Gonna have to make a move soon though. It's down to half HP.
Rocket is scouting out of the pit, so they don't know what Spectre is doing. Gyro needs to go in.
And charging in straight away, and DatBB's gonna pop the ghost. They get the jump on him though, the RP, the curse! Bombi, just in time, he saves DatBB! That curse could have been at a better time there. Bombi, with the perfect counterplay, saves the Death Prophet, and because of that, they can turn and kill off the Spectre. The buyback Horn play will come out from Palace as he's ready to return to the fight. Looking over towards 458. 458 getting low. They've taken him out. Ken gets double. Multiple buybacks, triple buybacks coming out from 496 around this pit. They know that the Pugner and the Rubik are out of the game without any re-entry available. They're dead for a minute.
And they know there's no Spectre, but Mag used RP with the Arcane Rune, so it's going to be up once again in 50 seconds. I still don't think they can contest the Roche. But man, that ulti from BB.
And just coming in like that, Bombi, that
Sorry,
curse.
Bombi,
The curse timing there, I mean, that is, you know, one of the most clutch curses I've seen in a while. Just, that BB he was basically dead. He was one hit away. It looked like the curse was going to come out, and it would be one of those cases where just some stray bit of damage hit him and he still died, but he didn't. The curse saved his life, and because of that, 496, they now walk out of that engagement with all the benefits of Roshan.
That G's and Aegis, Gyro still has that Divine Rapier queued up. If they can kill Spectre, barely misses.
Very close. Actually starting to just go for the tier 4s here, 458. Ken? He's going to be able to get the skewer back. It's a deep skewer right close towards the fountain. 458 needing assistance. Telekinesis dragging him into the fountain. Pops the BKB before the Aegis. He's not going to have it here for the second life. The Ghost from the Exorcism continue to beat down on the tier 4. Jump in from Ken. Goes for the RP. He's caught out the Wyvern and the Death Prophet. Skewer across onto 458. That's 2 heroes down without buyback. 458 also going to go down. That's 4 heroes gone for 2 minutes. Is that going to be long enough for them to just end the game?
They're going mid. I think they have enough time. You have Spectre with Empower, and you have Mag with the Empower Daedalus plus Orb of Destruction. This is why these abilities that allow you to reposition enemy heroes are the best in the game right now. He also has a talent to increase his skewer range, and Rubik was just spawning out. So he literally took him from tier 3 tower and next to the fountain.
All on Yassi now, and he's doing it smart. He's doing it smart here, grabbing the creeps. He's still got a cogs. I mean,
Please kill me. Yeah, that was the plan. Instant buyback.
Yeah. Can Yassi do it? Yassi against the world right now. His whole team dead for extended durations because of the buybacks in that last fight. And that little moves like that, is it going to buy enough time? They're just going straight towards him. They want to kill the clock. He's got a Ghost Scepter.
Oh, he's buying
Every little second that he's buying, the skewers off the mark, he will still go down.
There was no one in fountain. Sadly, all of his teammates were dead, so the hook shot did not connect.
Did he buy enough time, though? 20 seconds
I don't think it's enough.
Is it? They're going to have Wyvern and Viper up for 20. There's a Winter's Curse.
Mag's going all in. He
All
just
right.
bought a Deso.
Yep, they're closing it up. It's going to be a little too fast. Execration will do it here in this third game. The Ancient falling. As wow. I mean, couldn't get more back and forth than that one. Some clutch plays from both sides. But at the end of it all, as you pointed out, just being able to drag in the gyro straight over to the fountain, kill him off the 2 times, caught a little too deep, and there's no buybacks. Execration getting this series going now, 2-1. They're not going to let themselves get run over today.
Yeah, Magnus, Tiny, these are the best heroes in the game right now because you can just reposition enemy heroes. Pudge as well, just kidding. He's really not that good at the moment. But
Wow.
yeah, definitely not the kind of ending that we expected because they just picked up Aegis, they picked up Cheese, they got the Roche, a couple of buybacks was used, one on Spectre as well. You feel like the game is over, but once again, Mag, just solo winning the games.
Yeah, so just some crazy stuff here from both sides. I mean, the first 2 games definitely looked like 496 sort of had the edge in terms of skill, but after that game, Execration just keeping it cool right until the end, turning things around. They'll be the ones to get the victory here. It's 2-1 now, still with 496 having the lead, but Execration starting to get right in on this best of 5.
Yeah, kudos to Execration for pulling a win out of that one. It looked spooky for them at some times in this game. Actually, quite a few times in that game. I thought we were going to break down this game very differently because it definitely looked like a 3-0. How big of a throw was it?
They could have just backed up. They had Aegis, Cheese, they threw that game.
They threw it
They could
hard.
have just backed up, wait for buybacks, or gone for Raxes and not put them. That was. Someone made the call to go, and
Yes.
it was the wrong call.
Yeah, there was a tier 2 on the top lane, so they couldn't take Megas, but you could take 1 set of Raxes at least and then chill. I think the reason why they didn't do that is because they also used a lot of buybacks for that last team fight.
Yeah.
And they were thinking, okay, we're playing versus Spectre here. If we don't use this advantage, eventually we won't be able to win. But man, I really think they needed to chill.
Yep.
Like, you don't go for that play. That play versus Magnus is extremely dangerous.
We saw why.
Chiefs, do you remember the Aghanims Magnus?
Yup.
Do you remember that good old days when he had
it
no
didn't last
cooldown
very
on
long.
Skewer? Yeah, it didn't
It
last.
did not last very long. It was very entertaining to watch, though.
My favorite was when they had the Tome of Aghanims and you had the Magnus Aghanims and
Oh.
everyone was picking up Tome at 12 minutes and you have 0 cooldown Skewer at 12 minutes on a Magnus and it was insane. But yeah, I think that that talent plus 425 Skewer range in a lot of situations kind of caught them off guard. They kept getting dragged out of position. And yeah, I mean, we could tell this story in a lot of different ways because we saw some, Yassi and Bombi were literally putting the team on their back.
They're
and carrying.
gods, man. They're
That's
gods.
when you get upset, right?
Yeah.
When you're a support player and your cores do that, and then the game, you're like,
You did everything
all my
you
hard
could
work.
to win. And
someone-
here comes that person you
Yeah.
babysat for like 50 minutes and he just throws it all away.
Please,
Yeah.
Shiver, tell me how you feel. Tell me
It
more.
makes me so angry. I support Owen all the time. And then what does Owen do? Goes in and then
Buys-
goes a little further.
especially with Aegis.
Yeah.
Owen's favorite, right? Throwing with Aegis. No, I mean, it did seem like they ended up having this game. A couple mistakes. It was a chaotic game, though. Very back and forth. Execration was definitely best game they've played so far.
Yes.
I think they definitely displayed that they do have that skill to be able to match. They played their lineup a lot better. And also, I felt like they were down a hero the whole game, too. I felt like this Rubik was pretty useless overall.
Pugna on
Yeah,
the
for the
off
second
lane.
time.
Yeah, Raging Potato died like crazy, too. So I was very surprised that they were able to actually hold and take these fights with just like three and a half
Meanwhile, on the
heroes.
other side, you have this duo of supports that are literally carrying the game on their own.
Yeah.
They're killing
That's a
off
big
Spectre by themselves. They're resurrecting these team fights from like nowhere.
Yep.
Your Dead Prophet is about to die. You see Cold Embrace, then you see the curse as well coming from Bombi. Bombi, God, after this game, he was playing out of his mind the whole series, but this game it's on a different level.
Yeah. And it's a painful loss, you know.
It-
It's someone. Those are the ones that you really have to just. Those are the biggest ones that you have to just clear from your head. You're just like, this was probably a one game for us. Sure, team fights and all. You know, later on it still could have gotten a little bit hectic and back and forth. But they had Aegis Cheese Refresher. They could have just chilled. So someone made that call, and it.
Do you think they might maybe just they're just having that much fun that they just go in and dive? Because if it's that type of scenario, that would be easy to
But
recover
look, if you're
from.
having so much fun, you aren't going for the throne. You're taking your time, you're chilling, you know, you're enjoying your life. You don't have to end it too soon. You're playing grand finals, you're about to win with a clean sweep. Like, you take your time. I have a feeling they have some pressing matters to attend to, so they went for that throne, you know.
Yeah. I mean, we're seeing it again right here, right? Like, they go for tier 4s. Maybe just, I mean, they can't have forgotten about the skewer because they got hit by it 100 times in this game. So, yeah, just some poor planning when they're actually going for that throne, and yeah, they get punished.
Also, Magnus was a beast. It wasn't only the skewer. He had like what Echo Daedalus. In the end, he's like, I can't rely on this Spectre to carry me alone. I'm gonna dish out as much damage as I can on my own as well. Look at that Desolator. That was in the end, right? But,
yeah, that was the throne.
Everything else before was pretty damn strong from Ken. And Ken, like we were talking about Yassi,
whatever.
and Bombi, but Ken on the other side has been having a very good day. On the Void Spirit, he gets a solo kill versus the Magnus. Now he's with the Magnus, he gets a solo kill versus the Viper as well.
Twice, right?
And he was a great prophet before that as well.
Yep.
Game 1.
Yeah.
He's definitely playing incredibly well. So I guess like 496 did throw the game away, but Execration, like we said, they did capitalize. They did actually make some really nice moves, in particular with that mag.
As our caster said, I mean, they kept it cool. In situations like that, especially when you're behind, especially in the last game, potentially last game of a finals, it's very easy to just, basically throw out your keyboard, but they tried till the very end, and it paid off for them.
It's very easy to tilt in a situation such as this one.
That was the word that I was
when you're 496 and you just lost a game like this one, like, it can spill over to your next game very easily, and then suddenly you're tied and anything can happen. Fifth game is on the way.
I'm still looking though at Execration. They did have this like great comeback and kind of thing right there at the end. Raging Potato is not having the day. No. He most definitely is not. He was just dying and dying
let's
and
not
dying.
talk about Raging Potato.
I'm just like, this Pugno is really feeding out of control, especially in laning phase. Like, I know it's a hard matchup, it can be versus Clockwork, but he even had Boots Windlace. So he has 400 movement speed to not get grabbed. But every single time he'd walk next to the tree line and he'd be like, oh, Clockwork's there.
I would say it's actually hard to die on that lane. Yeah, Clockwork in the game is a counter to you, more or less, because if you don't have force, he solos you, right? He gets on top of you, can't do anything. But man, in the laning stage, you are one of those heroes that is incredibly fast, and you're supported by a tree. Like, you shouldn't be dying. The Raging Potato, even with the Darkseer, he had some awkward movements.
Yeah, if we're crediting Ken for how well he performed throughout the series, Raging Potato is a little bit on the other side of the coin there.
He needs to step it up.
He really does need to step it up.
Yeah.
And it's not even just, to be honest with you, it's not even just his play, it's his items too. I think Lacoste said it too. He's like, this guy went for the greediest build ever. He went like Aether Lens Glimmer when he's versus Clock. Why not just
Bottle
rush the
first on the Darkseer as well, without anything.
I just want to be, I'm harping on him just because I expect more from him is the biggest thing.
Yeah.
So either way,
That's
when they
not
won the
necessarily
game,
a bad
it's great. But I just want him to do. I just expect better.
He can do better. We have seen him do way better than this, and maybe something will change in the next game.
I mean, that's the luxury that 496 has from their perspective, in case how we judge them. We don't have any expectations from them because we don't know them that well, and we know Raging Potato, we know RR, so we have high expectations from them, and we're just we just want to see more.
When you open Raging Potato or RR on Liquipedia and you see a list of teams, perhaps it's 2 or 3 teams just interchanging, but you see a list spanning back to 2015 or whatnot. When you open up 496, it's like one team and some stack before, and that's it.
And we see that BB, the way he played on the Doom, even his Death Prophet was, it's an offlane Death Prophet, he's doing work, and their 2 supports doing work. I was very satisfied with them. The Viper maybe a little bit the least satisfied. I actually was kind of critical on his spell usage when we were upstairs. I see him just keep Viper striking like a Pugna and a Clockwork. I'm like, just Viper strike the Spectre after Manta. Right when Manta gets popped, you just Viper strike Spectre and you throw down that Nether Toxin. You kind of hard count him. So, of course, there's critiquing to be there, but in the end of the game, I think 496 is just, scrape it away. They throw away the game there at the end. They could have probably won it with a high chance. move on to the next one, continue what they were doing, because they still looked, overall, they still looked better than Execration in the entirety.
And both of the best of threes, they played in the upper bracket to get to the grand finals. They did drop a game, so we know that they have what it takes to come back in a third game, fourth game in this case, to just reset, fresh start, and start anew with the new game. I also wanted to talk about the draft specifically because we kind of criticized Execration's draft going Clockwork first, and they just went with the quote-unquote strong heroes at the start of this draft, and it worked out for them.
But wait, we were praising their drafts.
Yeah,
right?
we like
we
once it finished up, we did like it. Yeah,
all three series, their drafts looked pretty solid.
But they didn't play them the way they should.
They didn't execute them very well. That's definitely correct. And even in this game, one could argue that through the majority of the game, they weren't executing too well, especially coming from the Pagna side.
I mean, they were losing.
They were losing.
Yeah.
And the game was thrown back into their hands. So it's kind of a similar story to the first two games.
Yep.
So how do they adjust? Because this win
Just play
is
well.
like almost
Just play well.
just don't die, lol.
Just execute.
I mean, for me, I think just a little bit more. I want to say more cleverness, just because I'm watching 496 and every game they're just like, they have some thing up their sleeve, like Death Prophet off lane, Viper off lane. They're switching things up and doing some interesting stuff.
Yeah.
When I look at Execration, they picked Pugna and Tree. They're gonna go off lane.
And
they're not.
The thing is, the thing that Fogg is saying, he said like, just get a bit more clever. It's a small bit, like just think about the lanes before you would finish your draft, and think about how you can adjust this draft. At least when it comes to the laning stage. Because it's obvious that they're going to rotate some things around. Like in that second game, it was obvious that Magnus was going to play versus Nature's Prophets, right? It's obvious that they're going to switch that up. So why don't you switch things up as well? Why do you leave your Life Stealer on an island to play versus a Viper when you could send him in an aggressive lane versus Spectre, right? There are some things that they could have changed as well.
But their drafts are
good, yeah.
Still like their drafts for sure on Execration. They just need to execute a little bit better with them.
After the laning stage also in this third game, the Magnus and the Spectre were doing really well on top of net worth with the two of them. But they just, I don't know, their mid game just falls a little flat after the laning stage.
Yeah, the team fights. It's all about the team fights, really. 496, the way they... the thing is, they take a good team fight, they take one hero out, but then they chase onwards. And they actually abuse the fact that Spectre is dead for 40 seconds.
Yep.
And they kill off 3-4 extra targets because of that. Meanwhile, Execration, if they finish off a team fight, they're back to the jungle or back to the lanes. Let's farm up a little bit, let's wait that next item. 496, they aren't waiting. That's a huge difference between these two teams.
Bloodthirsty.
Bloodthirsty.
That's what I like.
Is it mostly the position 4 that kind of has that responsibility, I almost want to say, to set the tempo of the game?
For the most part, yes, but I have seen that BB went the Doom game, he just went crazy. He even on his Death Prophet, he's just like, I don't have exorcism, don't care, like just running at people. So I think this whole team just has this kind of fire under their asses to make things happen. So
and I just want to say, during the draft, I said that they don't really have big saves for the Death Prophet. Those saves were big. They were huge. Like Winter Wyvern, the way Bombi was saving, and then the Clockwork follows up as well. Like they were just making it work so well, and it fits the playstyle of that BB so well because he's the one, like Fox said, he's the bloodthirstiest. He's just in there.
Now I asked this after the first game. I'm going to ask it again because we got to see a little bit more of 496 and about how they play, and we keep saying other player names that basically had an outstanding performance in the game. How do you guys feel like this squad is on the way to? I mean, obviously they already are being in the grand finals, but are we going to see a lot more of this squad at this rate?
I honestly think they look really good. I haven't got into the nitty gritty of staring at their laning or anything like that. But when I'm seeing their team fighting, that's what I like to see.
Yeah.
This impressive team fighting where it's not like, guys, we have to wait for all our ults. No, it's just like go time. It doesn't matter. See people, lanes are good. Let's go. They have
instinct.
Yeah, it's instinct.
What about the gyro laning stage though with the Clockwork? How do you feel about that?
That was a little weird for me, but it was. I guess it's the style that they like because he chose. He goes for Max Flak and then he goes Mask of Madness. I was confused by it upstairs because I'm like, he's laning versus Pugna. Why not just get a couple more points in Barrage? But I guess they killed Potato anyway without it. So
Yeah, and they
I
had
like how the
lot of-
raging dropped away. Now just a
He's now just a potato. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Potato. But
or just raging.
yeah, or just raging. He could have been raging that last game.
They had a lot of stacks for him, so that kind of
Yeah.
fixes things, right? If you go for this greedier build, but you have like 5 ancient stacks waiting for you, then it's kind of all right. And
Yeah.
you can go recover in the jungle no matter what the laning stage is like.
I usually like at least like 2 and 2. The level 1 Rocket Barrage is garbage. It just is not a great ability at level 1. At 2, it gets this huge, like it goes from 7 to 12, I think it is, right? And it gains a lot more damage because the way Rocket Barrage works. So either way, they did really well in the laning phase, and the game was chaotic and blah, blah, blah. We could say a million different things about the game because of how it ended. So
I kind of feel like every game so far has gone better.
Yeah.
And better and better. This third game was definitely, even though 496 stood to win almost until the very end, this was the most even game of
Yep.
the series so far. The most exciting, like the fights have been there the whole series, don't get me wrong, but this time the fights were split more even in terms of the results. It gives me high hopes for the fourth game of the series. Like, they're going to be on each other's level more and more.
Yeah, it looks like the execution machine is slowly warming up. Like,
Yeah.
they're becoming better and better one game after another. And maybe this throw from 496 is the push in the right direction, and they'll be able to
Yeah.
play even better in the next game.
I want Spectre banned in the first phase so he gets some heroes that just duke it out. Instead of these like Spectre carry, even though Spectre joins in like every fight now because he just gets drums and he can do anything he wants. 'cause
Drums,
Hero's
2 raid
broken.
bans.
But I want to just see them just running at each other. You know, we already had like 20 kills in 9 minutes with the Spectre in the draft, so it's just like
Imagine what could
the
happen.
possibilities.
yeah, imagine like if it's a life stealer versus like a troll or something. Like these two just fighting. Like
We have had a Spectre in every single game, so I wouldn't mind
Yes.
seeing it removed here as we are entering the draft of game number 4. It is 2-1, 1 game away for 496 for being able to take the crown. And Execration has to go for the reverse sweep if they want to have a chance of winning the championship here at the Asia division of the Omega League. And we have the first same bans as previous game.
I love these anti-mage bans. No split pushing allowed.
yeah, just
This
nope.
is a man's game. We fight with honor. We all die. We make kills 24/7. No split pushing allowed. That's the. I love SCA because of that. At
Yeah.
least, you know, it's.
I mean, I
it's a
feel like
brawl
no hard
fest.
carry allowed because 496 is like they ban out anti-mage, Terrorblade, more
Chug,
joggers,
Void.
Lark,
Yeah, they do
Arc
not like those
Warden,
hard carries.
everything.
All jokes aside, that's literally how I see every single series going right now. You see these 4 or 5 bans completely towards hard carries. It's just happening with every single team. You just ban out all the carries and then you pick what remains for you and hope for the best.
That's how you get supports for the last pick, because if you don't pick your carry earlier on, there's
They're
nothing
not
left.
going to be left. That's actually very, very.
Magnus
that's
in the
very
pool,
true.
Doom in the pool. What else?
Spectre in the pool.
Clockwork in the pool. Viper.
Viper for these things.
Viper, yeah.
496 opened with the Winter Wyvern previous game as well, but that was probably because the Magnus was on the other
Yeah.
side,
Yeah.
which is still
is.
cool as well.
But I mean, after seeing Bombies, Master Tier Wyvern.
It's level 25.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wyvern.
yeah.
Who does that?
I think they could look to open that possibility of picking it a little bit more, and bam, there's the Viper.
I did just like the Viper. I think
Love it.
I would now say that their meta completely revolves around the Spectre if you're picking the Viper this early on. Magnus instantly picked. Why not? Ken just crushed him on the mid lane with Magnus versus Viper, so...
Hey, he killed him twice, and they're gonna go for their tree. Rubik, of course, picked versus that Magnus, and to cover the Viper. Who's gonna ban the Spectre? I think it's gonna be Execration this time, or do they have the pick out?
Well,
It's gonna be Execration to ban.
the Rubik, this is the first time 496 gets to play at this series. And we've not really been too impressed with the Rubik in the previous couple of games.
It's been on execution.
I think
so.
in this one already, though, I think it's a lot easier. You're not only looking at Magnus. I think Tree is all like you get 2 amazing spells: the ulti, actually 3. Sorry, the ulti, the armor, and the grasp. Leech Seed is terrible, but nobody even skills it or uses it 90% of the time. So
Wait,
you're
it's
likely
not that bad anymore because it's pointed to the target, right? So
Yeah.
You can even steal that.
most people don't like. I've just been seeing like the 4-0 or 4-1-4, and then
Yeah.
like a lot of times the tree
it's not
can't use-
great. It's
yeah.
not great. I agree that the other 3 spells are way better. That's true.
It's very unlikely that you're gonna, you're gonna see the Leech Seed popped and be like, ah, stolen, like exactly. So
Yes.
I think Rubik versus Trine is one of my favorite matchups too, because you get so much, you get so much amplified if you ever get Overgrowth. Overgrowth is just insane. You see a BKB popped, if you have Blink on Rubik, boom, Overgrowth. It does crazy damage. It's like a 6-second or 7-second
It's your
lockdown.
BKB duration.
Your whole
pretty
BKB is
much.
gone. So
Yeah.
I'm liking this Rubik pick better than the last ones already for what his potential is. Because he's got 3 more picks too.
And look at this now. They ban out the... So, the first ban here was Pugna.
Yeah.
And it's followed up shortly by Necrophos as well, which is... They're thinking, okay, they are thinking about picking Necro. And I have seen some Necro pickups in SEA, a bit more than in the West at least, a bit more than in our league. But this still leaves the Spectre in the pool.
Yeah. This could still be... I think it still has potential for Wyvern being picked up with the Pugna ban too, right?
Yeah. They can get it.
Yeah.
Especially with that, like how good he is on it.
Okay.
I mean,
so
he plays it as a 5 as well, and I know that for Execration, the Rubik was the 5 in the previous game, but normally the Rubik would
I'll
be
just
seen
have
as
to
a
say
5.
this. Seeing Viper, Rubik, and Winter Wyvern doesn't really fill me with confidence as your 3 opening
Fair
picks. I would rather see their position 4 again on some brawler type, on some position 4 that's tanky and up front, because then it opens up this possibility of putting the Viper on the side lanes too. If you have Rubik Viper, it's not really the best lane. Same goes for Winter Wyvern and him.
I guess until you know your matchup, right? If you're against some like really bad melee
Like
hero,
Lifestealer,
or
yeah,
something,
it
then
can
you
work.
can put the Rubik and the Viper.
Queendom.
Okay, Queen of Pain, hero that's been ignored, right? I think it was banned last ban or something, one of the games. If my brain's working a little bit here.
It's not.
It was not. My brain's not working.
Yeah,
Unless
they go with
My pen wasn't working.
they go with the
I'll take the
co-op
blame.
here, which is interesting again. So we're thinking Magnus offlane again for Execration, and sure, why not? There you go.
They didn't
Spectre.
take it, so we'll take it, because you guys don't have the Rubik, you don't have the Viper, you don't have a break.
Yep.
Is Doom in the pool though? After what we saw, right? I mean,
It
we
is.
saw that. Did see that Ags Doom coming out. That was from the side of 496.
Yeah, but where do you put the Doom then?
Yeah.
Right? Because you have Magnus and Co-op. Those two should be your cores, unless you're playing some.
Void made it through. Oh yeah, he wasn't
Void
banned
made
this
it
time.
through, yeah.
Look at that.
First time.
Okay.
By the way, quick question, not to do with the draft, but so far every
Enter
single
Wyvern
game,
instantly.
It's Wyvern
Yes.
instantly
Sorry.
versus
That's
Void.
fine.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
saw that coming.
every game 496 has been on the Dire and Execration has been on the Radiant, while First Pick has swapped around. So both of these teams want to play the side that they're playing.
Okay.
Is that something that is surprising to you guys, or is it doesn't really matter? It's just personal preference at this point.
It's a little bit surprising for 496. You said that they like to play Dire, right?
Yeah, they have only played Dire this entire
Considering they also like to pick Gyro a lot, I see some benefit from being on the Radiant side, especially if you roll it mid. Remember the flag
the
cannon?
flag?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
flag.
yeah.
And also the triangle perhaps is okay, the triangle is a little bit maybe harder to protect Radiant, but
You can't stack it as easy either. That ancient, I don't know what. I feel like they need to change that. It's really weird for me. I mean, it might actually end up happening, but you can't stack Radiant Ancient more than 3 times. It's like impossible. Well, Dire Ancient, you can stack
the
it 4.
hitbox of the thing, the spawn box, is so big.
And they turn around so quick. Like if you
Yeah.
pull up, they turn around like right after you're outside of the margin of it. So if you do have a triple stack, you cannot stack
Yeah.
it the 4th time unless you get lucky. I guess.
okay,
So-
Fog, talk to me. How do you like this Void? Because I see him as a really good core, but usually it's a setup for some mid lane or off lane that dishes out a bunch of damage. Or your position 5 like Jakiro. Here, they don't have an Invoker mid. They don't have a position 5 that dishes out a lot of damage in that Chronosphere. You do have a co-op mid, but it doesn't really matter that much.
I've actually seen Sonic Waves push people out of Chrono
Yeah.
a lot in tournaments. Seen it happen quite a bit of times. But, I mean, at least it's something to throw in there, but I agree. I don't think they have that great of damage inside of it. Like, if Spectre gets caught in a Chrono, are they going to kill him? At one point, he might just get to, like, if Void's not farmed enough, they don't have that crazy amount
But
of damage.
Void's gonna have the Empower, so he should be able to get enough farm
That's
somehow.
true. That is true.
And they still have 1 pick of
It's-
a support that could dish out a lot of single target damage.
It's going to have to be looking for that back line a lot. Like, they have to find this Wyvern. This counter initiation versus Mag and Void is just phenomenal.
Clock is still in the pool. Not a fan at the moment. I think.
Execration might just
but-
still go with something like a Grimstroke to combo it with Void or a Lich. Similar. 496, go with that. Oh, Tiny. Alright, so it should be your position 5 Treant, right? position 4 Tiny.
Yeah, seems like it.
Quap mid, offlane Magnus.
Could be.
Offlane Magnus with what? 4 position Tiny? Oh, you're saying mid Tiny? Sorry.
He says 4 times.
I was thinking
So
4
double
Tiny.
melee offlane. That's not going to pressure Spectre though, right?
Yeah, I don't see it.
I mean, if they do that, I'm a little worried that Spectre's going to get too much farm in the game.
Odds have
So you would
finally
put,
shifted
so you
in
would put
favor
Quap on the
for
off
9-6.
with Tiny? Quap off with Tiny support? Or you're thinking just Tiny mid?
Oh, I'm actually not too sure. I don't know if I like this Execration draft now.
Is this the first time you guys are unsure about
Yeah.
the Execration draft?
Yeah, I
You
think
like
this is the
draft
first
of
time I think I
previous-
like 496's draft just better overall.
Is that a good sign or a bad sign?
Not sure, but
know.
I like their draft quite a bit more. You have this Winter Wyvern now versus Magnus versus Void. You don't really have damage in the Chronosphere as well. You just last picked the Tiny.
I think this Death Prophet Silence looks so strong this game too. Void as well as Queen of Pain, they get hard countered by that Silence. So for the first time, I'm actually liking 496's draft quite a bit, and I have to go for them. Even though Execration, last 2 games, I did like their draft, even though I did go for 496. This time, yeah, switched up.
Yeah.
Before, when we liked Execration's draft more, we still went with 496. And now when we see the drafts, and drafts are in 496's favor, yeah, it's...
So
we
what
have to
needs
go.
to happen for Execration to force out a 5th game? Like, is there any hero in particular you're going to look for to have a good game this 4th game?
I just think they need to get some really like coordinated ultis to catch the backline. They have to find this
Okay.
Wyvern, otherwise I think these team fights are just going to end up being really difficult
That's
for
on
them.
Tiny, right? You have the
Yep.
Tiny.
See what Tiny can
That's
do.
your
Alright.
answer. Tiny needs to get that quick blink dagger, get on top of Wyvern.
Let's see if they can find Bombi in this case then. Let's see if Execration can force out that 5th game, or if it will be a 3-1 in favor of 496 here in the grand finals. Let's head over to ODPixel and Lacoste.
Yeah, let's find out indeed and see what happens. We're getting the Magnus coming through very early on in the draft. This time, Execration, I believe, will be the ones to get a hold of it. Does that necessarily mean they're going to win, though, Lacoste? Because we're seeing with the draft, the panel said overall they like what 496 has got going on this time.
Well, you know, our panel is wrong most of the time, so we should not take them too seriously. But there's some good combos in this game, and I like the combo breaker, Wyvern. I think there's going to be a lot more Tier 1 teams. It's going to be picking up either Wyvern, Shadow Demon, Warlock as a counter to either Mag or Faceless Void. And, you know, this particular combo could easily go wrong. Queen of Pain, Faceless Void, push people out.
Yeah. And because later on, do you think is killing the Spectre going to be a big issue for them? Like,
30
Execration
seconds to
item-wise, who's going to be able to get a break online, right? This Spectre's going to be very, very hard to take down late game.
Oh, for sure. I don't think any of the heroes here, you know, just straight up go for it. It's more of a mid-late game item. You know, depending how the game goes, your mag can upgrade the Echo Saber if he does not want to disassemble it. I've seen Faceless Void going for Echo Saber when it's like really needed.
Top lane. This looks like may be the first blood. One hit
One
window.
hit
Oh! In with the 3-man avalanche. Stops 496 from being able to get that kill. Will be able to live.
That's not the spell you want to have on Tiny level 1, especially on position 4, but, you know, saving your teammate, not feeding the first blood, it's still much better in my opinion. So the lanes are going to be mid-Magnus against Dead Prophet, and on the bottom lane we will have Faceless Void against the Viper.
Okay. And who's the backup here for the Void? It's going to be the tree, so RR and Palos going to do their best to make sure that BB doesn't slow down Palos' farm too much. They're keeping the 3 of them top at the moment on 496. As they try and punish Raging Potato level 1. Once
Good
they know
body
that he
block.
hasn't got the blink. The courier is also going to be found here as Bombi's able to take it out. So they get the courier and the kill. Earl also being blocked up pretty heavily here. They're going to be able to find the 2 of them. So 2 kills plus a courier up top for this tri-lane.
These guys are good. The way they move, you know, once again they keep a tri-lane for the first minute just to secure a kill, and now they got 2 kills Plus, your Viper's having okay time.
Yeah, he's doing
3C,
fine.
I mean, he has same amount of CS as Faceless Void. And they also got the courier kill.
Yeah. As you say, the distribution of heroes among the lanes could not have been any better there to start from 496. And I mean, yeah, there's no rush for one of the supports to come down here. I think, you know, Dat BB is saying, you know, guys, I'm
fine.
Yeah.
Don't come here. We've all been there where you're off lanes like, please don't come, don't soak up the XP. You're playing off lane. Okay, someone's having like Timbersaw on the off lane. You're Podge, not doing anything, just waiting to get level 2. So it's better to stay away.
Yeah, they can just get full control of the lane up top.
Magnus is such an insane hero. Like, how's this allowed? To have a skewer and talent that gives him even more skewer.
And you're talking about top. Oh, they got him here.
Sometimes it's better not to kill him. Like right now, both of the heroes are low, which means that your Spectre is gonna have a free time. And I think it's time for one heroes to rotate to the bottom lane and just help out Viper.
Yeah, not for sure. They're gonna send Yassi down. So they've now got the two of them going here. I mean, they've already got that top lane going the way that they wanted it to do so. And Jet, touching upon the fact you say about the Magnus being strong, at the end of the last game, you're just talking about heroes with repositioning skills. They've got the Tiny as well, right? So if Execration do start to lose and the high ground pushes come in from 496, they've got the tools to maybe win the game in the same fashion they won the last one. You've got to be careful when you're pushing high ground.
You also have Sonic Wave to push them back. So this lineup is no joke. It's a lot of long cooldowns, however.
Bottom lane Palos. He's trying to go in. Get back. I mean, it's too much damage from this Viper. Palos is just dead. Too hard for him to fight this. Yassi will fall, but it's going to give Dat BB the double.
Dat BB getting the solo XP from the Treant. I think it's worth it. Rubik wanted to die there instead of just going back with no HP, no mana. I think it's a very good trade for 496.
They've really got to be careful. Some of these side lanes now are getting some easy kills. Farm in the mid lane, still pretty even. The DP doing a good job against the powerful farming of Ken. Has nukes to push back herself.
Magnus got rid of the ward, which was blocking the camp and also providing vision on the high ground. So you can farm both of these camps at the same time, pretty much. Viper, he's using a ton of mana, but he is putting also a lot of pressure. Mag.
We'll get the skewer back onto Hung Hung underneath the tower. Avalanche as well onto the DP. Hung Hung, he's got nothing to toggle the aggro over to. Tries to pop a Verifier to live, but will fall, but not before getting that kill onto Ken.
This is exactly what Tiny needed. Like, he was having extremely bad time, now gets the solo XP from the Dead Prophet kill, and is kind of back in the game.
Yeah, straight up to level 4. Can look to move around and have these very potent early game combos. A lot of damage output from the Tiny, and it's got to stay active. These side lane cores, though, are going to be very hard to make moves on. The Viper and Spectre, not easy targets for Tiny to be able to get a hold on early on. These early sort of tanky heroes always a bit of a danger to gank, because the turnaround can be there. A minute bounty. Earl is going to lead in onto Yassi with the combo. So Yassi tries to run Earl, and RR with the chase down. But he's away. Can't quite finish him. Palos gets in. But each time he steps forward, that BB just starts to lay down the poison on him, and he has to back off.
Faceless Void, level 5, going straight for Hand of Midas. I guess he just wants to be able to scale, you know, with the Treant Protector. They can stall the game, there's always going to be that threat you were talking about. The toss back, once Tiny gets a Blink Dagger, same goes for Magnus. And 496, they finally got the lane back where it should be on the top lane, so Spectre can farm underneath the tower. It was very close to enemy tier 1 tower, which is kind of dangerous, especially with the toss back from Tiny. Queen of Pain. Just one Nully going for Earn. You definitely need a Spirit Vessel this game, and you need it fast. Like, Tiny needs a Blink Dagger, so he can't go for it. And against the Dead Prophet Wyvern, you definitely need to have one.
And this early Ghost usage starting to put some pressure on mid. Yassi does grab an Invis. See if he gets the opportunity to catch out Ken, but Ken staying close to the tower. How far forward does he come? If they get a good telekinesis into the Arctic Burn, so they may be able to try it. Still hard, those tanky Magnus. And in fact, extra TP backup coming in. We're going to have Raging Potato come over to the mid lane.
See you later, nerd.
As the Quap hit does come in, but nothing else to offer.
That just refills the bottle for Mag.
Yeah.
That was pretty much it. And 496 needs to commit heavily to kill a tower because of the Treants Protector's heal. They need to bring numbers or play with the catapult.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Bottom lane. See if Yassi and that BB can find an opportunity. Palos is 6. Early on, though, as mentioned by the panel, not really huge combo potential with Chronosphere. So, very hard for him to get a kill with this early. Unless 496 themselves try and dive, get low.
Yeah, the only combo they have is Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
During Chronosphere, there's literally no damage I can put inside.
See mid. Okay, Palos. I mean, no, it's not. No. Oh, no. That couldn't have gone any worse, the cost.
I mean, if Magnus somehow skewered and one guy also TP'd, it could have been worse, you know. I can think of a scenario. But this was pretty bad.
Yeah. Oh,
and
no.
that's why I love Wyvern against the Faceless Void, against the Mag. We've seen it in the previous game. Like, this hero is not the strongest laner, but once it comes down to team fights, it's one of the best ones.
Yes, it's going to be quite the hit there for the Void. First move on the map. Chrono does nothing. He ends up dead. Not only dead, but dying to the enemy carry. There's now a 1k difference between him
Radiant are scanning.
and Spectre after that. A little bit of a mess up mid.
My question is, what did he learn from that fight? Like, is he gonna do it again? He needs to catch Wyvern. Spectre? I don't think she's dying. Okay.
Ooh. All
One
right.
level
well.
is tiny. Okay,
Yeah,
he's 5.
He's step
Okay.
aside, Void. I'm the carry now. With the XP he's getting.
I thought he was still level 4, but he got level 5.5, so he's good. Big stack.
1B. It's going to get blown up by the Sonic Wave, also pushing back Hung, but Ken, he's already too low. With the ghosts out, Hung can chase. Over towards Raging Potato, they'll look, he'll have Blink back in a second, but they may just have the damage to take him out before it's available to us. There it is.
See you later, nerd.
Living Armor also keeping him safe. They'll continue to move over towards Palos, but not having any further catch. Palos is fine. Needs to be careful, getting very close to having the Midas recipe, so a death at this stage would be pretty painful.
I think that's a very hard kill to get.
Yeah, we're seeing them multiple times trying to dive in onto the DP as Earl turns over towards Yassi. Telekinesis is there, Earl. Caught in the river. Living Armor saving him a little bit. There's the bounce with the Splendor Blast. The Fade Bolt from Yassi finishes the kill. Raging Potato, he's gone in for this Rubik kill. I mean, he gets it, but he's given away more action to this Death Prophet. And that's, you know, that's
not
an
a good
off-lane
trade.
Quap diving in. That's not like a support Quap, but he's making moves like it is.
And 496, this is the second time throughout the series when they just evade enemy jungle, get their bounty runes, try to steal stacks. Faceless Void, he needs to chill for another 30 seconds to a minute, even though the Chronosphere is up. Get that Hand of Midas online.
Yeah, I think he's just about got it, but yeah, I mean, you're right, yeah. The fact that the Chrono's up is like, okay, fuck away. No, you've got your ult, but just be careful. It's a very hard game to get kills early on with the Chrono. Midas also done for Spectre. As the farm for both carries will continue. Top 3 net worth though at the moment, all 496's members. Off to a very hot start here, 10 minutes in, 3k lead. Well, we'll see. Void is going to have a good shot at closing that gap, not only having the Midas, but also having the Empower on his side. So we'll be able to farm very quickly. We're just got to make sure that he doesn't get caught in any other nasty fights early on. Horn coming out on the bottom lane. As they're going to look to try and move on to RR, but RR's into the trees, so that Horn.
Just keeping things even after that fail Chronosphere on the mid lane. We see the same thing with the Haunt.
That just comes in to show that he can do it as well. At least in position though, down bottom now to find the tier 1 tower. Dagger scouting out, but RR remains hidden. TP's coming up to the top lane. They're going to try and go for the tier 1 push in return. As 496 should be able to finish this elf living armor or not down bottom.
Queen of Pain needs to be very careful about using TP, Blink aggressively. It's a long cooldown. And only level 1.
See the Fade Bolt out to the 3 of them. Bombi keeps himself alive with the Corner Embrace. They're going to commit the RP and that'll do it. They'll get the 2 kills, but they're deep. And now Hung Hung can just find the cleanup. They're going to be able to get Raging Potato for that dive. Goes the route, but unlikely to be able to do too much to the tier 1 tower. It's still Execration really trying to force a fight, but 496 still able to find something out of it in return.
Faceless Void is catching up nicely considering how bad of a lane it was. Now they have Urn on him, some living armor, Hand of Midas is ready, and there's the Chrono.
All right, this time round it's going to be a safe one. Underneath the tower, holding in that BB, and keeping his teammates alive. That's the sort of early game Chronos this Void can manage. Still, definitely a game in which, I mean, with the Chrono down, 496 may feel that they can try and go for some sort of catch. They'll have the Curse up soon as well.
A lot of
All
long
that setup.
cooldown ultis on both of these teams, so we might not see that many fights going on. Just casual pick up here and there. Tiny, he only has 200 gold at the moment, which means that his Blink Dagger timing is going to be delayed by a lot. Like, it's going to be 20-minute Blink Dagger Tiny.
Yeah, he's not had the chance at all to pick up any farm in these lanes. Of course, no objectives yet to be found by Execration. 496 themselves looking for the second tier 1 already as they're in on the mid. See what sort of a defense Execration wants to bring out. They're still short of the Chrono and the RP. Just got the grasp and the presence of RR and Ken here to try and slow this. It seems to be working. We'll manage to relieve the pressure for now, but half damage already done to the tower mid.
Pretty even odds. Execration 1.9 against 1.8 on 496 Gaming, still favoring 496 here. They've been ahead pretty much the whole game. This is a big kill if they can get it to second time walk. Not much burst damage that they have at the moment.
Yeah, ooh, he tries for the TP, but Yassi still had that telekinesis held back. See if Palos can run. He's going to have Chrono up in a second, as well as Time Warp once again. Bombi slowing him down. Palos into the trees. They'll come in with the Haunt. Palos is gone. Over in mid at the same time. Execration making the counterplay onto Dat BB. Dat BB pots the one, but he's still down. The Avalanche and the punches from Magnus finish him off. 458 won't quite find Raging Potato. The Blink's back in time, and the Quap's away.
Magnus is not as farmed as he usually is at this stage of the game. Like, does not have Echo Saber yet. I mean, it's a costly item. You get a Bracer, Powered Treads. Maybe we've just used to see
just like
Magnus
insane,
being, insane amount of farm on Magnuses.
Yeah, this seems to be more of your standard start. I mean, just not quite the performances that to write home about that we've seen so far in the early games of these games here in the best of 5 grand finals. As well, 500 on towards the Blink, still making slow steps on that.
At least he has a good neutral item. Faded Brooch. He also has Tranquil Boots plus a Windlace, so the move speed is there. Sometimes you don't necessarily need a Blink Dagger, like straight away, if you have a good positioning. But, you know, it's a huge difference once you get it.
Now this time, with the Exorcism, they should be able to power on through the living armor. Execration can't push this one away. TPs are coming in. To Execration, really want to try and find a fight. Raging Potato is going to go in with the dagger onto that BB. Hell's charging in, but the curse, they'll put a stop to that attempt. Holds the two of them back. Siphons are out from Hung Hung. They're going to kill both of them here by the looks of it. Potato blinks out, but the Viper strikes on him. He's dead. That was a very ambitious play there from Execration to charge in with the two of them, despite their tower going down, and the rest of the team not really interested in fighting.
Yet, two other members of the team were just on the top and the bottom lane. They were really not on the same page.
Oh.
Mag uses RP on Wyvern.
See you later,
Easy
nerds.
kill. But they got Faceless Void on the other side of the map, which is a much, much bigger kill.
Yeah, Palos out for 40. Up top, 458. He's not going to feel any threat from these two. He's fine, he's out of there. Yeah, they've got to be careful. Execration now, a couple of moves that have cost them their own lives. Hung build for him this game, Yules into the Aghanims. Still as strong as ever. Have a lot of damage from the Ags, buff with the additional ghosts, and of course just speeds up the farming that much as well. They're out with the smoke. I mean, as soon as they're back in, despite dying, they're ready to run at them once again, Earl and Raging Potato. They're going to look for 458. Have they got the burst? They've got the Sonic Wave. There's TP backup coming in though. Save is there. Earl still trying to stay on top of the Spectre. He really wants this kill, but he's not going to get it. He's got Raging Potato does go in and will find it, but he blinked in for this one, so he'll give his life for it. I mean, is that worth the cost? You do get the Spectre, but you do instantly lose your 2 lives as pretty much as quickly as they respawn.
Yeah, you killed Spectre, but the question is how much rest of the team is getting out of the map. I mean, Magnus is farming on the top lane, getting closer to his Blink Dagger. Faceless Void, what is he getting? A Maelstrom into BKB. Okay, I can understand Maelstrom against some, you know, it's a magical damage. Against the Dead Prophet, against Wyvern, if they use heal on someone, it still goes through.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, some crazy aggression here from Execration to try and slow down the Spectre's game. And it is working. It's very close at the top between all the cores, but Spectre is on the lower half of it now. Mid lane, Yassi going in with the Stolen Time Walk, closing the gap onto Earl, goes throughout, but the Overgrowth will hold them back. Chrono's going to be dropped down. They're going
Where's
to
the
look
damage?
towards the DP. Can they do it? Void, he's got a Time Walk out. Nearly straight up dies there. The stolen Chrono hit from Yassi, holding the Tiny on the side so they can kill off Raging Potato, turn and take Earl as well. As I mean, you know, Raging Potato and Earl, they're sort of just dying. This is 3 times in a row where the pair of them have just died. It's now Bombi.
He's still alive.
There, staying in on the side, and Yassi with the stolen skewer, he kills off Kem before the RP can go off.
Rubik's playing extremely well. First, he steals the Time Walk, sets up a kill on the Faceless Void, forces Treant Protector to use ulti defensively, then stolen Chronosphere, now with the stolen Skewer. Like, he is really on point with the spell stealing this game. Also, you know who's not on point and not on the same page? That's Execration, because Queen of Pain did not have ulti, Faceless Void uses one, does not use time dilation after, so it gets easily stolen. Also one mistake that we did not point out. And then Queen of Pain doesn't have ulti, there's really no follow-up inside the Chrono.
Radiant are scanning.
Now, these Chronos have been very hard to play with from Palos. I mean, it's just the nature of the lineup. They're not guaranteed kills, and already, no, it's not just the fact that damage is low from them, it's that 496 have ways to counter it. And their heroes are pretty beefy. You know, you got 3 cores that just in themselves, whether it be through the passives or the Death Prophet and the Siphons, they're not easy to kill.
Viper's just going for a tanky build, getting that Guardian Greaves. I guess he wanted to get mana boots in the laning stage to keep spamming it and putting the pressure on Faceless Void, and it's a great way of dealing with time dilation. You want to have your abilities in a team fight great against the Overgrowth.
And our bottom 496, they're coming in with the push. The setup's there from Hung. He's just going to get the ghosts out. Easy kill, and with the wave in position, they can go for the tier 2.
At least he bought a Blink Dagger before it died. I thought it's not going to be a good Blink Dagger timing, 21 minutes in. It's a rough one, but now they're trying to do something on the top lane. They need to fall back.
They're scared. They're very scared here. As soon as 496 starts to show some sign of life up top, they're instantly out of here. Execration, the dagger He's got to catch on to Ken. It's Ken. He's got very little ways of playing his way out of this one. He is a dead
More
man
like
for sure.
Ken.
He's gone. He's out of this, and now RR, he's just got to keep himself hidden. And he will manage to do so there. No detection down from Yassi, so the tree makes it away. Over towards mid, Hung. Not quite there with the timing.
Not sure they had enough. I don't think Rubik was close to actually get the lift off. That Prophet with the Aghanim Scepter will excel the farming capabilities and the tankiness of the hero. Okay. They just love using those long cooldown ultis on Winter Wyvern.
Oh, now with this axe done on Death Prophet, it's so much damage. The slow as well, making it very easy to kill off Raging Potato anytime he blinks out of position. Top lane, Avalanche comes in. Can they finish this kill off with the toss-up? They'll get him. Execration getting themselves a big one. Finally, again, just putting the Spectre out of the game.
That's the power of Treant, scouting things out, setting up kills for the team. And Tiny finally involved in one of those kills, barely. Like, I believe the TP was ready to go in 0.1 or 2 seconds.
Top Bombi's in. Ken and RR around. They're going to try and go for the play on him here. Overgrowth into the hammer. TP's coming in. He got the cold embrace off. That may just save him here, Bombi. Quick with the reaction as that's a whiffed RP. Bombi will still fall, but because of the extra time Ken had to stick around, he goes down for that. And now Yassi, stolen RP, jumps in onto the Tiny. The silence is there from Hung, and again, with these extra ghosts, the damage, it's enough. That BB's there with the wraparound.
We did not see like 2-man RPs, multiple-man chronospheres, even the stolen ones. They just use it on one hero to secure the kill, which I think is the correct play here. Just get whatever you can. Both of these teams are kind of playing for the late game. Spectre, Hand of Midas, same goes for Faceless Void. Now Dead Prophet pops that ulti. Spectre with the Manta style, they have more than enough damage to bring this one down.
Yeah, this is their Roche for sure. No chance around the pit. Roshan falling incredibly fast here due to those ghosts. Aegis on 4-5-8, so now can rest a little easier when it comes to farming in the lanes. Doesn't have to worry too much about Execration's ganks. They're going to go straight for an aggressive play themselves. Horn up towards Ken on the top lane. Ken trying to get back with a skewer, but with the 4 of them here, it's just so much damage from 496. Their fight at this stage of the game just looks infinitely scarier than what Execration have with their heroes.
Treant Protector is so obnoxious to play against. Also one of the reasons why Dead Prophet decided to go for Aghanim Scepter, so they can push the towers even when the Exorcism is down.
Yeah, really nice build from Hung this game. And with this 5k lead, it's starting to look a bit awkward for Execration. They need to find something big with the team fight ultimates, but as we've seen, it's just not an easy game to do that. Even if they do find these big chronospheres, will they actually be able to get the kills? They're going to back up and smoke, see if they can find an opportunity, but at the same time, 496 themselves also making the move down towards this bottom lane. Maybe seeing if they can catch out Raging Potato. He will show it again, but so they actually want to swing over towards the bigger targets. They want to try and find this team fight. Hung, he's going to be the focus as RR leads in with the 1-man overgrowth. They jump in, looking for the bashes, but
Wyvern is there.
Palos, I mean, if he chronos, he knows there's going to be safety from Bombi on the backlines. The RP, again, getting used a second time out of this stolen RP, Yassi. Sets up for the kill on Palos. Over they go, the Winter's Curse control onto Ken, buying time for them to move over, kill the Magnus off as well. I mean, this is starting to look pretty impossible for Execration. They just can never find the opportunities with these RPs and chronospheres because of the counter plays and the counter to picks that 496 have.
Overgrowth is also used only on one hero and mostly offensively, so they don't get too much value out of that one. Also, you need to catch Wyvern before you take a team fight. You know there's going to be Cold Embrace, there's going to be Winter's Curse placed on top of you, and it's very hard for them to play against it. There's a Queen of Pain. It's an offlane co-op who's going for these utility items, so there's no silence. All right. Once again, Rubik with the big plays.
Quick grab in. The Tiny's out. Tiny's gone. And time and space for them to take another tower here. This tier 2 will fall. 496. Getting some very, very strong momentum here with the push up to the high ground. Palos will be back in, does have a chrono, but as we've seen so far in this game, it's hard to do much. Ken is going to try and start something here as he jumps in with the RP onto Hung Hung. But Hung Hung is very tanky. The Sonic Wave doing nothing much at all. Palos,
he's
got
chrono?
the BKB. The chrono will come out. He's got the two of them with the Cold Embrace. Keeps the Spectre safe. There'll be a hammer dropping down. Does hit onto 458. 458 getting low, but that's the first life. He has the Aegis. He's ready for another round. And for this second round, now there's no chrono. There's no Sonic Wave. They blew everything on the first attempt. This mid lane will just continue to get pushed. Earl. The toss back onto the Spectre, but still 458 able to move back with the dagger and the Manta. Palos goes in with the time dilation. It's a little bit of a slow and control, but again, the damage is just, it's not there for Execration. They're struggling to be able to push back 496.
The biggest play they have is to toss or skewer someone to tier 4 tower, and that's it. Right now, they can't be taking these team fights. 496. Much stronger at the moment, and this build on Viper is just keeping them alive.
Oh, and again, yes.
Stolen RP. Didn't he use a single spell?
I mean, we're seeing so many RPs from Yassi. That's the third RP this game from Yassi that's resulted in a kill. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a stolen RPs that many times within the same game. He's just on top of it. He's in the Magnus's mind. And he's coming in with better RPs than the Mag's been able to this game. It's getting very tough now for Execration. Down 13k. Melee racks down in the mid lane as well.
Viper just casually uses ulti on Faceless Void to force him out of the lane. Backstab is there, but no chrono. So it's like stabbing him with the plastic knife.
Pings out, but I don't know what they're going to do with these pings. They've got them all coming out on Execration, but the team fights have just been impossible to take. They're going to hit them with a 5-man smoke, see if they can catch them off guard. They do have all their ults available. Rage Potato will start to reveal as he takes back the outpost here, pre-30 minutes.
I would not call this a desperation smoke, but it's one of those where you need to get so much done with it. Oh, the scouting.
This is a little awkward. As yeah, they've tried to go for a fight, but the curse, it's caught the three of them. Viper strikes down on the Magnus. The RP's not going to do anything at all. They may be close to calling it. It just feels impossible. Like, what do you do if you're Execration? You have no play that can do anything against 496 right now, it seems.
That Spectre uses ulti before the fight starts, scout things out. Where Magnus is standing, they land a good Winter's Curse. They see that the Faceless Void misused his Time Walk, and they're like, yeah, we're taking this fight.
I mean, you said it as well. It's all down to the fountain, skewers, and tosses. It feels like that's the only play really the Execration could do to change the state of this game, as high ground getting pushed once again by 496.
They need to line up perfectly. One hero at tier 3 tower, one hero near the tier 4, and one standing in the fountain, so they can do the skewer into toss.
Let's see if they can do it. Can they set it up? The skewer toss is going to be the only way. He's getting silenced though immediately. The stolen skewer as well. Yassi just dragging the back. Skewer on skewer. Ken tries to push back, but he's just dead and gone. The Magnus down. Void as well to follow. Neither with buyback. This bottom racks will be gone. This is going to be the second set for 496. It's a tier 2 top, so the Megas won't be able to come out quite yet.
It's an elimination game, so I don't think they're going to call it yet. You know, just going to lose 2 set of Raxes and try one more time.
Here we go. Just a toss, no Magnus in the action at the moment. Overgrowth comes out into the Meteor Hammer, onto the Wyvern, but the Cold Embrace, the Glimmer keeps him safe. Earl dead and gone. And top lane, Reggie Potato having to run himself away from this spec to the Ghost. Back up again as 496 ready to close this one up. Buybacks are available on Execration. There they come. Earl and Potato straight back into the action. 20 seconds without Palos though. Can they really do anything to slow him down? 4 versus 5. The living armor keeping these towers alive.
Where's the combo?
They've got to find it.
Tiny and Mag are still alive.
It's so hard though. Anyone that jumps in is just going to get instantly silenced by Hung Hung. Ken. They've got to get them in the fountain. It's now or never. Reggie Potato trying to bait the silence. There it is. Palos now jumps in. BKB pop, but the self-fuels. Hung Hung buys time. RP onto the creeps.
5
Got those
creeps.
good.
RP.
A 5 creep RP. But it's not enough. The stolen up again. Yassi just outplaying the Magnus in every sense of fashion this game as the Ruben. GG is called. 496, your champions here of the Divine Asia Division of the Omega League, as they take the top spot, winning this best of 5 against Execration 3-1. We had some great back and forth overall. 496 as a squad, you know, especially a squad which these names, these players, a lot of people probably don't recognize, but they're playing insane. I'm sure we're going to see so much more of these.
Oh, for sure, man. I think this team could easily be paired up against some of the Tier 1 teams.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it just for saying it, because they look extremely good. Like, if you look at the way Vibrant play, his positioning, the itemization that they're doing, it's insanely good. This is just Tier 1 Dota.
Yeah, and Yassi, you know, the series had this incredible clock performance, and then in this game, I mean, he was just ruining the Magnus. I mean, he got like 4 stolen RPs, and each and every time, you know, massive ones as well that secured, you know, huge kills for the squad. It's these guys are good. You got to watch out for 496. I'm very excited to see more from them. Obviously, that is the end of the run here. Is they've done it. They're the ones that come out on top. But as a team, amazing stuff. And Execration, you know, a team with some more familiar names. Yeah. They did give up a pretty good fight, you know, able to at least get the 1 game back off them in that 3rd game this series. But things just didn't fall quite into place. And some of these drafts, especially in that last game, it just felt very hard for them to play with these heroes.
It was the last game, but I would say they had very solid drafts throughout the whole series. Yeah. If I had to rate it, I would say that they won the draft most of the time.
Yeah, at least,
but it's just the execution is not there. It feels like 496 just plays on a different level.
Yeah, the play was absolutely there for 496, so congratulations to them indeed. The champions here of the Divine Asia Division here at Omega League, taking this best of 5 series in their favor, 3-1, 496.
Indeed, congratulations to them. Thank you, Odie Pixel. Thank you, Lacoste. And that 4th game, I mean, sure, as Execration, you can win all the drafts, but if you can't play the drafts you have, you're not going to get very far. And 496 just proved that better play beats draft.
Yeah, I just heard Lacoste at the end right there after he takes the headphone off. He's just like, these guys are fucking legit. I honestly wholeheartedly agree. I think across the board, everyone is impressing me. Like, I didn't know these guys' names. I didn't know most of their plays. I didn't really see like anyone being like a weak link. Like sometimes I guess Hung, their mid player, sure he got killed by Ken a couple times, but bam, makes up for it in his couple of his plays anyway. These guys are good. They're definitely ones to watch out for.
After the whole series and this last game, I understand why Execration was stealing Rubik away from them every single game, because, man, Yassi, he was a better Magnus than the Magnus himself.
Yep.
And overall, all his setups with the lifts and the laning stage,
yeah. And this is the one that
supports, man.
Exactly. And this is the one that we were so much about. We were just like, this time 496, they got the better draft. And we really see what they can do when they do have the better draft, rather than them playing from like behind where their draft isn't quite as strong. They did everything. And what I mean when I say is they did everything is they executed well. Their drafts, sure, they have a little bit to work on, but overall they're pretty decent. And the biggest thing is that they're clever. These small little changes that I see in lanes and these adaptations in game is things that I see from Secret, I see from Nigma, I see from
mentioned the aggressive tri lane at the start, for example.
Yep, they do this, we have a weak laner. But they have a lane that they're trying to pressure us with. However, we can change the dynamic by starting as a tri lane, leave the Viper on his own, switch things up, boom, Spectre has a free game, Queen of Pain is shut down. These moves, This is what I want to see from teams.
And so many teams wouldn't do that. You would not accept the fact that this Viper needs to be left alone for a couple of minutes because he is a weak laner if he's alone on the hard lane. But they don't mind. Yeah, he dies once, but who cares? You come in, you help him. Meanwhile, your Spectre's farm is completely secured. And from that moment onwards, you have 2 lanes that are guaranteed to go well. Just like you said, they're really, really clever about the way they adapt. Even though I'm not sure if their drafts weren't punishable. Like, I'm completely on Lacoste's bandwagon and your Sfogd. I think that they've been extremely good in this series, but the drafts could be improved perhaps just a little bit. Overall, when we watched the whole series, I was always leaning, and you as well, Execration's way. And if that's the case, you know, like, it can't be only us. Like, there's something there.
Yeah. They can play the pace though, and I really enjoy seeing that. Obviously the Southeast Asian flair is there as well, so Execration is also fine fighting quite a bit. I thought that this game actually was the least amount of fighting I saw them do. It felt like Execration was trying to dodge the fights a little bit, which, you know, probably was clever because they weren't winning an awful lot of them.
Execration was doing well when it comes to utilizing their ultis early on to get a couple of kills and then going back into farming mode because they did have a Midas, right? So you pop that chrono, you get a kill, you move back. But man, 496, they answered with the same pace.
Yeah.
And every time they do get a couple of kills, they take an important objective too. Plus, if they don't have a big ulti, there's always Rubik to steal one for you, and then you have something.
I compare player to player, really, right? And I see, like, Bombi compared to RR, Bombi overall, he dominated. In almost every single game, he was like a standout for me. Same thing for Yassi. I compare this 5 position to 5 position, feel these impacts from these guys, like how much they were able to do. Same thing with, like, the Viper, that BB. In this game, he's just dominating. The one where he's Doom, he takes over. Compare that BB to Raging Potato, right? Raging Potato is a guy with a name, and he actually he had no games today. Every single one of his games, even the one that they won, he was feeding in. So I feel like that's a really big thing that you have to look out for. Like, these guys, everybody knew exactly what to do.
Yeah, in comparison to that BB in this series alone, he looked like a potato. But just in this series, because that BB was on fire.
Yeah.
Like, all of his games were really solid. Even this game in which he's not set up for success, because we can talk about the Doom game, but Doom game, he was on the safe lane. He was given the best possible start. Here, he really wasn't.
No, he was left alone.
Left alone, and still does well.
Yeah.
Yeah. 496. All Vietnamese squad. This is the biggest tournament that they've competed in, and they've gotten this far. Anyway, the biggest prize pool. Even if they were to come second, they would have won the biggest prize pool that they've ever won, but they came first. And I am actually super excited to see these guys. I hope that because obviously we saw the finals, but now we got a taste of it and we want to see them more. So I hope that they are going to get invited to a lot of the tournaments happening in Southeast Asia, because that's kind of the trick. You have to be on the radar of people to get invited, and I feel like they put themselves on that radar really strongly.
I mean, I'm going to remember those names for sure. I'm going to remember like every single one of them. Particularly, I mean, Bombi. Like, Bombi definitely.
Bombi as a name is already great.
Yeah, great name, but every single one of them stood out. So
Yassi is also pretty close, man.
Yeah.
Clap to the boys.
Yeah, super, very well deserved.
Very well deserved victory indeed. That was the conclusion of the Southeast Asian division of the Omega League. A great series to end the region with, but it's an end nonetheless. So that's a little bit of a sad note there. But I'm going to end on a happy note, because after the Southeast Asian division, we're going to continue on with the Immortal division of Europe CIS, and that means we're going to have to take a quick break. And when we're back, though, it is Alliance and a 5-man to be on your screen. Once again, though, big congratulations to 496, and we'll be right back.
your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
The Immortal Division of the Omega League starts here for today. We are still in the group stages here, and we have 3 series coming your way today with some awesome Dota 2. I'm here with Lacoste and BSJ. And before we talk about today, let's talk a little bit about yesterday, because yesterday I thought everything was pretty clear-cut in terms of results we were going to get. Turned out not to be the case, Brian.
I was mostly surprised that Team Nigma even dropped the game to 5 men who we're about to see in the next series. They got cheesed. Who would have thought that Team Nigma would get cheesed? And I really liked that. I like to see teams like them recover the way that you would expect them to, bouncing right back. That aspect definitely played out as we had hoped. But Team Liquid, that was the biggest shock for me. That one, I know I don't want to take anything away from Viking GG, but I really thought Team Liquid was on the up and coming. They've been looking really solid, and their last draft was just a flop for me. They had, I believe, Ricky, Darkseer, Zeus, and they managed to stall it out for an hour, but I was wondering when they eventually wanted to hit buildings, and they never really did.
I mean, I'm not surprised that Viking GG took that one, even though Liquid looked like a more consistent team. But Viking is a team right now that can win against any team in the world, that they're just that good.
They proved it yesterday. If you are not completely on form, then you'll get beaten as Liquid did. This is the schedule for today. So we get Alliance versus 5 men. That's our upcoming series. And then Secret versus Viking GG. And Ninjas in Pajamas versus FlyToMoon. And those will be our series today.
Yeah, the Team Secret versus Viking GG, I agree. Viking GG is definitely, their upward potential is insane.
Yeah.
Like, what they can do when they're on peak form, they can take them from the best, and Team Secret is the best. So I'm definitely looking forward to that trial.
Yeah, this is definitely the best game we're going to have today, and I feel that, Team Viking are probably going to take 1 game off Team Secret.
Okay.
Yeah, they won against them before, and pretty sure it's a lot of preparation when you're playing against Team Secret, but seems like they know how to do it.
And they have done it before, I think, at least 1 game, not the series, but 1 game. Let's take a look at how the teams are doing at the moment in the standings. We, of course, have 2 groups of 6, and these are the standings currently. I think Group B was supposed to be the top-heavy group. Group A was supposed to be the more even group. We're going to start by watching a series from Group A. I think at the moment, the matches that we are seeing are almost all matches to decide who gets 3rd place, because EG and Nigma are securing themselves as the top 2. Like, just from what we've seen, obviously they have only played a couple of series so far, but from what we've seen, they have secured themselves as the top dogs.
I would say this is a must-win for 5 men. They're in a spot where they're either going to go back to even 2-2 or 1-3, which is pretty much going to remove their shots at all, like you said, of getting in the top 3. So I'm not loving their chances. I think Alliance is more of a solid team. I think 5 men have kind of thrown away some of the games in the draft, and even the game they won yesterday, their draft had like no cohesion. I didn't like the heroes, how they worked together. They kind of just out-farmed Team Nigma. And whenever I watch these tier 1 teams, even if I don't initially understand it, the plan of the draft, the way they plan to win the game, eventually manifests itself. And for whatever reason with 5 men, I just haven't quite seen that yet.
No.
I've been impressed the way Ace has been playing. I always thought that he can play for, like, after Team Secret, he didn't feel like a fit. But Then again, it was just, straight up down for him. Couldn't find the proper team to play. But if you watch him play closely, his farming patterns, like he's extremely skilled player, and I think he deserves a shot to, be on the top once again.
You feel like 5 men is giving him that shot?
It's tough. I think I have to agree with Brian, what he said about their drafts, where sometimes you really don't see what they're trying to go for. It's like you see the 5 heroes and you're asking yourself, but what are they doing with it? Like, what's the synergy? What timings are they looking for?
Isn't that sometimes also the case with teams like Secret or Nigma, though?
What I'm
But
saying
just
is-
because they have a track record that is successful, we're like, we gotta trust them that they know what they're doing.
What I'm saying is it eventually is like, wow, okay, I didn't realize, but at the 18-minute mark, they had 2 BKBs, and suddenly the game just blew wide open. So for me, with Team Secret, it's usually like, I don't understand it initially, but
after
then,
the game,
yes.
okay, yeah.
Even then when they won, they just won because they had a 20K net worth lead, and Team Nigma had a carry tiny kind of. So that, for me, didn't really say that they won the game. I felt like Team Nigma lost the game.
Fair. That is fair. One thing that I'm gonna look forward to in this series upcoming is the middle lane. Because Chessie versus Limp. I always thought that they kind of already figured out who was. I can only imagine that if you and your sibling are both professional Dota players, you end up practicing against each other quite frequently, right? And they've been on the same team in the past as well.
I mean, you have to share some secrets. Yavar, Sumail, I'm pretty sure that in this case, Sumail was giving Yavar some tips, and one of the reasons why he improved so much. So I think, they know the matchups, they know what's good, what's bad against the certain heroes, and I'm pretty sure they, just play against each other. Let's practice.
Yeah. So who comes out on top? I think Limp has been the mid laner for longer compared to Chessie. Chessie's been on the safe lane a couple times as well.
Yeah, he's gone back and forth. I think Limp's got the upper hand mechanically in the mid lane, at the very least. We saw yesterday, or not yesterday, the day before with EG, with GBK. Like, he just won both matchups against Wii. And I think we might see something similar in this series. I think Chessie has really good general game knowledge, where his rotations and his itemization and all that kind of stuff as we scale into the mid and late game. But in the laning stage, I don't believe you can compete with somebody if they've played the mid lane 10 times as much as you have in the last 4 or 5 years, because the Chessie has bumped around the rolls a little bit.
So we have a draft.
We do have a draft.
Wow. Alliance opening up with the Darkseer. I would not mind seeing Grimstroke here. These 2 heroes seem like they're breaking some mechanics in the game, and you have Grimstroke. During the Divine League, I talked about this hero, how this hero has everything. You have a stun, silence, good wave clear, you have a leash mechanic, and that hero is going to be good at every single stage of the game. And against the Phoenix, like, you use a silence on him, he can't stop the dive, but they go with the Disruptor. This is also the hero that they've been opening up with. Great against Faceless Void, that glimpse back. So I would love to see some kind of save from 5 men. And it's also a Vombo combo setup. Darkseer plus this Disruptor. You can also play a bunch of different heroes with them.
I almost wonder if we'll potentially see Outworld Devourer for the first time this tournament. Just because it goes so well with Void, and it's a save against the Darkseer Disruptor combo. But, I'm reaching. That hero's pretty garbage, but initially when it came to mind, that was one of the first ones for me. The Faceless Void Phoenix, as much as I love seeing Wombo combo team fights, I've seen enough of this pairing. When are we eventually going to see one of those heroes banned out in the first round? But hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess.
True. Does mean that you kind of probably want saves, right? Against the Faceless Void. And so far with the Disruptor support, do you count that as a save? Like Glimpse, you gotta be still so fast back into the corona.
At the early stages, yeah, but at one point people are gonna have BKBs, and you can't just rely on that. We've seen in Southeast Asia where there's a Magnus in every single game, and we saw Winter Wyvern getting picked up quite a lot, and I think this is something that these teams should look into.
Yeah, we saw Winter Wyvern from 5 men yesterday, so it's on the radar. I don't know if it worked out, can't remember.
I don't think you want to have like Wyvern Disruptor. They just feels very weak to me. like who's going to be playing 4. Disruptor scales with the items, of course, getting Aghanim Scepter, but they're filling kind of the same role, and you don't have that. You want to have something else paired up with the Darkseer as well in the laning stage. You want to have a melee position 4 that, you know, threatens a kill, has some kind of a burst. The Tiny is still in the pool. I just love these 2 heroes paired up together.
I wouldn't mind if Alliance doesn't necessarily draft a save, but they just draft a hero that doesn't mind getting Chrono, something like a Death Prophet, something that frontlines for Nico Baby, and then he picks maybe like a Wraith King. You know, I'm just mentioning heroes that yeah, of course, Chronosphere is always super annoying, but it doesn't ruin their game. I'm almost surprised they banned the Slark, because that is traditionally a very bad matchup versus the Faceless Void. We did see the Darkseer Slark be incredibly potent. I believe that was their last series, right? It was a few days ago. That they took that one. So, I don't know, Darkseer, he makes a lot of heroes that are previously, like, kind of mediocre, quite, like, terrifying. And Slark's one of those few that has very few place in the meta right now, and Alchemist would actually fit that description very well. He doesn't particularly die to Chrono. Faceless Void in the early to mid-game, he likes to go these luxury survivable items, you know, like the Halberds, the Mantas, and you just can't kill an Alchemist with those types of items.
Everybody likes to go halberds nowadays as well.
Yeah, it feels good to have, you know, that much survivability, and just in case, you know, the disarm on top of it.
Looking at the draft that the Alliance had against the Virtus Pro, they opened up with the same thing, and then they followed it up with the Spirit Breaker and the Batrider. Like, anything that like benefits from the move speed, you know, that just kind of breaks the game. What we saw when Enigma was playing against EG, where they were 5k gold down, and then Batrider plus a Darkseer with 2 heroes, you're just winning a game. They're too fast.
I would like to see some low cooldown stuns from 5-min in the second round, because as you said, you either need like natural Yule's builders, like a Void Spirit that sets up his own stun to disable the Surge, or you just need heroes that lock down the guy that gets Surge, because it doesn't matter how much damage you have if they're moving 800 move speed around you. And Batrider, the percent movement speed from Firefly, as you said, and the Spirit Breaker, his Bulldoze, I believe it's called.
Yeah.
It's a significantly more move speed than that, though, isn't it? It's like 70% or something. They go for the Tiny.
Batrider was first phase banned in the finals we just watched as well. Every single game is just out.
It's just super obnoxious. I don't really understand why, because they've done nothing but nerf that hero. He's one of my favorite heroes, and you don't really know why, but you're like, I picked this hero, and it just feels easy to play the way I want to play right now. I think he just fits the meta too well.
Yeah, you know what your Batrider is going to do. Even if you put him on the off lane, on the mid lane, I love the build that people are doing on a Batrider these days. Just straight Boots of Travel and then get a BKB, and you feel unkillable if enemies don't have any BKB piercing abilities.
Yeah, you're just, what, like 480 move speed, magic immunity? While you just kind of dump out damage on that hero, so all he ever needed was mobility items and items that allowed him to live, and he will naturally kill you over time. Now, low cooldown stuns, perhaps. Okay, they go for the lane counter for the Darkseer. Will they potentially rotate it mid, you think? Maybe do like a Darkseer safe lane? Like just swap up the lanes a bit? Because I don't think you just throw them to the wolves in the safe lane against an Oracle. Or in the off lane, excuse me.
It's a possibility. Also, I've seen someone, I don't remember who it is since we watch a lot of Dota, when he was playing against Oracle, just getting vacuum level 1. And
oh, for the secure the range creep?
Yeah.
Yeah. The 100 damage. It's significant. At least I think prior to this patch it was 60, maybe 70, and that's just not enough to reliably get that last hit.
Correct me if I'm wrong though. At the moment, I'm still assuming Phoenix is going to be like a 4.
Could be a 3, but against Darkseer, I don't necessarily like a no stun 3.
Yeah, it's just like, but at the moment, this is a Phoenix Oracle support. It doesn't sound particularly
nice. It doesn't
nice.
sound good, but then you need to have low cooldown stun on the offlane, something like a Sanking, Axe. When I say Sanking, like, he's the first hero that comes to my mind. I don't think that's a good hero.
Mars, Centaur. None of these heroes are what I would call premium this patch. You can also go for a Legion. It goes well with Void. It's nice in lane against Disruptor because you remove the Thunderstrike. I think it's going to come a lot down to... they're probably going to give Nico Baby the last pick, right? On the side of Alliance. Since neither of their supports have saves... Oh, it's a Legion like 90% now. I'm almost certain, unless it's banned.
On the side of Alliance?
For 5 minutes. Either Legion or Slardar. That's the two best heroes that come to mind for me.
Neither of those is banned.
Whenever I see AM, the first hero is like Slardar. He doesn't care about having his mana burn. His mana pool is extremely low, and he still pressures Anti-Mage. You know, just go for the bash build. This is something that Anti-Mage is really not good against.
I'm not a huge fan of this Anti-Mage pick, to be honest. All the heroes I was thinking kind of sounded good. 4 or 5 men like that go well with their lineup already are also good against Anti-Mage.
Anti-Mage into Faceless Void without any kind of save on their side.
Yeah, Slardar, there it is. You wanted a damage amp as well as lockdown for the Anti-Mage.
Yep.
The Legion's damage amp would have came in the press the attack, but Slardar's is much more direct. And we saw it was Charlie, I believe, that was playing Anti-Mage, and it was against, I believe, Terrorblade, Slardar, and like a Beastmaster or something. And he blinked in at like 45 minutes in, 5 slotted, and died in like 2.5 seconds.
Yeah. The thing about Slardar is he is amplifying your carry. Like if you play 1 versus 1 matchup, your carry against the other one, your carry has minus 20 armor because of it. Like he's straight up gonna die. It's very hard, you know, to just match up against enemy carry when there's a Slardar on the team.
Slardar only struggles with illusion heroes, or heroes like that are long range, like Drow, that he has a hard time getting on top of in the first place. But Anti-Mage, he wants to get into the middle of the fray, and the second he gets amped, he relies on his mobility spells, and he just dies before he can even use them. It's a weird matchup, but the best part about the lane for Slardar is his primary source of damage, the bash, does not cost him mana. So the Anti-Mage mana burn very lackluster in that specific lane. Slardar also has the highest base armor of any strength hero in the game. So if you're wondering, you know, why that matchup goes in favor of Slardar, those are the reasons why.
Alliance banning out Templar Assassin, even more minus armor would allow them to get some tower damage. What about that profit for 5 men?
It's just got banned by 5
themselves.
Okay, they don't want to pick it. Okay, and they also think
they do need some push, so that's why I was down for that. OD, man. No, I'm kidding.
It depends on, like, it really is very nice of Alliance to have that Tiny to be basically a flex pick for them. They can put it mid, they can put it position 4, and that's going to put the pressure on 5 men.
I think they're going to pick Kunkka for 5 men. It seems like the chessy hero that goes decently with their lineup. It doesn't really give them push, which they're lacking, but they have so much kill potential that they have heroes that will hit buildings enough. If they do get the kills and win the team fights, they will be able to eventually take objectives. Slardar's not a bad high ground offlaner, just because he does build the Ags, and he can kind of just stand in front of his team eventually with that status resistance and armor, which is pretty nutty.
You know which hero we haven't seen in a little while? Rather, I haven't seen in a little while. Dragon Knight. I always feel like he's good
for
chess
Alliance.
as well.
Yeah.
Oh, for Limp, yeah.
I don't think you want to be playing like Dragon Knight into AM. It's very easy to just return the stun.
Okay.
Something that you need to be very careful
They do ban
about.
the Kunkka. Okay. Never mind.
On the same page.
Yeah, at least I feel better. It's S4 drafting, right? So he won a TI.
On the same level as you.
Yeah.
The drafting prediction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I
wasn't going to say
Thank you, Shiver. I'm sure you're one of the only people thinking that one.
So Alliance can still flex this Tiny, put it on the mid lane, and just pick another position 4. But what is that position 4? I'd still prefer if they go with something mid.
I don't think, since Clockwork and all the other premiums are banned out in terms of pairings.
I still feel like Dragon Knight is it.
Spearbreaker might.
I also want to point out that Disruptor inherently used to always be Handskins hero, so maybe we're looking for an FNG hero, as Queen of Pain got picked up now for 5 men, revealing their mid.
I don't think you want to play Queen of Pain, Tiny into Queen of Pain, so I'd still prefer some like tower damage, like a Dragon Knight, possibly, or you can get... I'm gonna say it, but I don't think it's gonna be it. Never mind, we're just gonna stick with Dragon Knight. It feels like a good Dragon Knight game.
There you go.
Shiver's feeling that one. She's like, I haven't seen this hero in a while. It's about time. Alliance is one of the few teams that has picked it, though.
I must say the odds are quite heavily into Alliance's favor. Now that you guys have seen the draft, would you agree with that?
I do not. I'm not
Definitely
necessarily favoring 5 men here, but
not
I
by
would
that
not. I would take them at those odds for sure. I'm not, you know, don't listen to me at home, please, you know, all that kind of stuff. But disclaimer, I do think they have the tools to bring down this Anti-Mage at every stage of the game. Like no matter how many items he eventually gets, as long as they're not drastically behind on 5 men, they have the tools necessary. And even though the Quap versus DK matchup is kind of meh, Slardar minus armor does give them the ability to bring him down in the mid game, and Phoenix is super hard for these tanky strength heroes in the front. That Sunray hurts. So I actually like the 5-man draft more, despite Alliance being
Yeah,
better.
I have to agree, but seeing what 5-man, what they've been playing, how they've been executing their drafts, and how solid Alliance looked in the past couple of months, you know, it's hard to just choose one team, but just judging by the draft, I'm feeling 5-man because
too.
AM is going to struggle against some of these heroes.
And I guess previous series that we've seen from 5-man as well, one of the criticisms was that their draft didn't have too much synergy.
This
And
one has.
this one does. So
Yeah,
that
it really
they
does.
definitely have grown on that aspect, and you can only imagine that they did their homework against Alliance here. It's interesting to see you guys both siding with 5-man on the drafting portion of
Yeah.
things. Let's find out if they can make that draft reality for them in the first game of this best of 3 with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yeah, let's see. So the odds sort of stacked against 5-man, but definitely some hopes for the draft that they've come out with. They open up with this Void Phoenix combo, can be very strong in effect, and is a straight up way of killing this anti-mage in a lot of portions of the game. I mean, well, what do you reckon? Would you sort of rest your chances on the AM this game, or do you think he's going to have a tough time?
I think he can definitely struggle. He can make these like split push things kind of happen, but it's always going to get to a point. Does he get caught in chrono?
Yeah.
And if he does, it's very likely he will get brought down. They have a good amount of follow-up to get thrown in there, like the Phoenix plus the Quap. Yeah, it's nice. I also really like the starter pick. I think this is a hero. I think this hero is going to start rising so much versus these these greedy safe laners, these Spectres, these anti-mages and stuff like that. You just trade. You just hit them, and you actually usually end up winning the trade. So let's see how they end up doing their lane setups here. Right now it's the standard, of course, that Oracle plus that Void up top versus Darkseer and Tiny.
30 seconds to battle.
I mean, as you say, I mean, with the lane set up down here, Slardar and Phoenix, that it does seem like not a happy lane for the anti-mage to be in, right? There's going to be a lot of harass and beat down coming on him on the early levels.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any type of like heal or anything like that. Sure, he has Disruptor, who's... I mean, recently I've actually seen the Disruptors doing pretty good with their trading. Of course, like the nuke is actually very strong. You get that extra couple of hits because of that little one instance of slow that it does every time. So maybe could match that type of aggression, but overall I think Slardar he'll reign supreme because he's out of mana, like Brian was saying.
He doesn't care.
Who cares? You just beat that anti-mage up, just hit him and hit him and hit him.
He's normally happy to be out of mana because then he's taking less damage.
Yep.
So he's drain my mana. Well, let me stay in the lane and just continue to outright click you.
Yeah, and you see the build, of course, for Misery. Double Fairy Fire, just heavy amount of damage and harassment so that he can throw onto the Disruptor. Nice block there by Limp, getting it in a pretty ideal positioning for himself.
Yeah, and this lane, as I'd imagine, it's a lane where the DK doesn't care, right?
Unless he just misses a last hit with his Fire Breath. I've been seeing a lot of people missing last hits with their nukes, actually, recently. Just some little slight mistakes. Yeah, DK doesn't care, though. DK, actually, most of the time, I feel like he just wins the matchup now, so...
Well, let's see FNG and Nico Baby down on this bottom lane against Zibe and Misery. And the top lane, a bit of a hunt going on here. Has Hansken just trying to get in over towards Pylai Die. I mean, we sort of talk about the potential difficulties for Nico Baby down bottom. Ace on this safe lane Void. How's his life going to be? Pretty good, right?
I feel it's pretty
you
good.
got the Oracle.
You got the Oracle. You just dispel the Ion Shell if they ever do start getting too aggressive. It's double melee. They walk up next to each other. If they do have double Ion Shell, you can dispel that one. It can start to overpower you a little bit because you can't really push the lane out that hard, and you know Darkseer's levels start building up. He really starts forcing it under the tower a bit here. So let's see what they do about the camp in particular. I think that they should try to block the hard camp up in the top lane, up in the safe lane. As we see bottom, look what the Radiant side did. Look what Alliance did. They blocked the hard camp. They know that there is eventually going to get to a point where there's going to be those side pulls happening. So yeah, we see the Void. He's actually going to be the one to block or take some of the creeps from that hard camp up top, while the Oracle takes some of them in the lane. So, successful side pull from Alliance there. Does Ace get the last hits, though? He does, so he actually benefits quite a bit, even though they get that side pull because they couldn't defend it. But either way, Darkseer's happy. And whenever Darkseer's able to get like a free level 3, you're in a pretty decent spot, because level 1 Ion Shell just sucks.
So what was the game plan for Alliance this time? You know, you're looking at Limp, is just going to be straight for the blink, trying to fight as early as he can, make space for the AM. I mean, you sort of consider this lineup of Alliance without the AM, like the four of these heroes, they're pretty good killers, right? You got this DK, Tiny, backed up by the DS and the safety of the Disruptor just dropping down static storms. It's a very deadly four-man fight that they can bring to 5-man.
Absolutely. And these long duration stuns, DK, super good versus those Void, versus that Quap. These type of heroes that you can just lock down so they can't move. Even versus Phoenix, just those long duration stuns are pretty annoying. So yeah, definitely I could see them fighting very often with the 4. And they should have I don't want to say like a good timing on a mech, but they're always going to have that factor coming into play, right? You look at Alliance's draft, they have a mech carrier. You look at 5-men's, they don't have a mech carrier. Slardar does not, obviously does not go for it. Queen of Pain mid never is going to be able to go for it there. So they're always going to have that lacking, at least inside of the fights at some point in the mid game. Mid lane's boring, bottom lane's fun. Get to see Nico Baby bashed up a couple times.
No, not fun for Nico Baby. It's you know, lane where as the anti-mage, you got to keep your cool.
Yeah.
As just the combo of the spirits and the bashes can certainly get to you when you're trying to hit the creeps.
It's not the worst lane. It's not like he's versus double ranged, right? Where he's getting like poked by a Wind Ranger and a Phoenix or something like that. He is able to at least get some last hits because the Slardar has to walk up and Disruptor can zone decently. Mid limp starting to pull a bit ahead here, as to be expected.
Yeah, just having a bit of an easier time getting the denies as this melee hero.
Misery doing a good job bottom. Why am I saying Misery? Sorry. They're able to put a lot of pressure. Hanskin now.
I'm going to try with a toss, but...
The bashes. S4's dead, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be first blood for Ace. And we're actually getting a lot of bashes as well onto the Tiny. Hanskin will be all right. Yeah, first blood for Ace. Very, very nicely done there. It is a hard lane for the Darkseer to play. You know, anytime there's an Oracle, that's pretty much your worst enemy in the lane as a Darkseer.
Oh, I think Misery might be able to get this kill. FNG heads up. TP will survive. Both of them have done. I was mentioning Misery was doing a good job. The Disruptor also. Like, FNG's done a good job bottom of just trying to secure that farm. As we said, it's going to be a hard lane for Nico Baby, but at least, you know, he's got that 16 last hits. Now he's alone. And it's a Disruptor who just TP'd out, so a lot of pressure going to come onto Nico Baby for the next couple moments as Ace.
They're going to try and dive in for this. They go with the toss back. Yeah, not enough damage to burst through this Faceless Void this early on. He's more than okay, but whoa, okay.
He just ran his courier in to die.
Oh, yeah, it was literally the wrong side of the tower to him. It was, yeah, goodbye courier.
Pro players and their couriers, right? I think Sheev would be the one saying that. They feed it more than pumps. Especially the carries. I find that. It's always the carry that feeds it. But I don't know, I've noticed some weird behavior with couriers sometimes. Like you use it to send to yourself, but sometimes it goes to where you were, and it doesn't readapt to where you moved because of something. I don't know what causes it.
You're just making excuses there, Fog, guys.
My courier, I mean, I don't get mind killed too often. No. Thankfully. I'm just a support. I don't even use the courier very often.
Oh, mid lane. Do have the eyes being put onto Chessie. 3 of them looking to get a wraparound onto him.
It's DK level 6.
Oh no, it's off lane. S4, he's going to save the surge for after the root.
They're on the pop.
Should be fine unless he gets bashed. It looks like he did get bashed enough. So the absence of them top means that S4's left vulnerable. S4 goes down, but it does pay off in the sense that they take Chessie out of the mid lane.
Yep, good rotation there from Hanskin. Of course, using that form, that DK form coming in. Also, with that 5-minute push, this catapult, it's going to get the majority, if not all of the tower off of this one here.
This is some good early damage on the mid-tier 1.
Yep.
Then it's going to be start to be nuked down by Pi, but he's a tanky man. He doesn't care with the bracer and 11 charges on the wand. He's just going to continue to punch into this tower. And you're right, 6 minutes in.
It's dead.
They're going to get it. I mean, can they at least get a deny? They can't. The tower's down, and now Hanskin, he'll be able to find the setup for a kill. Maybe even for a second. They get the Dragon Tail stun over onto Pi Lai Die. Hanskin trying with the body blocks. Chessie's back in action, though. So Pi will be saved. Chessie glimpses back just to make sure that he doesn't end up taking down any of Alliance, but Alliance playing fast there. That isn't it. I mean, that's the dream for a DK, right? 6 minutes, you hit your ult, you take your tier 1 tower, it's gone.
And now you can go top, you can pressure that lane too if you'd like to, versus a Void who, a hard lockdown stun is very threatening. Yeah, excellent. Absolutely excellent moves there from Alliance to secure that one early on. And the more we look at it, you know, looking at 5-men's draft, they can't actually wave. They can't actually like D-push, right? They don't have this type of wave clear besides the Queen of Pain, who isn't. I wouldn't say like a D-pusher. They don't really have any. They actually have to look to take fights around those towers. So that's probably what we're going to be looking for these next situations, is them fighting around the tier 1 top rather than just trying to stall it. And oh my God, Ace just bashing S4.
He's getting a lot out of this lane. 2-0-1 on the Void.
The rush Mask of Madness too. No boots.
It's quick. I know. I mean, it works out sort of between the attack speed and the chances of the bashes and the root thrown out from the Oracle. You're going to lock down whoever comes into this lane alone.
And it's sustained. That's what I like too. Like sometimes you see, oh yeah, he's getting all these bashes, but he's also in turn losing HP. He's healing up a lot when he's going for these hits onto that Darkseer as well as that Tiny. This is that limp rotation though. DK form is ready. Let's see how 5 men do react, because they have to fight around it if they'd like to try to challenge it. They can't stall it too much. So it's going to be up to that mid lane Chessie if he wants to make the move.
Zibe.
FNG. He might go down here.
Gonna run this one down. The glimpse will separate Zibe just in time. FNG to live. I mean, Zibe. Yeah. FNG's got to be careful. Zibe thinking about chasing him down once more. This is a bit of pressure onto the tower down bottom. Ace also coming over to look to see if he can catch NiP Baby. NiP Baby's go for the TP out. First hit bash is not going to be there for Ace.
If you get a first hit bash there, that can just change the entirety of the game, right? Like, but either way, AM's pushed out of lane. Look at that AM's net worth. We said he was going to have a hard time.
It's just
harder than I thought it would be.
It's a nasty lane to play against.
Yep.
Slardar, Phoenix, you're not going to have a happy time. Top lane, Limp though, he's doing a lot here for Alliance. The second tier 1 tower taken out of the map at 8 minutes in. We'll die for it.
Nice move.
But I feel like Limp doesn't care, right? He popped Dragon Form, he got the tier 1 tower. He's opening up the map. It's going to make it a lot easier for Alliance to make plays as 4 whilst they're creating space for NiP Baby to recover. There's a lot of way to move around the map now for Alliance.
Yeah, he did his job, but I mean, Chessie's also Chessie's fine with that anyway. Chessie's like, I wanted this kill anyway, so they're fine with committing even if they do lose that tower.
But what do they do with that kill? I mean, like, you've used the Sonic Wave now. Like, what's the plan for 5 men? You're losing your towers. What sort of state of the game for them? Is it just all about getting the room for the Void? Is that going to be enough this game?
I think it's only okay because they took the bottom tower too. So now Anti-Mage has a weird place to where he goes. Sure, he can go top, but there's going to be that threat. This Void is always a scare. If Void finds Anti-Mage in the lane, you see how farmed Ace is, he's going to solo kill him. He's going to Chrono, Mask of Madness with Treads, more than enough that he'll be able to take down that Anti-Mage. So if they didn't take bottom tower, I would be more concerned, but because they did, it's an okay rotation for Chess.
Ooh, toss in on Limp, gets him in for the Dragon Tail. Avalanche as well. Zibe trying to run. The glimpse control there from FNG. Zibe off to the other side. Limp popping the Dragon Form, but not actually in range to get a hit onto Zibe. S4 is in position on the side. Field down, but it won't catch any of them. They're able to get away. Another toss onto Limp, throwing him on top of the Oracle.
Here's that Chrono.
Comes over the side. He's got the Chrono on the 2 of them. Catches FNG. Catches S4. The bash is out as well. There they are again. S4 falls. Hansken, he's been amped up by Zibe. Another bash. Another kill here. As 5 men coming in hot. An excellent play from Ace, getting involved. The Chrono's fantastic. They get 3 kills.
Yep. And this is what this is probably what's going to happen for a long time. 5 men are going to be able to outnumber whenever they have Chronosphere especially. You're going to see Ace get involved. And look at that. I mean, look at his net worth. He's really starting to snowball out of control. He's going back for a Midas.
Oh, I like it.
Though. He might get caught here.
Can they keep it? It's healing him. It's healing him. Healing, and he's out. Time walk there. Limp's going to be chasing him on.
Might be able to get him stunned in 1.
And he's saved. Pi is around. He's trying to do his best to keep his man alive. Can he do so? He can't. Avalanche holds him down. No chance for a further time walk. Alliance will be able to strike back hard as they come in mid, TP back through, and they get Ace. They take him out.
That's a huge kill. They weren't able to go for that tower there. They get Ace, and in the meanwhile, look at NiP Baby. He was just at 2,300 net worth. He got multiple waves up top. Now he has a lane bottom pushing in naturally. He's going to catch up significantly through these last few moments.
Yeah, that Ace death, a painful one.
Yep. Alliance knows that they have to react, right? They have to bring 4 heroes whenever 5 men does show up to look for any of these type of pushes, any of these type of fights. They have to try to match the numbers. But again, I think this is exactly what 5 men should do.
Yeah.
Don't slow down.
Yeah, and try and catch them by surprise. You know, Ace only just coming back in. They're maybe not going to expect this move from 5 men. Very quick with the smoke.
This might be able to catch NiP Baby. He seems very aware, though. Look at this movement here.
Yeah, you're right. He's straight out of that bottom lane.
They're not seeing anything top, right? They have that ward top, they have that ward mid. They're not seeing much.
Yeah.
So they're
in fact, that ward mid didn't catch any of the smoke, did it?
I didn't quite actually see if it did.
Either way, yeah, Alliance just seem to be very aware that there's something suspicious is going on, and they won't be caught out.
Yeah. They are going to rotate now toward that mid tower, but Limp doing a good job parking himself in front of those. He's that big defense, and now they're starting to rotate the rest. They're starting to rotate that Disruptor. And they can potentially look for setups. Darkseer. We see S4, he's just pushing top. Space. trying to just draw the attention toward the top lane so that Nico Baby can chill inside of that jungle and catch up, as he is really starting to catch up.
Should be on track for okay timings, as long as he's not hunted down by Ace. Ace is going to have the Chrono up again soon. You know, one of the powers of having this Mask of Madness build, you do threaten the AM.
Yeah,
you catch this AM in a Chrono, Nico Baby's going to die at this point of the game.
Yep.
You know, Void, solo, even if he gets lucky, but with the bashes, but +1, and it's going to be a dead AM each and every time, because one of the things that Alliance don't have is they don't have any saves right.
Nope.
There's nothing to really stop Ace just going and chronoing the AM and focusing him down.
No, yeah, they don't have the heals or anything. They will have it once the mech comes out on the dark side. They'll have some type of ways to counteract, but it's not like a Sunray, you know, a Sunray sitting behind him or an Oracle save or anything like that. So, and yeah, going back for the Midas. This is interesting. Because he's gone for this fighting build. I think because he had such a good game,
yeah, he's
like,
you
know what? It's actually not that late. I mean, it's not fast, of course, but you know what?
And it never feels bad, because it is some attack speed,
It's a lot.
right?
It's a lot of attack. It's 40. It's very rare to be able to get 40 attack speed from an item like that. As Jibe. Will there be a save?
Static Storm.
He gets silenced on the edge of it.
Yeah, Pi was just standing a little too close. Ace is going to come in with the counterplay, though. The Chrono onto the two of them allows him to kill off FNG. He'll turn over towards Limp, but Limp turns with the Dragon Tail. The wall's been dropped down as well. Chessie with the backup for Ace. Time walking in onto Hanskin. Ace will be able to find the setup for a second. They get the two supports.
They got to try to get more, though. During all this, Nico Baby is farming.
Yeah, he's hitting those creeps.
It's a Chrono for just the two supports. Midas is finished, though, so I think he's... I mean, they're probably fine with this anyway, because it's going to be a slow-paced game. They know, just use ultis for those solo kills.
Yeah, and you know, I think Ace, for the most part, as long as he hits the Chronos throughout the game, he is always going to have that upper hand against the AM because of the nature of Alliance's draft. And you know, as we say, they just don't have innately any heroes that are kind of like, oh, it's really scary to Chrono the anti-mage this game. It's never going to be that way.
Yeah.
For a long time, at least, maybe down the line, things like Halberds come out to sort of put a stop to it. But as long as Ace gets good Chronos, he's got a pretty solid game ahead of him.
Yep, as long as he just doesn't focus fire the DK inside the Chrono. Like, they can just wait for the DK till later on. They have more than enough damage. Unless Slaughter's there. If Slaughter's there, he'll be able to probably bring him down inside of a Chrono too.
Or Chessie.
They might be able to catch this here. Yeah. Blink stun.
I've got the opening. Have they got enough follow-up? Avalanche. Yeah, with the Mana Void from Nico Baby to claim the kill. They certainly do. Chessie's out.
It's cute that I like when he can get involved, right? When it's versus those int heroes, you're an anti-mage, you can get involved in those ganks early on with Mana Void. That's a nice move there. Although they're playing with that 4 Protect 1, he can definitely do that. So let's see bottom. Pi, he's forcing the lane in. He wants somebody to react to it. Oh, look at Pi getting all that delicious farm there. Sippe waiting on the sidelines for somebody. This is a strong Slardar. Treads plus drums. His net worth not really reflecting how powerful he really is right now, but in a pretty good spot. Has to make sure that he keeps up in farm though.
And then what are you going after the Midas on this Void build? Do you get something defensive, or do you kind of say, hey, you know, I'm still going to get the Maelstrom on the way?
Ah, man.
It's good against the DK, right? Good bit of magical damage.
I mean, Manta is still pretty good here. It's just...
but does he need it? How much pressure is Ace under at the moment?
It's just Disruptor ulti always is a fear. I don't want him to rush a BKB or anything like that, but it is a bit scary when you're playing versus Disruptor in a hard stun.
I have the two of them here poking at Pi, but not more they can do. They're scared with Zibe here by his side. They don't want to commit onto Pylodite.
Yeah, I just want him to have some stats on the Void in particular.
Now they've got more members here on Alliance. They've got the backup to going onto Pi. Pi's going to get the chance to put the false promise on himself. He'll live for now. Chessie jumps in. He's going to get Glimpse back. If Limp can finish off the kill here, Ace, Chrono's back up. He's managed to get the catch on. The two of them focuses down the easy target first. Takes out Hansken. They've managed to reduce the armor of both S4 and Limp. Limp
S4.
getting another jump over onto Zibe, but Zibe, he's still on the run. Zibe down to there. Limp.
He's on the cliff.
He's on the cliff. Is there a bash?
Oh,
yes,
there is.
Ace able to cancel the TP as 5 men clean up a third. I mean, Ace's game is just going from better to better to better. His farm, his kills, he's getting it all.
And look at Zibe's health. Look what he survives with there because of Pi just being able to give him that survivability. That cloak just straight up saved his life. Just having a passive cloak on that Slardar. And look at Misery's actually super farmed too. Look at this, he's got a Meteor Hammer. What the hell? 64 last hits. He's just been quietly farming. Very Misery-like.
DD rune as well. I mean, okay, Chessie's going to just grab it for himself on the bottle.
He's got Orchid.
Yeah, it's quick. I mean, I wondered if maybe they wanted to get the Void over, grab it, and maybe try for Roche. There's no Elder Dragon form, there's no Wall, there's no Static Storm, but looks like they don't want to try and push it. They don't really take Roche that fast. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. They've got a slot.
No, they take it fast.
Pretty fast.
I think that they can go.
Still scary.
I think they don't need to do that. I think right now is Chessie's probably feeling so hot. This is the best point in a game for a co-op when you're playing versus AM.
Yep.
AM is so far from Manta. Chessie can just take over the entirety of this game right now. And they have been 6,000 gold lead, 5-man panel. They were mentioning how strong this draft is, how aggressive it can be versus AM. This was an AM picked into Void.
It's one of those games where I feel like it's Nico Baby needs the Manta and the Bash, and maybe even the Abyssal, before it gets to a point where he's going to be able to confidently get on top of the Void and actually fight Ace. For the most part, Ace, with the backup of Pi, he's just going to be so slippery, and it's going to be very hard for Alliance to stop him from just chronoing the anti-mage when the anti-mage turns up to the team fights.
I absolutely agree. And they're going to have to deal with a very over-leveled, over-farmed Phoenix. Misery is almost the same net worth as the Darkseer and his Slardar. Like, he's really pushing the limits here. An early level 12, they don't have the best egg hitters. DK is like their only actual good egg hitter.
They really don't.
AM doesn't turn up till later to hit the egg. If there's a level 12 Phoenix, I don't really see Alliance winning a fight unless they get a number advantage.
Well, here we go. They're out. And Ace,
this is actually a really smart build.
good build, straight for the
like
MKB.
this.
I mean, this Void's gonna hurt. This Void's gonna punch very hard.
I kind of wanted him to get some stats, just straight damage.
He trusts in Pi.
He trusts in Pi. That's
he
fine.
says Pi's gonna have my back every single time. Limb, Bash, is it there?
Oh,
It
it's
is.
there, of course.
Second hit, Ace able to find it.
And he just gets incinerated by that high-level Sunray.
Zibby and Pi are just chasing back the rest of the team of Alliance. They're just all out of there. Of course, whilst this all continues, Nico Baby continues to farm. You know, the pressure's on Nico Baby. We've seen Nico Baby's carry potential. This guy's insane. Anti-Mage's a beautiful hero for him. He's got his work cut out this game. You've got to really look towards Nico Baby to pop off big time. He's been able to get his farm up. He's catching up to Ace. It's still going to be very hard, of course, Ace with the Midas.
Yeah.
But as long as they can buy time, Nico Baby is going to hit his item timings. Then we'll see how it goes down in the fights. Because even with the items, it's not an easy game.
No,
yeah.
It's a very tough anti-mage game. There's a blink now on the Slardar. They have so many different forms to catch. The Sunray, super high level Ace. He finds a target. It's S4.
I mean, they know, they can sort of drop these chronos as is because they can get one kill. Maybe they can get more. The toss is going to be their hand scan.
The silence. It's on the AM.
See if they can kill Nico Baby. Blink out in time. Have lost two, but they got Ace. There's a good punch back there. Pi didn't quite have the false promise back. It's still on cooldown. Now they're going to get Chessie. Chessie sticks around, and they've got blinks on Alliance. They just go straight back onto him. 5 men overstaying their welcome a little bit. Misery's out with the TP in the trees. Zibe will be able to sprint away. So going in, a little deep that time. Alliance, they're able to find something out of that fight. A good trade back as they end both Ace and Chessie's lives.
We see that mech we were talking about. There's no mech on the side of 5 men. The mech on Alliance's side actually ends up kind of changing that because they may have been able to kill the AM without it.
And another catch here, Pi.
And they're going to find Pi, it looks like.
Just these sort of little openings that 5 men's got to be careful about giving. And sort of looking back, I guess the chrono, it was a little hasty. Just dropping it down onto S4, one of the tankier heroes to take down, meant that after that, Ace was vulnerable. And Alliance punished that.
Nico Baby. Able to get away here. Getting close to that Manta, so he'll be a lot more protected versus that Queen of Pain. Yeah, big moves there from Alliance.
We'll see Ace.
He's going to have the MKB any minute now.
He'll be here for the next fight, but Alliance, they want to play fast. They know there's no chrono. They want to try and hit hard whilst Ace hasn't got that ready to drop on them. In the river, Zibe holding his ground. They're going to look to try and burst him. Static Storm down, they need it. He's a tanky guy. He's also getting healed up with the Sunray, but a good commitment from Alliance. Shows that they know that they need to drop everything. The Static Storm as well to secure that kill. They're going to come in with a counterplay now, though. 5 men.
Ace jumps in.
Looking for FNG. Limp's able to turn with the Dragon Tail stun to hold him down for now. S4 popping their heels. FNG will be left behind. The rest of the team looking to split. Can 5 men chase for more? S4 turns with a vacuum wall. Limp actually committing back in onto Chessie. The bash is coming out. Ace jumps to the side. The Supernova will force Alliance to continue to back away. Ace still thinking about chasing. Still 30 seconds without the chrono, though, so no further catch. The rest of Alliance will get out of there.
Yeah, they lost their Slardar at the start. That's the hero that keeps them inside of that egg, so they're all able to just walk away and disengage. Limp now getting poked. Backup coming.
Time's being bought for Misery and Ace to head over.
Nice by Hanskin.
Blows at Pi, jump forward from Ace. It's getting close to the chrono time, so Alliance have to be a little careful. Hands
AM's in.
will be focused by Ace. NiP Baby able to find the kill on Jesse on the backlines. The hammer from Misery comes crashing down onto the head of S4. And now they've got to be very cautious, Alliance. They've got 3 left alive, but the Chronosphere is available.
They're burning the mana, though. They burned a lot of Ace's mana. He barely has enough for the Chrono.
He's probably got enough for one time walk on a Chrono, and that's all he needs.
He gets an
Straight
Arcane
back
Rune.
in. Ace comes in, and that'll do it. The setup's there for him to kill off FNG, turns over towards him, takes the DK down as well.
Oh my god, the Dream Arcane Rune too. He gets the perfect usage. Just enough mana for him to kick in. I think he also got like Arcane Booter. He gave some mana anyway. Nice little setup. I also love the fact that he's holding Clumsy Net. I think this is so important actually on carry heroes when you're playing versus elusive heroes like AM.
Yeah.
You can actually catch it. You can get like a bash, a second bash, a net, and then another bash.
Nice, great.
You can actually go for these kills. I love this from Ace that he's carrying it.
It's amazing stats as well. You love it as a carrier,
Yeah.
of course. Great
Mana.
stats, mana regen, you know, you're never going to have a problem again.
Yep. Big movements here, and now right around that Roche.
It's theirs.
It's theirs, and they're setting up for more. Not able to find it with those blink disengages, but excellent fight there from 5 men.
Yeah, the pressure on. It's going to be one of those games where
It's
the
Nico Baby
world
versus
against
the world.
Nico Baby.
Yup.
Can Nico Baby's anti-mage carry this game? So far, it's been flawless. Technically, KD8, 2 kills. He hasn't died.
Level 19 also, because those solo kills he's gotten on Chessie. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, this is the anti-mage experience. No assists. You know, he only gets involved when he knows he's going to get the last hit.
Yep.
And it's paying off. This man's big. He's getting very, very big right now, Nico Baby. We'll see if he's able to do it though. It is such a tough game. We see time and time again anti-mage games where it's like this is a great AM game. This is a challenge. But Nico Baby, he's the kind of guy, he likes a challenge.
Yep.
He doesn't want to play AM in the easy games. He wants to play in the difficult ones.
And this is one of those very difficult ones. If he gets caught by one stun in a lot of situations, it's likely that he can die. Even like he's going for this halberd build, but like we said, Ace already has that solved, at least in a way. The MKB for that evasion is going to be very impactful.
Oh, FNG, that'll be a freebie.
Jibe just 3 shots him almost. And oh, look at this, another DD bottom.
Oh, and thanks to that Arcane Rune,
Chrono's back.
is going to be back. So 5 men, they're going to be bringing the fight. Alliance, got to be ready for this.
Everything is at the ready. I don't know. Alliance has to get some dream jump here.
They're going to try and go in, but the save's there.
It's there.
Pilot die instantly with a false promise to stop them from committing any further on to Zibe. Zibe's fine. Space made as well for the tier 2 to be taken out down bottom. The push coming in from Nico Baby though. He's been able to shove that top lane all the way up to the high ground of 5 men. That bottom tower gone. Money there soon to be for Ace to pick up the BKB.
That'll make him a lot safer. Then he can actually like jump in with no fear whatsoever. Level 18 as well, so max level Chrono. Yeah, 7k gold lead.
Yeah. Good approach here from Nico Baby as well. Getting the halberd, an essential item against the Void.
Yep.
Come forward, they've actually caught the Void!
The Mana Bird!
Limp is in with the stun! Ace is in trouble! They've wiped him out the once. Can they do it again? They've got to be a little cautious. He's going to be coming back with the Chronosphere with the Static Storm. FNG has the setup. They jump across this Void in trouble. There's no help for him. Nico Baby claims the kill with the Mana Void. The Dragon Tail stuff from Limp gets Zibe. It's a double kill for Nico Baby as they just a beautiful jump from Limp. They catch out the Void. There's no safety for him. Even if Pi was in range, False Promise, of course, previously used on the mid on Zibe, and they seize that opportunity. They get the jump, they take the Aegis, they take his life, and Nico Baby continues this game where 4 kills, 0 deaths, 0 assists. The dream anti-mage continue.
Limp does push up a little bit too far, but yeah, that one ward they have on the cliff there, right? It gets a little bit of vision on that Void.
Yep.
They're able to get the jump. And look at how careful his 5 men was, too. They put 3 sentries checking all the other spots just in case, but the obvious ward is the one that got them,
True,
unfortunately.
they tried to go for the big brain play, but, you know, Alliance went for the little brain ward, and it worked.
Yeah, oh my, wait, Misery's level 18? Misery has a Hex!
Dire's bottom
Wait, what?
tower has fallen.
Misery has a what?
Philosopher's Stone.
Philosopher's Stone is nerf it. I mean, he is unbelievably farmed.
He's getting a lot out of this.
I mean, that can change so much of this game. Like, that's a whole nother form of lockdown versus an AM that can't really deal with it. Sure, he's got status resist, but it's gonna be instant. Like, he can dive and hex.
Yeah, but he might hex himself. Watch out for the spell shield.
For sure.
Nico Baby's quick with the reactions. Sure, it's an instant cast, but you've seen in the past, Nico Baby, he can look into the future, and this man, he's He's got some foresight.
I don't think I've ever seen a Phoenix with a Hex this early in a game. I've seen like the Shivas and stuff like that early on.
Especially when it's a support. Maybe it's an offlane Phoenix, but even then they don't normally tend to rush. I mean, this isn't the build-up. But
is he a support? Look at him. He's higher level than Chessie. He's the same level as the...
All right, Chessie support. Misery to the mid.
Misery. 2-1 and 9, just finding so much farm on the map. Killing it.
Oh, a nice little pick up here for the two of them. Quiver for the Void, as we've been talking about in many of these games. A lovely hard punch with the plus 300 magical damage for these carries.
Yep.
And over on the side of Alliance, Nico Baby, I believe he's going to hold on to that. Yeah, he's got the Mind Breaker.
So quick silence, yeah.
Another way to get in, trip Ace up. I believe Ace, he should have the BKB now, right?
I hope he did go for it. I hope he committed for it. He needs it versus Disruptor. But as we saw also, FNG's rushing an Aghanim. So they're looking for these potential, because they're kind of predicting the way that the game will go. It's not going to end abruptly. It's going to continue to go for quite a bit of time.
There we go, smoke up.
They've got everything.
Yeah, they do have this phenomenal team fight, 5 men, and they want to use it.
Level 3 Egg with a Hex. Level 18 also on Ace. So they're just looking for those pickups. Anybody they find, if they can get a good jump, they're just anybody's dead.
Alliance keeping it careful though. They're up as 5 in the trees.
They don't have DK for him though. It's just ending, and they're all sat up here over very aggressively. But this ward, this ward is still doing work. Even though they're smoked up, it's going to be giving them a lot of information as soon as it breaks.
Yeah, it's coming to an end now, so now they know exactly where 5 men are.
Yeah.
Showing in the wave.
Start hitting bottom tower.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Don't know if they've seen Misery yet though. I don't think they're aware of this sheepstick still. Might be something that catches them off guard. Limp will be able to finish down. Cheeky by Nico Baby jumps and gets the last hit. Getting close to Scotty, tanking up. Trying to be able to survive inside of that chrono. And he will be able to have that, BKB kind of, not prevention, but ways to be able to chase out those BKBs with that Scotty slow.
Misery continues to rack up the gold, on the verge of taking this tier 1 tower down top. As they are starting to get a bit of a hit on the high ground here, Limp. Pushing up with the Dragon Form once again.
He's a little scared though. No BKB on Limp yet. It's coming out on the courier though, I believe, shortly. Just be a little bit careful. And like we said though, it's still going to be Nico Baby versus the world. There's a lot of decent combos though. The Alliance does have though, with the Darkseer behind as well. They do have some good team fights that they can execute, but it really is just AM. And he's farmed though.
That's the thing. Like this is going to be one of those games. If Nico Baby does do it, you've got to be like, damn, this was impressive. This was not a game that's been handed to him at all. He is playing. He's playing at top form right now. 19k net worth. His positioning is the way he's been finding the farm. It couldn't be any better. His involvement has been perfect. He turns up only when he knows he can get the kills, and that's hard to know against this lineup. As we say, there's so many things on 5 men's roster that could really cause issues for the anti-mage. But so far, Nico Baby has not died. He's not been caught out. His game continues to flow very smoothly.
And he doesn't, especially right now, he doesn't really have any wards. He's playing this kind of blind, so he's doing a really good job of reading the map and reading the movements from the side of 5 men. God, I'm gonna say C9 a million times. They're they're
C9,
all, look, they're everyone.
There's 3 of them.
There's 3 of them right
C9.
there. There's C9. All right, there we go. And Ace looks like he's itemizing for the future as well as for that Dragon Tail. I think he's preparing for an Abyssal later on. FNG finally get picked off. It's been some time though that he got picked off. He's been farming.
I think he's
nicely.
close to the axe.
Yeah, he's getting close.
He's at least halfway there. Saw a Pond Booster and an Ogre Club in his inventory.
I think he's 3/4 of the way. I think he's getting.
Yeah?
I think he's only like 700 away from it. So that can also. Lots of these things can just change the dynamics of games. Disruptor ulti being one of those huge ones that AoE Doom. They always do have the save though. They have 2 different ways of save on the side of 5 men to protect. Keeping it at that 5k. Just a little bit ahead there. But Nico Baby continuing to split push. And they're pinging it. They're like, no one's reacting up top, so they're likely to try to be making aggressive plays on our side. And that is exactly what the case was. Now they gotta go start responding. Reclaiming their outpost as well. And it's gonna be multiple. Just Lincolns across the board to protect versus not only the Dragon Tail, but the eventual Abyssal that will be coming out Okay, and they're actually smoking and looking to catch people that were going to back up to catch that wave that Nico Baby pushed in. Let's see if they can catch people off guard here.
Oh, smoke dispels. Zibe quick with the
Zibe,
BKB.
though.
They're going to have the Supernova coming out. Can they fight this? Nico Baby's trying to jump over to the back lines. He's going to look for Pylai Die. Ace commits with his BKB over towards S4. See if they can finish this. Nico Baby burning the mana. Oh, Zibe.
He's hexed.
See if they've got further control. The crush into the
Meteor
Meteor Hammer. Punching into him, but the Static Storm comes out from FNG. The space is there for Nico Baby to blink back to safety. They've lost S4. They're going to lose FNG as well. They need to just get themselves out of their alliance. They tried for this smoke move, but it has fallen apart. Limp also stuck in the trees. He's going to go for the TP out. Is there any way to cancel it?
No.
There is. The Hex is back up. As 5-man will quickly shut down that attempt from Alliance to get out and catch them off guard as they show them we're more than ready to take you on.
And just godly positioning, right? Jibe on the front line, that's never what you want. You see a BKB Slardar as soon as you walk up, you're like, ah, crap, we wanted the Phoenix or the Oracle, not this guy. Yeah, tough for them to walk into that one there. Even though, I mean, the Void had to, let's wait for a second, Chessie. Should be okay here with that BKB. They actually had to chrono the Darkseer. He had to end up wasting it to get S4 there, but it ended up not mattering
It
for the
worked out.
positioning of the fight. And look at this. Arosh respawns right away. Perfect timing for them there. Aegis and Cheese. Game continuing to be difficult for Nico Baby.
The difficulty's ramping up.
Yep.
It's ramping up big time for this Nico Baby anti-mage. As 5-man continue to hold the overall advantage.
He just has to be so careful. And now now of course they probably saw it before, but they see that Hex is online too. Does have good status resistance to kind of protect him. We saw that one kind of factoring in there why he wasn't disabled so long. But yeah, just there's so many things that are probably in his head. It's just like, I have to avoid Chrono, I have to avoid Slardar Stun, avoid Bash, Hex. There's a lot of different things that this anti-mage has to play around.
I mean, is this a game where you think there's going to be opportunities for Nico Baby to start threatening tier 3s and barracks, or is it a game where the strength for this anti-mage is going to be cleaning up in the fights?
Oh God, it's tough. There's so many forms of catching it.
Yeah.
That hitting buildings like that, hitting the split push is just scary because he gets caught by Hex, Slardar blink stuns, he gets a bash follow up, Chrono, boom, you're dead.
Yeah.
So I think he actually has to show up to turn up to try to clean up the fights, but they're at a pretty big deficit. So it's just a tough game because he's alone. Look at the Dragon Knight's net worth, Darkseer as well. It's 4 heroes on the dire side, all above them.
Yeah, it's Nico and the 4 supports.
Yeah, really is. Limp is really kind of just a walking stun and a hopeful attempt at trying to hit an egg that's out of position. They do at least have Disruptor.
They're trying to catch him.
Are
Oh, he's away. Ace not able to find him there.
Yeah.
Even so, would have actually... Oh, okay, Chrono still actually on cooldown for 10 seconds.
So I guess the big next thing really would be a vacuum into Disruptor roll. That's kind of what they have to hope for because it is an Ags Disruptor. If he gets that combo off, nobody can pop their BKBs. The fight can look
Oh, it's a DD.
very different for them. But another dude, damn.
DD and Chrono ready to go.
He didn't actually put his bottle.
Well, I think he got passed over the bottle and it was probably miscommunication, right?
Yeah, I think he...
Yeah, Chessie probably dropped the bottle on him and then was like, dude, I gave
My
you the
bottle. Please give it back. Oh, FNG spotted.
Zibe's going to start the fight. He's going in with the BKB onto FNG. The heal will be popped. They'll use the Hex onto the DK, but Limp doesn't care. No further commitment. But now Ace coming with the Chrono. It's going to catch one, though. It is a good catch. It is Limp.
Oh my
so
God,
that's the
he died so
DK
fast.
down. See Ace now turn over towards S4. The bash is coming out. S4 trying his best to surge away. Nico Baby and Hanskin just on the retreat. This is not a fight they could take. They've got to try and limit the casualties, but Hanskin, he's not going to be able to escape. Ace and Zibe jump across. Double kill for Ace. Another team fight in favor of 5-man as they continue. You know, this is how they're going to play out. These 5-on-5s are just very hard for Alliance to do anything. Nico Baby, he just knows as soon as that Chrono's out and Limp, he's lost what is essentially his biggest frontliner. You know, Limp still with the lack of farm that he has, he's still that hero that has to go in and start things off. Make space for Nico Baby to find some way to play the fights. If he's gone, that's the fight over. They've just got to get out.
It's really tough to really match because, you know, you're anti-mage with this slow cooldown blink to move around, right? You have high mobility. You have Surge on your team too, but look at the mobility on 5-men, right? Slardar, he's zooming across the map through the river. Queen of Pain can join very quickly. Phoenix and Void, they just have so many different ways to actually get across the map and get those catches.
Yeah.
And of course, they find the Dream first target. FNG just dies to Zibe by himself, so they really need a godly Static Storm in order to try to come back in this game.
This is starting to shift into the impossible realms of difficulty it feels for Nico Baby.
Now he has Abyssal, though. Maybe if he can start getting some chain kills and they start to outnumber, that's where they can start to maybe trickle back into this one here. And he's going to try.
And they are split up at the moment, 5 men, and there's the jump. They'll get the commitment onto Pilot, but Pilot is still able to pop the Abyssal, the heal on himself, the false promise. He turns over towards Chessie. He takes the Chessie kill now. Static Storm from FNG comes out. They're going to be able to find the Phoenix Pipefalls as well.
Huge.
This is the kind of moves that they've got to look for. NiKo Baby leading the charge. They take 3.
Abyssal timing when no chrono is up, and now Zibe also.
They are going to have a shot at this. He's going to go for the BKB. Bash is there. NiKo Baby, he's doing it. He's doing it. They've just killed off 4 members of 5 men. NiKo Baby, this is as I say, this is a tough old anti-mage game, but he just might be able to do it.
He gets the 1-by-1 pickoff, right? He gets they first catch Misery, they pop his Aeon disc, they immediately switch to Chessie. Chessie doesn't get BKB off because he gets Abyssal, dies before he can do anything. He gets a Sonic Wave off, but doesn't actually get his BKB off, which was a bit weird. Gets brought down by NiKo Baby, and they do that 1-by-1 quick little kills.
I mean, there's no Chessie for 30 seconds.
There's
Misery
no
also down for 30 seconds.
NiKo Baby.
Well, this Rax is theirs. They cannot stop this push, 5 men. This Rax is going down. In a game where they've held the lead for the most part, the careful moves and farm of NiKo Baby has allowed him to get to this point. He's now just threatening the base. A second lane now being pushed in.
7-0-1. This anti-mage NiKo Baby just putting on such a display here. Ace, the Aegis gets reclaimed, but not used effectively. Looks like Misery's a little tired of being under that vision, because that is what caused that entire thing to kind of start off, right? They smoked because they had a ward on the high ground, so they spotted all of 5 men split up, so they were able to get that start of the fight and just pick from hero to hero to hero.
Well, see, they've got the team fight good to go again, but they've struggled in that last moment to really get it off. Ace, he does have to get these chronos, and I imagine you are trying to chrono the anti-mage. At this point, it's hard because NiKo Baby is very tanky.
Yeah.
But you need to kill him. You got to get rid of him.
Yeah, no more. I mean, he didn't want to target the DK with the chrono earlier, right? He wanted to
trying to get more
EM on the clip there, on the edge of it, but that's what happens, right? NiKo Baby, he's playing it perfectly. Cannot believe that he's able to chunk it back this significantly, though. Incredible individual performance so far, as he's going to knock on high ground. He's going to force reactions from 5 men.
There we have it, Ace. Doesn't want to drop the chrono without having any further information. Just trying to spook NiKo Baby. Look for him to blink back. They have caught Zibe. Well, Zibe. I said they caught Zibe. Zibe's trying to go on limb. All right, they're going to try and move out for the fight.
Oh my god!
Oh, he's caught the both! He's trapped in it. Pilot will be able to come in with a false promise. So
There's no buyback.
Ace. Instead of gone FNG with the trap set.
With the prediction play. He's like, oh, Void's going to jump right here, and Void didn't use BKB, so he's just dead.
They're without a carry for 90 seconds.
Oh my god, I think they've done it.
I mean, that egg is...
Oh, it's okay.
Is it going to be successful? No. The egg is dead. Misery.
NiKo Baby's in there throwing her in the fountain.
He's going to join Ace in the ranks of the dead for 75 seconds. Chessie blinking in. NiKo Baby just turned.
Oh my god, he just won the game for the team. He just won it. Him and FNG. Oh my god, FNG. What a static storm to turn the game on the back of NiKo Baby's beautiful anti-mage.
It's still a minute. There's no carry. There's no Void. Alliance can just play outside of the fountain. As Chessie, he will manage to get out. This is 3 buybacks from 5 men in a desperate attempt to push away Alliance.
And Ace, I mean, committing for that Satanic and not using the BKB pre-jump gets punished.
Yeah, the Ag static storm.
They read him.
It caught him out.
FNG read him like a book. That's Megas, probably. Let's see, they got 20 seconds to avoid. Will they push their limits? They will.
Yeah, they're getting the Megas, at least
boy.
without a doubt.
That's got to be painful. 29-23. You've had such a spectacular game the whole time, and then 2 disastrous fights. Just kind of puts the nail in the coffin for you.
And so far, I mean, definitely an AM game for the books, you know, when it comes to just watching how a top-tier player keeps their cool on the anti-mage, finds the space throughout a game against a lot of threats. You know, again, these just do not feel like fun heroes to play against. It's two of the cores, right? It's the Slardar and the Void. You know, these two heroes together, you know, for the first 20 minutes of this game, any sort of Chrono and Amp Up, like the AM would have died, but they never caught Nico.
They couldn't find him.
They never found him.
And Nico Baby always was finding Chessie, right? In the middle of these team fights, in the middle of everything, when 5 men was even leading, it seemed like Nico Baby would always just jump on Chessie, get a Mana Void kill, and then leave away. And he'd get like enormous amounts of levels because of it. He's played it perfectly, honestly. If you want to watch an anti-mage game like you were saying, go back and watch this one because he just dodged around the map perfectly versus some hard stuff. Versus a Phoenix who had a 25-minute hex or 26-minute hex, right? They were not able to find him even with all that. I mean, now they're just in absolute firm control. And it's go time. Illusionist Cape, 6-slotted anti-mage.
Level 28 as well on Nico Baby.
Yeah, just how quick it all accelerates just from a few moments of mistakes.
Oh.
Misery.
Then found him. Misery needs help. Ace is going to come in with a Chrono. They do manage to catch the anti-mage. The Supernova going off as well. Is it going to be successful? It is. Do they have the damage on Nico Baby? The Amp Up as well. Supernova stun. They lock Nico Baby down.
Is it enough?
They've
Oh
done
my
it.
God,
They've killed him.
He's dead for 100 seconds.
He is dead for 100. Finally, Nico Baby dies. Now,
can they actually run it down mid lane, though, in time?
The Mega Creeps are knocking at their doors. They've got to head back and sort out the creep situation. And Nico Baby
he's got buyback
it's just come back up. He's just found the money for it.
The tower died, right? The top of the creeps killed that tier 4, so he has the money for buyback. So
I mean, it's
not going to be the case where they can run down the mid lane.
They killed him. It you know, they have to use everything, but they did kill him. The problem is, you know, 5 men. It feels like they kind of needed to do that 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Even at this stage, sure, they killed the anti-mage,
but barely.
Yeah.
It was pretty close to him actually potentially getting out. Jibe trying to catch the FNG kill here with that BKB with the bashes. Is it enough?
I mean, they're just coming over to help out. Ace is going to look to charge in on this. Limp committing onto Zibe. The false promise keeps Zibe alive. Ace chasing on over towards Limp. Limp pots the BKB, turns with the Dragon Tail stun onto the Void. Ace also getting glimpsed back from FNG. Still trying to chase as he jumps forward with the Time Warp, but Limp's too speedy. He's able to run away. They don't get any further catch here, 5 men. Roshan is up, though.
Okay, all right. They have the Phoenix. Misery is on Mega Creep duty. He's struggling a little bit, but they've got 20 seconds.
Now, can they go for any sort of Roche steal here? S4 is going to
the
start.
Static Storm!
The vacuum into the Axe. Static Storm is caught out. Zibe is caught out the Void. If they got the damage to kill off Ace, Ace is going to turn over towards S4, but the Eon Disc keeps S4 alive. Ace jumps in aggressively, going with the time dilation of the BKB. Chessie in with the dagger, but Limp pots the BKB. They'll turn towards FNG, but FNG stands his ground with the Shadow Amulet. They haven't got the vision from FNG. Will live, turns now with the kinetic field, reveals himself. That cost him his life. Hansken tried to get involved in the back on the river, but Ace has the bashes. Hansken's out. There's a buyback from FNG. Buyback as well from Hansken. They want to make sure that this Roche doesn't go the way of 5 men.
Oh god, these Mega Creeps too. They killed off Pylai Die.
And they, with those buybacks, they push 5 men away from Roshan. 5 men do not feel confident around the pit anymore.
Nope. Nico Baby, he wants Chessie.
He's chasing.
He's got the Abyss off.
He's in. Zibe trying to offer up a crush. There's the level 25 of the Quap, so the pushback from the Fear will give the space for Chessie to get out.
Now they have space to get that Roche though. Alliance with that vacuum play from the Darkseer.
Oh, and it's straight up 97% win rate.
It shifted 1% though off that last fight.
Yeah, it's like, hang on, okay. So, fully believing on Alliance to just absolutely end this game in their favor. I mean, that's what the probability says, and yeah, I guess you can feel it. They're going to get the Roche. Roche is theirs.
I mean, it's Mega Creeps too, and it's always going to be this threat. They don't have good heroes to actually push out these Mega Creeps. Sure, like you have Screams and stuff from Quap, you have nukes from the Misery's Phoenix, but Void doesn't push these creeps out. Not with the item build that he has. Neither does Slardar. They're going to have a really big problem just dealing with the creeps constantly flowing into their side. 14,000 gold lead. Now the anti-mage. They brought him down the once. I don't know if they can do it twice though.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty tough ordeal right now for 5 men. They pretty much had the perfect sequence of events to even be able to do it the once.
Yep.
With that Chrono, the Supernova going off.
The one thing they could, I guess, utilize better is the Sunray during that Supernova. It wasn't casted earlier, but the jump forward, Zibe.
Going in on Zibe. We'll get pushed back by the Fair Nico Baby. BKB out from Zibe. So now, Ace still trying to deal with these Mega Creeps. Limp popping the Outer Dragon form. Ace going in with a BKB on FNG. Wants to remove the the potential of a Static Storm, but it still comes out. The BKB is still up for Ace as he's already popped it and can step to the side. He'll look over towards Limp. Focus is there, but Nico Baby commits with the Abyssal onto Zibe. Another false promise. Keeps Zibe alive. Hex onto the Anti-Mage, into the Crush, but Nico Baby stands his ground, looks over towards Ace. The bashes are coming out for Nico Baby. Ace, he's out of mana. He cannot time walk away as Nico Baby continues to commit onto the Void, into the combo. Misery's out. Nico Baby gets the double. There'll be a buyback from Ace, but the Ancient is falling. A pushback from Chessie in a desperate attempt to get this AM away from him, but Nico Baby just jumps straight back in. Ace tries to commit, but the throne falls. This game is over as Alliance will take game 1. It's all theirs. And in a game where 5 men, I mean, there was that whole portion from like 10 minutes to 30 minutes, the top 5 net worth, 4 of them were 5 men. But Nico Baby stood at the top, and in the most sort of traditional sense, he really was the carry. He did it.
Yep. Beautiful Abyssal timing and playing around that ward. I think, we always talk about how like wards win you games, but that's kind of exactly what happened. They had that ward on the high ground. They see people trickling one by one, and Nico Baby's like, oh, look, a Phoenix. Cool. Abyssal's him, then moves on to the next target. Chessie jumps in, doesn't use BKB, dies, and then it's a chaotic situation of the fight with no buybacks. They lose so much map control. And, I mean, yeah, Nico Baby. God damn.
Yeah, pretty crazy stuff there on the Anti-Mage. And of course, the rest of the cast of Alliance definitely being able to create these situations where, they were fighting 4 versus 5. Space was being made, and apparently just never the opportunity for 5 men to ever hunt down the Anti-Mage.
Yep.
He found all the space. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Alliance will take game 1 of this best of 3.
Thank you, Odie Pixel and Fogged. Boy, oh boy, did I take that first game indeed. We ended the draft saying that 5 men had the better draft, and I think it was very clear to see that 5 men did have the better draft. However, kind of feel like Alliance just showed that they were the better team. They can be outdrafted and through some hardship still win. I'm here with Lacoste and BSJ. Let's try to break that game down.
I think what we have to agree is that Alliance lost the draft. The execution of 5 men early on was extremely good, and similar to many games we've seen against the Anti-Mage, where just one mistake is going to cost you the game. Fogg pointed it out. The team was split, and AM saw the opportunity. Like, they jump on Queen of Pain, and that's it. Also, I very like the itemization coming out from FNG. Tranquil Boots into Aghanim Scepter. No shenanigans. I don't want to get any other item because they understand how important it is. Just to get that item, they have the combo with the Darkseer, and they used it multiple times. I'm not trying to take anything away from 5 men because they really played amazing.
They did.
First 25, 30 minutes. But then it comes down to that. Also, Nico Baby, man, what a beast. He did not die for like 35 minutes in that game against the Faceless Void, against the Slardar, with no save on his team. That's just impressive.
I wish there was some way to prove it, but I am almost certain that if these drafts were reversed, Alliance would win with the Void draft 100% of the time. I don't think a Tier 1-esque team would lose with this draft. Like, the way the map control they had on the side of 5 men is a situation that these top-tier teams do not give away for free. I think the biggest mistake for me in this game was actually the first Aegis that Ace had, that they took a fight in the Radiant jungle when he was 600 gold from a BKB, got stunned by the DK, and then eventually followed up by a Static Storm on his respawn, and he died there. And the complete pace of the game, where his ability to kill the Anti-Mage and the Chrono is no longer the case anymore, because of the network shift between him and Anti-Mage. And suddenly, even though they're still winning the game, and they still could have won the game, that just makes it that much harder. So I don't know. I think this says a lot about both teams. I think 5 men threw a game that a team should really never throw if they're looking to be in the top tier caliber. But also, when you're dealing with these strong tier 2 teams or tier 1 teams, depending on where you put Alliance, they make you work for it. They make you play good Dota for 40 minutes in a row if you want to win the game. Like, they will not roll over and die. Nico Baby's going to play fundamentally strong. He's going to get his items. He's going to evade death, like you said, for as long as he did. And 1 or 2 big slip-ups, and suddenly this game's out of control. So I do give a lot of props. Like, a lesser team than Alliance would not have made this comeback.
I think it comes down to that one team fight. That is all. Like, you're going to get punished against AM. One of the issues which we did not address that 5 men had is wave clear. Like, their heroes are not good at just killing the waves. One of the reasons why Alliance could split push so much. You know, Anti-Mage is one of the best heroes that can do it, and one of the reasons why he was not caught, because he had a good creep equilibrium. They killed AM that one time after they had mega creeps, but at that point it really did not matter.
In the Faceless Void anti-major matchup, you don't want to have to chrono him to kill him full zero. Like you want that threat, but you want to be able to chrono other people and then deal with the anti-mage later, potentially. It gives you multiple ways to play the fight. And I think Ace's build, I really didn't like it. He went for the Midas, which delayed that BKB, but then he went Satanic, a BKB, and Lincoln's. I think one of those items has to go. I don't know, that was a bit too... Like, you have a Slardar. Every damage item you buy is just that much more valuable, and you just don't have any damage items.
Before Corrosive Haze, it was called Amplified Damage. That was the name of the ability.
Same ability, different name.
Yeah.
That's what it does. I like that. That's funny. Nico Baby with Beast Performance, but I like that S4 also went for like this blink. Didn't he have an axe? Am I crazy? Did he have the axe synth? Is that what happened? I could have sworn I saw it underneath him as well.
He might have had
and
it
then
from
the last fight.
Yeah, they were all about the axe combos. Like they knew that was their fight win condition, and even though it's not that easy to catch the heroes before BKB, like even that one fight where Ace time walked in without using his BKB, it just becomes so hard to play from the Void's perspective, and it's going to cause a lot more mess ups with the chaos that these Darkseer Disruptor heroes create just by dumping all their stuff on the ground.
I must say, this first game makes me really worried for 5 men in terms of if they have an even draft. I don't feel like they stand a chance against Alliance if they play like this.
Alliance as a team just has much better execution, and they're gonna punish like a small mistake, the big mistake that they made in the previous game. Like I think team like 5 man is not gonna play as aggressive as some like tier 1 teams where they just don't let you go. They push you on the ground. They don't want to let you get up at all. And I think when playing against a team like a 5 man, you're gonna have like 1 or 2 opportunities to do so.
Yeah, we saw that here. One thing though that I was a little disappointed with, and Fogg mentioned it in cast as well, there was an excessive amount of courier deaths in this game. So I figured we might take a moment where you guys educate people at home at how to prevent your courier from dying. Mostly as core players.
Yeah, I'd say the most vulnerable lane is the safe lane. You even talked about it. You read my mind when you were talking about it off screen. You're like, well, when you send yourself the courier in the safe lane, I swear it tries to take the most terrible path it possibly could find.
It does.
And I've come up with the number one solution for me has been to shift queue my courier from the tower to me, such that it takes the straight line down the lane and then comes to me.
Yes.
And that
Shift
prevents
queuing
most
for a large portion of the viewer base is very difficult.
Yeah.
What's the different solution?
You can also just right-click it to your tower, and then you can
And then forget that you actually had to,
Well,
use
would you
the
rather
courier and
get
bring
your
the
item
items.
like 30 seconds late because you forgot, or have your courier dead?
I'm all about the efficiency. I'm gonna risk some stuff.
Okay, fair enough. You're an all or nothing kind of guy. I like it.
Do you play cores or supports?
3, 4, 5. That's all I play. Unless Fog.
See,
forces
he
me to
doesn't
play
really
for-
have the problem unless he's a 5. But as a 5, you're normally in a better position.
Yeah,
anyway.
usually like towards the small camp area, like
Yeah.
maybe pulling or scouting out. So
See,
it's not nearly as bad.
risky.
The carry's like up in the lane, so the courier like sometimes even walks through the neutral camps and dies there. So it's it's the most important thing.
I
is to
swear the
walk through
courier
that
is
area.
bugged sometimes. I click to deliver the items, and the courier just
walks and stands
walks
there?
in and stands there. Like I didn't even click there once.
I'm pretty sure I agree because I'm like, okay, I understand if I misclick sometimes, but it happens maybe once or twice a game, and I just refuse to believe after all this time playing Dota, I'm still that bad at clicking the mouse.
Have you considered paying your courier enough for him to do the job?
I put items on him. I paid for those. I feel like
Yeah,
that should be enough. Is there a tip, like a
Have to
gratuity?
tip him every single time.
Feed him a carrot,
feed him a mango.
mango.
There you go.
Always have a mango on your courier and it will be delivered faster. That would be something. It's never going to happen.
They actually made it do the opposite.
The opposite
It delivers
of it,
slower.
Yes, this is true. It wants
So
to
don't
savor
feed
the
him with
presence of the
mango.
mango.
He's gonna wait more, which means he's gonna move slowly.
Yeah.
I guess that's why, huh?
Yeah, maybe he like takes a little sip out of the clarity or, you know, munches on the mango on the way there.
In games where you get to be level 25, do you guys remember to put items on the courier for the courier to use?
Can it still use items?
I think at level
I thought they
25.
removed that.
They removed that as
Did
well.
they?
Yeah.
My bad.
I remember you used to
Yeah.
have...
Because I never remembered, even when you could.
I only used it once, and it was because I had 9 items at 70 minutes, and I didn't
Then you
need my
forgot to
radiance
use
anymore, and I just put it on my courier and stood the courier in the trees, and it would burn the wave as it ran by. That was about the most usefulness I ever found out of the courier items.
I never warded or dewarded with it. I feel like I missed out.
Yeah, back when Quelling Blade, you could, there were a lot of stupid things that they luckily got rid of.
Yeah, indeed.
And hopefully 5-min does the same thing about their execution in game 1.
And hopefully everybody will have learned a little bit more about keeping their courier safe.
True.
Because it's a waste. It's quite a bit of gold. It adds up.
It is.
It's also demoralizing because everybody gets the announcement, Radiant Courier has died. And then it's like, you know, your whole team knows you messed up with your courier.
It has your little hero icon next to the courier that died.
Yeah,
Everyone's focus goes, boop.
I liked it way more before, you know. It was one courier. You could say someone else did it. It wasn't me, you know.
Yeah, why'd you
I have
micro
no
my
clue.
courier, man?
This is true. It's actually really crazy to think about that we had one courier. It wasn't even that long ago. But that was a hassle.
Well, we could buy multiple couriers.
Yeah, eventually. It was on cooldown first.
Well, way back, you could buy as many as you wanted.
True.
Like 5-6 years ago.
And
People
also
would feed the couriers in like a train when you were
the
losing.
auto upgrade to flying
That was,
is a
That was
luxury.
rough times. I think we had
135 gold to upgrade the courier. If you didn't have that at minute 3 or in minute 5, whichever it was, like you were gonna get flamed.
Yeah, supports are still complaining nowadays. What else do we need to give you?
Upgrade courier.
It was unplayable, you know, playing that hard position 5. You need slot for brown boots because you're not going to get anything else. You need a slot for sentry and for observer wards because they were not
They were
combined.
not combined.
If you're playing against an Innovis hero, you also need to buy a dust, so that's 4 of those. TP scroll, that's a 5th because we did not have. So you could basically
branch.
buy one item.
Yeah.
That's it.
That is it. What is the best quality of life change you guys feel Dota has had in the last 3, 4, 5 years? Whichever you want, really.
Report button, I would say.
That's been there for quite a while.
I'd say the
I'm loving
avoid
it.
function. The avoid
Sure.
function is the best quality of life
Only in
change.
Dota Plus, I believe, or no?
Yeah,
You need to
Dota
pay for
Plus?
that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, to be honest.
But you have only a limited amount of people.
But the thing is, it cycles through. So, like, if you put too many people in, like, the person you most, like, longest ban to go, or avoided the longest to go, would get removed. For me, it's just, like, if I had a really bad day where I just lost 2 games in a row with the same guy on my team, and I say, I refuse to lose with this guy on my team today, that's what the avoid function does for me.
Is the avoid function, does it also avoid that person from being on your enemy team?
No, he can be on the enemy. Absolutely.
Oh, that's the best part. If, you know, he
Bench
loses a
time.
game for you, talks a lot of stuff, and then you play against him. These are the best kind of games. Unless you lose, then you're like, maybe it was my fault, and it can never be your fault.
Can you avoid players that were on the enemy team?
No, they have to be on your team.
They have to first have been on your team.
They have to first ruin your game.
So
from
if
your
you see
team's
them
perspective.
ruining someone else's game, and you're like, oh
avoid them
shit, I
now.
hope he's not gonna do it to me.
I just wait to queue at that point. I'm like, I'll
Okay.
give it like 15 minutes.
15.
However long it, reliably, I believe it'll take for that guy to find a game.
That's fair. It works out. I don't think I've ever had to really actively use the avoid button. There's not as
Lucky.
many game ruiners in my games compared to you guys' games. Sorry.
U's not nearly as bad, but the people who ruin the game are very bad. Like if I have to avoid them, they're the type that like mutes everybody, and then at the end of the game comes out with their entire explanation for the team about how we all made it so difficult for them and how they think we suck and stuff.
Yeah.
They don't say anything for like the entire game though.
Well, I think people have different opinion on what ruining the game is. Like, it's not
True.
just running down the mid, killing the items.
I mean, that's pretty game ruining.
Yeah, that is, I agree. But if you play a hero that you did not play before, if you're like practicing or if you're playing
Don't practice in rank.
offline gyro PA mid, you are the one who's ruining the game. People don't get that.
The most uncommon ability for people to recognize they ruin the game is when my offlaner buys a Midas. And he has like an anti-mage and like an Invoker, and he buys a Midas, and it's like, what
High
do you think
standards.
was
Play
going to happen?
mid from the off lane. Like, why don't you just play mid instead?
Yeah, man.
You
just-
guys have very high standards. For me, if someone is playing bad, I'm not gonna report them.
Well, if it doesn't matter
don't
if they
feel like
misclick
that's a
a
game
button.
for
Like, if they can misclick all the skills they want. If they buy a Midas and then ping my items because I have no gold because they've been jungling the entire game while I'm getting ran at by 4 heroes.
You're not
and
doing
they're
your
feels
job.
very specific.
Yeah, this happens a lot in NA specifically, but it's actually happened sometimes in EU too. I'm just like,
If you pick a
what
hero
did you think was going to happen?
and just don't play what this hero is supposed to do, you know? I mean, I'm down to experiment. That's how we discover new stuff. But if it's not working, if you're that's ruining the game for
Like,
me.
say
If
you're an
not playing the-
initiator. If you bought a Shadow Blade instead of a Blink, and it wasn't the ideal item, I'd still be like, okay, he's trying to play that hero. But when he's like, instead of a Blink, he goes like Mask of Madness or something.
But maybe
like,
he thought it was the best item. Or
Bleach
There
of
are-
Travel, Hand of Midas.
Yeah.
That's also kind of game ruining.
There's
Spell
plenty
on
of times that
certain
you
heroes.
know for a fact that guy does not intend to, like, he's not trying his absolute best to win the game. There's no way, and you at least hope for his sake that the rank
but you would
100 guy
only
is not
get
doing
this agitated in ranked games, I hope.
that. Absolutely.
No,
Emotionally
non-ranked as
invested.
well. I had a guy the other day that said, "Chill, bro. It's unranked. Like we're doing this
Oh
stupid
my God,
stuff.
that's
like you're
literally-
wasting my time."
Yeah, but unranked is literally to try out new
No.
stuff.
What do you mean? I
Okay,
joined the game
so let's
to
say
play
you're
properly and
queuing
win.
with a couple of friends and you just want to goof around in a game of Dota 2 and you see what happens.
So
It's
collect 10 friends and goof around. Don't waste my time.
But what if they don't have 10 friends or 9 friends?
That's true. The people that we're talking
Custom
about probably
lobby.
don't
There's
have
bots. You can play against those.
It's not as fun.
Play turbo mode. I don't know. Like
Wow.
find a different solution.
Why don't
because
you
if-
play ranked if you're so serious about it?
I'm not serious, but I also want to win. What do you mean? Like playing unranked is just, you know.
You know, you're a tryhard at heart, and so am I, so I can respect his approach.
Fair.
Dota's the type, there's so many games out there that I would love to play way more than Dota if I'm not trying to be serious. Like, Dota to me, it's like you're trying to win, that's the competitive aspect for me, that's what I enjoy out of it.
Which game
So
do you
I
play if you
can't
don't want to
relate.
be serious?
I have a hard time playing Dota more than like a few games, maybe a week, without taking, that I could take it not seriously.
I'm pretty competitive, whether we're playing Monopoly, any other games. Like, I want to win. That's why I'm here. I'm not going to play with 80% to just, you know.
That's fair. That's fair. I think also Alliance and 5 Men are going to try to win the next game. I have rather, would you have one final sentence for me regarding the series as we are ready for the draft? Game 2.
Don't ruin games.
Don't ruin games, especially you 5 Men. You got this. Come back game 2.
All right, let's see. We're going to have a third game to this series, and let's head over to the draft panel for the second game.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Thank you very much to Shiver for that beautiful throw, which reminds me a little bit of what we saw in the last game. Welcome, though, to the Draft Rotunda. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your analytical guide through this journey, and we have everything that you could ever want on a panel. Muscles, brains, everything you could need. Now, all we need is to jump in and actually see what the picks are going to be as the teams are getting ready for the draft. It's nice to be with you gentlemen in the Rotunda.
You as well. I'm glad you're pronouncing it properly. Glad we could work that out.
I was saying it right the entire time.
He practiced it for a little bit.
Yeah.
5 minutes. It's enough.
Speaking of 5, that'd be the worst transition
Great
of my
throw,
entire
great
life.
throw.
But let's actually take a look at what has already transpired here in our draft. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, but that big beefy chonker over there looks like a Doom to me.
Yeah, Doom picked up by Alliance. I wouldn't be surprised if they snatch that Phoenix up as well for themselves. Magnus and Broodmother banned out by them, and 5 Man banning out the Venom and the Void.
That's it.
Picking up the Venge, yeah, nothing really too extraordinary. Whenever you're thinking about Alliance, I think that's what 5 Man tried in that first game as well. You snatch the Phoenix away from them, because they're looking much, much stronger with it. Or you ban it at least. Actually, Darkseer is top tier, just as Phoenix.
Yeah, I got a feel for Misery, though, in that last game. He played phenomenally. He was so farmed. He like 25-minute Hex, and then he has to watch his team lose that game. And really, credit to Alliance for holding on, but that felt like 5 men losing a lot more than it was them winning, and that is a very early Arc Warden.
Yeah, that's a very early Arc Warden. Now, I have seen the Venge Arc Warden combo, which is pretty solid. You can save him from any aggression early on, plus he benefits from your aura quite a lot, plus the talents, the attack range is ridiculous. But you are playing versus Darkseer already, so that's one way of reaching and getting on top of that Arc Warden.
Yeah.
And it's picked so early. Yeah, you banned the Spectre and Void, but there are other heroes that deal with him just as well.
They also haven't played Arc Warden yet, like in their professional career.
But
I'm sure the individual has. I'm sure Ace
Yeah,
will play it, don't get me
exactly.
wrong, but they've yet to play it as a team.
We saw some early arcs in this tournament.
Yeah.
Didn't go well at all. How do you guys feel about seeing it in a first phase? I don't even think it was first phase. It was still felt too early.
Yesterday it was.
Yesterday
first
it was
phase by
good,
Nigma,
yeah.
and Miracle just like, they tri-laned with it. He got 4 kills, ended up having like $1 billion net worth. They won the game. So, and they also had Avenge. So it's quite possible 5 men are trying to threaten an aggro tri-lane here. It's tough to deal with that as Alliance because you've already revealed Doom Darkseer. Neither one of these heroes wants to play in a tri-lane.
There's a lot of talk about Arc Warden right now and why the hero should work, because he has been buffed up a little bit, not only by Midas, but by the talent changes. And you could see even in the closed qualifiers, some teams would try. Then you would see in the Divine, some teams would open up twice with Arc Warden, if you remember that Tempo series.
Yeah, that was what I was referencing.
Yeah, but it would get countered. Now, the thing is, Tier 1 teams, they put some more effort into devising a strategy behind the hero that's picked in the first stage, and then they just make it work. Even though Arc Warden is a difficult hero to play with.
Yeah, I think for multiple reasons, with my Papija take, it seems like he slots into the meta for multiple reasons, just with how you want to be winning games right now. So it does make sense that it's something teams are going to be experimenting with, but whether or not you can actually get it in the first phase nice and comfortable, I think is going to be something that's exciting to see, not only in this game, but as we move forward throughout the entirety of this tournament.
I think his biggest weakness is getting exploited in lane, and because Alliance have already revealed what's likely their 3-4 or 1-3, you can feel pretty confident. In fact, isn't this the exact same lineup Nigma ran, and they aggro tri-laned with it? Venge, Rubik, and Arc Warden? It's the exact same 3 heroes.
Still, though, just as a question, I mean, it feels like, I mean, when you have that Venge at the beginning, it looks like you're potentially maybe trying to feel out whether or not you can go to the Arc Warden. Do you think that opening with Venge, seeing what those lanes are going to look like, and then you go, okay, this is it, now we can go for the Arc Warden, is kind of how they're thinking?
The Venge is required, I imagine, to make it work.
Okay.
Just because you have the swap.
But you still have pivot potential.
Yeah, because the Venge can... Arc Warden just sort of replaces heroes that have been nerfed. Like, we saw Matumba Man play Lycan, which was obviously an accident. No one's been playing Lycan since, but Arc Warden kind of fills that same gap because you provide a ton of... You provide late game structure damage. You're decent in the lane if you can aggro with it, I feel. If you get a 2-on-2 that's unfavorable, it's like some LC plus strong support just like running at you. You can't really rotate to jungle. You don't want to, at least, until you at least have a Midas close. But I think Venge is just super good right now, especially with all the other meta stuff. Like Drow is being picked up a lot.
You
We saw Medusa Venge yesterday.
You don't have to follow up with Arc Warden. You have Drow, you have Medusa as well. I like the Underlord draft, and the Underlord pick, because there's a huge chance that Alliance opt to go for one of the Illusions hero next, right? And the Underlord usually does well against them. And you have Rubik there. Rubik Underlord is a very good lane versus any of those heroes, even if Jakiro is supporting them. The hero that usually comes to your mind if you're thinking about heroes that deal with Arc Warden right now, it's PL, perhaps. It's one of the best ones. However, he also did fall a little bit out of the meta. The power spikes might benefit Arc Warden when it comes to that matchup a little bit more, even though Arc Warden power spikes are really weird.
There's no option for an offensive purge right now, so I'd like to see Alliance maybe look to go for an Ember Spirit. It's at least got to be a threat. Void Spirit's also a possibility. Also to note, this is, I think they probably touched on in the last game, but it's Limp versus Chessie mid. I think it's really cool to see two brothers at this level of Dota playing against each other. I've also lived with both of them for 3 or 4 years in my life, so I'd like to say I know them pretty well, and they know each other even better. Bat going to be picked up. A lot of these teams, this whole draft feels very inspired by Nigma yesterday because they ran this exact same 3 support duo, Venge, Rubik, and with Underlord, but they had a Medusa instead of the Arc Warden, and they had a Bat, whereas now the Bat goes towards Alliance. Makes sense because I guess it's mid-bat.
It should be mid-bat, but I have to say one thing, that if you put Arc Warden mid versus Bat, it can work. This matchup, like, it's difficult.
Limp Bat versus... I don't know about that.
It's difficult, but basically what you do with Arc Warden is you try to use as many spirits behind the tower where you're about to run, and he can't really chase you into them if he starts getting those sticky napalms. Plus you benefit a lot from stick charges.
True.
But it is Bat favored, like most mid matchups. I'm just saying that it can be played. That's all.
We saw yesterday they put Chessie on Puck against the Weehaw Bat Rider. But I'm not certain that is something they're going to want to repeat.
That's not for the lane. You
not
don't want
go
that.
well.
Maybe a Storm would be alright, but Puck definitely isn't a thing. They don't really have a lot of catch. Like Doom, you don't really care that much if you're Storm. Like he can Doom you, but he needs to get to you first. And besides that, what do you have? Lasso and Ice Bat. Or you disagree
Sven
with
last
that?
pick. Okay, so they go for a melee hero. It makes sense. It's also a really old school Alliance combo, you know, like especially with the return of S4. No surprise we see him constantly grabbing Darkseer for himself. A lot of emphasis on Bat Rider as well. But now the Sven, you got that Vac into stun combination potential, and your AoE teamfight's just kind of nuts right now. Like going 5-on-5 for 5 men will be very difficult, and their last pick effectively has to be mid. And I just don't know what's in Chessie's hero pool that's going to be a real game changer for them. You can't go for something defensive like a Dusa. It's just not possible. DK is unpickable.
With an Arc Warden, you can definitely. Yeah. You need a hero that's going to be active, because Arc will be AFK for the majority of the mid game. The thing about Sven here that I find so good, and this draft of Alliance, it's the Darkseer, man. He enables any of these melee cores versus the Arc Warden, because you can always just surge. And even if that's not the case, he's gonna buy Aghanims, and he will be able to reach you.
Warcry for that little bit of bonus move speed, comboed with the surge, means you're going like, it's just so much value. You're gonna have a super speed Sven just charging at this Rubik Venge Arc Warden, and you're gonna be in some big trouble. And you have so much follow-up stun as well. It's so much easier to play heroes like Jakiro when you've just got 4 heroes that are gonna be going deep for you, and you can just chill, get an ice path up to follow up. There's no real team fight potential for 5 men here.
And yeah, there's some kiting possibilities coming from the Underlord, but Sven is always a hero that if he gets the right items, Underlord does not feel safe. Like usually you see this Underlord, he's your Uber that can't be killed, he always saves you from team fights. But when you're playing versus Sven, he pops that ulti, he just cleaves through you in a few hits. So.
The only Chessie hero remaining, they banned out the Quap. Puck is a possibility, but that hero just seems way too weak. There's too much damage output for 5 men. They need something that provides team fight, but I just don't know what that is. Death Prophet is really the only hero I see.
They go with the Puck.
I don't know, man.
Yeah. We have seen this exact situation yesterday in which they pick Puck versus Bat Rider and Bat just trashes him in the mid lane. And yeah, you're fine later on because of the Dream Coil, but...
What puts them in this position, though, that last pick feels so bad? Does it go all the way back to first phasing the arc?
Yes, because your first 3 heroes are all susceptible to the same thing, which is just getting ran at. So you put an Underlord to have one body in between, but you're looking at the laning matchups, and you don't like putting anything against a potential Bat mid. So you're left with just this Puck.
When it worked yesterday, yesterday was my day off. I slept for 22 hours out of the 24 hours, so I did miss that. What made it work? Because I think it makes a lot of sense to try to replicate some of the stuff that works. So what exactly made it work that didn't get pulled off here?
Well, we'll see, but Nigma aggro tri-laned very successfully. I have to imagine 5 men's got the same plans. Underlord is favored in a 1v1 against either Doom or Darkseer, or at least should trade. And in theory, 3 range with all the spell damage they're going to be able to output should dumpster this bottom lane. Mid, in theory, could be even. I just want to make sure Chessie gets involved. He had big problems in his yesterday playing Puck because he just fell behind and then effectively was just Nigma, they bought Raindrops, and he was just like, well, what do I do now?
I would love to see them just secure this Arc Warden's lane. Because if you look at it that way, if he gets an early Midas, he can reach his power spikes early enough to join fights, and then suddenly Sven's area of farming will be slowly constricted. They have some good things too. You have the swap with the Dream Coil, right? You have some offensive potential. But for Alliance, as long as their lanes go just all right, as long as they don't lose them, I really like this draft.
It's the towers too, because ultimately, if Sven falls behind and Arc Warden, if they can take, if Nigma can, 5-man can take the bottom safe lane tower from Alliance and then just let Arc Warden or Underlord play that area, kind of constrict the map. Sven has to focus on recovery, and then it's just this Bat Rider that's able to make plays. Maybe the Darkseer with the Doom, but ultimately Alliance needs to be even or ahead for their heroes to play the game that they want. So if you're 5-man, it's take that away, and then have your dual support plus puck combo just sweep the map as your Arc Warden and Underlord push opposite sides.
So you heard words from our casters as to what we might see. But let's look at the numbers. The odds from EGB.com. These are going to be something that you do want to keep implanted in your mind because words can lie, numbers cannot. But with that, let's jump down to the series and see who's going to be able to take this.
Yeah, let's see. Indeed, game 2, ladies and gentlemen, ready to go between Alliance and 5-man. Fog, what do we reckon? So this Arc Warden pick coming out relatively early. Alliance given a lot of opportunities to counter-pick it and to know what to do against it. Do you think they've sort of solved the answer to the Arc, or can this Arc still have a good game?
I think they have to kind of run that aggro lane. I think they have to copy what Nigma did. It's the same 3 heroes that Nigma ran too, right? That Rubik, that Arc Warden, plus that Venge. So they do have a lot of potential in that tri-lane if they do decide to go for it. I'm a bit worried, though. I think they're very susceptible to get ran at. I think that's something that Arc Warden does not really enjoy so much. And I see a Bat Rider, I see a Darkseer, I see a Sven. I see a lot of different ways for them to easily get on top of him. So a little bit worried for the 5-man.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it's not going to be the easiest of games. It's a bit of a different approach, right? I mean, this time round, being on the Arc Warden, can they get away with going for the super late game with this Arc and just saying, it doesn't really matter about how the mid game goes, as long as our Arc is farming, he's going to be able to win this game come the sort of 40, 50 minutes.
I'm not the biggest Arc Warden specialist, but listen to when Lizard always talks about it too, because he's like the biggest Arc Warden player, and from what I've seen a lot of the times, I think it can be scary. You're versus Sven. Like Sven Ags, he stuns on top of you. Like, what do you actually do to prevent it? You might have to itemize, might have to do some blink plays, what we saw from yesterday, just like trying to disjoint this Stormhammer. I think it's going to be tough. I really do think it's going to be really hard for this Arc Warden to get that split push going, getting that farm. But let's see if they're going to be able to do it, right? They do have some comfort heroes. They have that puck, which they do like to play a lot, but I'm worried for the puck too. As they said, Bat Rider, this hero just reigns supreme in so many different matchups now.
I mean, it was picked... Well, the last pick right for themselves, the puck, so clearly something that they feel that they're still going to be confident on. They're not too concerned. This is the pick they want to settle on to be that playmaker, have that control, allow heroes to be held in place whilst the Arc Warden turns up and kills them off.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a lot of like fun, cute, cheeky plays that they can do, right? Those swaps with the coils. Also, coil is a good way to just make a distance between something, right? They're jumping Arc Warden, puts a coil, they split it up, they can try to like cut it out. Just worried about this hero in general. I've only really seen, I think, Boxy, right? Boxy was the one who had the super successful game where he was playing with a Drow Ranger and he just kind of popped off on the puck. Besides that, most pucks for me have been falling very flat-faced.
And particularly against a Bat in the mid, you feel that...
I mean, in the past you can kind of hit him, but I feel like the new Bat Rider you just kill him. Like, you just get this like flame break or something, you just push him back, and I've seen some very effective flame break usage. I think people have just gotten better at Bat Rider, and I think the hero's just gotten buffed a lot. So, yeah. We will see how it plays out, as we do have looks like quite a lengthy pause as we get to look at these beautiful skulls up on these gates. But yeah, this should be exciting too, because I think it's 4-position Doom, right? I believe it was, because they had the Darkseer.
Yeah, it must be.
So Darkseer, Doom, Jakiro, Bat Rider, and the Sven. So, I mean, the team fight potential is insane. Right?
Yeah, you got the Sven DS at the end.
Sven, Darkseer, Sven, Jakiro. Lots of different ways to utilize that vacuum combo. They are versus Rubik, so we can't see those like stolen Ice Paths in particular, one of those big ones, and stolen Dooms. I've been seeing so many stolen Dooms actually when it is being played versus. So, yeah, we'll see. I think it's just it's an easier to execute lineup on the side of Alliance, and from what I saw last game when they had the harder to execute lineup, they made it work. So We'll see if 5men can keep their composure after that last one, because I have to imagine they'd be a little frustrated after that last loss.
Yeah, for sure. But maybe they can draw on the positives of the game one.
Yeah.
You know, for the most part,
They dominated.
They were doing great. You know, they were cruising the map. They were shutting everybody apart from Nico Baby down. So, you know, not as if they're totally out of it at all. You know, that was a game that they did hold, you know, to the advantage for the most part.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this Doom works too. Right? I've not been seeing too many support Dooms. Mostly those threes. I've seen like a kind of a one, not like a one position Doom, but we saw, at least in the SEA League that we did earlier, we saw that safe lane Doom kind of take over, some mid Dooms. So yeah, we'll see how it works as we do finally get underway.
Let's have a look. Yeah, Hans again on it, starting off with the boots.
Yep. And let's see how they choose to put their lanes. Yep, they're running the aggro lane. Underlord's already making his way toward top. All right.
Okay, so I mean, as you said, we saw this lane the other day be pretty potent. I mean,
yeah.
Looking at what Alliance is going to be having against it, are these heroes that you see dying to this tri lane?
Yep. Jakiro, very slow hero, gets caught by a lift or a stun. He can be easily blown up out of position. I mean, Sven too. Sure, he's got a lot of HP, but it's a lot of magical burst damage that could come out from the three. So we'll see how they react. We're going to see what Hanskin chooses to do with his movements, because it's going to be a lot of that early game based for him. We see Limp, of course, in that mid lane. You know, this is a fun matchup, dude. We've got the brothers in the mid lane. Limp versus Chessie. The bat versus the puck. Which brother is better in this situation? Chessie with his comfortable puck, or Limp with his comfortable bat?
Yeah, what was who came out on top of the laning stage in the last game?
Last game... I mean, it was a DK versus a co-op. So
yeah, it's a pretty... Yeah.
This was a bit more flashy of
a matchup, because these two heroes can kill each other,
They can kill each other, absolutely.
On all about a place, or, you know, Bat trying to get into aggressive with Firefly. So this matchup, we could see some action early.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing really to watch out for, right? Those orbs. The aggressive orb, you get 2 or 3 sticky stacks, he's going to flame break, push you back, and look for setting up kills. So, yeah, we'll see how that one ends up. As Chessie, he's very prepared. He's got that stick finished, or stick ready. Yeah, and I'm curious what Hanskin's going to do. I'll be very curious. They're hiding the fact that the Underlord is safe lane still at the moment. See, he is all the way positioned behind the tower up there at the moment. And look at Limp again, winning the block.
He did get, he got great block in last
twice,
game.
Yeah. Chessie. So he gets the range creep. It will be Batrider, of course, as he's got that damage. Okay, and Hanskin's going to go for the just that right-click level 1 build with the Ion Shield to harass. Okay.
All right, so this tri lane...
Triple ranged. Oh, Nico Baby's not going to get much of anything down here.
Sure. For it to pay off, is sort of stopping this Sven farming enough, or do you need to be getting kills with the 3 heroes here?
I mean, don't naturally get kills when somebody steps out of position. Like, Nico Baby's going to get greedy, right? He's going to walk up. They actually chose for interesting skills. Wave of Terror and the Spark Wraith. We saw when Nigma ran it, it was all aggression. It was stun. It was flux. It was lift. They just went for straight up going for those kills. This one not being the case. Lions, maybe they can position themselves decently. I mean, they're actually getting the lane to push into them here, so they're trying to make sure it doesn't go under tower range here. It will now. The Misery will drag that wave. Hey, they level 2 first. Pretty big. I mean, of course, it is that dual lane, so naturally they will, but 5 men not able to actually go for those early level 1, level 2 kills.
Oh, the harassment bringing the 2 of them low, but they've both got plenty of tangos and a salve each.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't actually that bad now for Alliance. When you look at top, look what they're getting out of this top lane. S4, 11-6, Underlord only 4. Last hits, they actually forced Jibbe to get the point in the Pit of Malice early on because they're getting so aggressive on him.
Oh, we'll see if anything, things get better on the second set of waves for that bottom lane of 5 men.
This mid lane's already getting out of hand. 7-6 to 3-0, just the first 3 waves. It's been dominated by Limp, as we've seen a lot. Level 2 is up on the Venge. Yeah, FNG knows.
They've got the dragon.
Yeah.
She's coming out with the tips as well.
That's rude. It's a tri lane. Don't tip on me when you're a tri lane.
You don't tip when you're in a tri lane.
Chessie has to go for that quick little silence play there to make sure Limp does not commit when he does use the orb. And yeah, I mean, Limp is really just decimating him in the mid lane. Yeah, oh my god.
It's nasty.
I mean, we expected it to be bad, but Chessie 6 stacks, 7 stacks.
Did so much damage.
He's pushed out of experience range. Oh
That
my
hurts.
god. It's,
That hurts.
Oh god. Oh god, Owen. Oh my god.
what's he
Oh
doing?
god, he's got 10 stacks. He's got to try to orb, but I mean, this might be an orb to his death if another sticky does get onto him.
Oh,
He's just dead. He is so dead.
Oh, the pain.
Oh, watch him burn.
Oh.
And he's gonna miss the range. Oh, he missed 2 or 2.5
Oh,
full waves.
no, no.
Well, mid's over, so no mid hero for the side of 5 men. They're gonna need some beauty to happen down bottom.
They got to continue to smash this bottom lane. They'll try for FNG. They'll get FNG a second time. This
Okay.
time, Hanscam with the response will come over and allow them to find Misery in return.
Misery uses the Fairy Fire to ensure that Nico Baby doesn't get the last hit on the kill. Cute play there. I love the Surge plus Ion Shell into the TP, so he's got that speed. But oh boy, what happens in the mid lane now? Chessie, he's gonna need quite a big recovery here.
That's a tough one.
And runes, all right, runes are gonna be coming out. I mean, Chessie has to just right-click Limp. Don't let Limp go to check the runes at all. Limp. Will he be able to try to contest for it?
Yeah, he should get beaten by an orb.
Yeah, he's not gonna get it. Okay, so all right, relatively, decent, something. He's a full level behind, but at least he does ensure that the bottle does not get filled up. Misery also just making sure he TPs mid just in case, because Chessie's probably like, oh god, guys, help me.
Bottom lane, Spark Wraith onto Nico Baby will bring him low.
Oh, the ice armor picked up. The aggression now might be halted quite significantly. Although they do still have a high amount of magical burst, so it's not going to be as relevant in this lane as we do see sometimes.
And do you think they'll just keep the tri-lane like this now, Alliance? Yep. Darkseer's fine top?
Definitely, yeah. This is, I mean, it's not a great tri-lane still for them because of Huntskin, but they have a lot of defensive capabilities. If someone does overextend, they can look to kill the Venge or the Rubik for sure. Oh, the battle, toe-to-toe.
Yeah, both getting very low here. S4 still got a Fairy Fire to play with.
Whoa, careful. Bounty runes. S4 will be able to fill up his bottle. Shibit not having a bottle, though. He's going to get out-sustained. As S4 will be able to fill up his mana and health, and he'll be able to continue laning. Yeah, you even see... Look at Jibby, he's pinging it. He's like, uh-oh, guys. Like, he's pinging the wave, and he's like, guys, I actually have to go to base. This Darkseer with this bottle. I don't have the regen. So 2 lanes where Alliance are definitely going to come out pretty far ahead now. That Darkseer and that Batrider. And even, I mean, Sven he's farming.
He's hitting creeps.
He's hitting creeps fine.
He's hitting a lot of them.
They've got a good positioning of the lane for the majority of the time. And he's getting his farm. They're actually going to go aggressive here on Ace as the Rubik is not there right now.
So if they've got the damage, Infernal Blade comes crashing down onto Ace. He will be saved. Pi and Misery just with the blocks.
He's tanky. He does have a high HP pool on the side of the Arc Warden, especially early game. I like this itemization. Look at Nico Baby, though. Just Chainmail Wand. He knows they're going to throw spells at him, so he can get those stick charges built up and then just armor for that Venge. Good approach for him to be able to just farm safely rather than going for something like a Bracer, which doesn't give you any... it gives you your damage and your HP, but it's really a lot about just protecting your armor when your Warcry's down.
No, mid lane Misery, he's come over.
They're trying to go for a kill here when Chessie hits 6.
Okay. It's going to be hard, though, as already Limp's just out of the lane. He's going to actually go all the way back to base.
Okay, interesting.
Give the lane to Hansken. I mean, he wasn't even that low, but fancying the walk back.
I guess low enough, he's probably like, I'm still at like threshold, right? That, it's all about that burst damage that comes out. Yeah.
Combo would still get him.
Oh, okay. Nice positioning here. TP also from Chessie. This should ensure the kill. A lot of wand charges actually forces a coil, but he'll get the kill.
Yeah, nice moves from Chessie. He's going to be able to get himself solidly back in the game if he can make these sort of ganks after having a rough 1v1 against Limp mid.
And he's still going to be pretty far behind for sure. Yeah, he needs a couple very successful rotations. We see in the meantime, FNG, of course, he wasn't showing himself down bottom because he's stacking. He's starting to get those stacks prepared because Sven got levels already. That's all Sven really needs in order to go and clear those stacks in this early laning phase. Lasso, plus the Surge.
They're going to drag him back pretty far. Zibe does get the Firestorm out. Limp getting low, but Limp actually playing in onto Pylai Dire. Hansken heading over as well as they're thinking about charging in on this. And with the Ice Armor, Hansken can. He starts to tank the tower. Magic Missile comes out from Pi, but he won't be able to find S4 as S4 surges away. Double kill for the Darkseers. S4 picks these up with the Iron Shell. This is going to be a very fat Darkseer.
Oh, yeah. Very strong Darkseer. Doom also doing a pretty good job in this early game. And, like we said, there is recovery stacks already in the making for Nico Baby, as he's already going to go start stacking up himself a little bit more and farming as, oh, okay. Shipek actually gets looks like a little bit of a freebie handed to himself from S4.
And over towards mid.
Oh, the pushback onto the high ground.
Perfect place flame break from Limp.
Oh my, that was just picture perfect. And now, Jesse.
Right. Yeah, he's gonna have to use the coil.
To coil.
Yeah, Limp definitely being a nuisance with these motions. 1, 0, and 3.
I mean, now
down the map.
Breathing room for your side lanes now too, right? No coil, he can't TP coil for anybody. And here we see it. Those stacks that FNG was preparing for Nico Baby. He'll start getting those neutral items built up as well. He's still slowed down quite significantly. You know, that Arc Warden is having a bit of a better time. But he will recover in the jungle.
And top Zibek just having to ult out of that. The damage from the two of them bringing them very close as well. There's a powerful lane between S4 and Hansken.
Yep.
Even able to threaten the sort of tanky old Underlord. Can burn through that HP, and now
Hansken's got excellent levels on this support Doom. He's almost level 6 already pre-10 minutes. Look at Pilot. I mean, he was in a tri-lane, but Hansken also shifted into that tri-lane. He's having a very successful start here.
That's bottom. FNG was trying to find some levels for himself.
S4 top, dropping low. He'll be okay. FNG will not be okay. Nice little pullback.
Oh, dude. Do you see that?
Midas that
that
just
was his Midas on the courier.
Did it just die to the tower?
It died because he was diving for the kill and he didn't watch the micro on the courier.
Did he not get it delivered? Did he not?
No, it's the recipe is dead on the courier for Ace.
I mean, that stalls.
I mean, how long's the courier respawn at this stage? About a minute?
It's a little bit longer than a minute.
Oh, yes, goodbye Midas.
I mean, that'll hurt.
Yeah.
That'll slow him down a little bit.
That's a bit of a slowdown.
He's still up top of that net worth, but yeah, he would have really loved to have that.
He could have been more on top of the top.
Yep. And because the big thing is also like levels, in particular for that Arc Warden, because he was in a tri-lane. So sure, he's like level 6, almost level 7, I believe, but yeah, getting those Midas usages early on, of course, so beneficial. That hurts. Pros and their couriers. Pro cores and their couriers. Always getting them killed.
Oh,
and
now he's in trouble.
Oh, and they're going to find him.
They are losing his Midas, losing his life. They do have potential for a turnaround. Jesse comes in with the coil, grabs the two of them. The coil snap hitting onto Limp. Limp can't escape. Magic Missile now over onto FNG. Chessie coming in with Pie and Miseries to take that fight in their favor.
Nice moves by Chessie there, getting very active. He knows how much he needs to respond. Anywhere back goes, Chessie has to be there in response, or they're going to start losing a lot out of the map. Nice move there. Limp made a little but of a mistake there. I think the coil was just about to end and he broke it.
He probably would have been fine if he was able to just wait out before the stun hit.
Yeah, it was just 1 second off or so. See how much damage, though, does come out, right? The Ion Shell, the Firefly. Chessie was melting very quick, so lots of damage coming out on that side of Alliance with this high-level Darkseer that you were mentioning earlier. High-level Darkseer, high-farm Darkseer. He's going to have good timings on his mech or pipe. And Nico Baby, Mask of Madness, he's got his boots. Not fully recovered, but on his way.
On bottom. Looking for Hansken.
He's speedy, but not speedy
you've
enough.
got him with the 4 of them.
Yeah.
Well, the 3 plus the double, that'll do it.
Yeah. Not having to waste the coil or anything either. It wasn't up. So now it will be up again for Chessie.
I see them looking for Zibe top.
Is that the Midas finally coming out to be delivered? I think it is. Zibe gets the rift off in time. There's a ton of magic damage, though. He just... Where'd he go? He's gone.
Those iron shells.
Okay, he got the Midas earlier. All right.
Yeah. I think he got it when it respawned.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah. I thought maybe it was like still taking time. I was like, oh, God.
No, I think he got it pretty much a Midas usage after he would have, if the courier hadn't died in terms of cooldown.
Oof. That's a lot, especially when you're an Arc Warden, because it's a double. Lost on a lot of effective timing.
And lost efficiency. But still, as you say, holding on to the top spot.
Yep.
And the Alliance want to do something about that. They're on their way down bottom to hunt
deep.
Ace.
I mean, he is very deep still. He's still showing himself down bottom there. I mean, he's dead. I'm surprised he's stuck this long down here.
Yeah.
And now, look at the 25 seconds of the Midas.
And then, can they get the double as well? Not quite. Mid lane, S4 does get going on. You see a TP over from Hansken. So you have the 3 of them, actually the 4 of them. Chessie's still here. Hansken's gonna die. This was a...
Misery with the Ion Shell stolen. The damage, don't think Hansken expected all that.
No, he TP'd in very confidently. That confidence immediately put to an end by 5 men.
And look at this, they're getting active with this Ion Shell. This looks like some Misery shot calling right here, just really wanting to push the issue here to give space for Ace. And look at the target
Nico,
they found.
baby.
Oh, nice stun.
He's running. Is there any TP backup coming in? It doesn't look like there is. He is going to be left.
Such a nice smoke there. Really trying to push the limits of when they do have a very good spell stolen like the Ion Shell early on. Misery's a very farmed Rubik, as Misery tends to be on his 4 positions. A very greedy player.
Yeah, 2k lead now for 5 men.
I mean, he's got Aether Lens finished. He's going to use his Arcane Boots, split it up, disassemble, and make his Aether right afterwards. With a Keen Optic too, so yeah, great cast range on this Rubik.
Yeah, it really opens up the potential for those big steals like the Doom.
Yep. Speaking of the Doom, he did use the Scorched Earth right afterwards.
Dropping the wall down as well. Get that extra damage with the illusion.
He gets the hood delivered.
He's still speedy, but the Flame Break
Too
knocked
much.
back as well as the Vacuum will secure the kill on Zibe.
Oh, they actually, okay, they see the Arc Warden for a second, but they actually want Chessie. Gets the coil.
Can they still find him in the trees?
Does not have a
little
TP.
difficult now.
20 seconds, no TP though.
The spot that he's in, they don't read it correctly. Chessie's able to keep himself hidden.
Nice and sneaky.
Let's bottom. Pi sets up for the double of Ace to look for the kill. They've got the swap to stop that TP. Same time. Oh,
wait, they found Ace.
Oh, he was.
They found the real one.
He weren't watching his hero. He weren't watching the hero. He was looking down at the double. As that cost him his life, Ace.
I mean, they just walked up and found him. Like, it wasn't like they had a ward or anything. Limp was just like, oh, an Arc Warden. Lovely. Those deaths really hurt. I don't know. As Arc Warden, whenever you die like that this early, like that many deaths, that Sven is really going to start catching up to you.
Yeah, so I think it feels sort of moments ago the Sven was... Nico Babe was on the bottom half of this graph. He's building up now.
Yep, and now he's starting to be able to farm my Ancients.
Yep.
They're not stacked quite, but...
And do you think this is necessary this game, Nico Baby, just rushing the BKB?
So much magic damage, so much control. I think it is. If he wants to look to get involved early, which clearly that's the case. We'll see which one it's going to be, though. He has now queued up the Echo.
Okay.
But it might still be the BKB, just because, like, you just look at their natural lineup, like Rubik, Fade Wall, Venge Stun, like Puck, everybody has a significant amount of magical burst and control for him. Hansken, he's tanky, but not tanky enough. Misery says thank you.
Misery's very happy with that. Another kill for my collection.
He's like, I may not need to do this, but...
You know, he was sort of like, could I get away with stealing this? Yeah, we don't want to leave it up to any chances. That's mine.
That's when you get pinged in pubs, you know, when people are just pinging.
Dude, yeah, people would definitely be pinging that Rubik.
They get so upset when you do that. But he's level 10. Look at it.
He's 5-2-5.
He's owning. Yeah, he's definitely...
Yeah, he's loving it.
Is. We see FNG. I actually love this pickup from him. We've been seeing this a lot more often from supports. The Veil. Very early Veil pickup for Jakiro, but benefits almost the entirety of his draft. Smoke will be spotted out here by some Spark Wraiths. Wards will go down, though. They spot almost everything. Misery. We'll be able to find that D ward. They'll find the Sentry, but the Obs ward is a bit of a sneaky one there. Yeah, they're not going to be able to find it, I don't think. So some good information, at least if they do want to play around that mid lane. And they're ready with that Surge. You see Darkseer right behind the Batrider, ready for a play. Surge Bat with an Ion Shell. Easy kills on pretty much anybody if they are able to. Ion Shell stolen again.
Oh. Coil out. Onto his fourth. They got the damage to take him. He's going to put the mech. Wall drop down as well. They're trying to commit onto this Darkseer. The backup is inbound. Zibe, he's just getting his way out of it. And this time, we'll be able to do so. Not enough damage to bring down that Underlord now before he riffs out. So, but just continued space for both teams' carries.
Both of them finding an Imp Claw. Yep. I think at the same exact time, both of those carries did find that. Oh, a Growth Bow. Okay. The Ace will be happy with that one.
Yeah, switches that in straight away.
Yeah, definitely.
Very nice with the Maelstrom procs. Also, 200 gold and Ace. He'll have the bots. Now he's still, as expected with this Midas, as the Arc One, he's keeping himself at the top. But Nico Baby's keeping up with the pace pretty nicely. This Sven is still just within 1k gold behind.
Their physical damage is very lackluster, though. I think Nico Baby can really start getting involved with this team when he has this BKB. He can just run right through everything. The Coil, who cares? Pit doesn't matter. He's going to be Surge with the BKB running through.
Blinked on for Chessie. So.
Oh my God, Hanskin, look at this. He almost has BKB on the Doom as well.
I mean, him and Misery. This is a game where these two supports.
The four positions.
It's a beautiful game for the Forge. Yeah, Misery, he's got his Blink dagger
almost
done.
at the Blink. That's going to be really relevant versus versus Jakiro, versus Sven, even versus Doom. He has so many different spells that he can steal that are great in this game. He's spotted.
He's going to try and run. Chessie is going to drop the Coil. Hold him in.
Some team response, though. We see them coming in.
Let's see if they can catch. They're going to put the God Strength. Nico Baby surge forward. He's charging straight into the trees.
Oh, he jumps into it. He gets stunned and lassoed. Oh, Chessie.
Did he blip? What, he went in?
Oh, he jumped into it and got hit by the AoE of the stun.
Oh, he thought he could help out.
He tried
just jumped into his death as he jumps in at the same time as that stun from Nico Baby was flying over.
I mean, that's quite an effective usage of your first BKB.
Yeah.
2 cores killed. God Strength used also, and Dire's afraid. Look at this. They're actually scanning the Rosh, maybe expecting Alliance is going to do that, but they don't really have a great Rosh hitting lineup yet. Sven needs a little more time.
Yeah.
That was a costly one for Chessie. Another time.
Yeah, perfect entrance from Nico Baby to the combat.
Yep.
And he felt confident. You saw it just preemptively just popping that God Strength before he even got anywhere close. Knowing that would be a solid opportunity for him to find those big kills. And the big items coming out from his supporting cores, the Blink Dagger on Limp and the Greaves on S4. So this Sven is going to be heavily enabled in the fights. Lots of ways to control the enemies, allow Nico Baby to do the damage. Yep. And S4's going to be there with a considerable amount of save.
Yeah, we talked about how looking at this 5-man lineup, getting ran at with BKBs and Blink, it's going to be hard for them to really react. They at least have the Venge swap to kind of break at least if a lasso comes out in some situations, if he's in the right spot. As we see Pi, they're kind of baiting Zibe looking for a swap play, because Misery has the Blink too, so they can react. But they have to be prepared for it, because if they're not in the position to instantly stop it, somebody's going to die, and then it's going to lead to a chain sequence of other heroes dying. So, let's see. Will they be able to get the instant grabs once that lasso does go off? Let's see.
They're going to try and run in the Ice Path, and the Vacuum not going to catch Zibe,
They actually whiff it, and they were prepared. Look at this.
Dream Coil's coming in from the back. God Strength has been popped by the Sven. Nico Baby going in now with the BKB. He's going to turn over towards Zibe, but he's been doomed. The Doom is out upon him.
The stolen Doom.
As he's in trouble. He needs help. Are they going to be able to get him back to safety? No, because Pilot Eye swaps him back in deep. As there we go, Misery finding that Doom and dropping it back over onto the Sven. Nico Baby just eliminated from the fight. It's Chessie.
The lasso?
He's going to try and keep this going. They have the Ice Buff onto the 2. Do they have the damage though without their Sven? The Magic Missile's out onto Limp. Chessie diving in past the tower. The Orb bringing them low.
Misery.
And he's got stolen lasso.
Yup.
Oh my goodness, Misery with these ultimates. The Doom, the lasso, he's doing it all. There we go, Misery. I mean, he can kill still all he wants if he's going to be able to show plays like that.
And especially
Doom and lasso in the same fight.
And whoever makes the call to be sitting behind Zibe there, perfectly done. Could not ask for a better dream fight, really. Stolen lasso, stolen Doom. The Vacuum whiffs, so they get the most beautiful situation there. They don't even have to use a swap in order to save this Underlord.
Yeah, they got to watch out for Misery. They cannot allow him to get these ultimate steals. 2 of them in the same fight. Easily done by Misery. At least he's making it look easy. This Rubik popping off.
We see so many Doom stolen now. They really got to, now he has the Centaur. He has the Centaur creep. He had it before too, but has to be a little bit more careful of how he covers his Doom. Has to probably just use the Doom and then the Stomp immediately after. Or shave. Usually people don't save their Scorch because they're running in, so it can be a little tough. And yeah, Misery really owning, and he still has Lasso. So he has Blink Lasso for another potential play that they can make. 8 seconds. Still playing around that mid lane. Do they have a smoke? Looks like he's just kind of playing the bait game, just letting Xipe show himself. Well, the Arc Warden. Ace has been having, you know, he's just chilling. It's just like, oh, thank you, team, you know, space making for me. I'll just continue to hit some creeps and push some lanes if you're free.
I'm more than happy to play the farm game. I mean, sure, Sven with the cleave, but you're never going to be able to hit sort of the GPM for the creeps alone compared to this double Midas of the Arc and his Tempest double.
Especially when he's just sitting back and his team is making all the plays for him. Limp will get the lasso here. They've got the follow-up stomp. Should be more than enough damage for Pi to go down. Pi actually used a drum charge there. I thought for sure he was going to die, but wanted to try to get away somehow anyway. That's 4.
Nice. He punches Xipe.
Oh.
It's just going to bait him a response from Misery. Comes in with the stolen lasso. S4.
I mean, I think it's appropriate that he gives 322 gold for that one.
Oh,
there.
that's. I mean, you couldn't have wrote it any better. I think that's the last time he goes up. It's just very ambitious there, trying to punch this big old underlord. It's like,
especially when he's playing versus the stolen lasso. Like
yeah,
Misery
you
with
gotta
the blink,
be careful.
Right that close to the tower as well too. Just a bit of a precarious position for S4 to put himself in. Gets punished. Excellent usage. Misery just dominating. 5, 2, and 9. Double usages of that lasso, and they're looking for more.
Yep. Then they'll get it.
An easy one.
Down on the bottom. And now this tier 2 tower. More money.
Yep.
More money for 5 men. They're building up a bit of a lead now.
Puck's getting, you know, approaching that Aghanims too. That protection, in particular for the Arc Warden, to be able to hold down the Sven, hold down these BKB heroes. Limp. Hot on Chessie's trail. Can he catch him, though? He's zooming. Pops the drum, of course, trying to catch up. Chessie, he's got Blink up relatively soon, or at least the orb. Still trying, but they can't.
Yeah, much too hard of a chase now. As they come in, Misery is going to go for the lift there. The rest of 5 men smoked up. Ready to fight around here. They'll pick up the bounty runes. BKB delivered for Ace, so he can turn up to these fights without the worry of Alliance immediately collapsing on top of it.
I actually like that. I think now he can look to get much more involved, and they can look to actually look to dominate a fight and maybe get like a Roche or something out of it. This is a good item choice here. If he chooses to fight with it, which I imagine they will.
We'll swap.
Swap.
Pi is going to look to start things off on the NiP baby.
Chain disable.
He's already down to half HP. Has to put the BKB. Turns over towards Pi with the God Strength. They will kill the Venge, or maybe not. Pi pops himself out, but he gets dragged back in as S4 comes in with the 3-man vacuum. There's the lasso onto Ace. Caught on the front. Ace. As he felt too confident going in with his BKB, but they've got the answer for that BKB, and NiP baby, he's running down more. Looking over towards Misery. Misery trying to juke it out, but the stun's in from NiP baby. Alliance, they'll find 4. Triple kill for NiP baby. As that, I mean, as we said, you know, he's got the BKB on Ace. He could turn up to fights, but not like that.
S4 just makes up entirely for what happened earlier. He's like, damn it, I fed. Now I'm going to make them all feed. Godly Vacuum catches the 3 onto the low ground positioning 2 where they're just screwed. There's no way they can get out of there, and it catches the most important heroes. And that God Strength, he has an Imp Claw, so that first hit, it plenty hurts. It's like 850 damage, I believe, from the first attack. Now they get Roche. They're going to get a big snowball out of this. Look at this Sven's level. Almost level 20 now off of all that.
That's pretty crazy, yeah, after that last fight. Oh,
look at that swing.
Boost in XP.
And let's see that shift in priority. Yep, from 54%, I believe it's going to shift even more now into favor of Alliance as they're picking up, yeah, a lot of big items. AC now just off of one fight as NiP baby cleans up significantly.
Chessie's got the Yags, so I mean, we'll see if that is going to be having that extra level of control for Ace to do the damage. But still, as we've seen, Ace is, even with the BKB, he's got to be careful. If they get the blink on him with the lasso, he's still very vulnerable.
Oh. Tries for Limp. Unable to quite get it there. Yeah, it's still scary. Like we said, Arc Warden versus Batrider, it's gonna happen. They're gonna see some situations where they can find that Arc. Even if he does have defensive swaps, won't quite get the Tempest double there for NiP baby. But look at this, level 20. The 2 big talents have arrived for that Sven. Minus 5 second Stormhammer as well as that Dispel. Don't believe there's any really Yules or anything built up this time around, but either way, it's just an amazing pickup. can purge off at least like the Mjolnir effect that he puts onto himself and stuff like that. So, you know, there's some few things that he can at least dispel.
It just means, you know, as well that the supporting heroes of 5-men can't ever get away with buying a Ghost Scepter. You know, that's just not going to save you. You see that talent, you're like, well, okay, that is an item I cannot buy. And as you say, just very hard across the board to save people from being charged upon by the stun.
Looking to fight down here. They have this ward on the cliff, so they actually got to see Pylai die, I believe, for a moment there. Hanskin trying to find him, the drum. He's actually... NiKo Baby's like, guys, he's right here. NiKo Baby knew, but he's,
he knew exactly the spot that he was going for.
Bounty rune dug up by FNG there. Still, we do see that Arc Warden at the top of that network, but we really start to see how fragile he can be. I believe I saw Paladin Sword in S4's bag.
Yeah, I imagine he's passing over to NiKo Baby.
So, NiKo Baby, the Surge.
All right, it's going to look to farm the double, but... Oh, the vacuum! Down on the three of them. Ace popping the BKB on his Tempest double, but already the Rubik's down. A Rift Out attempt is going to be made and will be successful. As Zibe's able to get out, and the double doesn't feed away any extra bonus towards Alliance.
It's so tough for them to fight. It's just they collapse on them too fast. I mean, Surge, as we've seen, you know, Darkseer, king of team fight with Vacuum, but really lately it's been the story of the Surges. Just being able to get on top of heroes so quickly. Sven is moving 900 movement speed or more when he does have that on him. Plus also an Ion Shell that ramps him up to 2,700 HP. So we're really starting to see the effect of this Darkseer and this Sven just being able to run at 5 men. The coil, it's an Ags.
It's going to get the two of them. NiKo Baby is going to be snapped. See if they get the vacuum on to just Zibe and Ace. NiKo Baby tries to turn, but that's the Aegis gone. They've taken him down the once. Can they do it a second time? S4 surging out just in time. The right clicks of the Tempest double continue flying. Will finish him off as S4 goes down. NiKo Baby on the retreat. The pit, will he catch anybody? Gets on a Hanskin, but he BKBs it off. The rest of them are heavily on the retreat. Misery trying to chase. They should be able to get out of it. NiKo Baby TP's away. And Hanskin should be okay. Misery's going to blink back up in a second. They may still be able to have a go on to Hanskin. They found him with the Yules. They're going to be able to find this tomb, I think. The BKB already being used. Hanskin has no way to escape. So not able to escape this as they chase him down.
Nice re-engage there by Chessie. Knowing God's Strength is down, BKBs are on cooldown as well. And they have the Axe Coil anyway. So either way, they know that they can make that type of jump opportunity there under that tower. Still keeping this one very close here at the 30-minute mark. 21-19, less than that 1K gold lead.
Got the full MKB for Ace. S4 though having that blink. We've seen already S4 hitting some nice three-man vacuums. Now you've really got to watch out. He's got all the setup.
Coordination gets a lot easier when you get that blink on Darkseer too for everybody.
Yeah.
For Sven, for Jakiro, they all just have a much easier time setting up their abilities. Oh, a Titan Sliver for NiKo Baby too. So he got blessed. Paladin Sworder, Titan Sliver. In this one, I actually could see the value of the Sliver. He's versus an Ags Coil, right?
Well,
that status
the
resist is actually
could be
very
the
nice.
Maker.
Yeah. And extra magic resist too. They have a ton of magic damage on 5 men, so every little thing does add up. Might be the choice he goes for, and he is at the moment at least. Can they finish off the double this time? They can. 300 cash money.
Loads of money. Go for that Satanic Next as well, so that despite dropping the Paladin Sword for the Sliver, he's still going to have that lifesteal and that incredible amount of strength to fight with. And one of those games, as we're seeing, you know, he doesn't need the Axe because of the enabling of the Darkseer. You know, S4 is going to be the man to get him in with the Surge. He doesn't have any trouble really being kited too heavily.
He definitely can get it eventually later on.
Yeah,
that's what he's saving for.
He can get all these other items first.
I think he's looking at what's more important. And will they be able to find Chessie here? He's inside of an ice path. Oh, he does get the quick blink away. NiKo Baby. Don't think he'll be able to catch him here. Chessie does have the coil just in case. As S4 was trying to go for that catch there on the side.
Now they can push in with this, though.
Yeah.
Alliances. NiKo Baby, God Strength, BKB. No Dream Coil to worry about. See what they want to go for in terms of targets. I guess the other two lanes are being shoved back pretty hard, so over they'll go.
Still kind of running around looking for a fight. They are feeling that big power spike of themselves right now. So fun things that they can do with the Agsfen, though, is he can just jump out of the coil. That's one of the biggest things that I've seen happen a lot of the times. Is just he just stuns. He clicks the stun button and he flies out. That'll get, you know, later on he'll be able to pick that one up, but...
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
That's still a very close game, though. Just 1K in it. I mean, at this stage, you look at the Sven, you look at the Arc Warden. Who is it? Are either of them in a better place? I mean, sure, Ace has got more farm, but is it enough, you know, to have this 4K sort of difference between him and the Sven, or would Ace have hoped to be further ahead?
Oh.
Whoa.
Looks like Chessie will get chain locked down, and they do have the damage. Do they have the damage? He should not be able to blink. Oh, he does. Oh my god, he blinks in the direction he's facing. He's able to get it off. S4, can he find him?
Oh!
He does.
S4.
S4, he finds him. The blink dagger comes into play. I think ideally they'd want to be more ahead. As the
you think they're a little concerned with the farm that this Sven has managed to find, especially after running that trial in against him at the start, right? Nico Baby fully recovered, and he's got some insane timings.
I think it's scary because he's playing versus these like double BKB piercing disables, the Doom as well as Batrider, these two heroes. When you're playing just a single kind of core, which this is with an Arc Warden, you're very susceptible to that, right? They just focus everything on Arc Warden at one point in the game, and it's like, oh god. So he's itemizing for it. He's going for the Lincolns again this game. Bit better in this situation because it is that even game, unlike where the last one they went for the Lincolns, and maybe, I mean, I think at Brian, I think they were saying that it was not a great choice because it was too defensive when they were so ahead. This game makes sense because how even it is. And that's, I mean, that's pretty much the Satanic done if he does choose to disassemble.
He's going to have it, Nico Baby. So the Sven, incredibly huge right now. And you say Ace, he's got to avoid these lockdown spells. They get the Sven on top of the Arc Warden, and Nico Baby's getting that kill.
Yep. Just a couple of swings, and they definitely can. I feel like we've had a lot of even games today, even though it feels like for a lot of people this might be the first series for them, but we did cast a best of 5 earlier. They were kind of close. Ace trying to force reaction, keep doing the split push action here.
Yeah, bang on even on that net worth. It's just a case of whether you favor the farm of the Arc Warden, or you just worry that these team fights are just going to continuously be too hard for Ace to actually get much done. We've seen the last few fights that he does try and get involved in. He's, you know, sort of as quickly as he turns up, he's having to get out of there.
I mean, they're really trying to itemize to protect Ace. Do you see that? Lincoln's finished on Ace, Lincoln's on Puck, Lotus Orb on Underlord. It's really all about getting the peel away for that Arc Warden. And it's also, I mean, Lotus is one of those better options versus even, like, let's say later on when an Ag Sven does come out. It's a kind of a way to counteract it in a way that we have seen utilized a few times.
And then they've got to do this, you know. Yeah. If Ace isn't able to fight in the team fight, then it's 27,000 net worth down the drain. They have to make sure that Ace can turn up against the 5-man of Alliance and get the job done.
Alliance is ready for the fight, though. With this Satanic finished up, with all the status resist, Nico Baby a lot stronger. And, I mean, they have the 2 big heroes are smoked. Look at that. The Darkseer and the Sven are the only 2 at the moment. They're the ones just looking for that Wombo combo. They will run into Zibe.
Well, got him in the Infernal Blade. There's the God Trade for Nico Baby. Comes in from the side, goes in with the stun, but actually stuns the Lotus, so takes the stun back to the face, but he doesn't care. He's still trying to come in onto Zibe. Pilot Eye swapping Nico Baby away from the Underlord, bringing him up to the high ground. They're kiting the Sven up pretty decently. Zibe should still fall, though, as S4 and Nico Baby are able to chase him down.
Ace is killing heroes in the back, though.
He is. This time, the space has been there for Ace to get 2 of them. Both
buyback from Limp. He really wants to try to get more. Running back in
on this. Nico Baby finds Pilot Eye. Chessie able to get out with the orb.
This illusion of Arc Warden, Nico Baby.
He's falling low. Ace, can he quite finish him off?
He is! Just with the Tempest double. Oh no, Nico Baby. And S4.
All right. I mean, that's the kind of fight you're talking about, getting secured for your Arc Warden. And the way that started, you know, they're committing onto this Underlord. I mean, Nico Baby starts the fight stunning himself with the Lotus. That slows down a bit of his damage output. Then Pilot Die, just a nice little swap. You know, he sees that that NiP Baby wants to commit to finish the Zibe kill, he just tears him away from it so that he has to spend additional time running back over towards the Underlord. And that in itself just bought time, as you said, for Ace to just clean up.
Yep, and it took them way too long to be able to chase Zibe, and I think NiP Baby got greedy, right? He held the BKB for quite some time, gets a couple stuns actually reflected onto him, and of course, it's just a great positioning from 5 men. It's the ideal target for them that gets jumped on. The super tanky Underlord in that front line, and Ace playing around Ward Vision with Avenge on his team with a Grove Bow, so he has that insane attack range to be able to hit people from a distance.
They just couldn't stop him.
Yep, and now a full Daedalus, so he was punching hard before. It's going to be at an astronomical level now.
25 seconds without NiP Baby, and that last lost fight, a fight as well that involved 3 buybacks from Alliance. They're now 7k down, and they're not going to be able to do anything to stop this Roche. This will be Roshan and the Aegis for Ace. As now 5 men in an incredibly strong position. The Dream Call out onto the 2 of them. They get the control onto S4. S4 trying to surge away as he runs back, but again, Pilot Eye swaps him a little close to the rest of the team. Still the rest of the surge lasting long enough for S4 to break away from the team. This time, Alliance will manage to get away. Nobody left behind.
NiP Baby wanted to show up. Looks like he was kind of pinging, like saying, let's go. Like, let's try to make a smoke move, but his team was already backed up. They used pretty much everything. Bottom is pushing in. Now we're seeing that Ags queued up on the Sven. I think he's starting to realize he's getting kited a bit too hard inside of these fights. Speaking of Ags, Misery about to have his finished up in this game already on this Rubik as well. So seeing him steal a lot of different spells, now he can steal even more often, more frequently.
25 hit on Ace as well, so having that 25% lifesteal, he's just going to be so hard to kill in these fights. We're seeing already just the way that 5 men's itemized and can play around him with the positioning. Pilot Die dragging people around. Ace is just getting these entire fights where he's able to pop off, and they're not being able to get on top of him.
So many defensive ways for them to protect him. Yeah, I mean, he's very, very farmed. 6, 7, 8,000 ahead of that Sven. And yeah, just they're making NiP Baby struggle inside of the fights with all that kiting. So yeah, like we said, the Ags, that's going to be the important one for Alliance for these next few moments. But 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on Aegis, where we do see 5 men trying to stay in this aggressive pose over here.
Yeah, Alliance as well, continuing to stay over 5 men off the map. No response to that tier 2 going down in defense, but they'll try and get some pressure on this tier 2 bottom. He's bringing the double in.
Cash money.
We'll be able to clean that up. That is going to be...
Oh, S4 gets it.
Some more money indeed for the Darks here. This tower will fall, but 5 men, they're starting to approach the tier 3s. Alliance are going to have to come back.
Huh. Did I see that right? Oh, okay. So he sold the Mask of Madness. He didn't disassemble it for the Satanic
he's still at the
He was
mask
keeping
when
it. Now
now
he sold it for the Ags. Ags is finished though. The Lotus Orb.
The lasso's been lowest. Now they jump forward as the Sven, but he's been used up in the air. NiP Baby. He's trying to move in. Turns over towards Pilot Eye and Ace. He'll bring down the Vengeful Spirit.
He's flying
over
to the back.
with the stun. He's able to jump over, but the blink dodge is there.
Misery.
As he's away, he'll turn back over towards Ace. They've killed the Arc Warden the once. Chessie popping the cheese back up to full HP. They've got to be a little careful now, Alliance, because they are without Chessie, without Limp and Hanscam for 100 seconds. And 5 men know this. They're pushing in. Yep. They'll finish the tier 3 tower. They're onto the barracks.
Stolen Ice Pass as well. Misery and Zippy, that fight, that Lotus Orb, that play there. Now the jump is coming forward though. Oh, it's actually on a creep. I think they were trying to do a vacuum play maybe there or something, but
I guess so.
He is in a lot of trouble now.
He's dead.
He's 100 seconds. He spent his gold.
He did.
That's game.
568 gold short. No buyback. This should be 5 men closing this one up.
GG.
It is. GG is called. Ace and his Arc Warden doing it here as the team managed to find the space, and again, they built up the items. They made sure that they could get Ace involved in these fights, and they just did it perfectly. The entire team of 5 men just laid out these last few back-to-back fights in a way that made it impossible for Alliance to ever get on top of Ace.
Yeah, and I mean, the last few fights really are the story of this game, right? The way that they just let Ace hold his ground, he gets all these cleanup kills up in that top fight, gets an Aegis, gets a Daedalus, he has all this damage. That last fight, So it looked like they were trying to kind of bait with Limp, right? I think he went for this lasso just as a bait to make them clump and go for him. We see S4 jumps in to get the vacuum, gets hit by silence by Chessie, so they can't actually vacuum combo at the end there. And then it kind of looks like they're all over the place because Nico Baby stuns, Misery jukes him again. Yeah, great plays by 5 men individually, just being able to hold that fight and take it versus a Sven Darkseer lineup where we didn't see the wombo combo.
No, exactly. And
just once.
They're going to be feeling pretty happy about that. It's one of those games, again, where you reveal your big carry as the second pick. You know, Ace comes out with that second pick Arc Warden. They had all the time in the world to deal with it. It felt like they had dealt with it in the draft, but the play straight up from 5 men just... It was as if they just were prepared. You know, they knew that those heroes were very likely to come out if they picked the Arc Warden. And they knew exactly what to do about it, just getting Ace this really solid game.
And good itemization. That's what I always like to see. Puck Ags, Lotus Orbs, Lincolns, they knew exactly what to deal with to set up this Arc Warden for success this time around.
And of course, some lovely little highlights from Misery. He's going to be happy.
Oh, yeah, he owned this game.
With that performance on the Rubik. Some great, very, very fantastic ultimate steals. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. The series continues with 5 men taking the second game. So 1-1 now between 5 men and the Lions.
Indeed, we are going to the distance in this best of 3 5-man beat back, and it's 1-1. I must say, some of those moments in the game were very impressive. Some were a little bit questionable. We're going to talk about all the moments in the game, in the second game, together with Lacoste and BSJ. Guys, it was 5 men that came out victorious. Where do you want to start breaking this down? Because I like this one to start at the end.
Unless I'm wrong and it's been changed since, you can ag Svenstone out of a coil.
Yes.
I'm like 99% sure on that one. So I am shocked that it took him, I think, last 2 minutes of that game that he got an axe. He just got coiled and they disengaged from him ulting. I was just so confused. I actually have nothing else to say about that.
We've seen a couple of games when Sven was playing against Puck, and you get the Aghanim Scepter, you get out, you don't care too much about that ulti. But I love the itemization coming out from 5 men. They had 2 Lincolns, they had 1 Lotus Orb against the Batrider against Sven. It's very hard to play into.
And Doom, not to mention.
Yeah, we saw yesterday when 5 men had their series against Nigma. They won the first of those games, and they had the Brood Mother, and it was like, okay, they cheesed their win. You know, they cheesed their way into a game against Team Nigma. But this game, like Arc Warden typically can be seen as a little bit of a cheese hero, but I don't think you can call him that if he's first phased.
No, I think this is a legitimate win for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think that Alliance played terribly. I did critique Nico Baby's itemization, but at the end of the day, they played really well around the Arc Warden. They enabled him very well with their items, as we already mentioned with the Lotus Orbs and the Lincoln Spheres. The Underlord played a huge part in this game, and the Puck served as the lockdown that they needed in fights. They also had the save for the Arc Warden, which, last game, I think the biggest deal about the Anti-Mage pick that we were worried about, even though it did end up winning, was there was no save for this hero that's like the be-all, end-all carry. In this game, so far this series, I've seen the hero that scales the best ends up winning. Last game it was Anti-Mage. This game it's Arc Warden.
Yep.
And this was the fight that you were talking about, and you were mentioning off panel that they found the Underlord with the smoke, and they were like, "Hey, why not just go on the Underlord as like 5 heroes?"
Look at this, by the way. Ace's illusion. They don't care about him.
And
but look at the damage it's putting out.
I hate when people.
Look at the damage.
Okay,
he's dying there. Like that's a dead Sven because they just.
It's not just Arc Warden illusion, it's also Venge illusion. Like these 2 heroes, when paired up together, they deal serious amount of damage, and you feel like we're gonna ignore those.
Okay, so remember how Slacks got triggered when Cap called Drought Ranger Dro Ranger?
Yeah.
I'm not obviously going to be upset with you guys, but I get triggered when people call it an Arc Warden illusion. Because illusion to me implies it does like 30% damage and it tickles. This is a clone. It does the exact same amount of damage as the normal hero. It hits for like 400 with Mjolnir, with MKB, with Daedalus. Like that thing hurts, man. Like I'm at the end of the day, I just think it's deceiving to call it an illusion, but people forget about it. It looks like a Terrorblade illusion in the sense that it's a different color. It's not the real hero.
You can tell it's not the real hero.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Leave it just be. Well, you can't, as proven.
We saw yesterday. I don't remember. I think it was against Team Nigma that the support clock just died to a Arc Warden clone split pushing. Like it was just hitting a creep wave and just killed the clockwork along the way. So a hero that if you don't play against it a lot, you kind of just forget. You just don't respect it.
And in that fight, they used 3 or 4 buybacks and got really nothing out of that. They thought, we're going to get the Roche, but chain feeding happened after that.
And because they threw almost everything on the Underlord, who they killed in the end, that was nice. But I don't know, that was just a questionable series of events.
Yeah,
Misery. It's sealed the deal.
He had such a great game.
Oh, he did.
The old man still has it in him. Stealing some good spells, steals Doom, steals Lasso after that, and then set up multiple kills with it. And what else do I have written down?
What else did he steal?
What else did he steal? Yeah, they had so many things to set up Coil with. Just break it, especially the Aghanim's Coil. They had the swap, they had telekinesis. I saw Stolen Vacuum a couple of times. It's very hard to play into that.
Yeah, it was a last pick puck, like the overall last pick. It was a really good, well thought out hero pick coming out from 5-man, and I think they executed well as well. And I know that previous game, even though Alliance won, we also said that 5-man had the better draft in that game, and this team is just on the road to becoming better every time I see them play. I feel
they have the leadership and the
do.
experience that they would require to have strategically sound Dota. That was my only concern really coming in today, that I watched them in the closed qualifiers to get to this league in the first place, and I was pretty convinced that they were above and beyond the remaining teams in that Divine division that we have now. And for whatever reason, it seemed like they were getting a bit too fancy against like the better teams. Maybe they thought they had to do it or something, lost a bit of confidence, not 100% sure. I still loved their first draft, and I think this should have been a 2-0 already. Like, I think they should have won that first game, so I hope they're, coming in guns blazing, ready to draft full confidence game 3.
Yeah, games like these should be building the confidence of the squad so they can go back to perhaps what they beat the qualifiers with, back to their roots, and don't try to fancy it, just win the game.
Yep.
Your style.
Arc won first round. The last 2 times I've seen it, it's won.
Well, maybe they have too many smart people on the team, so there's too many ideas sometimes, could feel like it, and then you end up with, a bad draft, but overall you just have a general understanding how to play a game, and I have to agree with you. They should have won the first game.
Yep.
I don't really know Zibba that well, but Misery and Pilot, they both have captained in the past. They're not really the Iron Fist type of captains. I wouldn't say there are too many cooks in the kitchen in that squad. Would you?
I played with Misery
a
long time ago, a couple of teams. He was always a guy that was quite vocal, I would say, and had a lot to say about before the game, during the game, and after the game. Had some problem with the temper back in the days, but as he's getting older, I think he's just becoming more mature, and I want to see him bounce back. It's been quite some time since I saw Misery playing this well.
Let's talk a little bit about Alliance, because this was a really good game for 5-man, so I don't want to take anything away from them, but I also want to focus a little bit on how Alliance kind of fell short. We saw in the first game that they won despite the odds, right? Or rather, well, the odds were in their favor, but the draft really wasn't in that game, and we saw Nico Baby pull them through. Was it just his item choice that didn't allow them to do that this time around? Because I feel like Sven is one of those heroes that if you really need to, you can take the team on your back and go.
I think Sven's number one issue has always been getting kited. The Ag Scepter's helped with that a lot, and I think Arc Warden's the perfect hero for kiting. Like, he's one of the best carries in the game. He's like Drow. You have to get on top of him, otherwise you're dying to him in the process. And I think for me, the biggest issue here was, oddly enough, in their draft, all of their stuns, all their initiation is countered by Lotus and Linkets, like all of it. So that once they get these like 3 or 4 defensive items, as well as like a 4-staff or 2, that disengage was so powerful, and the re-engage potential with the Puck and the Venge and the Rubik lift into Underlord pit, like people were just stuck in place, and that initial like jump had to happen. And for me, the reason why I criticized the Axe so much, ignore the coil, I just didn't know how they were going to start fights reliably. Like, even if you get a lasso onto Puck, Sven wasn't going to be close enough to like follow it up immediately. They had to surge him, which I understand surge like makes you 800 move speed, but it's not the same as blinking on top of somebody.
So you kind of feel like, because obviously we don't get to talk right after the draft, but if you were to see these 2 drafts and you don't see the teams, you would have still gone for 5-man as well.
I think both drafts were pretty good this game, to be honest.
Agree, but like late game, post 35-40 minute mark, it just feels like Sven is gonna fall off, especially if they itemize like this. Arc Warden is a great counter. Like you need to get in the bubble. You had no mobility items, and even if you somehow manage to kill Arc Warden, there's still gonna be his clone.
Yes.
His clone. That's
Tempest double. You can call that.
That's gonna create a lot of chaos in the team fights, and the itemization, MKB getting that dataless, it really hurts.
Yes. One thing that was kind of unfortunate for the Arc Warden was we talked about this before the game, how important it was to keep your couriers alive, and the Arc Warden felt that as he dove for a kill, but his courier dove with him, and that was his Midas delayed. So it was very unfortunate. It didn't hurt him that much in the end, obviously, still come out with couriers, but we're here to try and teach you guys to not do that, to avoid killing your couriers, because it might hurt you.
It's one of the worst things that can happen. Like no item has that much impact. Maybe mid-game with the BKB, that's the one that gets killed. But with Hand of Midas, like you want to have that efficiency. As soon as it's off cooldown, try to use it.
An Arc Warden, nonetheless.
Yeah.
Yep, the double Midas in this case. We also talked about quality of lives things, and you guys only mentioned like the out-of-game stuff, the report players and the avoid players. I actually had a really good one tweeted at me, and if you want to also tweet, you can use #Omega. No, WePlay Omega. There you go. Quality of life is that when the creeps are hitting you, your salve and clarity still goes on, or tower for that matter.
I have to disagree with that one. I think it's very noob friendly.
So production told us we could not have animals in the studio. I don't know why they all of a sudden decided to break the rules.
What am I watching? What were you talking about, Lukas?
Yeah, clarities and healing cells, so you can use it without creeps, hitting you. I think one of the reasons why heroes are like so farmed. When would we even implement that in game? Like a couple of years ago?
Yeah, a little while ago. I hardly remember playing without it, to be honest.
Yeah. You had to be more careful about using clarity and salve. Now you can just dive the tower. I'm gonna use salve.
It works.
I actually like the skill set that comes in with that. You know that you can make more aggressive plays if you like timing around hero damage, or you'll be able to take that tower shot that would have otherwise killed you. But I think the quality of life that's really stood out to me, and it really tells me that the balancers are paying attention to the game, is when they add stuff like Ag Sven, or even like change the Pango ulti to not be channeling anymore, which we're still waiting for it on Sand King.
If they're paying attention, why is Sand King?
Yeah, we're still waiting for Sand King.
Or why does Lashrak still have that Aghanim Scepter upgrade?
That's true. It's true. But there's a lot of things that just made a hero like unbearable to play. Like, it was just annoying to play them. And even like playing against Pudge and Abaddon, it was super annoying for them to just kill themselves when you all in them in the laning stage.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things that feel bad to play against and they've done a pretty good job over the years, I think, of removing a lot of those.
If I'm playing Lashrak, Roche drops Aghanims, I'm going to destroy it rather than...
You're going to right-click it down?
Yeah, it's that bad.
For people watching, and for me as well, could you update what the axe does? Doesn't it just improve?
Lightning Storm. Just Lightning Storm randomly hitting one unit, I
believe.
But
it doesn't bounce. Yes, the Lightning Storm itself does not bounce. It casts around you.
I think they try to buff it with the Lightning Storm talents on level 20, and I believe it's 25 as well, but it's just not usable. Like, I don't think anyone wants to build that item. I would just spend 4,000 gold on an item that does nothing.
Make it have a longer cooldown, or like time between.
Make it bounce.
No, just quit.
And bounce.
Pretend
I was going to say make it bounce.
Yeah.
Pretend it didn't have it and just try to think of something else. Because
like
we've been trying to work
Didn't
on it
it
for
used
quite
to
some
be
time.
Used to just
make his ult better?
Yeah.
That's like boring though. A lot of the times they've been adding Ags, they've at least made like the Pango Ags is really cool. The Willow Ags is cool. All the new Ags are.
There a lot more thought went into them.
They changed the hero, right?
Yeah,
You're like, I want to do
than-
something I couldn't do.
Rather than his ult is a little bit better, his other spell is a little bit better. This is just different spells. So what do you want him to have? Split
I don't
Earth,
know. It's not my
AoE
job.
around him.
Just add him a new ability.
Yeah, give him. I was gonna say you could just give him a fifth ability of some sort. What if it's like a Enchantress type thing where it gives him a bit of mobility somehow?
I'd be a
not
bit
fan
OP
of
on a
destroying.
hero like Clash, you know, just closing the gap with the Edict and landing a stun.
Yeah, but it's like a 4,000 gold item, so you're getting it at, 30 minutes in.
I know how Enchantress got it. She's like a deer lady, so she's proings, right?
Yeah.
What would Leshrek be? Would it be Disco Pony? So it's a dance move?
Yeah, exactly.
A dance move
He can
to another side?
moonwalk.
I like that actually.
Yeah.
Moonwalk, but he has to moonwalk very fast.
Yes.
Yes. By the way, we are about ready to head to the draft of game number 3 for Alliance and 5-man. So one more sentence before we head over. In regards to this series, what are we thinking? What do we want to see from the third game?
I want to see more counterpicking, what the 5-man did with the Venge swap into the Batrider against the Sven. I want to see those kind of things, just some more counterpicking in general. I think we're not seeing that enough.
Yeah, I think with Alliance specifically, they're like the opposite of Team Nigma. I feel like Team Nigma favors, let's screw over the other team's draft. I think Alliance is too much, let's make sure we have cohesion, but not as much worry about what the other team's threatening. So make sure to focus on that a bit more.
Bit of balance.
Yes.
Bit of balance. We're finding out what type of balance we're going to have here in the third game of the series. Let's head over to the draft panel.
Welcome back to our analytical rotunda. We're about to jump into a game number 3, and I think the main thing that we should start talking about before we actually jump into looking into this one with Lizard and Kyle is that early arc pick. We talked about it a whole bunch. It's something that we've seen before. You talked about how much you wanted to see those very early trial. How do you actually feel now that we saw it?
I mean, it worked, but it was just really odd to me because they did. You figure they were going to steal something from Nigma, they would take more than just the recipe and then start mixing around with their own ingredients because they skilled the opposite abilities at level 1 as the Nigma tri-lane did. They went Wave, Bolt, and Wraith when Nigma went for the stuns and Flux. So they didn't do as well in that lane as I expected. Nico Baby was still farming pretty all right, but ultimately just kind of didn't matter because there's that one fight where Grove Bow plus Venge plus Arc Warden start stealing massive damage. They do go back for the Venge, no surprise. Although I don't think they should go Arc Warden again afterwards. But
why not though? Right now when you see this opening, it's even better. You're playing versus Phoenix. Your both clones actually attack the egg and counter. But with the Mars, okay, it can be a little bit scarier because it's a hero that can solo you for the majority of the game. They still go with it, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
It just, maybe this is why I'm on the desk, because I just always had a very, I didn't like picking the same opener 2 games in a row. It's one thing if it's open and you can, change up the style, but if you just first 2 Arc Warden, this is your strategy. It's the same as picking something like a Terrorblade. Yeah. Best example, I think it was just because we were talking about the CQ Major. In that lower bracket final, EG was playing LGD and they just first 2 Terrorblade 2 games in a row, lost both games. Yeah. And I was just like, why do we do that? No, they're playing VP, sorry. But it was just odd to me. So, yes, I get where you're coming from, and it is obviously good. Arc Ward is probably a bit stronger than people give it credit for, but Alliance are prepared better this time. They don't have Darkseer Doom, they have Phoenix Mars. This is significantly more difficult for Arc Warden to team fight against.
Okay, so Darkseer is a problem for Arc Warden because he can get on top of you, or any other hero can get on top with Surge, right? There are plus and downs for that opening and for this one. Like here, yeah, you have 2 clones to hit the egg, but then you can't really hit unless you're in the arena, if the egg is in the arena, right? It's gonna block you from attacking. So there are some plus and downs, but they're more prepared, I see that.
I think the mobility is less of a threat to Arc as this Mars with damage reduction and the ability to get up close and personal. Darkseer, you can surge the Sven onto the Arc, sure, but if he just does too much damage, Darkseer's not really able to approach the engage, whereas Mars is just hey, what's up?
Now, I would actually love to see a Blink Dagger from Mars this game.
Yeah, the boxy build.
Yeah, I love Yules as well, but Blink Dagger in this game is pretty solid. The problem is, even that Mars Arena is solved by Venge swap. So as long as you have Vengeful in the right position, it will be difficult for them to take out this Arc Warden.
I think it's a bit weird they went banned the Rubik out instead of Venge for that reason.
Yeah, very peculiar. When you see 5-man, they're just banning out the heroes again that are really good versus Arc and that are picked quite a lot. You have your AM, Spectre, Slark. On the other hand, the Broodmother, that's something that they have played yesterday, right? Or the day before. Their last series, definitely 5-man picked Brood. The game they took off Enigma.
Yeah. I don't know if the Brood did kind of win in the game. I have difficulties, but again, this is one of those things where I've realized with the benefit of hindsight and more years in Dota that just because I disagree with something doesn't mean that that person's wrong.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm wrong either. It's just differences of opinion. We play Dota a lot of different ways.
Yeah, different perspectives. That's it.
Very mature of you.
Yes, thank you, Rich.
And we all get older. Time does move forward, and time also moving forward in our draft. As time continues to creep up to its inevitable endpoint, what else would you like to see in this draft? What boxes do you want to see checked on the side of Alliance?
I like the bans. I think just get rid of these easy playmakers like Bat and Puck. Chessie's hero pool's a bit limited. Quap's still available, and it's still definitely something we could see from him. If I'm Alliance, I think I just have more of a focus on durability in my draft. Less cooldown dependency as well. I think against Arc, it's really important that you can always stay on map, because Arc's going to punish you so hard if you aren't able to. Like, if the lanes don't get pushed, then he'll just inevitably force 2 lanes into your towers, and you just get hamstrung. Especially when you have Phoenix Mars, you need stuff with low cooldowns and wave shove so that you can actually actively search for team fights. I don't know, do you like Doom with Arc?
Why not? Overall in the meta right now, what I like about Doom picked up here is you're going to have a hero that will be an additional frontliner in that mid game, right? It's not only going to be the Underlord like in the last game. I actually thought that was a weak point of 5-man strategy, but Alliance didn't really manage to exploit that, or maybe it wasn't as big of a weak point as I thought. Doom here picked up, it's solid. I mean, it's Doom meta overall. Doom can't be bad, especially in that last game. Like you said, they changed up the way they play in the lane. They had to, because that Doom found an Ogre.
Yeah.
Like he comes to the lane with an Ogre Frostmage plus 8 armor. Suddenly that lane is 10 times more difficult.
Yeah, their bans all meant to protect the Arc, but gotta expect an Illusion Core to come out for Alliance in this game. It's an excellent PL or Naga. Either one. I think you take it 4th though. I expect them to just grab their support hero here for either Hanskin or FNG. Grimstroke, solid. Yeah, you just go PL or Naga, and you're gonna have pretty solid team fight. I think PL probably perfect. Nico Bippy special.
Yeah, the only problem is if this Doom is position 4, they could still go with an Underlord, right? It's still in the pool, and they could switch things up once again. But that Illusion Hero probably negates you the ability to play the Tri-Lane, right? If you have an Illusion Hero on Alliance, suddenly their Tri-Lane is stronger because all the spells from Arc Warden get soaked into the illusions.
Yeah.
Like your Flux is useless, your Spirits are useless, so that could definitely work for them.
And once again, with that Arc opener, Tri-Lane, something that you're expecting to be very important in this game.
This is only, I want to say something that I really expected, the Mirana from Alliance, just because when you're playing versus Phoenix as well, you want heroes with high mobility. And Mirana will get on top of that egg no matter where it is around the arena and eliminate it alone.
Yeah. What was your question?
Just about the importance of a Tri-Lane, once again with the Arc.
It's just that Arc doesn't punish in a duel. Like, you have 2 abilities that provide damage and disable, and it just makes more sense to be put into a Tri-Lane.
Yeah. Like,
why instead of Naga PL is?
So usually it's considered like this. Arc Warden, because Terrorblade is ranged, he's countering him because of the bubble, right?
Yeah.
You put those bubbles on towers and suddenly TB is useless.
But it's against Doom as well.
It's against Doom as well, that's true. But overall, from my experience and from the games that I have seen in this matchup, Terrorblade just hits his power spikes much earlier and takes objectives.
Yeah.
You force a couple of fights before you catch Arc Warden out once in the game. If he makes just one mistake, you can take one side. Like, you can take one big objective off of that.
With that, hearing that from Lizard, do you now like that slightly more than something like a PL or a Naga?
I understand. I get it. I just you hit a pretty strong timing. So, like Lizard's point, if you're looking to play around the 20-minute mark and really abuse this Phoenix Mars edge that you'll have in 5-on-5s, TB will do significantly more building damage than Naga or PL. So you could potentially make a play for Roche and be hitting high ground to like 25 minutes easily. The trouble is your laning stage. I guess with meta, it's about the same. I'm just not really seeing like a way to make plays on Alliance right now. So they're gonna need Limp's hero to do a lot of work for them. To be fair though, 5men are in a similar spot where you just don't have too much team fight. That's the big concern. They need a lot of time for this draft to come online. The Quap banned out from Alliance. I think that's expected. It's a very limited mid-hero pool now. Bat, Puck, DP, Quap all gone thanks for Alliance. Kunkka now the removal.
Sometimes Limp can get a surprising amount of work done. The question is, what do you actually want to see for Limp?
With all these bans, could just go for a DK. I think you just need a point and click stun, a playmaker, and preferably something that can do a little tower damage. DK just makes a ton of sense, especially when you consider you've got Grimstroke synergy with it as well.
We've seen that for Limp countless times already in this tournament.
It's something that they like, right?
Yeah.
DK for Limp, it's one of those heroes that he just enjoys playing, and he can do a lot with it no matter what.
So as of right now, you're really looking at that 20-ish, 25-minute timing as a big pressure point in this matchup. Is there anything else that the folks at home should be thinking about with what we see so far for these lineups? Is there anything else that you're like, okay, yes, pay attention to the 25 mark, but you got to be paying attention to this?
I want to see how the Mirana and Venge look to get involved early game. It feels like 5 men should have an edge in both the lanes and in finding rotation kills. But once you hit like 12 to 15 minutes and Alliance start to get like the death ball going and maybe look to make a play for an objective, I don't think you can really fight them as 5 men. But if you buy enough time, eventually Arc Warden versus TB, you would expect is always Arc Warden favored from what we've seen in the past.
And both of these teams right now can pick this high mobility hero on the mid lane that we kind of expect from them, right? Because not only do they need a playmaker, there you go, the Void Spirit, but they also need a hero. They're also in a good spot because there's not a lot of catch on both of these sides. Once again, like Doom, I don't consider that a catch. You have to blink and Doom a target. If you have a Storm Spirit, Void Spirit, Ember, they're able to get away from that.
What does Chessie go for? Could you Meepo? I mean, that's a little wild. You have an Arc Warden.
Yeah, Arc Warden Meepo is that's not gonna work.
He's just. I don't think I've seen him really play. Too many. I don't even know. I need to check out their drafts and what would be a potential.
Ember. It's just it's simple. Just keep it with the spirits for the last pick. One team needed a playmaker, the other one as well. One gets Void Spirit, the other gets Ember Spirit. Like if you look at these two teams and you swap the spirits around, I like these drafts just as much. It doesn't really change.
Feels like 5 men, weaker team fight, but much easier to rotate around the map. Expect them to do at least decent in the laning phase. They've got 3 ranged heroes. I expect another tri-lane aggressive. That tri-lane versus tri-lane, assuming we get it, is going to be a big play a big role in who actually wins the early game. Mid game, Alliance will want team fights and towers. 5 men will be trying to split the map and shove lanes. Mirana invis perhaps as well to help them find pickoffs. And then late game, I think 5 men have an edge, but we can never underestimate just how powerful Phoenix Mars is. And then you've also got the Grimstroke potential. It's a really cool game. I think both sides could have a shot. I feel like it's tough to read into the play because we've seen a lot of big mistakes from both of these teams so far.
It's going to be interesting to see how this particular matchup for me, Arc Warden versus Terrorblade, in the end just goes, because usually what I expect is Arc Warden defends forever, has a really good defending stage, right, once they get to the high ground, because inevitably they always do versus Arc. Then he goes low ground around that Rosh Pit, one team fight, and they lose. That's usually how we've seen Arc Wardens in the past. However, times have changed. Hero has been buffed up a little bit. Maybe TB is a bit weaker now.
So one of the first things that you guys were saying, obviously, well, Kyle in particular, you were just saying, I don't really like going for the same first phase in back-to-back games. Now that you've seen this, are you more on board, or are you still feeling that uneasiness?
Definitely uneasy, because I think Arc Warden versus Terror, I keep the Mars is the key. Like, you're gonna just absorb so much damage from these ranged heroes, and late game, like, there's nothing 5 men can do to team fight into Mars Phoenix right now. The Grimstroke as well is significantly better at controlling Ember than the Venge Mirana is at controlling Void Spirit. So I have to favor Alliance just because I think it's so much easier to execute their draft.
Okay. Would you agree, Lizard, that Mars is definitely the center point of this?
For both of these teams, Mars on one side can prevent Arkward and everyone from hitting, but if he does not use his arenas carefully, you have a Vengeful Spirit that will be able to completely counter it, get people out. Ember Spirit as well can get out of it easily, so we'll see. It's all about the execution when it comes to that part.
All right, we're going to have to see who's going to be able to take it. And also, it's been awesome to talk to everybody who's been watching this matchup so far. I know a lot of people are waking up and checking in. I even saw this tweet a little bit earlier. You can see like how many different folks are kind of actually checking it out. Yeah. Oh, I think it came up on that screen. I actually can't see it on this one. But yeah, saw that some people, you know, their dogs are watching right now. We want to make sure that everybody does feel welcome here. So just to break down what just did happen. Oh!
Woof. Woof.
Over to the casters.
Woof indeed.
Thank you very much, Rich. Yep, game 3 now, the deciding match here between the two sides, Alliance versus 5 men. And yeah, we're getting the Arc Warden again. Comes through once again as the second pick. This time the response will be sitting on the shoulders of the Terrorblade. They want to have that big late game carry as well themselves to match this.
Yeah, interesting that they went for it there, right? I think like a bunch of us upstairs were all like, kind of mentioning, we're like, wow, the Ricky or these type of heroes that get on top that really use that Ink Swell would be the ideal, because we've seen Arc Warden picked versus Terrorblade a lot of these times, but it had to have been Nico Baby asking for the hero, probably asking and seeing a good situation for it to be played. So we'll see how he does able to play. It's also versus Doom. A couple of these heroes are quite good versus that Terrorblade in a lot of the sequences of the game, but we will see how it all plays out. I like this itemization, Hanskin. I think this is like some new build that we've been seeing a couple times. Just stats on stats on these 4 positions.
And the mid lane matchup is going to be a lot of fun yet again between the brothers. This time on the Spirits, Ember versus Void Spirit.
Picture perfect, right? This is just. I kind of want to just watch this mid lane because it's the brothers, Spirits. Look, let's see who gets the better block this time. Is it going to be Limp again?
Limp's been getting it the other game so far.
Beaut, dead even. No high fives, but that's just fine.
Let's see who's going to be able to take it. Of course, Chessie, he did the Ember pick after the Void Spirit pick.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, good Ember game. I think it was one of the last few heroes that they had left over. It works really well with Mirana, too, is one of the big things that I was kind of looking at when I saw them going for it, because you can make rotations so easily, slight chains, arrows. Easy little plays here. Limp, he hits level 2 first. Doesn't opt to go for a straight instant aggressive play. Thought maybe he skills the Aether Remnant and goes for Chessie here on this range creep. It's still a possibility.
It feels tempting. He
doesn't
want to do it, though.
For it, though. I feel, yeah, he has the potential to go for it, but doesn't. He's giving respect to Chessie.
I mean, I guess he knows with the Fairy Fire, you know, Chessie would be likely to live through the attempt on him.
Sure. I mean, he's dominating the matchup anyway. That's what his focus is. First few levels, as we've seen a lot of times, these Void Spirits tend to come out ahead. That animation, it's a little bit better. Just easier to go for those trade hits, too, because you have the Resonant Pulse armor. So 8 and 3, he's done better than I actually imagined on that first wave. Pretty much getting every single last hit. And half of the denies, too. See if he gets all of the last hits, though. He's up to 9. 12 would be the perfect last hits for him. FNG. Let's get the Ink Swell away. Just kind of pushes them away.
Do you expect Nico Baby to get pretty good farm down here?
Yeah, he should just get some free farm. I don't think they can set up kills unless some random arrow kind of catches Nico Baby off guard. He should be pretty fine in this one. Once those levels do start to build up, there's some potential, right? The Scorched Earth level 2 is one of those big ones. Limp has only missed 1 last hit so far. Still has only missed the 1 out of these first. Okay. He has only missed 1 last hit in the first 4 waves. Very impressive here.
Yeah, certainly been showing some very strong laning against his brother.
Yeah, Misery trying to go for the salve break, but a nice little sidestep there from Nico Baby. Shows that he keeps that HP regen running. And looking at just the start of it, these first few waves, Alliance doing an excellent job here. I think Misery wanted to arrow the range creep there, but nice little tank there from FNG.
Yeah, I mean, this top lane as well, is this expected to be a tough start for Ace?
Yeah, absolutely. These 2 heroes can put a lot of pressure onto him. Fire Spirits are always obnoxious. And just the threat of being pinned, you're slow. Arc Warden, 285 movement speed hero. Especially when lane starts to push out like this, it gets scary. They have so much chasing room versus you. Seeing them blocking the hard camp, nicely done there by Nico Baby. They're even going to commit a Sentry Ward, ensuring that Misery can't just arrow those big creeps and get that XP advantage down there. Nice heads-up plays there by them. Shibin hits level 3. This is where the aggression, as we said, would start to come out a little bit for him to zone away Nico Baby. But yeah, 15-3 to the 9-1. And my god, Limp is cruising. Well, he's only missed, it looks like 3 last hits so far, I believe. Not even. Yeah, he's, I mean, pretty much picture perfect. He's going to be at 25 out of the 28 if he gets these 3, and that's 28 is the maximum.
Let's see if he can.
So
easy. Easy.
And this one's easy too.
That's very easy.
He just used his, yep. And he gets the remnant. Oh, dude, he's missed only 3 last hits in the mid lane. This is some real good stuff here by Limp. And Chessie's getting a little bit bullied now. This is where you got to be very afraid here. You don't have your bottle. Limp has his. The runes are coming up. Who's going to get lucky?
First blood.
Okay, will be Nico Baby that gets lucky, I guess, with a kill. And the rune does spawn bottom. Limp kind of forcing Chessie out, but Chessie likely to still be able to get that rune unless Misery wants to just take it away.
Yeah, we'll see Chessie also hoping to get the bottle beforehand so he can get the refill. Yeah. And it looks like he's going to get away with it. He's able to wait for the bottle to come out in the courier.
He's getting smashed in mid. 29-11 to 17-1. Holy. That is, yeah, quite a big differential there. Limp still only missing what looks like now 4 last hits if he gets all 3 of these. He's like, it's almost perfect. And with those denies to boot as well. Does miss the one there. So he's missed a total of 1 wave during this entirety of the laning phase.
Yeah, it is rough. And especially when you take into fact that, you know, he got the Ember Spirit after the Void Spirit was shown.
Okay,
so he knew what he was signing up for.
Chessie's actually going to use this haste rune to try to make an aggressive move up top, but there's a dive.
This is only going to hurt him more.
He'll get bounties at least. He'll be able to secure, actually, it looks like all 4 of them because of his rotation.
All right,
top lane. So,
well,
all right, you know.
Yeah, the 4 bounties, you'll take that.
He's going to be playing under level though, and if I've ever seen a Void Spirit versus Ember matchup, as soon as that Void Spirit hits 6, you have kill threat. So immediately we see that TP mid, Grimstroke plus Void Spirit. They're going to try to set up for this Ember. Chessie very likely to go down here. Nothing he can do about this.
Yeah, this Ember's game's going to be very hard to recover.
Oh god, and Limp is going to. I mean, Limp is going to have a lot of easy moves he can make. He's also versus an Arc Warden, versus a Mirana. This hero, he thrives on being able to just get into the backlines. Misery will slow down the push, though, arrowing that catapult. But yeah, man, Limp. Picture perfect, like we said, for him.
Top lane, Alliance tried to get aggressive, but Hansken ends up dying.
Okay.
They were going in right underneath the tower into Ace, but Ace was still pretty healthy. So unlikely they would have been able to take him out with that attempt. A turn over towards S4. Some Spark Wraiths down. S4 on the retreat with the Flux. Slowing him out. He'll turn, try and push back Paladin Ace, but they'll continue to stay upon him. FNG will come to the side of S4, and that last Spark Wraith won't be enough to take him out. So S4 will live.
Ooh, Limp gets a DD rune. Easy rotations wherever he does choose to go. Nico Baby has already opted to leave that bottom lane as the levels are building up on that Doom. And he just gets more out of the jungle now at this point as this Terror Blade. And he can leave the lane open for that Phoenix, who, as we saw, did die top. Does need a little bit of help. He's struggling. And I mean, FNG, he's having a great game. He's level 4, so he actually can help the top lane more, I feel like, than the Phoenix. So yeah, great distribution of lanes for Alliance, and a good start here for them in these first 6.5 minutes. Limp is just almost doubling the last hits of Chessie. Probably doubling that net worth as well. Trying to dive here, trying to take advantage of the fact that it's just Hansken down here.
Yeah, they should be able to find him.
Ooh, he's gonna get the TP away. See you later, nerds.
Very nice.
Almost burns out the Scorch, but gets the distance away. He TP'd to the tier 2 though, so he's not that healthy, but he wants to at least come back to try to get some XP when his courier does deliver some.
Let's see where Limp's heading now. He's come up to this top lane, Limp. Ready to use this power that he has.
He's
double
so
damage
strong.
rune.
He's got, what, level 5 on the Grimstroke too, so level 3 Inkswell potentially.
There we go, straight in. Looks to jump in even deeper. He's going for the big kill, and he's got it. Ace is going to be found.
They look like they knew it was coming, but their response is a bit late here. They should be able to get at least the one.
All right, so they hit back. Yeah, they get S4. As soon as Limp got the kill, he instantly TP's back to mid, not to waste a moment.
He used his double Astral Step too. I think he was a bit afraid of any type of rotations coming out. Like the Doom TPs, right? It's the biggest one that he has to be afraid of. Again, though, now a regen rune bottom. Limp continuing to have this success as he uses this very obnoxious taunt that I hate so much from Void Spirit. Jesse continuing to be pressured by Limp. Still only level 6.
Now Limp just getting final bit of burst in that he could whilst the DD came to an end.
Still the 2-level disparity in that mid lane. And Limp, you said, he can be super active. The world is oyster.
I mean, S4's trying to move it onto Ace. They've got the arena set up into the Inkswell stun. There's a lot of damage on Ace, but not quite enough to finish him off. As he'll start to back up behind the tower, Limp still making his way over. But it looks like he's going to reconsider. They've already backed up too far. Limp feeling that he won't be able to catch out Ace as Ace already starts the walk back to base.
Oh, he'll find Misery though. The Remnant does not quite connect, and there's still 2 more leaps for Misery. We'll be able to back up and reset. Yeah, look at this. NiP Baby's getting away with just being able to sit in the jungle though. They did take the bottom tower, which will give them a little bit easier access. But let's see what moves they can make with this Doom. Can they punish Limp from the tree side?
Nice fort. Chase down onto Pi. And the combo.
So much
very
damage.
nice and easy.
FNG's just very, I mean, he's very over-leveled. I mean, I say over-leveled, but he just hit the 5 very early on, so he can play around S4 like this. Doesn't even need the tome for that 6 if he doesn't choose to. They can give it to the Phoenix, who already has 6. Speaking of Phoenix,
he's been doomed.
I mean, it's a doom to. So I think Shiba is probably a little sad, but his cores are very happy. You don't have to worry about a doom on a Void Spirit now for the next 2 minutes. So definitely gonna see Limp play more aggressive now. I feel now he's when he really has the time to shine and go for these big dives.
Yeah, the combos we're seeing every single time with the Inkswell just allows them for easy pickoffs under the tower.
The Doom is TPing in, but like we said, there's no Doom. So they can't actually set up for this, and he can get turned on. There's a sentry down.
Yeah, S4's got the arena ready to go as well.
Yeah, they were ready. If he stepped into that sentry too far, he was dead. They're going to be able to claim themselves some bounties. Just the one, as Chessie gets aggressive and takes one away from them.
5-4, close on the net worth, both. Carries, I mean, sure, there's that slight lead at the moment from NiP Baby. They're Misery and Chessie. Looking onto Hansken, but hard to make a play on this. Hansken is the 6.
They didn't actually even try for the slight chain arrow. They shot the arrow early on, so they're trying to keep their catapult alive here so they can get this push going a bit. Fire Spirits are slowing it down. Now the TP will come out, and they gotta run.
Let's see what Lim can find. He's gonna jump in, try and combo out Misery. Not enough as Misery's able to leap away. There's space for NiP Baby. And how does sort of the timings work at the Terrorblade against the Arc Warden? Is the sort of the aim to get to a point where you're pushing in with this TB and the Arc's not quite ready to turn up?
Yeah, for the most part. I think he can just show up and hit buildings earlier. It's more about just the split push game, at least a little bit more about the split push game, at least than for Arc Warden. But Terrorblade, he does the split push with the illusions naturally. It's just if he does want to turn up to look for any towers, in particular when he has, I think, Dragonlance, he could try to show up just for some, but mostly he just wants to farm. If he, he might still just go for the Yasha farm build into Manta. He's going to out-farm the Arc Warden is the big thing.
Chessie and Misery making this move together down here, but nobody to be found as NiP Baby continues to keep himself hidden deep in the jungle.
Misery wasn't looking for heroes. He was like, oh, creep wave.
It's like, what are you doing here, Chessie? I'm not ganking, I'm just farming.
Yeah. We'll be able to successfully set up for this tower here, so more space for NiP Baby. So it looks like he's just gonna straight up jungle and just try to out farm that Arc Warden because Limp can pressure better than I feel Chessie can because of the way that pace in that early game happened. But I mean, Chessie's recovered. Level 9, Limp, level 9 as well. He's been moving around a lot, and Chessie's just been kind of chilling and farming.
Standard stuff across the board here. Limp working on his Jules Scepter with that setup for that save of himself. Got the hammer coming out for Hansken. At least that's what he's working towards, and they've got a lot of ways to set that up. I mean, specifically the Mars and the Void Spirit, some excellent ways of setting up for the hammer into Supernova combat. But a close start here between these two teams. There's everything on the line here in Game 3.
I think you have to be pretty happy as Chessie that you recovered after a very brutal lane. Like it was 43-9 lasted to like 24 of the Ember. It's very significant what went on there. And allowed Limp to make all those early moves and aggressive moves, so they get those towers. Looks like they're saying maybe go, I think, here. Is that FNG typing? And he's back in the game. He's ready.
And so, and for the Terrorblade, as we say, you know, there's this timing where he's going to be able to push and the Ark's not going to be able to do too much about it. As the game gets super late, do things just get better for the Arc Warden? Is it just a little more difficult as the TB to do as much as the Arc and his double will be able to achieve?
I think it's tough because it's a lot based on like how your team satisfies it, right? I feel like actually NiP might not even show up until he has like Manta. I think he's just actually going to play this farm game. He doesn't have to. They're naturally going to be able to set up for team fights because they just have the better team fight lineup, so they don't really need him to get super involved. Unless it's just a, you know, super good positioning for him. FNG.
Oh, they found him. I'll take the Grimstroke kill.
Oh, those big hits by that Alpha Wolf creep from that Doom. Chunks him down very quickly. Protecting their triangle. CS4 playing in that area. Limp. He wants something here. Misery's a big kill. He's level 8.5.
He's going to be able to catch him.
Yeah, this should
With
be
the
an
Remnant, he's got a couple of leaps, but the Astral Step magical damage will blow him up.
Thought he'd actually get a bit more gold out of that because how far Misery is, but does get almost a full level at least out of it and almost has his Eul Scepter finished up anyway. So great pickup there for him. Allows his Phoenix to play safer bottom. Hans can now just farm and push that wave out.
Mid, see the preparations for some potential action here. Hansken, FNG hanging around, but it looks like there won't be any pressure with the push. Top lane Chessie having a poke on S4. S4 pretty beefed up now though with the phase and drums, some good stats and armor early on. So hard hero for Chessie to really commit onto.
Yeah, I like these stat builds a little bit more than just like a straight blink, which I've seen a lot of times, and I've seen a couple of times, like I'm not blaming Boxy at all, but like Boxy's gone for the blink a couple of times in their games, and it's kind of just been like, damn, he can't find these setups early on, so it hurt him a bit. I think S4, he probably will still go back for the blink right after this, but like the early stats, drums just makes it easy to fight.
Definitely one of the calmer games we've had this year. 6-5 at 14 minutes.
I mean, in the SCA games we casted earlier, at 14 minutes, those 35 kills or something, so quite a big slowdown.
I think, both teams this game just, one of them's got an Arc, one of them's got a Terrorblade. They've got two carries that want to be hitting the creeps.
Absolutely. And Chessie, I mean, like I said, I think Chessie's very happy because of this slowdown. He's just like, thank God, I can catch up. Get my farm back online, catch back up to that Void Spirit, which he's getting close to. Jibe, though, he wants to punish Hansken again here. Doom. Looks like that dive was maybe mid-animation there for a quick second there. As he will find a quick, easy pick off. Level 9 Phoenix goes down, Jibe.
But I mean, as you say, does Hansken, do Alliance care too much about this? The fact that Doom is just being dropped onto Hansken time and time again?
As long as they make something happen off of it, right? If they just sit back and farm and then Doom comes back up, it's like, okay, great Doom.
It's a free kill.
So this is a good move. Just that smoke up, Doom is down.
Yeah.
You can make aggressive moves. S4, he does get his smoke broken there from the low ground. And oh, Chessie. His Remnant is not in a great defensive position here, but he will be able to quickly throw out the second one. That was a little scary for him for a second.
Yeah, I thought maybe they'd be able to get the Eul set up from Limp, but a little too quick with the jumps.
I mean, he used it. I guess he must have.
Wait, what did he use it on?
Did he creep or something? I was looking at the Remnant. I think he maybe used it on a creep because I heard something get thrown in the air. I heard like the whoosh.
It must have been a creep whilst Chessie jumped out of position. Whilst he was near the camp.
They might try again here though in mid. Chessie. Yeah, he's a bit afraid now. 3k gold lead though. Look at this, 5 men. They're utilizing the map just more effectively in their farm. Misery's just farming, Chessie's farming, the Doom naturally farms a Devour, so he has more effective gold on the map even if he's hitting less creeps. And Arc Warden with Midas, so yeah, they're getting quite a bit more out of this map here right now.
Yeah, I mean, you do have this TB right. It feels like these tier 1 towers should be not too hard for Alliance to take, right? They've got great team fight with the Phoenix and the Mars. They can make the space for Nico Baby to turn up and take these early objectives if they want to.
Yeah, especially when Doom was on cooldown right there. I think that I was there like big go time to try to take that tower down, maybe bring Nico Baby in if he wanted to join.
So would you kind of want to see him a little more involved? I mean, or do you think it is still okay for him to just continue to just AFK farm?
I think he's okay because he had a tower mid. So I think if they do try to commit for the tower, he could TP if he wants to get involved and show up for the cleanup. I actually like what he's doing also, too. It's just small things, but if you see his mana pool, he's been spamming those illusions to get the farm. They've got a mango tree. He's ferrying himself mangoes the entirety of the time while he's in the jungle to get that increased farm.
No mana problems at all for him.
Yeah. Gotta love those efficient mango usage.
Yeah, and he's doing a great job with the illusions, not missing a beat with the split push in the farm.
Keeping himself ahead of that Arc Warden.
Yeah, and an Arc Warden that did get a good timing on the Midas Ace.
Oh, Ace gets lucky again. He gets a Grove Bow. Look at that. Blessed by RNG. All right, Yules.
Catch him in the combo. They don't.
Oh, he gets the creep.
Don't. Yeah, a little too many creeps laid down there when he put the Remnant out. So a creep connects with it before the Yules comes to an end. And Chessie able to make a very easy escape.
And it was the Marzel committed too, so that Doom downtime wasn't really taking advantage of so much at all. So Doom is back up, 5 men. They probably can look to smoke up and look for another kill here. Limp, he's gonna clear the creeps this time to set up for that Aether Remnant. They've got the follow-up.
Yeah, that'll do it. Always that little bit of a difficulty when setting up around the creeps.
Ooh, these are the scary places for where 5 men doesn't want to fight. Around those tier 1s, because then, like we said, Nico Baby can just be like, hello, Terrorblade showing up, Metamorphosis here. Those are the scary parts. Doom blinking out, easier ways for him to get those initiations. Now Nico Baby's showing up. He's like, all right, we got to kill. Let's take out this tier 1 mid. Let's get the numbers.
He's strong enough to do this.
Yeah, let's get some map control here.
He's got a good team around him.
Do see 5 men bringing the Arc Warden to respawn. He's going to throw down that bubble. Limp, wanting to set up.
Okay, Meta's popped as well, so Nico Baby's got that extra damage to take out Pilot Eye. They're pushing in. Jump forward for Zibe. He's going to go in, actually drop the Doom down.
It's on the Grim.
I mean, is it even going to be enough to kill the Grim? I don't think so.
It's not.
FNG's out and away.
Oh, man. And now they're going to re-engage, it looks like here.
Chessie's trying to come in from the side with the Sleight of Fist.
Gets the Sunder.
And Nico Baby back up to full HP.
Does have a regen on Chessie, so he is going to be able to at least heal that one up. But the Doom, that was... They were stacked on top of each other, but that looked like the choice that he wanted to go for.
Because it felt like they probably would have been able to get Nico Baby. I mean,
that's a dieback. 50 seconds, no venge.
That's an easy tier 1 tower with this push from the Nico Baby Metamorphosis.
Yep, they get
the
soul
Yule
mine.
setup's there as well, and Misery, they've still got the meta going. Misery's going to die as well. Oh, that was across the board, just a pretty rough attempt to hold around that tier 1 mid there from 5 men, just giving a bit of a showcase on how not to do it.
I feel like I heard them saying that on the panel too. A lot of these times with these Dooms, if you don't have good follow-up, like the Doom comes down, they're just like, okay, we're just going to walk away and disengage. It's exactly what happened. 5 men need to have better synergy when they go for that. If they go for the Doom, they have to go for the slight change. They have to go for some type of swap play to make sure that they get that target under, so they can't just walk away. And now, I mean, look at this. They find Ace too. Are they going to go for the aggressive play?
They're going to at least be able to take their bounty run away from them.
Yep. They're getting a little bit scared though, as there's a lot of forces joining here.
Chessie, can he get these kills? He'll get one of them. Finds S4. Limp also being chained in place. Ace is moving over, but still with a haste rune. Limp, he's out of there.
Nice heads up plays there. And they're looking for Hanskin with the Infernal Blade. They do have enough. All right.
So, they get back in action, and now they themselves will be able to put some pressure onto the tier 1 mid.
Yep.
And they should be able to find
this one, yeah. There's no meta. No way that Alliance is going to look to fight without that or the Mars ulti. Good response there from them, just bringing multiple different heroes just to try to secure those bounties.
We'll see Chessie will be very able to jump straight in the front lines now. He's got a full BKB coming on top of the phase drums, so...
Oh, and Chessie?
Yeah, he's gone phase drums BKB this game.
I like that quite a bit here. S4. Clumsy net, into the arrow, into the Starstorm.
Serena wasted again. They get the chance to blow up S4.
Damn, look at these Misery again. Look at this level 14. This is the greedy Misery that we really love to see, and he's had a spectacular series so far.
He has, which is good to see, because I believe, I can't remember exactly what he tweeted out the other day, but it was definitely something, you know, regarding the fact that he just wasn't happy with how things had gone the other day for 5 men. He felt a bit defeated, but today he's, as you say, he's really upped his game, Misery, and come in with some some very solid showings.
Look at his bottom. They're actually setting up for the Grim as well with Misery and
Yep.
Zibe. Misery.
Another kill for Misery.
He's almost level 15. That's the same level or higher than his cores. Look at Limp. Same level as the Void Spirit on the opposing team.
Yeah, no, he's really
Very
coming to win it today.
Yep. I like this BKB. I mean, if they play aggressively with it, the BKB for Chessie, he knows that this Void's going to go for Aghanims. It's like the hard counter these silences, so this is just that hard defensive play for him versus multiple different things, right? Void Spirit, Mars, Grimstroke.
Oh, yeah.
So many different things he has to worry about.
He needs it, yeah.
Yeah.
And with this, the only threat now is sort of him
Soulbind.
jumping in with 3 remnants. Yeah, I guess.
Soulbind can still work a little
and the damage from the meta.
Yeah.
That's going to be what kills Chessie.
Yep.
For Miona, done for Ace. As 5 men, they are stepping up at a pace that's keeping them ahead. Ace just continuing to have just a little bit more. Skadi is finished for NiKo, baby. So, again, sort of this war of the carries, both of them.
Yep.
Very close to one another. But there is a lot of magical damage that Ace has with that Miona, which will help massively against the Terrorblade in his army. Bottom lane, Zibe.
They're smoking over here, too.
Arrow connection from Misery. They'll jump in, look for the kill. They won't find it. Hanskin's going to be able to live, pop the egg. And this time, Alliance, they can turn and punish the 2 of them.
No funny business. They bring everybody. Even NiKo, baby, shows up with the meta. They really want to make sure that this annoying Mirana and Doom actually get punished this time. But it's all the way on their side of the map. So what can they actually get out of the map off of that one? It's just going to be, just looks like it's going to be a few kills. See if NiKo baby chooses to push very far forward for the tower. I think he actually might. Just to try to get something out of those kills, right? Get a better use out of his meta as well. And he should bring it down very quickly. They're even going to go over and meet him. I like this movement here by, I almost said Gambit, by Alliance as FNG.
Pi. I mean, that'll be the setup required. Chessie's over. Kill is taken, and yeah, with that loss, they've got to back away.
Yep.
Heroes coming back alive. Misery and Zibe back in the game, so no further push to be had down on this bottom lane.
Strong movement by Alliance initially to kind of meet the TB over there, but a great response. 5 men, they kind of saw it coming, it looked like, and were able to get that cheeky little pick off.
Row sharp. See what they can do here, because 5 men are going to go straight into the pit with Ace. Not, I mean, it's not a super quick roast. There will be chance for Alliance to contest this.
And I mean, they don't have their egg though, and they don't have meta, and they don't have
trying to keep them out of the pit, and S4's dead. Chessie just commits with the BKB. S4's gone, and that will be the space to hold this row strong.
And S4 now has Mars ulti up. He gets picked off right before it does come up.
I mean, the rest of Alliance, they try to come over, but now it's 3 versus 5.
There's no meta still, like we were saying.
Limp. It's going to go onto the Venge outside of the pit. Pi actually going to be able to live out to the side. Pi finally falls to the illusion off the TV. It's down onto Limp. Limp's out.
And Limp just spent his gold on the Ags too. So he's dead for quite some time here. Chessie gets that kill bounty. Oh man, 5 men's really starting to take control.
They just couldn't get the fight together around the pit.
No.
They lose the 2 of them, then they still decide they want to try and tackle it. 3 versus 5. It does not work out.
Don't think that S4 expected to be jumped on so quickly in that position, because he was, what, 5 seconds from his ulti? He was just about to have it up for the fight there. Either way, though, very heads up by 5 men, right? Yeah. They see that Mars ulti, that Phoenix ulti used bottom. They saw meta committed as well. They knew they had an opportunity to go for Roche.
Oh, Chessie.
Oh.
They've got the catch. Do they have the damage with the ink swell and the pushback of the arena? They'll be able to blow him up. So Alliance may have conceded the Roche and the Aegis, but still finding some more action for NiKo, baby. Keeping him at the top. And just 500 gold off having that BKB on top of the Skadi. And at that stage, he can turn up to these fights. And you know, Ace with this Miona build, as expected on the Arc Warden, suddenly he is going to sort of struggle to take down and do damage to this TB.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, mid lane. Alliance, they're looking for the setup. Double Astral Step committed from them as he tries to hunt for Pylai, but Pylai is out to the side. S4's able to read him though. Jumps in with a blink, spear back. Pi will fall.
Yep.
And with NiKo, baby, they can push this tier 2 tower. Meanwhile, 5 men trying to push on the top lane.
Alliance pushes just way harder on those towers when they do get any of those type of pickoffs. And again, it's really just so many of these teams are just going to be trading effectively in team fights whenever the cooldowns are up, you know, on either side. So this one, they had Phoenix ult, they had Mars ult, they were ready to go. at least earlier. And then the Doom on cooldown, so they know that they can make the aggressive play.
And they've got this BKB man to Skadi.
He's very ready to fight.
Yeah, he to the point where they win a fight, they can start pushing at the high ground.
Ace. Tempest double. Oh, it's gonna. Oh, Nico Baby's gonna get the bounty. Oh, 300 gold. Yummy.
Let's see what damage they can get done down here. Creeps coming round onto the tier 2. Misery sticking up top. Closing on the money now to finish the Greaves if he wishes. Oh, we'll see if he wants to fill out his 6th slot first with something else to assist his team.
I don't mind the Greaves, because he's playing versus Void Spirit. That annoying, pesky silence. He'll at least be able to remove that.
And here we go. TP actually coming in on the bottom lane.
They have
the double coming in for the defense.
And they have the BKB right on the Arc Warden. I think he also... Or the MKB, sorry. Yeah.
So Ace has got a lot of damage. The BKB, of course, definitely will save Nico Baby for the most part in the fights, but when that BKB's out, this Arc Warden is going to tear him apart with the magical procs of the MKB and the Mjolnir. That is a huge amount of damage that Nico Baby just isn't built to deal with.
And just like last time, he has the Venge, he has the Grove Bow, so attack range galore for this Arc Warden. However, it's different. He's versus Mars. Mars can really counteract a lot of that distance damage if he is able to park that ult down, just block him off, or trap him in, one or the other.
On pie.
We've seen this before.
A free kill here to start off the action.
Misery tries to save him with the mech.
Zippe.
Shadow, though.
Well, he's gone in.
Down.
He's going to drop the Doom down onto the Terrorblade. Have they got the damage to kill this TB? I don't think so. The Arena's out, the Soulbind as well. Look at the two of them together. Chessie popped the BKB, but he still gets hit by that Supernova, so he'll try
They're trying to commit.
They're not going to be able to push this Nico Baby Terrorblade over the edge. He's already turning back into the fight. Will get stunned by the Magic Missile. He's popped the Metamorphosis. He needs to find a Sunder target. He's heading in with the BKB. He's looking for it. He'll turn over towards Ace's double, take the damage, take the health from him. The pushback onto Ace is real. Dark Warden is there. The pull from the Remnant, but Ace will live.
Nico Baby has to try to disengage, though, and Limp also.
He's going to go down. Ace, I mean, Nico Baby still actually getting beat down, but he's
dead.
Full. Zippe's able to finish him off.
And FNG goes down as well. Oh boy.
I mean, it worked out. Yeah, dooming the TB at the start, it made it a bit of an awkward fight for Alliance to find. It looked like they were going to be able to recover, but Nico Baby, I mean, he comes back in. The Sunder target, it wasn't ideal. He gets on like a half HP double, so it's not straight back up to full HP with him. And then he just couldn't get stuck in. Ace was able to keep a fantastic distance in this fight, which meant they could just never get on top of the real Arc Warden.
And that's what we were saying, that crazy attack range that comes in from that Venge, from that Grove Bow, it does definitely come into play there, as you can beat that Terrorblade from so far away. And also the way they use their ultis, right? That Mars ult catches a couple heroes, but the egg was so fast that it actually only clipped the one.
An S4.
Oh, an S4 also now catching an arrow.
I think they're
5
just
men are
trying to
doing
do
it.
what they can here on the tier 3s, pushing in 5 men. 11k up. Alliance's team fight just all over the place in that last fight.
I'm really impressed with the way that 5 men, though, are disengaging and re-engaging inside of these fights. Alliance definitely with some, kind of... Fenji kind of dancing right there, all right, with the stroke. Some of the kind of botched usage of their ultis, right? Like, it looks nice when they get the Mars ult and the Phoenix ult, but they didn't have the Sunray healing the Terrorblade so that he can reset. It kind of was Nico Baby feeling forced to just charge in with BKB and get that awkward kind of Sunder. And huge fight. Look at that gold swing. 13,000 gold lead now for 5 men. An insane amount of items now picked up for everybody. Yeah, like everyone just got a full item.
Ace has got a full BKB coming.
Oh, man.
It's getting very tricky for Alliance. It just feels that this game, again, 5 men are just that much better at making sure that Ace has the positioning in these fights to go crazy, whereas, as we saw in that last one, they just couldn't make things work for Nico Baby. He just didn't manage to get to do any sort of damage as the Terrorblade.
Yep. And Chessie with his greedy build now, he's going to have a Radiant stun soon. I mean, it's 30 minutes. It's not the fastest Radiance in the world, but the impact it can have versus those illusions is always going to be there, burning down those cores as well. Yeah, 5 men in a very comfortable spot now here. Always making the right moves, and look at this. Always like sitting behind each other too. The Venge right behind that Arc Warden here in this situation. Great reads of the map and just great execution in team fights so far. Yeah, like we said, picking up pretty much a full item on everybody from that last fight. So Shiva's on Doom, BKB on Arc Warden. I think 2,000 gold for the Mirana, and just a couple more things, yeah. Just in a much more comfortable position for those fights now.
So going for the Aghanims on Hansken. It's about 700 gold off it as well, so it's going to be there. Should be at least for the next fight, so having that save.
Yeah, it's also one of the best items with Terrorblade because it resets
free
meta.
refresh.
Yeah, free reset of meta, which is one of the few, I mean, it's one of the only things that can besides Refresher, right? So definitely potential for it.
And they're out with the smoke. Chessie wanting to make a big hit with this Radiance reveal. Hansken out here at the moment. Unlikely to be found. I'll use the Moonlight. Oh, sorry, just the Invis actually, Misery picking up there. Just going to get them some vision around mid, see if they can scout the action.
Ooh.
And they've got the detection down on Misery. They spot him there sitting mid lane. Oh,
was he just outside of both sentries for a second there?
I guess
he was
in the
right
middle.
smack in the middle of the two of them there.
Because it looked like they lost connection with him.
Yeah, they lost vision for a quick second there. But he's tanky. Like it didn't look like it was going to be that easy of a kill either because of how much he's gotten in these last few moments. Nico Baby still with a hefty amount of farm, but as we've seen, you know, Doom pretty good versus Terrorblade if they can't get a good re-engage.
And Zibe in those last few fights, as we've seen, just not being afraid at all to jump in straight onto Nico Baby and his army and look to slam down that Doom. And it's worked. It has. That last fight, just the time it brought where they had to worry about keeping Nico Baby at a distance and safe. This was all the time they needed to win the fight, 5 men.
All right, big items. Vlad's for Mars, a Hex, I believe, on the Arc Warden, right?
I think it was. And an MKB for
Nico Baby. But a Hex.
No.
Didn't he just finish BKB after that last fight on Arc Warden?
I mean, the Ace Arc Warden.
Oh boy.
It always has been one of the heroes that he's been that scary on.
Yeah. Some more control, and now they have better forms of catch for that Terrorblade when he does walk up, if he does get doomed. I believe his attack range is pretty far now, though, so he has to get a little bit closer to even cast the Hex, which maybe can put him out of position, but such a good pickup anyway this game versus the Void Spirit.
Yeah, I think exactly. Ultimately, it's just going to make it very hard for these heroes to get on top of it.
Yep.
He's always going to be there with the reactive Hex.
Yeah, and it doesn't need to be his main hero either. Look, if he's disabled, he's got that double in the back, he's got that Clono, he's ready to throw that covered Hex. 16,000 gold lead. Like we said, 5 men overall throughout the majority of this game just have better distribution across the map to farm. And oh, look at this. He's setting up for that Phoenix with that Hex. Won't be able to quite find him, though.
Yeah, they'll be able to farm up the double.
I
mean,
say
that is the concern.
The Spark Wraith. Oh, it's gonna... Oh my god, okay, he's alive. Oh, Jesus.
I mean, that's the thing with this Hex now, that the double just has insane solo kill potential.
Yep. Moonlight Shadow gets popped. They kind of just have to back up into their base a little bit. All right, the smoke to be able to go out. Okay.
We'll see if they can catch 5 men off guard. Limp leading the way.
They have the ward down.
And found themselves Zibe. And he's got the BKB in the Shiva's guard. He's going to get the chance to pop it. He's not. A clean kill there as they spear him backwards. See if they can move on for more. Nico Baby has popped the meta for this.
They have to go. They have to kind of just force the Roche to a fight. It's going to be the Roche. They have Mars with that ult. There's a lot of ways to get vision inside the pit, though.
Doom down for a minute. As Limp, outside of the... He's got the setup on the Chessie. Chessie will put the BKB to not be caught out by the Spear Arena combo. He'll jump out. Roshan still alive. Ace going to lead him with the Hex onto the Terrorblade. There's the jump in straight away. Pi with the swap back, keeping Ace safe. Ace pots the BKB. So does Nico Baby. He's looking for a stun to target. Turns over towards the double. He'll take out... They'll at least bring the double low. He's looking for real heroes, though, and they've found it. S4 finds the catch onto Chessie.
Huge picks now. Limp really starting to build that up there with those Yules plus Aether Remnants to catch those heroes before BKBs can come out. I mean, it's one of the best catching mechanics in the game.
Oh. Oh, is he refreshing the TB? He's refreshing the TB.
Yeah, he's refreshing the TB. I was like, wait, what?
He's refreshing the TB.
Refreshes the TB. He's got everything available. Yeah, I was like, hey, missed. Oh, arrow. They will have the Sunray to heal him up.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Now Nico Baby has Metamorphosis ready to go once again.
Yep, Doom is respawning, but Ember's still down for 40 seconds. It's a shame you can't really hide it, though, right? The fact that happened, because you pop egg, it turns to daytime. So they're just like, wait a minute, what the hell's going on here? So you know that he did use that egg to refresh if you did spot the Aghanims.
But I mean, it's also the thing, like, what would you be more scared of? Are you more scared of them having egg for the fight or having metamorphosis for the fight? Probably more scared of the meta at this stage.
Yeah, most definitely. Ooh, a DD, ace. Not the best hero to get DD, as you see, Arc Warden's base damage is kind of just not the best. You only get that plus 100, but it is
it's
DD
still
in general.
Damage.
It's still a DD.
Still extra damage.
It does attack very fast. And now they can look for this Rosh. They hex the illusion.
They're going to get this Alliance to step very far
fast.
away from the pit. They're starting to head back over.
Oh, what a heads-up play there.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get there in time. Or unless NiP can do something crazy. No, he can't. Roshan already falls. Ace picks up the Aegis. Yeah, Alliance just not keeping close enough, despite the fact they did refresh that meta.
And he popped it.
They weren't in position to actually push them back off the pit. They give the space for 5 men to get in and take it all.
That's what happens when you're playing versus Arc Warden, right? He pops some of his doubles, he pops his clones, he sends them down the lane, you start looking to react, boom. Quick move into that Rosh. And they avenge, so he just makes that Rosh so fast, and of course that DD helped quite a bit.
We've got a Prince's Knife.
Ooh.
Very nice for whoever wants to grab it. Leveler. What's Nico Baby got at the moment, was it?
He just had a
Just Vambrace.
Yeah, right. So Leveler for him.
Take that Leveler.
Yep, Leveler for him, and Prince's Knife can work well on, I think, Mirana. I actually think that's not a bad option if Misery does want to pick that one up.
And Ace.
Full
item on his arc, just boom, 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 item after item coming out in this Arc Warden.
3 different items built up in the last 10 minutes.
He must be pretty much done in terms of the slots.
I do believe so, yeah.
High. Yeah, no catch here.
Little fishing arrow here. Not quite far enough.
But yeah, I mean, Ace must be pretty much complete. He's completed the game.
Yeah, he's done. People said you can't complete Dota, but
he's completed it. That's it, 100%.
Potential room for growth, of course, there with those other big items, but yeah, he's definitely reached a big peak level right now for the next few moments. And okay, Chessie's actually going to go for the Prince's Knife. I like that. The instant slight hex definitely catch people off guard. Definitely did want somebody to have it in this game, though. It's got a lot of potential versus like these Phoenix versus these Mars, these key initiations, as we've seen what this game is all about.
Oh, here we go.
Trying to force the issue.
Yeah, they want to do something with this Aegis on Ace.
Arrow. Let's connect.
Get the double in, but S4 committed with his body for that.
He's just dead.
He's got the stun. They've got the Hex follow-up as well onto Limp. Limp's
they don't
got
even
as well.
need the Doom. They just have the control, the double Hex.
Oh, that was I mean, I guess they got the double, but that was a little bit of a crazy attempt there from Alliance.
S4 having a bit of a rough one on this Mars, for sure. As the siege is coming out, he buys back. He has repair kit at least, so he will be able to heal it up and stop a little bit. But I mean, the damage is really starting to add up. The tower is actually down, and now no repair kit for the Rax.
Yeah, onto the Rax they go. What can Alliance do? They're without Limp for 50 seconds. He's holding on to the buyback.
It's a minefield. They can't even walk in. Look at the Spark Rays, the coverage. These poor supports just have no way to get into the fight. That's going to be the Rax. 5 men, up to 22,000 gold lead. And still with everything ready to fight.
Oh no, S4!
Oh no, S4!
He's been found again! He's dead and gone. That's a dieback on the Mars. Nico Baby's going to try and fight with the BKB, but he's been doomed. He's getting healed up by the Sunray. Did get the meta off in time.
But he's getting turned on.
From the pulse there. They're going to be able to protect him for now with the supernova. But they're going to turn and kill the egg. Oh no, he's dead in the egg!
Gone.
Oh! As he gets served, sunny side up. They have got the buybacks. But Chessie also, sorry, Limp with a dieback. That's both of them down. Limp and S4 out of the game. Space
and
is
TB's
there.
dying. He's actually just dead to the damage.
That's game over.
My God,
game over. GG, well played. It's called 5 men. The Ace Arc Warden. Second pick. They're just so good at playing with it. Yep. They know exactly how to win games, to set it up so that Ace has a beautiful time. And especially in this game 3, Alliance started to look a little bit all over the place at the end of the game.
S4 having a real rough one. I actually think I've seen Mars lose like all the games. I'm pretty sure. This hero does not seem to be having, not every game, but majority of the games, he's been seeming to have just have a rough time. Like as soon as he gets Blink Dagger, it seems like they feel forced to jump in all the time, and then they just die a lot of time before like anything really happens. I mean, overall though, I think this was just a really well-coordinated plays coming out from 5 men. Everybody seems to be on the same page. The shot calling is on point. Their movements across the map, yeah, super solid. And they're playing with Moonlight Shadow, with the split pushing Arc Warden, so they have so many different ways of potential to get on these heroes. And yeah, I mean, Grovebow, Venge, Arc Warden versus Terrorblade. Can't even walk up and hit him at that range.
No, not at all. And Misery, having a great day as well.
What a day for Misery.
I mean, as I said, he tweeted out the other day something that he acknowledged he had a bit of a rough time the other day in the series, but today turning up and having a brilliant performance with the team. And the ace Arc Warden 2 times in the series, second pick, Alliance not able to deal with it. Well, we'll see if other teams have got solutions, but if you're looking at this as a team that's going to potentially have to face 5 men down the line, what are you going to do about that Arc Warden?
I think you have to just prioritize ace heroes. We used to talk about ace a lot in the past for his Lone Druid, Arc Warden, all these like sneaky kind of heroes, these like cheese heroes and all that. I think you have to start remembering this guy is a beast on those heroes. Sure, his Void maybe was a little lackluster in some situations, but when he's playing his Comfort, he looks real good.
Yeah, so able to take the whole game with him there and the series as well. That is it, ladies and gentlemen, for 5 men versus Alliance. 5 men will take the victory here, 2-1.
And a well-deserved victory at that. Congratulations indeed to 5 men. We're going to discuss that third game, and the start of the game, it seemed like it was going to be the question, who's stronger, Arc Warden or Terrorblade? And I think Ace made a really strong case that Arc Warden is the winner of that matchup. Oof. It was so hard to deal with.
Yeah, everyone was kind of shocked when they picked Terrorblade into Arc Warden. We were like, is this real? Did they misclick? Because usually it's the other way around. TB does not like to get an earlier MKB, and it takes a lot of time. He wants to tank up first. It's just a complete countered by that hero.
It's a simple explanation when it comes to carry matchups going into the late game, who counters who, and it's who conveniently kills the other one. Like what items they have to build to kill each other and such and so forth. Arc Warden loves buying Mjolnir. He loves buying MKB. Those are like his favorite damage items. Those shred Terrorblade. They're magic damage right-clicking items that Terrorblade's 50 armor doesn't do anything against, while Terrorblade, like Lacoste said, has to buy an MKB, an item that doesn't really benefit his illusions other than the 30 attack speed, or 35 or whatever it gives. And I don't know. I said going into the third game, the Alliance wasn't countering what 5 men were doing. They were kind of just sticking to their own game plan. That ain't gonna work. Like I was like triggered by the Terrorblade pick. It wasn't as bad as the Troll pick I saw yesterday by 5 men because that was into 2 bad matchups. But Terrorblade into Arc Warden, Nico Baby is like their bread and butter. He's their win condition every single game they play. And I firmly believe that some patches, the carry matchup's kind of meh. Like, it doesn't really matter, like, what carry scales better against who. But right now, very 4-protect 1 meta. The distribution of net worth is almost always, like, 2 carries.
Yep.
Way on top.
Yeah, that's why we don't see Juggernaut much lately, because he tends to lose a lot of those, matchup against the TB, against the Faceless Void. So... You had a really great point. It comes down to that, which late game carry is going to take over.
The Arc Warden, I'm going to tell you, I have seen Arc Warden 3 times in pubs, if I recall correctly.
Okay.
Do you want to guess what hero I was playing when they picked Arc Warden in the pubs? Anybody?
Not Arc Warden. You were not the Arc Warden.
I was playing against the Arc Warden.
Against the Arc Warden.
I was playing Terrorblade. Why? Because the opponent 10th pick countered my Terrorblade with an Arc Warden.
It wasn't in the current draft system. It's blind picks.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, like, I picked 3rd, 4th, and the opponent last picked an Arc Warden to counter my Terrorblade. It is a hard match.
Did you lose all the games?
And you lose. Like, you straight up lose. Even the games that, like, you could have won, it just feels so hard. Like, it's like, first you have to get an MKB, and then you also have to get on top of them. Your idea on Terrorblade is that you have the superior map pressure split pushing capabilities, and Arc Warden actually does that job better than you do. So I don't think the way to beat Arc Warden is like out split push him. It's to just kill the guy. Like that's the best way to deal with Arc Warden, I think. And they picked Sven's second game, which I don't think is terrible because you have the Ags, but then he never built one. And I think they got caught off guard with his Arc Warden. I don't think they respected it enough. You have to treat it like a hero that has to be countered.
Overall performance from 5 men was really on point. Misery shining once again, and like decision making. They have so many smart people on that team, that can lead them. They have so much experience. So when you're in trouble, you know that they can bail you out.
This is the first game. I think they even threw the first game for 5 men, and I think like this felt like a 3-0.
Yeah, it did. The only reason that Alliance won the first game is because Nico Baby decided to take the rest of the team on his back.
Yeah,
at
he
that
literally
stage.
1v9'd that,
Yes.
and you know, Ace gave him a little alley-oop with the time walks into static storms and such.
By the way, special shout out to the coach of 5 Men, T Governor,
There you
very
go.
own resident talent. So
I hope nothing I've said is like taking away anything from 5 Men. They
no,
you don't
they
beat
performed
them.
really well.
Yeah, you don't beat Alliance, even if I say like Alliance may have not picked the perfect hero. There's plenty of tier 2, tier 3 teams that'll just lose this game anyway. So I
100%.
very impressed with their play overall. Their draft has great synergy. They have the Venge Arc Warden again. Mirana Ember's a classic. I love that line, that match, or that synergy, because the chains is a non-committal way to set up arrows. So you can just keep fishing. It's kind of like Pudge Ember. And then you eventually get your openings. They didn't have any strong dispels to get rid of it, and it just felt like they knew exactly what their heroes were supposed to do and what to do with them. That was way different than yesterday. I don't know what you think about that. Lacan.
Yeah, for sure. It felt like they completely prepared for Alliance and exactly knew what they were doing. That's the feeling that I had throughout the whole series. And as you mentioned, like it felt like they won 3 out of 3 games, because that first game should have also been theirs.
They just get better every time we see them. Sure. They learned maybe from yesterday's series as well. You know, we had T Governor unfortunately had some tummy problems yesterday, so he went home early.
Well, maybe that's the reason why they're winning.
Yeah, he had more time to coach instead of cast or panel. That's pretty funny.
Exactly, exactly. What a good squad to watch. And I believe we are going to the next series. It's Secret versus Viking. And we are not having a winner's interview today, unfortunately. We'll catch them.
T-Gov and the rest of them are too good for us, huh?
Yeah, well, they feel like maybe they got to win more. Maybe that's just the case. So let's head to Viking versus Team Secret. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Omega League.
esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win.
We have a fresh series just around the corner, but before we jump into that, we are going to be thinking just a little bit more about what did happen in the last series that we did just watch, and actually get to talk about some of the things with 5men being able to take down that series. I know, Lizard, we've been talking about this team a whole bunch. Yeah. What do you think their potential really is in the play?
Most likely they weren't considered the favorites versus Alliance, and they really showed up. They played a couple of really good games. Those two Arc Warden games, it looks like they have very high potential when they're in their comfort zone.
Yeah, I think that's like a very important thing to keep in mind, but I actually want to take a moment right now to talk to Misery. We got Misery on the line. We're actually going to get to think a little bit about this stack. And Misery, how are you feeling after that series?
I'm feeling pretty good, especially on top of yesterday's games were pretty rough for us, for me especially, so it's nice to be getting some redemption today.
Now, I feel like one of the things that was talked about a whole bunch on the draft panel in particular was just how much arc we really saw inside of that series. Was that influenced from anything that you've seen recently from other teams, or is this something that you guys have been working on for a while?
I mean, we knew the hero was strong. We just didn't maybe know how strong. We lost to it yesterday, to Nigma, and I played a pub against it this morning. So it's like a lot of different things, and then we just kind of went with it. And then, why not just do it again? We felt like it was hard for them to stop. So
you consider it that broken that you first picked it in the first game and in the second game and then in the third as well?
Well, I think it's good against Doom. So in game one, game two, we went with. It's also a matter of Venge plus Arc Warden, right? Because you have the save plus you have the extra range and the minus armor. It's just a really nice combo. And it's already good against Doom because you can't really Doom. You can try to Doom the Arc Warden, but getting to him is hard in the first place. And even if you do, it's like he can still hit you back, right? Plus he gets so much gold that he can even buy Lincolns if he wants to. And then game three, sorry, it's kind of the same story. Like they have a Phoenix, so we just felt like it's good against the egg. You can bobble and hit the egg, and you don't really rely so much on fighting the 5-man, like the team fights and stuff. So just went with it one more time. Yeah. So it made sense, logically, why we did it. It wasn't just blind.
I had a question about your team dynamics. You guys have such big names on your team and so much experience, and I'm kind of wondering how you guys talk and who's the leader, because there's just so much experience on 5men. I want to know, who's taking the charge. Yeah.
It's pretty much everyone is doing their own little leadership. I mean, I'm drafting and stuff like that, but I feel like everyone's doing their part to contribute. Everyone's vocal in the game, so it's nice.
That's good.
It's a nice balance.
Yeah, we don't have much time left with you right now. I do want to ask just very quickly, how did you guys come up with that logo? Because I kind of feel relatively personally attacked by that logo.
No, we basically took every man in the world, and then we, made that's what every man looks like, kind of,
The hairline of a Nintendo 64 troller.
Everybody can see themselves in that picture, no matter what you look like. I see a bit of Slacks in there. I see a bit of Lizard in there.
Yeah.
I see myself. So that's the idea. Yeah.
It's the every man's logo. Well, thank you very much. We're excited to see what you guys are going to be able to do in the rest of the tournament. We're really liking everything we saw at the Arc, and I might need to get a t-shirt with the logo on it.
I really should, man. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Misery. Do you see yourself in that logo, Lizard, at all?
I didn't notice it, but maybe, yeah. It's a man.
Look harder.
It is a man.
It is a man.
I suppose. You didn't say thank you to Misery.
Everybody
Thank you, Misery.
It's too late. He hung up. Very rude of you.
He's gone. With that, with no thank you, we are going to have to throw down to our draft panel. We're going to get the next. Yeah, we don't get to talk. No, they're actually pissed at Lizard in the back. Yes. Nobody's going to want to do an interview ever again because of this rude man here. We're going to throw down to the draft panel and get the next series underway.
That panel may not have shown their manners, but we're going to be very respectful for our next two opponents, Team Secret versus Viking GG. After seeing what has happened in the last series, it's possible we may get another underdog victory here. Unsurprisingly, Secret's going to be very, very favored, but Viking GG have played a lot of games throughout this tournament. They may be more experienced on this patch, Brian.
Oh yeah, Viking GG. We were talking about it earlier when the day started. They're top. Like when they're playing at peak form, it's scary. They can take games potentially serious off any team. And if I was Team Secret, I hope and expect that they are fully respecting Viking GG as a squad. And I just want to say, I've seen it, but I've not been on a panel yet during it. I've played with Viking GG Solari, his Enchantress. That guy is a beast. He's their 5 position, and like if you ever get to play carry with him laning with you, it's like, nice, absolutely free lane. This guy, he just sets up his carry every single game. They're one of the few teams still left that's prioritizing Enchantress this highly, and I'll just say it's definitely his bread and butter.
Important to note as well, I know, transitivity does work better in math than in Dota, but both of these teams beat Team Liquid, but also lost a game to Team Liquid. Okay. So, and obviously very recently in this tournament, like yesterday and then the day before. So, with that being said, I think it's pretty fair to say that Viking obviously has a chance at a fair chance, a good chance at beating Secret. I think Viking are, I think even with the praise that we're giving Viking, I think we're still underrating them. I think they have a lot more to show, honestly.
Yeah, a lot of people who may just be tuning in because it's Secret are like, oh, it's another maybe tier 2 no-name stack, but Viking have been making a name for themselves. But what is it about a strong 5-position Enchantress that makes the lane free? What is it that, because there's no real thing to purge. That's usually where we see the Enchantress is like against a Darkseer or something like that.
Is something.
True. Yeah, but the slow is just super powerful. She can also go for the impetus level 1 as well. So she has multiple ways to play. So she synergizes with a lot of carries. Most of the time, best way to describe it is she draws way too much attention to herself compared to a lot of other supports. You have to block the camps potentially, which a lot of teams in the off lane like to utilize the big camp as like a pull that they can like pull the lane back to their tower with. And if you leave the camp there, Enchantress just takes the creep. So that's like a really nice safety net, I would say, for the safe lane duo, the 1 and the 5.
Yeah, it's very expensive to try to deal with an Enchantress. I honestly feel like if there's an Enchantress on the enemy team, you pick a lane that like wants to dive and cut, and you pick a kill lane so you can block the camps, because you literally can't play normal laning against this hero. You can't.
Absolutely. It's super annoying. She always buys Blightstone, so like I'm an offlaner, I always have to buy Ring of Protection because most offlaners are at like 2 or 3 base armor, and if you have 0 armor, it's just really hard to trade with any right-clicking carry at all, which that's like 8% of the carries in the pool right now. Venomancer, also a super annoying hero. I would say Viking GG loves their Venomancer for what I've seen so far. Most games I've seen in their drafts, a lot of teams have kind of demoted this hero to like a 2nd-round ban. Sometimes he gets ignored entirely. People just kind of figured it out. I think it's similar to Doom. You were asking me as the event went on if my respect for Doom has gone down a bit. I will say that people are doing better at countering it. Even Misery talked about the Arc Warden carry being one of the best anti-Doom carries in the entire game. I think Venomancer, he's just not quite as good, but if you play him as a team well, where you utilize what he offers in terms of the tower pressure, the tower defense, as well as the team fight damage over time, all I need to see in a Venomancer lineup is we're taking this fight to be like 30, 45 seconds long, and if we out-survive your initial burst, you're just going to get worn and torn down.
I think it's similar to the Enchantress in the sense that even in a bad Venomancer game, you're committing so much to dealing with the hero that it's like, is it really worth it to do that?
Is that true in the laning phase or the mid game? Because Enchantress, you said it was more, it costs too much to deal with her in the laning phase.
Right.
Then later on in the game, like as long as you have
she's
a few
fine.
spells,
She's
right?
fine. Yeah, right.
So
And
for
the-
Venomancer, is it the same thing, or you think it's more mid game
The
oriented?
thing with Enchantress in the laning phase, the reason that I think it's so effective to have her be such a pain in the ass in the lane is because there's always some hyper carry sitting behind her. There's always some like, what's it, Terrorblade, Spectre, something like that, where it's like it's you can't commit that much to a support, but you have to. And so the carry just gets to free farm. Venomancer, it depends on the lane. If he's laning against like a Sven or something, it's like he'll or Ursa or whatever, one of these melee heroes, like he'll destroy them, and it's a lot to deal with him in the laning phase. You have to tri-lane him or something like that. But a lot of people do fine against him in lane, but it's more the map pressure. He just sits somewhere alone, puts wards down. You need to bring 5 heroes to him if you want to kill him, and it's like, is it worth it? But also, can you just let him take your space like that? It's in Dota, the best teams are the ones that give the enemy team a choice between 2 crappy decisions. Venomancer's very good at doing that.
You know, a pick that I've had no time to talk about is Jenkins continues to ramble on about his random crap.
Anyway, so about that, Brian,
Speaking of rambling,
tell me more about this other. No, okay, go ahead.
So
could you please talk about your pubs there, Brian, just for a second?
Shut up. So as fast as I can, Mirana, I love against Venomancer because Venomancer's wards are a big part of his kit. So the best way to deal with them sometimes is just have Invis. Heroes that can get on top of him without him having to buy sentries, or with him having to buy sentries to see you. So far they've really bought into that. If you look at their heroes, Sand King goes Invis, Tree goes Invis.
Yep.
It's kind of fascinating actually. They have very little stuns on Viking GG so far.
Nature's just TPs behind Veno too. Actually, that's pretty nice.
So their entire lineup is actually the way Secret constructs their drafts. It's like heroes that have synergy that are also somehow good against the opponent.
They're like
That's what I love.
They're like soft counters.
Yeah, soft
they're
counters,
never hard
right?
counters.
Ease of
Always-
execution counters, right? You don't have to itemize your hero's kit. Naturally is pretty good against what the opponent's offering. Sand King Mirana, very classic combo. Looks like they're setting up a Nature's Prophet core, 2 or 1, I mean, is based on what I'm seeing here. I'm expecting 3 Sand King, 4 Mirana, 5 Tree, but, Secrets obviously thinks that Dota a whole nother level than I do. But the Spectre, quite good here. They have very little sustained damage on Team Secret, other than what eventually is a Nature's Prophet core right-clicking, and they have a lot of damage amp for the Spectre. The only issue I have from the ET and the Venomancer, but the only issue I have is they have absolutely no way to say, okay, this is the hero that's jumping in, and then we're haunting. They have no clear-cut initiation, no way to start the fight, and I really like the bans coming out from Secret for that exact reason. Bat, one of the best Spectre synergies, as well as Storm Spirit. Super reliable long-range initiations from both of those. And I hope Viking GG goes for something like the Kunkka. That's actually my #1 pick right now.
They banned the Necro.
Kunkka is super good here.
Like Kunkka, DK maybe. Something along, like one of those like off-laner mid-heroes, basically.
Because, as Jenkins had mentioned earlier, the best game for Venomancer is when a fight goes long.
Yes.
With Kunkka, you get the rum buff, you're just sitting around tanking everything. Do you think a Spectre would build a Radiance this game?
Depends on the last pick carry.
Okay.
Or mid. Like, I think it's the core matchup that dictates it a lot. You're not going to build Radiance against Anti-Mage, for instance.
I think you can also just Void Spirit here too, if you want. Like one of the other Spirit heroes are banned out, but like one of the just do shit spirits is good, or some offlaner in the mid lane.
So either someone who's very tanky or someone who's very evasive.
The reason I liked Kunkka is that his form of starting fights is really good against Mirana and Sand King. Like they're heroes with mobility spells that X completely destroys, and also the wave clear is quite nice against Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
And they also didn't really have like this bi-halberd stand in front guy. Like, yeah, Venomancer kind of does that, but he's more of like the Veil Pipe, Force Staff, like it's not quite the same. Venomancer's not starting anything either, right? So, like you said, I'd be fine with a mobile hero. If they want to do a mobile hero, that's absolutely fine with me. Just some long-range initiation. Kunkka, even though he is rather immobile, does represent a long range of catch. You went for the DK.
Oh, I was gonna say the reason that I prefer DK over the Kunkka is because I see the DK pressuring towers with the Veno. Like they don't actually
multiple lanes or the same lane?
The same lane.
Okay.
Like I think that if you ball with the Veno and the DK, The Veno does the whole area control thing. You can't enter into the area, but that's the area that your tower is getting taken, so you have to enter into the area. And then Spectre's just on the other side of the map, happily farming. Nobody's pressuring her because you have to go to this DK Veno.
How crazy is like Dusa here, man? Is that too passive? Didn't they pick? Were Team Secret the team that picked it, or was it Team? No, it's Team Nigma that picked it.
Viking picked Dusa as well.
I know Dusa's nice on paper against Dragon Knight in lane, and it just seems like you just need a hero that stands in front for Team Secret and just says, "Hey, come at us, bro!" Like all you really do is walk at us.
I feel like a Veno. Oh wow!
Oh, that actually kind of fits that description. I'm not like trying to take credit. That's like. I would never have thought of Visage. Well, very few teams are willing to pick Visage.
You consider Visage a stand in front kind of
hero?
hero?
Yeah, he just sits there with his familiars, Gravekeeper's Cloak, super tanky. He just buys these aura items and just says, like, if you he's a hero that shits out damage. Like his Grave Chill, buffing up his the birds, his Soul Assumption's a lot of free damage, and he naturally buys a lot of aura items and kills buildings just by getting levels. So
I know once upon a time people had a big criticism of Visage for being very susceptible to damage over time, though, being able to burn through.
I don't
Gravekeeper's
think
Cloak.
Poison Sting actually triggers Gravekeeper's Cloak.
Yeah, so in the laning phase probably not, but
Poison
come
Sting
team
doesn't.
fights, I feel like Visage's tankiness maybe gets a little bit cut with enemies that can jump on him.
Yeah, it's a good point. I think they're on a timer. Team Secret for sure here.
I don't know about that though. The way that they play Visage is not like the old Visage. It's not the Dom medallion thing. It's almost like how people play Io in the safe lane, where you build these kind of like off-laning items. He builds into Vlad's, Assault Cuirass, like random things like that. And you just be tanky, you just be impossible to kill, and like the familiar damage doesn't even matter that much. It's more about like the Nature's Prophet will do the damage, and then also I think Veil, they did Veil on
Yeah, I was
Visage
saying
too.
he shits out damage because he doesn't actually have to itemize specific damage items. I just want to say, real quick, that I'm not saying I favor Viking GG, but this is some straight up disrespect.
Oh, those are not fair odds.
That's actually that's crazy. I think people at home, if you haven't been watching the tournament, that like by no means is Secret. Like, Secret is one of the best teams, if not the best team here. But
Again,
Viking GG is
a lot
not
of the time
some
these
pushover.
are based off of competitive history. So, like, I know FlyToMoon was rated quite heavily because, like, the last time they had played against their opponent, they had won. And so, given how Viking has been around for a while, and they've played a lot of EU qualifiers, they've probably lost to Secret a lot. But that was a long time
Let's
ago.
just say 6-for-1 on one game,
I mean,
and their draft as a Spectre.
Those
I mean,
are
there's
good
no
odds. Those are good
They
odds,
might go
like-
Radiance, by the way, here, but
On
the
the
only
Spectre.
problem with the Radiance is that you have so much magic damage that maybe a pipe just kind of screws
I
you over.
honestly feel like the late game for Viking GG is so much better than Secrets that you just itemize to survive the early game.
Yeah,
That's
so
kind of how I
straight
feel.
up like Drums Manta.
I think so. I think
Okay.
so. Just be tanky and don't die.
So, if Secret wins, you're saying it's because they're Secret. And if
Yeah,
Viking
I
wins-
actually like Viking GG's ease of execution draft, but Secret always has like the fun, wonky, nobody else could really pull this off kind of draft. So I still favor them because they're the team they are, but also their lineup looks quite scary. Like the 15-20 minute timing push from Nature's Prophet, the Visage, that's scary.
Then let's see if they can pull it off as we pass it over to our casters for game number 1.
Viking GG is one of the 8 teams that have beaten Team Secret this season. They managed to beat them 2-0 ESL 1 Los Angeles in the group stage. However, the 4 other times they faced up against Team Secret, they got 2-0'd every single time, Kyle.
Yeah, it's almost. I think those all happened after they were able to beat Secret, right?
There was one before, and then 3 more series afterwards they got 2-0'd. So, yeah, Secret has definitely had their number ever since that one group stage series, including at ESL 1 Los Angeles playoffs where they actually knocked out Viking GG as well. So, it's it's similar for most teams that Secret just dominates them.
Yep. Yeah, it sounds about right. I'd have to agree with the panel, although I'm very partial to Visage. I'm surprised it's taken so long for somebody to pick up this hero. Similar to like the rise of Arc Warden, I think Visage is this new hero that provides tons of physical damage. It's super durable, and then you can do a ton of structure damage. And if you look at the lineup for Secret, they have so much ability to play aggressive in the early to mid game.
So why are these professional players overlooking the hero then? What's wrong with it?
It's funk. It's weird. It's hard to fit into a draft. You need to have a player that specializes in it. And off the top of my head, I can only really think of Weeha.
Yeah, there's only
playing
a
with
handful of
Chaos.
heroes.
Yeah. It was also traditionally a support, and now it's more of a core, almost for sure.
And you need not just a player that specializes in it, but it's also a very unique playstyle that the whole team has to play around, right?
It's just a weird hero. The last team I remember running Visage and being really impressive with it was Wings, all the way back at TI6.
YapzOr, man, he's going to be copping a lot of damage. Celery did go for the level 1 Nature's Attendance. And he'll get a few more shots off of YapzOr, and he's not going to slow down, actually. He's going to try and man mode up the Fairy Fire, though he quickly realizes he cannot stand toe-to-toe with two different heroes, especially one of them being the Treant Protector, who's hitting for 100 damage a hit.
Yeah, Puppy Tree, a sight to behold.
Looks like they're going to be starting off for an aggro tri-lane, really trying to pressure this Spectre. We'll see how long Puppy sticks around, though.
Yeah, this matchup mid is not great for Nisha once there's a couple of levels on DK. Even level 1, you can see it's really tough. You're only really favored if you've got Grave Chill active, and it's a lot of mana level 1. That's a dead end.
Yeah, the Burrow Strike into the arrow. That is just a classic Dota combination right there. A kill combo that Puppy is able to secure the last hit on and get the first blood.
Yeah, it makes sense to aggro tri-lane though when you do have a Prophet. You want your Furion core to get levels ASAP. If you can hit 6 around the 5-minute mark, suddenly that's a huge threat to the tri-lane, and it's a Venomancer ET lane. So that extra support, you're never really trading with these heroes.
No.
So you just kind of be hanging out in the woods anyway. Better let Matu do what he can by himself.
Yeah, maybe he can come back in when Furion has a serious level advantage. Maybe he's like level 4 or something. Then it'll feel a little bit better. They're going to go on to Shad now. Shad actually takes the time to go for the deny here, but it looks like he's going to die. And have to TP back into lane, so things not going so hot for Viking GG right now.
Yeah, I really like that Zai went for the stun Caustic. It's so good to pressure these opposing melee heroes. Sandstorm would just shove lane. You have a tri-lane. You want to be getting kills, not just pushing under tower.
Speaking of pushing under tower. An advantage. Okay, got to be able to stop that TP here. Matama calling for help here, but Aramis is doing so much damage. Puppy, he's here. Maybe they can get the deny. Turns around, denies him. Nicely done by Puppy. Taking that huge amount of damage, and with these blocks and the Treants, almost killed Aramis as well, but he snuck out from underneath them.
It's so much fun to watch Secret play Dota. They're always trying to min-max. Viking want to take this series. They're going to need to do something similar. They have a good draft for it. I mean, Elder Titan Spectre is pretty damn strong the later the game gets. But I really fear for them. Secret have a reputation for being very good at owning throughout the mid-game. And they've got a draft that can do just that. Once Visage Furion hits 6, they link up anywhere. What does Viking really do to stand against it? Where's their real spell damage coming from with this draft?
Yeah, they definitely don't have a great way to threaten a hero quickly. Spectre, Veno, and DK. Those are your 3 cores, and those are all slow damage heroes. You start getting some sustain in the mix, you get a mech or something on this lineup from Secret, and it's just going to feel like you're doing nothing.
And you know Secret's going to end up with that. Like, I would be surprised if by 15-20 minutes they didn't have mech, Vlad's, drums, maybe even a Veil, just splitting those items up evenly around their heroes, and then you just walk at Viking.
Big fan of Veil right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I was playing that core Phoenix, tried out the Veil Rush, felt really good. I'm sure it feels quite good on Sand King as well.
Yeah, that's what I expect. You get the Solar Crest up on somebody as well, most likely the Visage. I think you still go for HOD into Crest Medallion.
Sure.
Maybe YapzOr goes for the Greaves. I mean, they have a lot of options. It's why it's so important to communicate, and also why Secret's been so good as Zai.
Zai. He does have some wand charges, so I think he's trying to bait Viking GG in a bit. But he doesn't have the most to work with right now.
Yeah, lane so far doing pretty well for Viking. And yeah, Nisha, he's got a Midas queued up.
Okay. I mean, levels is super important on a Visage, no doubt. It does mean he's going to be kind of delaying his sort of early game snowball rolling over towers and such, but...
Yeah, and maybe we, you know, into the hyper late game, yeah, sure, Viking will have an edge. But if you think about how this game might look around 30 minutes, if Secret do really just all in on this team fight item, sustain aura, you think, wait, Viking just kind of don't have damage.
Yeah.
On paper, it feels like they would, but you think about Secret's Death Ball, you know, the tree armor, the Gravekeeper's cloak, like they have a lot of stacking damage resist. and they're going to be able to pressure lanes almost all the time thanks to Matumbaman on the Fury. And so it'll be really curious to see how this game plays out for like the first Roche fight or two.
That is kind of why they drafted some of the supports they did, right? The 3 cores, not the greatest damage sources, but you have an Enchantress and Elder Titan who, from a support position, can cover that weakness a bit. It's just a question of, is that really going to be enough?
Yeah. It's just the speed of the damage, as you said. It's very slow to come online. And if you're playing into a Pipe Greaves, you know, how do you threaten that first target of Team Secret, especially if that target gets armored, shielded up,
or that target has Gravekeeper's cloak on him, which very likely the Visage is going to be on that front lines.
Yeah, Matu's done a really nice job up top. 22 and 12 in almost a full 1-on-2 scenario is very respectable. And I like the Mirana pick. I expect we'll see more of this. There have been some gripes about Ench, you know, that we nerfed Doom. He can't eat these big creeps anymore, whereas Ench can just take them over and walk up to the lane. The Mirana denies that fact. So perhaps we'll see this more. This is something PPD used to do a lot when we were playing in Complexity versus Optic. And you just have the Mirana follow the Ench.
Yeah, Mirana has certainly been a value pickup right now with the prevalence of Enchantress, of Phoenix. Like, it's just a nice counter pick to all those heroes. Arrow is going to combo off of the Burrow Strike here, but the Ghost is going to chase away Secret.
And Yapster's always been a big fan. In fact, it eliminated me from the TI6 wildcard upper bracket playing Mirana twice. He's always been a fan. That was a long time ago. Wow. Aramis?
Stuck inside the trees here.
The blocks.
Just being perfectly body blocked by Matumbaman. Hey Kyle, do you know if there are no trees and you lay out your bramble thing on Tree Protector, and then you lay the sprout down afterwards, you think that retroactively applies the extra?
I would assume so, right?
It's kind of interesting. I have no idea.
I think it's just, I honestly have no idea. What? Yeah, are you Googling it?
Hit us up at Dota Capitalist at Keepin' a Kyle if you know the answer to that question.
Yeah, and you might win a prize.
Yeah, maybe a shout out.
Unlikely.
It's looking a little rough for Viking GG because we've been talking about some of the problems they will have in the future, and they've got some immediate problems right now.
Yeah.
The score is 4-0 to the favor of Secret, and they're also up by 3,000 net worth. So Viking GG are going to have to change things around a bit.
Yeah, last hits don't look terrible for them, but it's more that Secret were able to get those early kills, and they're far ahead in the net worth department. You can even check out the levels. Not as bad as I would expect, but Visage and Furion both certainly on top, but it's really the supports that make up the brunt of this edge. I think Puppey got the first blood, Yapster's got a couple of kills as well. DK form is ready, but tough to use it, and Matu picking up another kill with that first Furion ulti. You just can't contest this lane.
Yeah, when you give a Furion like solo levels and he gets his 6, God. It's terrifying how much the Wrath of Nature does.
He's got almost 150 attack range on the Veno. Now he has treads as well. Level 7, so he's maxed out trees. And Puppey, like, sure, he was a little underleveled when he showed up in the lane, but he's even with the Elder Titan, and he just provides so much threat. You can't actually get on top of this Veno. To your point, Veno ET, it takes a long time to kill somebody, and a tree is hitting you in the face for like 125 a smack as you attempt to do so. It's just not a feasible proposition.
Miss Burrow Strike a little bit too slow for that, Zai, but Nisha's going to come in and they're going to see if they can get some kills. Matumbaman's going to join in on the process. They're going to go for kills and then go for the tower immediately afterwards. Shad's going to actually pop his ultimate here, see if he can get away, maybe jump to the mid lane where they were trying to dive Puppey's Tree Protector. But they don't get that.
Yeah, really nice move from Secret, and they're just going to move Zai straight to top. Really well done. And that's the threat of this Visage Furion. When you come online, Bird's active, Matumbaman ready to TP, so they can immediately connect, find a kill, and then boom, Zai teleports top. Matu can now play bottom. He's still ready to come in if needed.
Stun onto the Visage, but Puppey. Aramis coming in from the side here. Shad's around, but what's a Spectre going to be doing at 9.5 minutes in? Not really much of a threat. Aramis trying to do it all by himself. And to no surprise, the Visage is more than tanky enough to be able to deal with this. They do get the mid tower, though, so they've got that going for them. I've got the answer, actually. It says, checks for trees once upon creation of the path. So
That's it.
So it has to be tied to the tree when you cast it.
Okay. So that also means if it's hitting trees and let's say a Timber Saw or the Furion Summon would destroy them, it still gets the tree bonus damage.
Right. Yep.
Cool. Secret right now is putting on a clinic. 4K ahead, 7 kills, but it feels like they're just in total control of the game thus far.
Deny! Oh, the Celery Eye was actually the one to get the kill there.
The mid-tower advantage is big for Viking, though, if they can start abusing it. I'd like to see them put the Veno there. Maybe you get this top tower first, but you want to control this mid lane, force Visage off into the jungle, and remove it as an area for Secret to make plays in. But
yeah. My question is, somebody's going to be stuck in that mid lane, basically, because the Visage is always going to be there threatening it. So either the DK or the Veno is going to have to just chill.
Yep. It's tough, too, right? Because Matu now, with no tower bot, they got a couple wards mid. He can just play there. And if there's ever a fight that breaks out, he pops ulti, TP's right in. So Viking feel kind of forced to make moves, but this is the downside of the draft. The wave clear advantage is firmly in Secret's favor, even with this Midas on Nisha, who's already level 10, just 11 minutes into the game. So you can't really stop either of these big cores for Secret, and you're trying to buy time, because in theory your draft will have the late game advantage, but that's only if you can keep up in net worth. It's tough to do that when your cores simply don't farm nearly as fast.
A smoke move. This would be a really big kill if they can get it. Slow him down. Long enough for the stomp to be able to land. Look at those Treant's body blocks, though. Boom is having a hard time getting around it. And now they're actually going to be able to turn things around. With the Moonlight Shadow, Zai's got to be able to get nice and close before he pounces with that Burrow Strike. The arrow slides on by. Zeramis was able to dodge it, but he had to go back into Matumba Man's range, and he's going to cop a lot of damage for it, and very likely go down anyway, as he doesn't really have anywhere else to juke. He goes for the stomp, but he gets hit by the Wrath of Nature, revealed by the Sprout, and brought down before the stomp could land.
It's clinical. Puppy's still planting himself top, just spamming armor on the tower or his teammates, queuing every wave, and Matumba Man's here with drums up.
They really do have two of the best answers against Venomancer, right?
Yeah.
A ranged core that deals really well with it in lane, and a support that can protect that tower against Venomancer's constant intrusions. And now the mid lane, boom, goes down to Zai's Epicenter with the Veil. A lot of magic damage, and that's exactly what you need to bring down a Dragonite.
Yep. Yeah, they're just playing clean. This is a big match for both teams. Top two is really what you're going for. You want that upper bracket as we move into the playoffs. Viking 3-1, Secret 2-0. The winner of this would almost, I believe, guarantee that they'd force at least a tiebreaker to be played for one of those top two spots. Viking only losing to OG thus far. Secret still have them on the schedule.
Yeah, it's pretty much just these two, and then OG are the only contenders for the top upper bracket, because Liquid, FlyToMoon, and Ninjas of Pajamas, there is a very clear top half and bottom half to this group right now.
Yeah. And so far, so good for Secret. And you can see the downside of these Viking cores, like all three of them have to just right-click units one at a time. Sure, Dagger, you got Breathe Fire, but it's just not the same as the speed at which these heroes with make-your-own creeps can do. It's only 10 to 1, but just look at the map control. It's the trouble. Bottom, Secret can just kind of play wherever they want on the map. They got this really nice ward behind the tier 1 mid, so they can continue to just roam through the enemy jungle, completely denying it from the squad of Viking.
It's one of those moves where it's like you set up a lot to try and kill a 5 position, because you just don't have other options.
Yep. And mid tower is being attacked as this all goes down.
Yep. And the Venomancer, he can't actually set up a ward wall against the Visage. Visage familiars deal very well with that.
Indeed. We see it with Terrorblade as a counter to the Veno. Visage, same deal, just so much raw physical damage. These wards die immediately. Aramis.
Is the arrow going to be there in time? Nature's Path goes and tries to slow down Aramis. They're still going to be able to get this kill. Toby actually gets a pretty decent Nova, but there's no follow-up damage off of it. Boom's here, and he's in Dragon form too, but he does not feel good about this fight at all, because everybody from Secret is able to show up in a moment's notice.
It's the durability. Look at the items from Matu as well. Drums, Mask of Madness, crit. That is super cool. He's just going for this full right-click, I'm ahead, and not just that, I have a Treant. I have a Visage. I have the same. I have so much protection that I'm going to always be TPing into this fight a little late and just smacking people. And if by some chance, a miracle, they find themselves trying to kill me, his whole team's going to be there to support him. Just really nice movement. Secret always have 5 anytime there's a chance of a team fight occurring.
And Viking just don't have the ability to play with that much pace. They can't deny the Arcane Rune, though. Zai will be upset about that.
That's true. You know, they had the stat pop up about Viking GG and the camp stacked. Doesn't do you a whole lot of good when you lose control of your triangle and they take away your ancient stack that you had set up.
Yeah. And I love this. Look, I mean, Veil into Pipe. That's the thing I love about Secret and what I think they just do better than most other teams, if not all other teams, is their item decisions. It always just makes sense.
Arrow slides in, hits Toby. They're going to be able to finish him off pretty easily. Now, Zai gets a little bit low, but anybody who sticks around and tries to go for that kill is going to be caught by the Visage. Double kill for Yapzor. And Aramis, fortunately, his movement speed from the Tranquil Boots gets him away from Puppey here.
Poor Viking, man. Like, this is one of those games. You just kind of end up scratching your head when it's all said and done. Because I can't... What are they supposed to do in this spot? You know, Secret are just running around the map. You can't kill... They opened on Zai there, but he gets armored. And while he's getting assaulted, Secret are just killing heroes faster than Viking can take down Zai, who ends up surviving. MKB run. Like, Yapzor has the luxury of going brown boots into straight MKB. The Roshan is theirs whenever they want it. Level 13 on Visage. Nisha's only 1,000 gold away from an Aghanims, that third bird becoming active. And poor Ench, man, you get grave chilled, you just die. Four heroes versus one illusion.
It's crazy how much damage they're going to be able to output in like 5 minutes times. Once they complete that MKB, they get that Daedalus up on the Nature's Prophet. And Viking GG, there is now, I guess plan A was trying to like win the lanes and get some early map control and prevent towers from going down. Now we're in plan B, which is just hold on and hope we get to late game.
Dude, and Puppey's just such a high level. He sat top for so long. I mean, it's this great move where you give Furion solo XP, he's activated, all right, he leaves the lane, Puppey takes it, which allows him to max armor out first. He had that max level 7 because he didn't need to shove waves to find XP. It's another thing Secret does really well. They almost always rotate a core around the 6 to 8 minute mark and leave Puppey or Yapzor, whoever's on that key hero for XP. That's a dead Ench, I believe. Arrow? Not even needed. Save it. Pipe's gonna like... They have so much damage reduction on the side of Secret, and Matu's gone straight for raw DPS. So you're just checking all the bases. Look at where the map control's at for Secret.
Toby's trying to keep spirits high. Tip Shad. You can do it, buddy. Keep on hitting those creeps. We're going to need you. In the meantime, though, they're just going to have to forfeit a lot of towers because every single time they show up to defend, they're caught by the initiation of Zai or Puppey. Puppey, in fact, is going to have an even better initiation quite soon as he's going to be getting a Blink Dagger as opposed to like Meteor Hammer that we would commonly see for Treant Protectors.
This is just a statement win from Secret. I like to see them innovating a bit as well. They picked Lycan, albeit by accident, yesterday, and I want to see more teams experimenting with Visage and just specifically any hero that can make creeps or illusions, doesn't matter. They're good right now.
You think that the farm meta, it's still kind of...
It's just that these heroes like Visage, they scale, but they're also super good at dealing structure damage. And that's something you could exploit when you play against heroes like Spectre, where you just don't have that same option.
Sure.
So mirroring the map is just not possible when you've got Furion and Visage able to just play where they want and just simply shove faster than you do. You have a blink on DK now, so you're ready to take fights, but there's so much survivability and sustain itemization picked up now by Secret that if you take a 5-on-5, you just won't kill anything. Maybe you could kill Yapzor. He would certainly die, but it's almost as if he's daring you to kill him with this item build.
Yeah.
He'll have an MKB at 20 minutes.
Another thing the Secret lineup really abuses, and this is something that I believe the one game that Liquid won with the Drow Ranger lineup, they also abused, was just Viking GG. They picked some pretty hefty cooldowns.
Yeah.
Right? I think they actually had the same setup of Spectre DK.
Yeah.
Visage is perfect against those kind of lineups, as you were saying. Takes objectives, but also no cooldowns.
Yep.
Right? It just goes at you all the time.
Keep fighting. Now, Blink on Puppey, so hard counter initiation, Arcane Rune on Zai. I mean, the items are just so good. Like, straight damage on Matumpa Man, more minions for Nisha, double drums because that item is sick, and then Veil Pipe on Zai. Less team fight than I expected, but ultimately they're so far ahead, I think it's just fine. And they can always go back
look
for
at
it.
this. They're going to finish up Roshan and get the Moonlight Shadow initiation. So not only do they get that Aegis, but they're going to get some free kills for it too. As Boom, he's got to get out of here. Matamba, his physical damage build isn't the greatest, but it looks like, what was that, an arrow?
Yeah.
Nice. Catches
downtown.
Toby, so they get 2. And Viking GG still holding that 1 kill that they got.
But look at what the Entrance Spectre doing, right? As this happens, Spectre's like, yeah, I can finally recover. But he's just now approaching Secret's tier 1 bottom. Like, they took a Roche and a team fight. He's yet to deal tower damage.
Oh, God, that was 1,000 damage crit from Matamba.
Yeah. Because nothing threatens him. In theory, you pick the Spectre to kill this Furion. But to do that, you need to be able to find him. And ultimately, you can't. I want to find hope for Viking, Cap. I do.
But it's a grim affair.
That's such a great metaphor for how Secret wins games, though. Just a slow descent into destruction.
It just feels like they sort of squeezed the life out of you.
Yeah. Nisha's 2,100 HP in an Essence Ring. Gonna take another tier 2. I wouldn't be surprised if they just, even keep going high ground. Venom not quite level 12. That'd be a nice addition to their damage output.
So how much value, you were talking about having these sort of minion heroes that are able to push into towers and take early objectives. How highly do you rate being able to get that fast tier 2 tower?
I think you want to do it before 20 minutes whenever possible, just because of the outpost. Less about the XP boost you get, more denying it from the enemy supports. And poor Celery.
Yeah. Nope.
No.
Mech and a high ground miss. That'll allow him to survive, but Shad, he's getting quite low here as he tries to dive past the tier 3 tower puppy with a really good overgrowth, catching multiple heroes, and boom, he is outside of his base and he can't run through. Nisha's actually going to be a little bit low until no. He's bailed out by Zai and everything's fine. Secret are all mostly healthy unless boom actually blinks back in and finishes them off. Managed to get the kill on Nisha, gets a second kill on the Dream Protector as well. Okay, 3 kills in total now, making a 4. Zai's gonna go down, and Shad, he's gonna clean up on this. Matamba, he loses the Aegis, they're gonna surround him, and he'll probably die too.
Sick.
How did that just break down?
Was that just a buyback on the Ench?
That was not very much buybacks from Viking GG. Yeah, I think you might be right, it was just the one.
Not bad.
Not bad. That was incredible.
I mean, that was all a sick Venom ulti. I think it hit 3 or 4, and Shad doing a really nice job of just coming in late. A lot of chaos going down. Secret maybe a little over-aggressive. Also surprised Matu has the Aegis, not Nisha, because he had the resummon, and theoretically, if Matu buys back, he can just teleport back in. Visage doesn't have that power, but ultimately just well played. Shad just finding the damage, Boom just distracting. I think there was a 2 or 3 man ET ulti, but mostly that Venom ult hit 3 or 4. And that's what you need to win a team fight against Secret. And it also went on for a little longer than maybe Secret wanted, but hey. We'll see how they recover.
Shad got the chance to, he was initiated on, got back to the fountain, was able to pop it. All of those things are just kind of perfect for Viking GG when it comes to a team fight. Still, though, that was an incredible team fight. 4,000 net worth is what they got out of it on top of 10,000 experience.
Yeah, it means Secret, in theory, as you see the roller coaster just start to climb again, Secret might not be able to end game anytime really soon, and that's the big change. The XP goes from an insurmountable lead to, okay, not so bad. And yeah, that's pretty much how it is, because Secret can't just win the game now. They might have to wait for next round of items, next Roche. But as we discussed, as we get into the super late game, that's where Vikings start to get a lead, especially if you get your Spectre to a point where he becomes a real threat. Because Furion ultimately, no matter how far Matu is, he'll have a very tough time going toe-to-toe with the Spectre unless he's fully 6-slotted and Shad only has 3 or 4 items.
Yeah.
You need Daedalus, Satanic. I think he's going for either, is it MKB next, Mjolnir? Maybe he'll just buy the AC, actually. Somebody on Secret's going to want one.
Yeah, I think you want an AC, right?
Yeah. Boom's got a BKB now, so he'll want to make himself a target.
All right, well.
Yep, Scotty on Spectre, it makes sense. You just want to stick to this Visage or Furion when possible. It's also very effective against the Mirana. That's what the panel was talking about. You just have all these great targets to hop on. And, I mean, Yapzor has gone such an aggressive build. I think that's a Mask of Madness coming up next. That is typically Yapzor.
There's the AC for the Nature's Prophet, so that'll certainly give him a lot more survivability when the Spectre jumps on him. And Toby. Okay, Zai's like, nope, abandoned ship.
Yeah, AC this early is so sick because it's effectively just a 10 armor swing. -5 for you, +5 for all of us. When you consider just how hectic these team fights are going to be, you just can't get an item that's more value.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Puppy almost found teleporter.
The roaming band of Visage familiars is going to find a kill on Aramis.
What are you even supposed to do?
Yeah, it's just one of those cores you hate playing against as a support. It's like when Arc Warden starts getting really big and you're just like, oh, I'm dying to a Tempest double. Cool.
I've always loved Visage against ET because if you hit him with a Grave Chill or even just find him with birds as we just saw, there's really not anything you can do. You want to channel Stomp, you're stunned. And you're just taking so much damage. ET hates being hit in the face by things he can't deal with. And if you look at the map control, Secret's still in full control. I'd love to see Viking maybe make a move when they have next Haunt up, but they can't really take a team fight right now. They need some sort of pick-off or a way to bait Secret into a disadvantageous location.
Oh no, Toby! He took an arrow, but Secret are a little bit, they're respecting this high ground area.
Exactly. That's the only way Secret lose a fight, is if they dive onto something like the Venno, collapse around him, and then boom, before he dies, he pops ultimate. And then suddenly Viking will have this window to turn things around. Ag is also on Zai. You don't see that very often.
No. And it does have the change now where the Burrow Strike puts on the Caustic Finale on them.
Yeah. That was what it was before. I thought it...
No, it used to be just the prolonged Burrow Strike, and then they added in the Caustic Finale. Pretty sure.
I'll trust you. They're hunting. Spectre Haunt is prepared.
Boom, leading the way. Blinks in, immediately gets the stun onto the Visage, and here comes Shad. They're going to try and blow up Nisha as quick as possible. The Stomp is going to be able to stop these familiars from getting out the damage. The Earth Splitter, it's going to land on Nisha as well, pulling him back in. The Moonlight Shadow, it actually allows him to dodge the Dragon Tail. Where was the counter detection? Shad, stuck inside the trees, will be able to dagger his way out here as Zai actually turned around and put the clumsy net onto the Spectre for a second, but Spectre did manage to get out. A last-second Nova is probably going to make it so Secret don't feel good about pursuing here. In the end, it was offlaner for offlaner.
Yeah, nice job by Secret. You cannot initiate on the Visage Viking. He has 29 armor and an Essence Ring, and Puppy was right there to tree armor him as he got jumped on. Plus, early BKB by DK, you're just going to get rooted through it as we witnessed. You're not killing Nisha. You can take out Zai and Yap, so those have got to be your opening targets.
Shad, oh no, that dagger. I don't think it was where he wanted it to be. He got stuck in the trees as a result. Now, boom, he doesn't have a way to cut down the trees. Quelling Blade's still in his backpack, and as he gets revealed, he'll die as well. And all of a sudden, the game, it was looking all right for Viking GG for a while. Then back-to-back core deaths, and in Secret are able to siege the high ground just like they were doing 5 minutes ago.
Yep, you could tell. Secret, they understood the game state. They juke the fight top in that upper triangle of Radiant. You don't want to fight into this Viking team. They forced them to cross the Rubicon. And you saw the Venno walk all the way up, pops his ulti, immediately dies, and there's no follow-up now because they've already used Haunt, they've already used DK, Blink, and BKB. There's nothing to do anymore, and Secret will then have time to reset, heal up, take another engagement. This time Viking spells on cooldown. Nothing you can do.
Yeah, the sad part for Viking GG is when you're down by this much net worth, it means you're afforded very, very few mistakes. You lose one team fight, especially against the Visage lineup, and you're probably going to be losing at least one lane of barracks, very likely two. See the Dragon Knight come up in 10 seconds, but even as he arrives, it'll still have to be a 4 versus 5. Crimson Guard doing what it can to prolong the life of this tier 3 tower, but eventually it does go down, and Secret will take the opportunity to retreat and not lose a potential team fight. After all, they've got Roshan spawning in 30 seconds time. There's no need to take that kind of risk. There's that Vlad you wanted to see.
Yep.
Puppy. The fine position manages to find that, and it seems like Boom's like, okay, the only way to win this is for it to go late. I'm going to go Hannah minus.
That's the next
evolution. I mean, it's something we've seen for a while, but there's been a lot of focus on damage amplification lately. We've seen a ton of Magnus being picked up, a lot more ET. But the next phase is when teams start to double down on this damage reduction, specifically with the itemization. Because you've got Shivas, AC, Vlad's, Medallion, the double drums. Like you just don't die. And once you can go for this, you go for these like greedier builds, like MOM on the Furion, Midas on the Visage, and then you can go back for all these teamfight items without hurting your own progression. And now you get to this point where you're 22k gold up, but it really feels that way because you have such a stronger team positioning. You have, with the AC and the Vlads alone, that's 14 armor. Secret are in the lead. Not to mention the minus attack speed of the Shivas on Vikings heroes as well.
Wards laid out. They have an Enchantress, enchanted neutral creep sitting there inside the pit. They know they can't give up this to Secret, but look what Secret's going to do. They're just immediately going to blitz you. They're going to go inside of Viking GG's base. They're going to have to panic TP back, and Secret may even still get something out of it. They have to fight through backdoor protection, so we'll see if they can actually do that much damage, but I kind of doubt it.
Bottom's coming in. I was thinking maybe they were hunting the Spectre, but they just want to make sure if Viking fights them, it's going to be because they chase.
And now that Viking GG, some of them are inside their base. They know, Secret knows they can take over the triangle.
Yep. All about area control. If you want to team fight Secret, you're going to have to do it on their terms, and it's just so tough to catch them off guard here because Viking are forced to telegraph their moves.
This dragon form, it's going to be wasted unless Secret actually choose to engage Burrow Strike into the air. Nice chain stun there. Spectre's going to pop the ultimate. Yapstor taking a lot of damage in that backline, but immediately the birds triple drop onto the Spectre, and all of his offense gets stalled. Now Zai's going to go back in with that epicenter. Boom's trying to help him out with Matumbaman right now. The Glimmer Cape goes out on the Spectre. They actually don't have detection, but he'll be revealed eventually, especially with the overgrowth. A drop of a sentry. Zai comes through. Nice two-man. Burrow Strike on the two supports, and they get popped.
And that's what I love. Look at Secret's HPs, right? Almost everybody faded to about 50% there.
Yeah.
GG's come out, and I love Matsu's position. He just stands there between the Spectre and the rest of his team. And yeah, Juventus ults him, DK shows up, but he just BKBs. Like, they're just too far ahead at this point. Like, a clinic, really. How to take an advantageous laning phase that they set up themselves, starting with 3 bottom, the Fury and solo top. Then you get towers first. You itemize properly to accelerate, and then double back for some team fight. Take a couple big advantages, and that's it. Like, the lead just slow and steady and clean.
It seems, despite the fact that it kind of looked over for a while, it seems our analysts weren't able to make the same kind of read. So looking at game 2, what do you think there are? I mean, was it as simple as they just got visaged? It was a really good last pick for Secret, right?
Definitely. I think you've got to focus more on wave clear against Secret. Whenever you're caught in a scenario where all 3 of your cores have, like, if you're going to beat Secret, you need to have the same number of options as they do. And when you're low on wave clear and your draft is more cooldown reliant, it's just so hard because, to your point, you need to make the right play over and over and over. And it's really difficult to do that against a team like Secret.
So they just have to give like a little bit more of a softer opening and have, like you were saying, more of those options. Just make sure they have a little bit of everything just in case whenever Secret does reveal their game plan, right?
If you look at somebody's draft and you think, okay, I'm playing Team Secret, and maybe at 50 minutes, we'll win the game. Like, you're not going to get to 50 minutes.
Yeah. All right. Well, looks like our panel is ready to go. We've got Rich, Lizard. Oh, God. It's a panel.
Good luck.
No luck needed here, none at all.
What luck are you talking about, man?
Why would you need luck to sit there and watch?
For 15 seconds.
You guys are going to be absolutely fine. You're in good hands. Let's actually talk about what did happen there. It sounds like a difficult task. No surprise there to actually come out on top when you're playing against such a dominant team. Kyle basically said you need to just do everything and you need to do it really well. Do you guys agree with Kyle?
Yeah, that sounds like a very broad statement that can be applied at anything in life, like most Kyle statements usually are. And yeah, versus Secret, you have to play your best if you're Viking GG. They've been preparing, they've been hyping the series up on Twitter. They can't wait for Secret, all this talk. 15 minutes in, I don't think anyone wanted to be in that game on the side of Viking.
That was a legitimate beatdown yet again from what many would consider to be the best team in the world. But, you know, now that that's out of the way, I will say at least they're probably not too upset. Right? I mean, you get beat down by such gods of Dota. You're right. Okay, that strategy we thought would work didn't. Let's see what we can do next time.
They did have a couple of really good plays throughout the game. They made some comebacks here and there, but it's so difficult. 17 minutes in, you're 15k behind.
I mean, when you're playing up against Secret, I do feel like you kind of have that mentality, though. You just kind of enter it with the step on me mentality, right?
I've been in, like these situations when you're playing versus Secret, even when you're leading, even when you're winning, they don't feel too great because you know they have something hidden in store for you, and they'll make a comeback either by split pushing and stretching you across the map, just making better strategical plays. But when they're in control, it's even worse. It just feels like a slow choke. Like they take over your map, they take ages, they take every single objective, and when you see these heroes as well, you have Visage that went for a Midas, he's going to scale extremely well. Nature's Prophet with Mask of Madness, Daedalus, 17, 18 minutes in. And Mirana Yabzor, this guy doesn't think he's position 3. Let's just make this statement. He feels like a core. He feels
he got a Monkey King bar,
position
right?
4. He feels like mid. Yeah, he feels like he's 2.
When we were actually listening to the draft panel as well, too, I just kept hearing them over and over again be like, yeah, you know, regardless of the draft, it's just one of those times where you're going to straight up be favoring Secret. Yeah. And it's not very often that I feel like you have the draft panel focusing on that much. But I want to talk about Viking GG just a little bit more. Because I feel like this is a team that we have kind of sang praises for the past few days. And you already mentioned some of those little wins that they're able to have. How important do you think those are when they go and play against other teams?
I mean, everything for a team like that that's trying to prove themselves. I mean, every match here is so important for them to just not only get exposure to other Tier 1 teams like this. I remember one of the most memorable quotes I ever heard from a pro player is, "I love losing. Losing teaches me twice as much as winning in Dota 2. You get to steal strats from other people. You get to see what works and what doesn't from your own team. And you learn so much more. And for a team like Viking, who we're starting to see, if not they already are a Tier 1 team, I mean, no matter what happens in the series, any minor victory is a huge one.
Who said I love losing?
Huh?
Which pro player?
I was Envy. No, I'm just kidding. I don't remember.
Probably Kyle.
I won't mention it, but I have
I didn't like
mutual
losing.
respect.
Like, losing gets you to tilt. Tilt gets you to lose some more.
Well, not loving losing, maybe. Maybe that's how, you know.
You end up on a panel.
Exactly.
Yeah, probably.
Next to a man in a wig.
You should have liked losing.
Viking, however, they didn't really lose too much so far in Omega League. They won three series, I think. They won versus FlyToMoon, Liquid, for sure. Lost only to OG, and even versus OG, they took a game off of them.
Yeah.
So they can compete with Tier 1 teams.
This was the most brutal loss that they've had so far, and of course, it's only one game in the series. Whether or not they're going to be able to bounce back definitely is going to be the question.
It's also a series in which Viking didn't look like they're playing their own usual strat. Like, look at this. You have Veno, Elder Titan, Dragonite, Spectre. When I imagine Vikings draft, I imagine Wisp, Spirit Breaker, Darkseer, Storm or Ember or Quap, these heroes that are extremely mobile, that take over the map. It looks like this kind of a lineup is more of, okay, Secret, you play and we'll defend. You know, we're going to be these static heroes that are completely always staying on our side of the map and just hoping for the best for our Spectre to come online.
Well, it's something I like to call meta pressure, right? You're up against a really good team, the best team in the world, and you say, oh my god, we can't give them Veno, we can't give them Spectre, we can't do this. So you take them all, and then you're like, can we play these heroes? Kinda. But that's the separation between some of the best teams in the world. Secret and OG just play their heroes. When's the last time you saw a goddamn Visage I mean, it's garbage. And then they just come out and play it. Garbage. But just saying that there's a lot of pressure to deny them the meta picks, which is scary.
Yeah, especially when it's like obviously a team that you're going to be able to watch a whole bunch. You know a lot of lineups that they're playing, so that meta pressure can kind of escalate to a point where it gets overwhelming. I think that's kind of the main thing that I want to hear from you guys as well, because you hear Kyle talk about all the things that you need to do, and it kind of almost sounded like the panic state that I imagined Viking GG sounded. It's like, well, you need to do this, and you need to do this, and you need to make sure that you're doing this, this, and this, and then like Kyle basically said every single good thing that you can do while playing Dota as a recommendation.
Right, imagine Kyle as your captain. We need to play perfectly and do the good things to beat someone who's like secret, do good.
Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about?
Everything that we did, don't do that. Thank you, Swindle. Thank you.
Scary.
And I feel like that's kind of where do you think you put the pressure? Do you think that you actually do put the pressure in saying, okay, like let's play our Spirit Breaker, let's play these things that we're more comfortable on?
You're gonna lose anyway. Sorry, I mean it's secret. You might as well lose on your terms, and there's a chance that you could win.
They can take a game off of them.
I believe so. If they start playing like Viking GG instead of like we have to pick Spectre Venno guys. I mean, that's how OG loses.
Basically play like Viking GG instead of playing like budget secret.
Exactly, exactly.
They just need to stop overthinking it, getting all the meta picks, trying to deny Secrets draft, or trying to counter it. Because, look, these heroes that they drafted also work pretty well versus Secrets draft. You have the Dragonite with Breath of Fire. You can deal with the birds and the damage. You have Venomancer with the Gale as well, with the Poison Sting, deals with the armor of Visage. They had some pretty neat stuff going there. Crimson Guard picked up. Shiva's probably queued up afterwards, but it's not enough, man. You're not going to counter their strat. Like, if they have something imagined, they're going to make it work. Just bring your best and hope that it works.
There's one region that always seems to beat pro teams and have these huge upsets, and that's Southeast Asia, because they do play like that. They play their like insane mid heroes that no one else plays, but it's something that those pro teams haven't seen in like 6 months. They don't know how to play against this hero, so that's what you do.
That's really true. I think we've gotten to cover quite a few of those matches in the past together as well.
Actually, this morning there was the Asian finals, and 496, they looked like a top tier 1 team, and they were definitely taking some weird strats and playing with them.
So. And like those things as well, like that's how stuff can get pushed. I mean, I think it's just in general just one of those things. You never want to be playing as a weaker version of the other team. Try to play your own strategies. And we mentioned like the Spirit Breaker, for example. What are the other things that we should be thinking about when we think about what makes them strong? I cannot.
Small opportunities are often the beginning of great enterprises. Techies.
That is true.
Get the hell out
that
of here. Techies, quotes, that miss me.
Small opportunities.
Please, Slacks.
Absolutely true. If I can get an Agnum Scepter and a Force Staff, great enterprises indeed.
I don't understand how you guys can read from that
far
away.
Hell for everyone that's playing with you.
I'm really, this tournament in particular.
I do like techies.
I've started to feel my age. Yeah, I like I only judge every hero based off of the skins that I have for it.
Oh, okay.
So I'm a fan of techies.
I'm
a big Sand King fan too. He's got the best skins.
Sand King has horrible skins. One turns him into a robot man.
Well, the thing is like when you mix and match them.
They're hideous.
Yeah, it looks like it's art. It's actually art.
That is actually my favorite part of the year. People are excited about the new Battle Pass sets and stuff because they look cool and good. But the Battle Pass sets always have to be better than last year. So every year they get more and more ridiculous. And then if you mix and match them, they become these hideous monstrosities. And that's like my entire Dota menagerie, as I call it.
Did you see Shiver's tweet about Tidehunter says that we were looking forward to, or Tidehunter basically cosmetics? It was just a hat. Different style or some back. It's like one simple
It's
item.
like a pirate hat.
Yeah, pirate hat. One small change to the hero, and we were happy. Those were simpler times. Now it has to become a goddamn robot.
And then people get mad if the legs are like the wrong, like that whole thing. And then I like simple stuff, like watermelon helmet. That's cool.
Amazing.
Right? Nice. Yeah. Are you going to buy that? Are you going to buy a simple set for Visage?
Well, no, because the thing is now...
Are you going to buy a set for Visage? No.
That's the point. You got to appeal to the masses, and the masses are, those Void players that are just pushing your lane constantly. Me want money. Me want a farm. Those are the guys who are spending all the money in Dota. That's why we have 1 billion Sven swords, Void cosmetics, Axe cosmetics. Me spin Axe, make money. Those are the guys buying everything. There's no, I'm a Visage player. My micro is incredible. I want a wizard set for Visage. Not gonna, what are you gonna sell, $10? 2 people in the world play Visage? Who gives a shit?
It's actually really interesting. On like who you think the cash cows are. What do
it
they
goes
play?
deep into the psyche
Carries.
of the
Everything.
player base.
That's the Arcana vote, same way. All the carries will make it to the end because me like Invoker, and then everyone in the world rallies around them to defeat them every year. Witch Doctor will win. Mark my words. No one else.
Vote for Witch Doctor 2020.
Yeah. When you think about it though, like I just thinking about like what the most expensive that like AM has got to have like some of the most expensive skins.
The most expensive skin still is Alpine Ursa.
Is it still?
The forbidden skin. That's right. So, Rich, you might not know this, but back in the day, their first experimentation with crazy new skins, they gave Ursa a cowboy hat and gloves and lederhosen, and it was called Alpine Ursa. And the community gathered together, and they were outraged, and they say, don't turn us into League, remove this set, Valve, this is disgusting, we are not a joke. They delete Alpine Ursa, but anyone who had unboxed it already got to keep it. So, there's, hey,
is
the
that
Rock
Wayne?
set.
Is that the
there
Rock?
It is. My boy.
Master.
Coming out soon. But yeah, so they deleted all the Alpine Ursas, and only those few that had it sold it for ridiculous numbers. In fact, Arteezy bought the Alpine Ursa hat. It cost $900 for just the hat.
Just the hat.
Wow.
Not the entire set.
How much are the boots? Like the shoes?
The other stuff is like 220 or something, like the gloves and shit, but the whole set is like...
So you can say you have Alpine set, but only you can have
just the lederhosen. But yes, that was...
Don't mention the details.
That was the old Dota community. Now the new Dota community is like, female anti-mage doesn't have anime waifu effects? No!
That was literally the one I was thinking of. Like that was a whole thing.
It was a beautiful set. It was
great.
It was great. The voice acting was great. The model was great. He looked like female anti-mage, but it wasn't good
started off like I felt like everything started off great. There were hilarious memes on Reddit, and then all of a sudden people just started getting angry, and people were like, I can complain about this, and that's when it got really crazy.
Well, they definitely should have changed the cosmetic icons, though. That was
cosmetic icons, they could have worked on.
I mean,
everything else is fine, but icons, it's the minimum. It's
Artist
the bare
takes
minimum.
chroma key and goes like this. I mean, that was pretty fucking stupid to not do that. But at the same time, it's just, people say they want things. They always want the different artifact. I don't want RNG. Then it's replaced by Underlords, a literal slot machine. Slark, I win! Yeah, you didn't want less RNG, idiot. But what am I? I'm getting
people don't know exactly what they want, and that's fine.
That's right.
It's not on people to know what they like to fully understand. But I feel like complaining helps figure out what you actually want.
Of course. And, only the crazy people complain. I mean, in a restaurant, do you leave a review if you had a perfect meal with great service online?
I don't think that's as true anymore.
You don't?
I think everybody complains now.
Ah.
It's so easy to complain now.
Easy.
The easier that it gets to complain, the more people complain.
And you're detached from people that you're complaining to as well.
Yes.
Imagine when you're sitting in a restaurant and there is a book of complaints, you still have to ask for it. It's a hassle, like you're looking bad in front of the person that you're asking it from. You don't care. You just sit on your little mobile phone and you talk.
Yeah, I mean, you remember how you used to go you remember you go out to dinner with somebody, like you're on a date or something, and how they talked to like the waiter or the waitress or whoever, you'd be like, yeah, I'm not going to talk to this person again. Like that was like a thing.
Yeah.
Like, man, this person's just not very polite. Now you order food in, and like if it's not there quick enough, you're freaking out.
You slap the guy when he opens the door, maybe shoot him. Say, I don't know who you are, and then shoot him through the door.
Through the door?
Like a blunderbuss. No, but, we could be old man and complain about that shit all the time. But at the same time, complaining drives innovation. Would anything get done if people didn't complain? And in a world where technology moves so fast, companies must always look at their stuff every day. Complaints.
So do you think if you really cared about someone, then you should actually complain? It would make them better?
Sure.
Well, let's throw it over. Let's throw it over to our draft panel. They really suck.
I'm not here to complain, I'm here to explain. And I've got two great minds to help me do it with Jenkins and Banana Slam Jamma as we jump into game number 2. Viking GG versus Team Secret. Gentlemen, we had a pretty strong inclination that Secret are the better team. The odds indicated it. The draft, however, seemed pretty reasonable for Viking GG, but Secret is just Secret sometimes.
Yeah, the thing that's crazy to me when I watch Tier 1 Dota for a team like Secret is I got asked the other day, when is Spectre a bad pick? And I was like, I usually don't like playing Spectre into low cooldown push lineups. And initially I looked at their lineup of Secret, and I'm like, yeah, they have Nature's Prophet, that's a little bit of push, but overall that's not really what that lineup does. And suddenly they just picked this Visage hero, and I'm like, I kind of know in my mind what counters Spectre, but these Tier 1 teams, they just visualize it as a unit of 5, right? They see this entire formula that adds up to this unique game plan that just shits on the way the opponent carry wants to play. And I'm just like, you watch it come out, and it's like, holy shit, they're up by 20k at 20 minutes into the game, and this game's a joke, and the Spectre doesn't even get to play Dota. And Viking GG is a better team than I think they were able to display that game, but I think they just got dissected by
I think so. It's a game like that that gives you the sharp reminder that Team Secret is a lot better than a lot of teams, and why they're the best team on the planet. It's hard to even break down why they won. They just won all the lanes. They made good rotations. They put their heroes in places that resulted in them getting more farm without dying elsewhere. They went these crazy item builds, Monkey King, Baron, Mirana, but he's not going to do that in every game. That's like that one game, this one scenario thing. Like, they're so specific, tailoring to the game. It's nuts.
You know what's crazy about it, right? Is, to me, I don't play much 4 position, so it's hard for me to think about this stuff from their perspective, but I was like, my one concern in this draft is they don't really have sustained damage when I talked about their first 4 picks, and suddenly your 4 position Mirana is just rushing an MKB. It's like, I would have never in my mind even considered going MKB first item, but like, they just see the exact exploitations that the enemy team could possibly find in their draft, and they just seal up all the holes, man.
And the only way that works is if they win the lane. Is if they're far ahead and they make the right rotations. It's almost like they itemize in these like niche scenarios where you can only do it in like 1 out of 100 games, but they make it that 1 out of 100 games to make the draft work. To the point where like these drafts, if you aren't Secret, I don't know, like OG could maybe make these drafts work, but like I don't think they're good drafts for 99% of teams.
The beauty of that draft is, like I mentioned, what's wrong with like what could potentially be exploited. I guarantee you, Secret doesn't talk about this shit, right? Like nobody on the team says, "Hey guys, we lack sustained damage. Can somebody go for damage items?"
Like
Yapsor just knows that he's the one.
They trust him.
That's supposed to do that.
And they let him do
nobody
it.
says, hey, like, why are you buying MKB or whatever? They just
need
each individually know their role in the game so perfectly. Like that's the beauty of Tier 1 teams. Like it's like when I try to paint a picture of like of how I imagine the most beautiful setting, and it's a bunch of stick figures, and then you watch them, and it's like, now that's exactly how I imagine my beautiful painting would look like.
And you know what? Real painters, they like get a feeling and they just paint it. Like it's not like, oh, I'm gonna pick this color because of this is what I imagine. It's literally they just go. It's like riding a bike. You just do it. You don't get on the bike, do the pedals. It's just the neurons are connected.
And with in regards to that, I know for Team Nigma specifically, one of the questions that I asked them was, playing without Kuro, what exactly has changed? And I believe it was mind control. It was like, well, we're kind of lacking that leadership. And we, in certain key moments, we're like not sure what to do. And so I think for Team Nigma, this is a good thing that eventually you have all 5 players that have that painter instinct, that they all know, they can visualize it, and they know what they need to do without anyone really telling them. And I think Secret is at that level with their understanding of their heroes, and then hopefully their drafts as well, as we look at the first 4 picks and bans for these teams. Viking GG snapping up an Io and a Magnus Secret with a Warlock and an Ember Spirit in the first phase. Bans for Viking GG: Doom, Clockwork, Queen of Pain, Underlord, Venomancer, and for Secret, Phoenix, Tiny, Sven, Anti-Mage.
This is like 100% a Darkseer coming, right? Like they're gonna ban like Oracle or some crap for Secret. They banned out the 2 carries I would not want to pick Darkseer into, and then also it goes so well with Ember Spirit. This is the kind of stuff where I love to test myself, and people at home, you can do this too, where you're like, okay, I see these two bands. I think they're setting up this, and then see what they do. Because if you're right, you're like, hey, great, you know, I knew that already. Or if you're wrong, you're like, oh, maybe, you know, because usually it all makes sense, right? We talked about it in their gameplay, and sometimes when I see their drafts, I'm like, here's some issues they may be having, and they always come up with a creative way to solve it. And I pretty much just take drafts like this from their perspective. I know we've been kind of praising them a lot, but Viking GG, like, they have to think the same way. You know, what exactly is Secret going for? You know, I know that I said Darkseer, but those are also great mag pairings. The Anti-Mage, the Sven, and now the Slark. It's just annoying to deal with these heroes. I wonder what they're going to choose to do, though. Apparently Mag was in every game this morning.
He's very
potent in the
right
in the SCA region. He's fallen off a bit in EU, but nonetheless, I still see him a lot in the pub games, and I know I talk about pubs, but I will say the pick rates in pubs are reflected pretty accurately in these games. Like, if I see the hero a lot, I'm seeing it here too, and I've been seeing a lot of carry Wisp. I had the displeasure of playing against Matu playing it the other day, and that owns. I have never laid against it before, and I'm like, holy crap, there's an ogre wailing on me, and this Wisp, I'm taking balls to the face, and not the way I would envision that on a Sunday night. So
yeah, I feel you.
Yeah.
You do feel him, Jenkins.
Your dad's not in Ukraine, so
yes.
So this I really like this Warlock as an answer to Magnus. Just a lot of teams are picking this against these like teamfight wombo combo things like Faceless Void. If Enigma was an actual hero, but Magnus, of course. That's also great against the IO. Like, the IO relocates in, all of a sudden. Well, if the IO's relocating, it's because somebody's setting up, right? So that's one person, two people coming in with the IO. That's three people. That's a big Warlock ult right there. You just turn around the fight or disengage or whatever with the rock. So I think it makes a lot of sense. The Wind Ranger, this is where it just gets Team Secret like. I don't know.
It's probably Yapsor, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Right. I did say IO carry, but I would definitely say because you have a mag, it's most likely just all in on this one guy. It's going to be an IO support, buffing up the one guy along with the Empower. And Wind Ranger's actually pretty nice against those type of lineups. It's going to be some hard right clicker. So Wind Ranger as a support, quite survivable against all those. You have a Shackle Shot to potentially get the two targets together. I wouldn't say that's necessarily reliable, but
that's true. It's not bad.
It's nice in lane, though, because usually the IO in lane likes to run the support down. The support usually has to be very scared of the duo, and Wind Ranger doesn't have to worry about that and can kind of just hit the IO from a safe distance.
Oh my god.
Weren't you the one saying this is like the worst hero in Dota, worse than Pudge?
I legitimately think Omni is the worst hero in Dota, but
really?
I mean, it's Team Secret.
Status resistance.
I guess I have to eat my words. I don't know.
Puppy would like to have a word with you after he's done with his monitor, sir.
Yeah, he
Okay,
would.
so tell me about Omni Knight. Why do you not like him? Is he too slow? Does he not have any stuns? What is his shortcomings? Because he's very popular sometimes and then completely ignored other times.
I feel like Omni Knight is just in a place where his abilities are old. A lot of these other heroes, they've been given these crazy things, slows attached to this. All of a sudden, Void's Bash now applies another auto attack, and it can also trigger the bash again.
Sure.
You have all these crazy new Dota mechanics that are being added to heroes.
Oh yes, because status resistance has been around since the dawn of time.
Let me just say, I love the God's argument. He always said this: status resistance, 50% status resistance is just Magic Immunity is 100% status resistance. Right, technically speaking, I'm not. This isn't my argument.
Okay, I'm with you.
But I like the idea behind that. Like, I think the initial change to this spell was a downgrade. I like that they added the strength to it. I think Valve realized, all the community realized that it just wasn't good, so it had to be buffed, and it did. But man, after that, like, Omni spells just got nerfed. Like, the heal cooldown's really long.
Yeah. The range got nerfed also, I think.
The range got nerfed on his slow. Now it's just a slow, not an attack speed slow, so it's worse for trading in the lane. So if you're a Faceless Void and you're sitting there against an Omni Knight and you're trying to bash him, like, you're not slowed by him. You just hit him at full attack speed now. So it's
I actually totally forgot they did that. The attack speed still apart?
His ult is such a long, insanely long cooldown.
What is it, 160?
Yeah, I think something like that. It's very long.
So to make him good, Brian, does it have to be paired with a strength core? Or
No, it's just some hero that, like, the 50% stash resistance and heal sustain makes them play like they could never play otherwise.
Some troll,
like,
something like that.
Even though he is a strength core, Alk's a great example, right? Like, he just becomes literally unkillable, and he can go for some more aggressive items and play in a way that's absolutely madman-like, where he's just up in your face and you say, "I dare you to go through me." Troll's another great one that you already mentioned they banned as well. I would say the only issue Viking GG can be looking at here is damage issues. Warlock heal, as well as just the AoE punishment that if you take longer than a few seconds to kill them, you're dying. And then Omni Knight is probably the strongest like damage resistance hero in all of Dota when you combine all of his spells and the Guardian Angel.
It's true. The problem is the cooldown on the spells. That's the issue. It's like when they're up, he's a great hero. It's just
Guardian Angel's the only long cooldown, and
the status resist has like a it doesn't last that long. Is the problem? Like
it does. It's like 10. It's like, isn't it almost 100% uptime?
It's like a 2-second downtime.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's almost 100% uptime.
But I'm saying in the early levels, like if you're talking about this hero when he's got maxed out in all of his abilities, it's like, okay, well, good luck getting to that point.
Okay, so they go for the Necrophos, who so far is really nice against all these heroes. Omni Knight is kind of annoying to deal with, but it used to be way worse because the Repel was way better than Heavenly Grace against the Necro, because you could always save the guy getting reapered. But
Omni likes to take these long fights though, and he also builds into these like Omni's always really tanky and just such a pain to kill, and Necro doesn't care.
I really like this Necro pick, actually.
I'm surprised we're not seeing more Necro.
Ooh, Drow
Omni, eh?
It's not the. I think they're going to be playing Omni Ember. Like Ember is going to be the primary utilizer of the Heavenly Grace, at least in the mid game.
Are we still leaning 4-position Yaps or Wind Ranger after seeing all these heroes? Okay.
Yes, I'm almost certain it's pretty standard. Like Drow, they might even put Drow mid, honestly, against the Necro, because Ember does not like laning against Necro. I'm not saying they have to do that, but they could.
And the mag lane is always just a free lane if it is mag. I mean, Viking could run Necro off lane.
Yeah, Necro Spearbreaker off lane is pretty solid.
Like, that actually sounds pretty good.
IO. There's a lot of different permutations of these lanes that we could see. I like Viking GG's chances a lot more this game. Drow is super hard for Necro to deal with, but I think in the mid game before if he gets Greaves at a decent time before feeding once or twice, they look pretty good. But I think the Drow pick is going to be heavily punishing of the way they want to play on the side of Viking GG. So I'll go with Secret again. I like that last pick. I wasn't sure what they're going to go for, but now that I see it, I'm like, okay, it looks good to me.
You know what? I'm going to go with Viking just because I really like their draft, but I do want to specify that I think if Secret dismantles them the way that they did last game, the drafts could be anything. And it wouldn't really matter. That was a stomp. But I like the Viking draft.
Even beyond that, as we see the odds have kind of equalized a little bit. Not as one-sided as we saw in Game 1.
Yeah.
But
That's weird that Game 1 changed that.
Yeah. Well, actually, middle of Game 1, it was like 1-3 or something like that. So trying to find the balance right now. Even beyond the fact that I do appreciate you sticking up for Viking, I'm most curious about this Omni Knight. What am I looking for that this hero is going to be able to do that, I don't know, like an Abaddon couldn't be able to do or something like that?
It's the Guardian Angel during RP or Chronosphere. It's just like, you guys cast your big spells, nobody's going to die during those spells. That's the whole idea of the hero.
That's really all that he offers. I don't think his laning is strong enough to pick him as a lane dominator anymore.
They did ban out most of the carries that give him an issue, Anti-Mage, Slark, in lane specifically, so I think he'll do absolutely fine in lane. And I know Zai is like super good at these wonky heroes that you just don't see very often.
I kind of feel like they just want to try Omni.
That's what I'm saying. Zai's like, dude, just give me Omni, bro.
And he played Snapfire off lane the other day, so I feel like he just wants to play it.
Zai wants to play it. I want to see it. Let's pass it over to our casters for game number 2.
I also want to see if the best team in Dota 2 can win with the worst hero in Dota 2, at least according to Jenkins. Kyle, do you agree with that assessment?
I thought you were talking about Wind Ranger, because Slacks is upstairs. As it gets picked, he's like, oh no.
I mean, if anything, he's going to be very torn. He's got Wind Ranger and Omni Knight on the same team. Like, is he cheering for that team to lose or win?
Who knows?
Did you know the Omni Knight has 100% win rate here at Omega League?
How many times have you been picked?
2 times.
Oh, well, there you go.
In the Divine China region.
Okay, yeah, it's not been picked at all in the West then.
No, that is the only 2 games in the China region in the Divine bracket.
Gotcha.
So pretty much nobody of note is actually picking this hero except for Secret.
Yeah. But I mean, they definitely have the luxury of experimentation. They've won, I believe, the last 5 online tournaments with a total record of 15-0 in the finals. So if you can't find a challenge competitively, I guess you've got to start competing against yourself. And yeah, it is going to be Zai on that Omni Night.
This is like Virtus Pro and their A to Z challenge.
Yes. That was fun. Till game 5 of that finals, and they're just like, you know what, we'll try. And they won in like 20 minutes. This matchup is pretty tough for Nisha. Toby's just going to push the lane as we're about to witness. And yeah, he jukes out the first Q, so that's a nice help. I will say Secret, in team fights, all they really have to do is not get grouped up. You know, you're playing against a Spirit Breaker, a Void, and a Mag. Just Delta split, ensure that you can't get 2 or 3 man RP'd, and you should be just fine in theory. And wow, that's a lot of damage he's taken already. They know where he is. You can see the Fatal Bond.
Yep, boom. He's just slowly going to die here.
Like, they have an exact
taking his
angle.
way deeper and deeper into the trees. Okay, they lost track of him.
See you later, nerds.
Okay, he will actually survive, though. Is it really living, though? Just surviving like this? I mean, he's not going to be able to stay in lane. Puppy's going to be able to solo zone him.
Is Empower level 1 the build, Cap? I haven't played this
as
hero
an
off
lane, I don't believe so.
I would be very hesitant to do so against 2 ranged heroes.
Yeah.
High harass.
Think mid, absolutely.
Yeah. This bottom lane is very tough for the Wisp. Limited armor. If he stays under tower, he should be okay, but he's just going to get smacked in the face by Yapzor.
But yes, that is something we should absolutely point out, is that Toby is going to be playing the mid Necrophos, and Boom is going to be playing in that offlane position. So maybe this is just a little bit of inexperience, perhaps?
Well, it's interesting because the thing about it is most of the time, I think that the value in lane swapping when you put stuff like your mid player going off lane is if the matchup is superior, because you can't predict it, right? If this was Toby playing Mag, they would know it's going off lane.
Yeah.
But I don't think that this surprise factor really helps them in the laning phase, because Mag going top instead of Necro is... It's not a huge lead. It's not like a Bat Rider. It's not going to totally change the matchup. In fact, it's arguably worse for the Mag than the Necro.
Yep. No, it's a matchup that we've seen Drow Ranger picked into a number of times, and it always wins the lane, I think.
Yeah. That's the question as well. It's not seen that often because people just don't play Warlock very much, but I love playing Warlock into Spirit Breaker. It's just this really fat, tanky hero that never buys BKB until late. He's going to charge forward. You're going to Fatal Bond him plus 1 or 2 other heroes. You Fatal Bond 3 heroes, it's like 75% damage increase. And there's always going to be a Wisp nearby as well, right? If you're going to reload in. So it's a really nice pick from Puppy. It also is great follow-up to counteract an RP or a Chronosphere. And they have the GA, as the panel mentioned.
Throwing out a couple more shots. Boom. Again, staying alive. Fortunately, the creep wave's going to push into him and all that jazz, as long as the hard camp doesn't get pulled, and that's what Aramis is currently trying to make sure doesn't happen. Shad, he's 15-0 right now, so he's doing okay in the CS, but Zai is totally free farming in comparison to poor old Boom, who's certainly not doing that. And our mid lane matchup, about even here with the Ember Spear picking up a few more denies, so Nisha doing very well.
He should be expected to use a more regen, though. I'd imagine that the second salve.
So probably about even in net worth.
So Midas will be the build on Shad. Again, just fear for Vikings damage output.
Yeah.
It's Void and Necro versus the world. They've got a lot of global mobility. We saw them abuse this yesterday in their win. It's just much more difficult against Secret's lineup because Ember Spirit, very mobile, and oh my god.
Shackle shot into the double nukes. Shad, though, that shackle shot didn't actually last long enough, so he undid both nukes damage, I think. So
look that way.
It's kind of a waste. I just can't believe in any Void lineup that doesn't have like clear damage to pump in.
Yeah.
Right? Your ranged heroes are Wisp and Necrophos.
Yeah.
And Necrophos obviously may not even be able to get his Q off.
Yep.
Because it's pretty close range, and single target Reaper Scythe isn't the most valuable thing either. So
yeah, that's the trouble. Is I look at Secret's lineup and I see, okay, all 5 heroes have some kind of nuke. They have some way of using mana, deal damage. Viking, Wisp, Spirit Breaker, not so much. Same with the Mag. It's all about the Void hitting really hard and Necrophos staying alive. But if you're Secret and you can just spend one of your big ultimates to disable or neuter the influence of an enemy core, where's the damage actually going to come from? Shad's got the Midas queued up. We'll see if he goes for that instead of like a Mask Commander or something, but typically they're just going to have to win the lanes. That's the key for Viking here.
Pull back on Puppey. He cuts through the trees to be able to sneak back to the Tier 1 tower. Living for now. I feel like we're being a bit negative for all Viking GG in this entire series, and mostly because, well, we've had to. That game 1 was a bit of a stomp. What are the upsides to their lineups in this game 2?
Well, if they get ahead and Necro's impossible to take down, you don't really have a recourse for Secret if you fall behind, because you're playing against Spirit Breaker Wisp and a Void. So they're just going to run around the map, and if they're ahead and they're able to push lanes safely without fearing Secret aggression, then they can just use RP, use Chrono for pickoffs, and then reload and charge as well. Like they'll always be the ones finding kills, and they won't be failing to accelerate because they'll be shoving lanes safely. Nice job, DD for Toby.
Yeah, no issue in getting on top of the Draw Ranger, right? Charge onto him, relocate once the charge is close.
Exactly. You can't defend Matu in this game as Secret if you're behind, because they just run at him.
Especially if you get like the sandwich move, you can only gust 1 combo. Maybe he does it to the IL +1, but it still means the charge is going to come through from the Spirit Breaker.
No, Secret really, Zai loves this offlane bottle. I don't see many other offlaners picking it up, but it's 2 games in a row now.
Yeah, I've seen it, and I was like, okay, I'll try it out myself, and I just feel like I never get enough use out of it. So I have to imagine that's just one of those things where team synergy-wise, they just give him a lot more opportunities to refill. Good first blood there from Secret.
Yep, he's went for the triple Wraith Band on Matu, so he's very strong in terms of right-click and...
Nisha, nice dodge there with the Slight.
That is the trouble with Spirit Breaker versus Ember.
Yep. And a bit of trouble here for Toby, though the Flame Guard is burned away. Oh, he's got the Reaper Scythe, but Shackle Shot comes through, and wow, that was enough. A nice bait there from Nisha, setting Yapzor up for the kill.
I can't believe he got that kill. And of course, Yapzor, he gets the last hit, as always, and now he'll take a bottle charge as well. That's his tax.
Yep. And he can very easily build into a fast MKB. He did it on the Mirana before. He might as well do it for the Wind Ranger.
It's funny, because Secret, they play such a diverse hero pool, but if you really pay attention, oftentimes their role players end up doing the same job. It's just a different dressing. And in this case, Yapzor probably just asking you, just give me a ranged hero with a good set. Gotta have the skin upgrades and buy MKB.
Mm-hmm. Same kind of archetypes everywhere. Zai is going to be playing, who's the offlane DK at some point in time, Underlords, Omni Knights, he's going to be that big tanky boy that draws a lot of attention. Yeah. Probably get some team fight itemization in there.
The big thing for Secret, oh, hang on. No point in silence.
Yeah, and that does mean that Matumbaman, okay, if we can get a Shackle somewhere in here, they can't even do enough damage. Jeez. Yeah, he's got so much armor, and this is a physical armor combo. He tries to get off a couple of arrows there to finish off one of these 2 heroes, but in turn, the 2 strength heroes are the ones that are too tanky to go down.
I don't think he expected Toby to be there all of a sudden.
Yeah, just kind of like wraps behind the Tier 1 tower and walks through it.
Yeah. Secret, the one thing they do that's a little different from most other teams is oftentimes Zai ends up on like a 3.5. His farm priority is lower than a lot of other offlaners.
Yep.
And they don't necessarily give that extra space to the cores. Oftentimes it's the 2 supports of Secret, much like we see here from Puppey. Mid lane this game, previously he was top Tier 1 as the Treant, soaking up that XP and gold. And this is the Secret special. 8-9 minutes in, 1 core that's ahead rotates. He's the space maker. They give their 5 position that level advantage. They should have Golem for their first move. And 4-1 the score. Slight lead for Secret.
Zai doesn't want to be sticking around in this lane against Shads, knowing that he's got Chronosphere up. And the Chronosphere is going to be used here. See if they actually get the kill. Looks like he's probably going to have a chance to get off Purification, but it's still going to be chased down by the Spirit Breaker. Aramis.
No bashes.
Hoping for a high five. No bashes from anybody right now, but there goes the Shockwave from Boom to take the kill. Meanwhile, though, top lane, they managed to get the kill on Toby.
Yeah. Much for value. I love that from Secret. You know, Zai recognizes he's dead and just dives further into the enemy area of the map. Secret don't even consider helping their boy. Instead, they kill the enemy mid.
Yeah, get a kill that's much more value. Look at that. Puppey protecting the bottle refill for Nisha.
What a bro.
Yeah.
Yapster, I love how Yapster's buying a tome. Already level 6, but you know, it's Yap. And speak of the devil, Zai's net worth being rapidly encroached upon by his 4-position Wind Ranger.
Yeah, yeah.
No surprise there. Level 6 available on Puppey, so why not push this mid tower?
They're going to go for the dive back on a Boom. Boom actually getting the skewer on Nisha into the tier 2 where Aramis is there to connect with the charge, but there's too much heal coming out from Zai. They're going to have a hard time finishing off any of these heroes with Zai around. Like, how can anybody get low enough to get a Reaper Scythe in the first place? And Toby's going to find himself overextended here as the rest of his team is not here to join and protect in defending this tier 1.
And why can't they defend? No Chronosphere on Void. He used it on Zai. Immediately on respawn, he TP's mid, they push it towers 5. You can't counter-initiate as Viking to help your Necro because there's a Warlock Golem ready to be dropped. There's no chance of you taking this fight. What is Void at this point without a Chrono?
Absolutely nothing. He's a walk-in Midas at this point, which he almost has complete.
Yeah, that'll be big, but I just fear for Viking right now. They have a tough time making moves. They're going to have 6 on the Wisp. There it is. 6 on Spearbreaker. And you want to get aggressive. The trouble is that both their mid and, really, again, all 3 cores cooldown dependent.
Yep.
So you might be able to find 1 kill or 1 fight, but then Secret get this 2-minute window to do whatever they want. And there's always the Golem to counter-initiate as they assemble 3 heroes now towards the bottom lane as Nisha runs through the jungle. Love that high ground ward. Makes it so much simpler for them to play the map. And hey, Zai, again.
Zai just seems to... it's something about his personality, too. That I feel like he can do these sort of plays and
like,
always put himself in danger and always draw a lot of attention. But this man will never tilt.
No. I mean, he's played with... Hang on one moment.
Easy TP out from Aramis, but it's not going to be so easy for Celery, who's just eventually going to die here if Boom needs to do something about it. Tries to skewer him away from Celery, but Sleight of Fist just does too much damage. Now, they do have the Void coming in. He's got the Chronosphere. He's going to try and go for a surprise pickup. Okay, never mind. He didn't even try for it.
It's the little wins every time from Secret. Zai dies again, but who cares? He gets the RP used, his team takes a tower, and Nisha gets a counter kill. Then forces more rotations. So all of a sudden, Secret have already taken both objectives, so of course they'll be able to defend this one, and they know Viking have to make a play here because 2 TPs were just forced. And they're fine with the fight. There's no RP.
You know, having watched Zai do this in several different patches now and with several different heroes, I know it's not this simple, but I would almost be tempted to always ignore Zai.
Yeah.
Because he's so effective at just being able to bait out like really big rotations for a minor kill. Aramis, he does go down. Toby going to be in some trouble as the relocate going out from Celery is actually going to cut the tether and instead use it to bring Toby back to the fountain. Oh no, he's going to have to use the Chronosphere to be able to survive through this, but he didn't grab Nisha in the process. He's able to kind of loop through, time walk away, but Puppey, he could drop the Golem if he wants to. Nisha wants him to as he dives in, hits it with the Purification, the Golem follow-up. Celery comes back in from the relocate. The tether save, is it going to be enough to bail Shad out? He's only got 2 levels of the time walk, so he's got to cut his way through these trees. And there's Matumba Man able to block off his exit with those frosty arrows.
The discipline from Puppey there, just holding the ult, using it as the tether comes in. And just, as long as he's got that in reserve, Viking don't feel comfortable to force a fight. And RP was used on Zai earlier, the Chrono forced defensively, relocate forced defensively. Viking want to be playing for tempo. They want to be being aggressive with these spells, and because Secret are kind of just leading them around the map by the hand, it's on their terms you're forced to fight, and ultimately Viking don't get the opportunity to play the draft the way that they want to.
And not being able to play this draft, the execution they were hoping for means they are looking like just a bit lost now at this point. His Secret is just going to kind of run back and forth between lanes and find kills here. He's still got Ghost Shroud up. Toby can start dodging some damage, but he doesn't get it off before the shackle.
There's just no
lands.
spells. You don't have Chrono, so Shad isn't a Dota hero. He has a Midas. Like, Secret, even though the net worth was only 1K a few moments ago, it was the map control that was more important. It has nothing to do with the net worth lead. It's how Secret are able to play the map. They've all of a sudden got total control of the Radiant top triangle, and now they can just do as they please. They have vision on the Void right there. Oh no, that was us having vision. Just kidding.
Now, there's no doubt a lot of this comes down to Secret and just the way they're playing, but draft-wise, like one of the later picks was this Necrophos.
Yeah.
Do you feel like there was a hero that could have served Viking GG a little bit better? Because it feels like as soon as they're kind of behind, they just run out of damage. We talked about the damage problems from game 1 as well.
Hard to say.
Oh, okay, they're going to be able to get on top of Matumba Man here. There is going to be saving grace from Zai. He's got Divine plus a little bit more heals. Aramis is in trouble as Yapsor is going to be able to run down underneath the tier 2. Relocate back out as Silence on top of the shackles. Shad's going to be low. Yapsor misses out on the shot there that would have finished him off, and Shad is able to get away. Boom. Not quite so lucky, though. Toby actually made the skewer back in. The Reaper side underneath tier 2. Nice combo from Viking GG that allows them to finally bare their teeth and bite back against Secret, who is kind of running them over.
I will say that is the downside, or rather, I guess the upside of Vikings draft. These 3 cores are very tanky. You saw them try to kill Shad, he gets away, and yeah, they were able to take out the Spirit Breaker, but Aramis, in a fight where only I die as Spirit Breaker, I'm happy. He took so many spells, full Yapsor ultimate required to take him out, and Secret ultimately have some limited damage issues if they don't get a full combo off. Matu wasn't really able to fight with this team. He was too low, and Toby's got this hood up, so he's not really a target for Secret either right now.
I feel like it's going to be a bit of deja vu to game 1, where we're going to see Viking GG, like pretty soon their lineup's going to show like, oh, we can really win some team fights, and then Secret's just going to hit their like second timing and kind of run things over.
The thing that was unfortunate is that Zai's GA, it saves his Drow, but they weren't able to actually deal damage during it.
Zai gets Hero back in, but that is just a beautiful Golem plus Fatal Bonds combination. They all got to run away, but the damage is going to come in from Nisha. Already takes out the IO, and the Fatal Bonds will make sure that Boom does a fair amount of damage to Aramis as well, who gets sniped out by the Shackles with Power Shot combo.
See a pattern here, Cap? A couple big ultis used from Viking. Secret respawn, immediately find a fight. Viking give it to them. That's the trouble. They want to keep playing aggressive. They've got the Wisp and the Spirit Breaker, but they just can't.
Yeah.
You cannot fight Secret if you don't have all your spells ready.
Now, they did still have their Chronosphere, but he was focused on taking that top tower, and Secret, I think they made just such a nice, clean initiation.
Yeah.
They just played it fast like you were talking about, right?
Yeah, it's tough. Vikings still very much in this game. They've just got to be disciplined. If you don't have spells, you've got to try and get other things done. You want to, if Secret's going to find a fight like that or kill a couple of you, it shouldn't be in front of your tower if possible. I'd like to see them just keep Shad in a side lane and have the rest play around it.
The Gust actually stops his tether away and allows the Shackle Shot to pin him to some trees. Toby hoping that the tier 3 can save him from Nisha's assault, and it will. And Boom and Aramis here lying in wait. Secret, they didn't have the vision of him.
Nisha with that Heavenly Grace on him is just so strong, even if you stun him. So much status resist. I love the Deso pickup too. You've got a Drow. He's going to put that minus armor on everybody. It helps Yapsor's damage output as well. And in a way, it's a subtle help to the Fatal Bonds as well. It spreads damage in the form it's received. So if you make everyone take more physical damage, they're Fatal Bonded. They'll just take more physical damage from the Fatals. And Aditi could mean a Roche is a possibility. I think you let him bottle it here.
They did also take a tier 2 before 20 minutes here. So if they manage to take away that outpost, it would leave Viking GG very experienced starves. So there's certainly 2 different really good options with this double damage, though picked up by Zai.
Nether Shawl. I imagine that goes to the Necro here. But I'd be a little cautious, just because armor is going to become a big problem for the Radiant side. Glimmer on Puppy. Essence Ring for the Necro. Yeah, he'll swap, though. Give the Essence to the Mag.
Yeah, opts for the Ghost Shroud, which will help protect him. bit more when he goes into that ethereal form, and sure enough.
Yep, Deso DD.
DD and a Deso make pretty short work of Roshan and Viking GG. They kind of had to play the bottom half of the map because what if their outpost gets taken away? You know, they just sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
And look at the vision control from Secret. Again, this top triangle, the moment they got those towers, they immediately asserted dominance over this area of the map, which then leads to a free Rosh. And now that they have Rosh, they have an advantage, and hey, here's Void.
Viking GG, they're hoping to be able to do the same, right? They get that evasion also in Secret's triangle. The problem is that they're so easily pushed away by just the slightest provocation from Team Secret.
Yeah, it's still anybody's game. You can check out the big difference, as always. Look at the supports. Total score of 0, 10, and 5 for Viking, whereas Secret's coming in at a strong 6, 1, and 17.
Yeah, that's impressive score from the Secret duo. And they're going to smoke up, find their initiation. Aramis shows himself, quickly gets off his W and is able to jump away. Celery still has his tether up, so he's going to also be able to follow Boom back to the base. So good job. Viking GG are doing a good job of like keeping this net worth. It's not sticking around that 4K. They're not getting caught.
It's the map control, though, because Secret make this play. It forces Viking into the base. Yes, Void's farming, but Secret have control of 2 lanes and a ward around the one that they don't. And because this lane is now pushed mid, they can take bottoms here too. Void still isn't really safe to do that because for all he knows, there's just a Wind Ranger waiting. He's not going to show on map. Yapso, that is, because he represents so much threat when he's off it.
Yeah. Manta into Diffusal Blade, so give it a couple minutes and our Void will start being able to pump out some real good damage.
This is a lesson I got from Fly way back when I was first coming out. It's very simple. If you're ahead in the game, control 2 waves. Cut them, and play the jungle, sweep the map to the other side when a lane gets in trouble, and ultimately you're at the very least going to get an even fight.
Yeah.
That is what you sound like.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And that's exactly what they do. Mid pushed, bottom pushed, sweep. Force Viking to the other side. Once you know they're in base, go run at them.
They've got some really nice defensive vision. Shad sees all of these heroes coming, but I don't think he got out of the way in time. He's going to turn around, start banging on Denisha before he time walks away. Relocate out, so this will probably cost the IO his life, but...
He's had really nice timing on those. If you notice, like, the reload's out, the tether comes in maybe quarter second before the reload. Very necessary when you're playing against all these quick stuns, like the Shackle, the Golem that could come out from the Warlock as well.
Right. Yeah, despite that, still 4K. There's always somebody from Viking GG hitting one of those side lanes. Right now it's that Necrophos that Secret are rotating to, but in the process there's kind of a support in the way, and that is, or actually that's Shad there in the bottom right, so. They're gonna try and keep from doing the same pattern. They're going to try and be a little extra efficient and stay here in the bottom lane, hiding in the trees.
Yep, one wave taken by Nisha bottom, and then boom, join the team, cut across. You know that there's heroes in the area, and they're just trying to economic warfare, rather, waged against Viking here. They're going to know Magus here, and Yapsor, hello.
Pretty big kill. Aramis is actually going to hum in here. TP out, that's not going to be good enough. The multi-shot will bring down Boom, and they do have another Shackle shot, so Aramis, that makes it a double kill for Matumba Man. And Nisha, with his solo double damage, was able to really threaten Toby.
Yeah, I will say, Shad had a Midas real early on. Top net worth, it's still a big threat. He's going to be empowered. If he can finish that Halberd, I assumed he would go BKB. It's a Halberd.
Oh, look at that. Drops the ward to spot him, farming up the Ancients without showing anybody. But relocate in to make sure that Shad 100% can get out. Viking GG have no problem losing some of these heroes as long as Shad survives. 2 seconds. Jump over. Ooh, Ooh, that was a close call. Does manage to get away.
That was a Hollywood-level escape.
Yeah.
While I was watching the opening scene to The Matrix for a moment, the telephone call came just in time. But relocate used, and now Secret knows, hey, 2 enemy heroes are in base. Let's run towards it.
They're just... It feels like Secret's going faster and faster, but Viking GG are still keeping up.
Secret need to keep playing near flawlessly. Even with a 20-5 kill lead, they're not yet in that commanding position. And again, that whole net worth lead, look at Yapzor. He's the one ahead. No one else is. This is an even game, except the Wind Ranger has an MKB, and the Spirit Breaker has, well, Tranquil's Drums. And a Blink on Yapzor as well. But he is 6-0 and 10. He's earned it, all right?
Can Void like just straight up 1v5 this game? Because like that's the way Viking GG is basically playing, is that they're kind of setting him up to get 75% of the farm that's available on the map.
It's definitely possible, especially with Empower and a Wisp. And if they can get to a point where they're ahead, if Viking are ahead, they can just dominate map control. The trouble is they've been on the back foot this whole time, so it's Secret constantly sweeping around. They get a little bit of a lead, and suddenly it's the Drow and the Wind Ranger afraid for their lives if they show on vision, because they might just be charged reload on.
Toby, he's got a Lotus Orb, so he can quickly remove the shackles, but he's going to be caught by the shackle shot. Yapzor.
Yep. It's got to be Shad doing that.
Aramis is going to go for the pickoff here on a Puppey, and they should be able to get this rather quickly.
If he'd got that Golem Fatal off, could have been real spooky.
Aramis, oh, such long-range damage, but fortunately Celery's there.
He's been on point, man. Celery, it's a tough game for his team. What's his kill death right now? 0 and 6. Okay, not as good as I had hoped. But I think the point still stands.
I mean, it definitely could be a lot worse.
It could be worse.
The fact, like, we've only seen Secret manage to pick up, like, what, maybe like 5 kills over the last, like, 6 minutes, and literally all they're doing is hunting nonstop. And that also leads into your point of what you were saying. If Viking GG are ahead, they can dominate map control. I feel like Secret are very aware of the high ground threat that is there. They can't just simply go, hey, we're stronger than them right now, let's go high ground. They lose one fight, and this game could just flip over on its head real quick.
Yeah, the graph's telling the same story where, it is Secret right now making all the plays, but Viking are hanging in there. It is not a repeat of game 1. Secret don't have that same potential to just utterly dominate a team fight. They need to have ideal spellcasting, and ultimately it's Viking that should be in control of an engagement if they're able to get the critical targets. You want to find Puppey first, maybe Yapzor, and do something to neutralize Zai. Because if you get off a Chrono and then everybody's G8 inside of it, it's just a full reset. And Viking need their big cooldowns a lot more than Secret need theirs.
So Viking GG, they're currently the Dota representation of a kitty cat motivational poster. Hang in there, buddy. 6-21, just trying to draw things out and wait for a mistake from Secret while trying not to bleed too many heroes. And Yapzor, he goes for a kill onto Aramis, but they've immediately relocated onto him. They're gonna be able to get this kill. They're gonna punish Yapzor for that kind of play, trying to do it solo too. That is a wicked 6 streak and the extra death timer on him.
That was really funny. I would have liked that move a lot more if they'd been waiting in the wings so they could have saved Aramis, but you'll trade your 4 positions. We just remarked on how gross the net worth disparity was between them. Yeah, level 16 on Yapzor to the 10 of Aramis, so you're fine with that.
They're gonna go one more. Puppey. He's got Ghost Scepter and Glimmer Cape. That'll only help you so much here. Puppey, are you willing to drop the Golem here in an attempt to turn around? The rest of his team is here to bail him out, and Puppey's good.
Yeah, I think you got to go for a Nullify. The problem is Void needs so many items in this game. When he gets them all, it's very dangerous for Secret. But I think you'll want a Nullifier at a point. You need an MKB, because the Drow's going to go for a Butterfly.
Yeah. His offense hasn't quite been solved, but his defense is looking really good. You can see he's kind of fiercely jumping at Team Secret now that he's got the Heaven's Halberd plus the Manta. He's feeling good about his options.
You can also purge off the Heavenly Grace, which is going to be real spooky as the game gets late.
Yeah, same goes with Guardian Angel, right?
I'm actually checking that because I didn't know if I could say that confidently.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's any Dispel now. Oh.
Yeah.
Was it GA that's undispellable now then? I think, oh no, the Grace isn't, the GA is.
Has been killed.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
You cannot remove Heavenly Grace, you can remove GA. That's what the Nullifier is really for. Because then there isn't really a counterplay for Zai. Even if you were to get an Ags up, you just save Nullifier during Chrono for the Purge.
Okay, well, they had to give up that last Roshan, but this one that is just about to spawn, Viking GG have a very real chance of being able to force a fight.
I love that Halberd. You have a Wisp on your team, you're going to get the HP regen increase. In addition, you can disarm the Drow.
Yeah.
Plus, it forces Matu to think about an MKB. Yeah, of course, the Wind Ranger already has one, but you're not really too worried about him as the Void. And, well, if you are, then you have more problems than just Yapzor. But it allows you to deal with this Drow a little bit better. This next big fight, they got the charge in the Ideal Hero.
Trying to track down Puppey. He's going to cancel out on the charge, a little bit scared. The Bulldoze, oh jeez, that physical damage so much, and look at that from long range. The initiation comes in, but it's denied. The Gus stops the Void from being able to get in there. He doesn't want to pop his Manta just yet. And fortunately, he'll be able to heal everything up here. But missing Aramis, I think they feel like they're going to have to just wait and let Secret start banging on Roshan a bit and try and jump in last second, but Nisha's not going to try and give them that opportunity. He's going to be disruptive. He's going to get in Viking GG's face. Jumps away before the RP can land. Shad goes into the Roshan pit to check things out. Roshan at half health. He gets the information he wanted and gets out.
Armis has respawned though. We've got to remember Sandberg's Spirit Breaker rule. Never stop, never stopping. Really well played by Puppey though to get the upheaval in the choke point. You can see Viking just can't collapse through that area. This is a really tough place for them to fight if they don't open on Puppey.
They smoke, another blind jump in. Roshan is low, but Secret are making sure they don't overly commit. And Shad, he may actually try and force it. Roshan a bit low. Shad getting bashed up by Roche. At the same time, they found their initiation out of Yapzor. That's a pretty good kill, but he got off the wind run first, so they're going to have to blow everything they can to hope to be able to kill him, and they should bring him down. Staying back inside the Roshan pit. Roche goes outside of the pit. The Chronosphere goes out. He used it to try and force down Roche. Can he still get the Aegis? Oh, they missed the kill, but they get the Aegis. That's the important part. Now Shad has that extra life, but he's going to abandon the rest of his team because he looks at this and says, this is a terrible situation. I've used my Chronosphere. Let's just try and get away with the spoils of war. Sadly, Toby and the rest of the supports are not going to be able to have the same mobility options as our Void.
Oh, but and it also they used all the spells, Cap.
Yeah.
So now Secret, they have Aegis, they have 3 dead, and they can go push. Like, you can't use Chrono for Aegis. It's not an effective trade. Because even with this respawn, you have no Chrono.
Yeah, it feels like they're probably just going to have to give up a lane of barracks.
Yeah, nice buyback from Yap. Wasn't really necessary, but it represents strength now, and they can just push no problem.
Nisha, he's got no goddamn chill right now. He's going to use the Ul Scepter offensively on Shad. He's going to stay away from that Void.
On Drow?
No.
Mana Pot. Deceiving.
A little Mana Potion. And a lot of long ranges. They have the telescope as well. So this Drone Ranger, and from very far away, boom. He was given the cheese from the Void, but it may not matter. The BKB going off, gets the skewer back, but Nisha and Yapzor combined together, their damage is just immense. A charge through onto the Drone Ranger. Shad is going to go for it here without the Chronosphere. He's looking for some kills, but look at him. He's just being kited around constantly. Time walking off the damage over and over again. Celery's going to try and bail him out here, see if they can keep that Aegis alive. They will not. But if they can kill Nisha here, it would be massive. Skewer back in. Self-Fuel Scepter. He's got a Remnant coming up in a second, but his silence goes out. The Reaper's Scythe, and he's down, dead in the grave, and dead for 2 minutes too at that. Team Secret, a rapid retreat now, but a time walk. Forward, dilation, slowing down this Drone Ranger. Shad, if he can keep up on it. Buyback coming in from the Ember Spear. Celery trying to help out this Void. He goes to the RP, but it got silenced. The Gus goes out. Matumba, he takes out the arrow, turns the damage onto boom, and a shackle shot comes in from Yapzor, locking down Shad. He just cannot get his hands on any of these heroes. And finally, as he does, he's got Toby to help him out as well. But Matumba, he's looking so tanky now. There's no help, and Shad is giving up on this. But all of his friends are dead. Toby's gonna fall, and Shad, he'll make his way back to the base, much like he did before, but at such a cost. It was 1 lane of barracks before, and now it could be 2 as Secret. They've got that glint in their eye, that killer's grace. They can just keep pushing forward now.
It's like trying to play chess against the computer, Cap. You use Chrono, you take Aegis, Secret just don't give a damn. They're using that window to take a full Rax, a fight, and potentially opening them up. Yeah, there's Chrono now, but there's still 2 heroes dead. Like, you gotta just play smarter if you're Viking to win this one. But I mean, Puppey's only used 2 rocks, but on both occasions it was to interrupt the tether right as it came in and then help YapzOr find a kill. Just beautiful. BKB was used by the mag, but it just didn't matter. And Matu with the silence in that one engage, like that could have been sick from Boom. He got a mid-cast animation.
Yeah.
And that's 2 racks. Maybe 3. No buyback on either of these cores.
They've got the Chronosphere. Shad, he's just gonna kind of go for it, but every single time he approaches, it's a shackles, it's a silence. There's always something there to be able to slow him down. Now, Matumman's pretty far forward here. Shad, not going to go for the Chronosphere just yet, but they're losing their buildings pretty quickly. He's going to have to just throw it out soon as he's trying to beat on Matumman. There goes the building. That's going to be Megas. Finally, he does throw out the Chronosphere, but he's been Yule Scepter mid-Chrono. More damage coming in. A Shackle shot that.
He's
Toby's dead, and Shad's just doing nothing at this point. His physical damage just looks pathetic against the power of Team Secret as they will take another 2-0 against Viking GG. That makes them 8-0 against this team now since their loss to them at ESL One Los Angeles.
It's just so cool to watch, Cap. Like they're just so good. Ultimately, Viking, they have opportunities to win this game, but at a point you're going to need to make that perfect play. You're going to have to take that team fight you've been waiting for, and ultimately they chronoed a Roche and they got Aegis, and Secret were like, okay, you can have that. That's fine. We'll go win the game.
So what is it that separates Viking GG? They're a team that is on the rise, but whenever they match up against Team Secret, they just don't seem to have much of a chance. What is missing in this formula for them?
Go back to chess. They got to be thinking more moves ahead.
Okay.
Like Secret, the moment you use Chrono, it doesn't matter. The YapzOr's bought back. Like they're just going to go push. You've used the spell that you need to fight us with or without Aegis. They know this. They don't care if Aegis is lost. Whereas Viking, they're tunnel visioning on this objective, but you've got to be thinking about, okay, well, what happens? Even if we get this, what are we going to do with it? It was the fight that was important, not the Aegis.
Well, it's a long group stage, so Viking GG, they're going to take this hefty loss and try and learn from it. Still a lot more games to go, and that's something that our panel can certainly discuss.
Yes, learning from loss, a key to success in life. Lizard, what's your biggest loss?
My biggest loss? Damn. Let's not go there. That's sad. Come on.
Jesus.
Speaking of sad.
That's the host right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Saved.
Swing and a miss, and he just keeps on hitting. I love it.
Speaking of keep on hitting, I definitely got to give it up for Viking GG. They do keep on hitting. You even heard it from the casters. It seemed like there were still quite a few opportunities for them to maybe turn this game around. Yes, a dominant victory from the side of Secret, but there's no question that Secret is one of the best teams in the league, in the world. Viking GG very much on the rise. When you see a loss like this, what are you thinking for the team in the future?
No, you see, this is what we were able to pull off against the #1 ranked team in the world for the last 2 years. This is what worked, and let's focus on what worked and see what we can do. I think Secret was probably dogging some strats in that one. It's not often you get to see the Wind Ranger Omni Knight combo that so many people laud, but yeah, I definitely think that it was almost like an OG thing where they're Secret's thinking, hey, let's play around and see if we can even make this work.
And they still make it work. And this Warlock, I think it might come back into the meta slowly. It's not picked quite often, but it's a strong support on the safe lane. And the Fatal slowly.
Bro, we've been seeing Warlock Spectre all week, Lizard. Come on.
How many times did you see it exactly? 2 times?
More than 2.
More than 2.
3, including this game.
Please. So it's a hero that if it's picked, it's usually with Spectre or some other super hard carry, but it's not picked that often. But if you start the lane with Fatal Bonds versus a Magnus that started with Empower, I have to say, which is a very bold move. You don't have, instead of having, let's say, a Skewer to get out of danger, you're forced to run around in trees for the first 2-3 minutes, which makes it way more difficult for you to play that lane.
Why do you think people are valuing the Warlock these days? Because it's Warlock is one of those heroes that can be just incredibly annoying in lane because you never get to harass correctly. It is incredibly strong. It's one of the highest damage dealers in these games, but its big weakness is playing around that ult.
Yeah, it's a very big cooldown.
Right.
That ulti.
And that's always why he wasn't popular in other metas. But in this one, it seems like people are... It's almost... The game's so fast of tempo with 4 heroes anyway that they could still work, right?
Yes and no, because if you find yourself on the receiving end of this fast-paced meta, if the enemy team has that, then you pop that ulti once and then you're off for the next 3-4 team fights, which can be kind of difficult for you to play around. But exactly like you said, when you look at the other 4 teammates of his, they're not really locked down in any big ultimates. You have Ember, Omni Knight, like Wind Ranger, they're constantly fighting. And because of that, this Warlock actually is allowed to shine and use the Golem when needed.
Okay, yeah, so you're able to keep up in most of the team fights, and then when you do have the Golem, just a little bit of extra sauce to add into the equation. And now we're going to look at all of the numbers that did make up the beautiful equation that was that second game, the final game of the series that resulted in Secret managing to pull off a very dominant win. And I'm pretty excited when we start to get into this part of the league where we're starting to make that shift. You know, I think it really, when we get back around like Wednesday, we're going to see a lot of things kind of settle out. We're really going to see where some of these teams lie. And I feel like Viking GG, this is one of those teams where there are some question marks. We're not 100% sure where they're going to be. And then on the other side of Secret, like you guys have mentioned, when we're looking at them, the question isn't where are they going to fall. We know that they're going to have a pretty great spot throughout the entirety of this tournament. But the question is, where are they going to push the meta? What kind of curveballs are they going to be throwing at people throughout the entirety of the next 2-3 weeks?
Yeah.
What are people going to have to answer?
This is a huge curveball already with what they're drafted here. Omni Knight, like I know Slacks loves to play it, but that hero is definitely not a meta pick, not right now at least. They made it work. It was extremely good versus the Void as well, and it was good versus Viking that was literally playing their complete comfort zone. You had Wisp, you had your Void, you had your Spirit Breaker. Like your supports are on complete comfort zone, and it still didn't work versus Secret that perhaps haven't even been playing their best.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I consider ourselves very lucky. Our top 2 teams, of course, is Secret OG, and these guys love playing unique heroes, challenging the meta. I mean, this is very different than how Dota used to be several years ago, where the top team is the best guy who can play these 4 heroes. Yeah. So it is always a pleasure to watch Secret, and my biggest thing that I'm waiting for is who can beat them. I mean, people have been putting hits in that armor for a little bit, and it's going to be one hell of a series when someone can finally take down the Kings for me.
Yeah, and I think it's also nice to see what Viking did, though, as well, to go back to them for just a brief second here, because we wanted to see them actually play what they're comfortable with.
Yeah.
And they did in that second game. I think it does feel pretty good for Secret, though, and like you say, they're able to play around quite a bit. They don't have to do what Viking did there and move back to comfort in any stretch of the imagination.
It's interesting to watch Secret play around different drafts and the way they pick you apart on the map and force you to use your cooldowns. Even though you're completely comfortable in what you're drafting, they force you to use your spells in wrong positions, in which you think, okay, this is a good chrono. I'm using it in the pit. I'm stealing ages. Wait, they're just going to buy back and finish the game afterwards. It's like they're one step ahead.
Yeah, they really know all about the limitations of the heroes, but I think the way Secret plays, as you mentioned, is that they know what you want to do.
Yeah.
And then they use that against you. And you see that time and time again, that they'll take really dumb-looking fights and then just all run away. Because it feels like I have to do this now. And it's incredible. That's what makes them so good.
Well, let's ask them how on earth they do it. We got Puppy on the line right now.
Puppy?
Yeah, we got Puppy, dude.
Fun.
Pretty cool, Puppy. How you feeling after that victory?
I feel all right.
It's a great answer.
I know.
Yeah, you're pretty good at answering questions.
All right, Puppy, I got a real question for you. Are you guys getting bored of losing by now? Does it annoy you at any way? Because I know that, you're a guy who loves a challenge, and you like to be the king, but you also like to fight for it. It just seems like you guys are so dominant, it must kind of be sad. How do you feel about that?
I just don't like losing, man. I think that's our biggest problem. Like we really hate losing. Not saying that we're like trying our best a lot of the times or something like that, but just like once we start losing, we really get our things together at least. But there has to be a losing time, and it's gonna come sooner or later.
Right. What can you tell us? How do you feel about the meta right now? And do you think that Omni Knight fits it, or is it something that really worked for this current game only?
I mean, only some teams are ballsy enough to pick like a hero like Omni Knight. I think OG would be one of them because they've always used Omni Knight as a counter to heroes like Void and Magnus. So I don't know. We just kind of like I just kind of like took an idea from that page and just tried to make it work. And it's not that big of a deal if I lose this game in order to see that it doesn't work against Magnus. But you know, I guess it did work against him. But I'm not really sure if it was the Omni Knight really doing everything for it. It's just I need these things figured out, and these are the perfect times to do so.
I have one final question. What happens when Yapzor buys Monkey King Bar on every single hero? Is there any discussion? Do you yell at him not to, or is this just his deal now?
I think that's his deal now. It doesn't work yelling at him. He's going to buy it anyway. It just doesn't work. He's been in this team for like 10 years, you know. He knows that he can buy MKBs now. He's like happy. He can do whatever he wants.
Well,
I want to ask just one more thing before we do let you go. When does the fulcrum shift? When do you get in the moment where you're like, okay, we can't afford to play around anymore? Is it when you're out of groups, or what? How do you actually make that decision with I can experiment and it's do or die time?
I think it comes pretty naturally for the whole team. I think overall, I'm not necessarily experimenting. I'm actually like using ideas that I think should work. If they don't end up working, then it's kind of like, you know, that's the issue. Because it's not necessarily an experiment if I believe that Omni Knight actually does work against these things. And, you know, OG has used it in the past in the TI that we just played. So it's not necessarily like an experiment. So a lot of these times it's kind of like they're just ideas that should have worked back in the time that I wanted to use them, didn't have the chance to use them, and now I get to use them, and all those things. Plus, Omni, I did get buffs, by the way. It's not like this hero is that trashy as people say so.
It's a hypothesis, I guess you would say. But
Flax, come on, it's got some buffs, right? You know.
I mean, he's got a few buffs. I mean, I'm not great, so I don't know how good he is.
You're not playing? Why are you not playing?
Omni Knight, he's hard. I stick to techies, my boy. Speaking of you, where's your support puck? Huh? Where am I seeing that?
I mean, the meta changed, man. They changed the meta, Slacks.
Excuses. You're the best player in the world. You can make it work.
They changed the meta, Slacks.
Challenge him.
I better see that shit before the end, puppy.
Yeah, in
well,
the end, maybe.
Puppy talks about the meta changing. We actually need to change our attention now to the next series. I want to say, Puppy, thank you very much for jumping on this call with us. Thank you very much for the interview, and we wish you a bunch of luck in the future.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Always love getting to talk to Puppy. Now
he talks to you on other occasions?
Yeah.
Wow.
I even accidentally pissed him off one time.
Oh my.
Yeah. No, I actually talking to Puppy has to be one of the easiest people to talk to as a talent when you're trying to get people to do stuff, because he'll instantly say yes or no. It's like you're like, hey, dude, I want you to dress up as a giraffe and eat vegetables, and sometimes he will randomly say yes, he's down to do it. He'll instantly say it, or he'll just straight up say no. And it's a lot easier than somebody kind of saying yes, but they don't actually want to do it, and you need them to commit to actually being a giraffe eating vegetables.
I see. A common problem in Dota content.
In our lives, not that all uncommon. The other thing that has been slightly uncommon, though, is really seeing many upsets. The question that I do have now as we start to shift gears and look at this next series, do you think we might have an upset on our hands, Lizard?
I don't know who would be upset.
I don't even know who's playing in the next series.
Whoa, bro.
You have
this was me fishing.
You have FlyToMoon and NiP, and
yes.
both, either one of these, they're
dead even.
Dead even. They either one of these teams can win. Wouldn't be surprised if FlyToMoon takes it. Wouldn't be surprised if NiP takes it.
They've had a very similar road. They've had very similar games, almost similar drafts. I mean, this is kind of where these two teams are at. It's a sibling rivalry kind of in the dirt. You know, the gods are up among the clouds, and these two guys, they want to see who's the best that can go fight them. The only upset I think that could happen is a 2-0. I think that these guys are so even that I am fully expecting 3 games. I think they will be all close games, and it will be an upset if we see one team just shit on the other one. I will say that.
Okay. I think that's a really important thing to be keeping our minds on when we do jump into this next one. And also, we're keeping our eye on which of these squads, like you said, will be able to sneak into mommy and daddy's.
What the hell are you talking about? I said the gods of Olympus and the dirt. What the hell? Mommy and daddy's bedroom, Rich. What the hell?
Lizard.
What are you thinking about right now, pal? Anyway.
You actually want to know?
I'll save you.
No, I don't want to know. No, that was a hypothetical, but you can talk about it if you really want to.
I think I'll wait until after after the segment. Man, maybe I should take off the wig. I'm starting to sweat. When we do actually jump into this one, though, we're going to be covering all of the analysis when we actually do get into the draft here. Is there anything in particular that you're expecting to see from either of these squads based off the games that we've seen so far?
From NiP, perhaps a TA here and there would be pretty good.
Oh, boy, no. Don't do it, guys.
Even though there's other analysts that trash talk this hero, they have Supreme, and he plays really, really well.
Does he?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I've seen a lot of TAs from this team, and they have not won shit. So how exactly are they good with it?
Teams have they been playing against? That's the problem.
Good
the
teams.
TA, yeah, there you go. And FlyToMoon, as you said, they're pretty even, and if they are in their full comfort zone on the side of NiP, they can take it. But FlyToMoon, you can't really underrate this team at all. You have Roger now there once again, and they did try to play in a very similar style to OG with Wisp and Gyro and this fast-paced tempo that you can't really read. So
yeah, I mean, when you have people like Puppy too that aren't even experimenting, they're hypothesizing and theorizing. Sometimes you're able to just take a look at that and
copy it.
Yep. I wouldn't call it copy. Replicate.
Inspired by.
Homage.
This is an homage to a team that wins games. Check this out.
Remix. We took it and we lost it.
Remix. You saw it won. How'd you like to see this draft lose? Oh, that's sad. But no, there will be a winner of this series, so that will be exciting for these guys. No, but I'm not trying to be a negative Nancy. I'm just saying that they fall into the same patterns that we see a lot of these teams fall into. I have to pick Veno. I have to pick Spectre. I must, for some reason, pick TA, even though she literally never wins. I must do it. Think outside the box. Get a little crazy,
Just play what you're good at. Don't go too crazy. Pick your comfort zone and the meta heroes. That's usually the best way to play this game. Unless you're secret. If you're Puppy, you can make theories about what can work and what cannot, and pick some Omni Knight and it still works. But even he is like, I picked Omni, but yeah, that wasn't it. Probably wasn't the thing that won the game.
Yeah. But real talk, though, it would be the opposite. Puppy is, in my opinion, one of the most classic players that sticks to his guns on weird picks so much it costs him the international almost every year. He picks Dazzle in his game-winning game, and Dazzle does nothing, and he hasn't played Dazzle in 6 months, but he's like, I know this got it, dude. I mean,
He also likes to let some meta heroes go through. I really remember the Lycan meta.
The Lycan. He would not ban Lycan. He's like, I could deal with it.
We can counter the Lycan.
But anyway, yes, as we can see from these games, a lot of focus on Pango, another hero that is not that good at the moment. But, they're doing what they do. They got some stuff, a lot of drows. So that's nice. And then on the other side, NiP's hero drafts as well. Nothing really sticks out to me except for the Tide Hunter that we saw the other day. They're very exciting.
If you're looking at NiP and if you're looking at Charlie, you're thinking about his illusion heroes or his Void. That's pretty much something that you have to think about. They've mostly even been banned against him. And Supreme, man, he's been on fire so far in Omega League. He's been playing really well. They haven't won too many games, but his matchups from the mid lane usually went in his favor.
I can't stop thinking about Puppy right now.
Why?
Oh no, just the way that he said it's not an experiment, it's a hypothesis. I just started thinking about what do you think Puppy does when he's not thinking about Dota? What do you think he thinks?
Kill animals, I think.
It's a good cover name.
I mean,
it's a really good cover name. If that's your. I love puppies.
Walk around with a baseball bat behind his other teammates. I mean, I don't know, man. That guy scares the shit out of me.
I thought maybe you just like, I don't know, watch some other form of entertainment that's incredibly high IQ. Like Rick and Morty or something?
Yes, absolutely. I bet he laughed his ass when Rick turned into a pickle. I could totally see Puppy.
Pickle Rick.
It's the funniest thing I've ever seen, Cyborg Matt. Get over here.
It is.
Turn
It
himself
is
into
funny.
a pickle.
It's funny because he turns into the pickle
Yeah.
with science. Right. He doesn't. It's not like some stupid magic turn into a pickle. Where's the camera going?
Well, I guess they want us to stop. It's going to the draft. Oh my God!
Where?
Oh, we have to go to the Pantheon. The heroes are ready. Okay, well, you know, we're just seeing a picture of the draft. That's where the draft place takes place, right there.
But it's so far. How are we gonna see it?
Everyone start running.
Quickly.
Here we are! Welcome to the Grand Pantheon of the draft. The heroes will soon enter their pedestals, and the magic shall soon begin. Rich, I'm filling, waiting for you to talk.
I was just so entertained. It's really nice having another host on the panel. 'Cause it's just like I just sit back. I'm like, yes.
I'm so sorry, Rich.
Oh, but yeah, no. Okay, so we're actually already inside of our draft here.
Darkseer.
Yeah, already FlyToMoon open up with the Tiny. That's the pretty much the same first pick they had versus OG, but that's what a lot of teams actually pick up right now, as Tiny is extremely strong. You have many combos that work well with him. One of those combos is Darkseer, something that NiP have snatched cleverly away from them.
Yoink, my Darkseer now.
Yeah, when it comes to bans, they're far. I think Ancient Void on one side, Phoenix and Doom on the other, and Oracle.
Oh my
goodness. Do you want to analyze? It's an easy one.
Not really. Yes, of course, Oracle great against Darkseer. For those that don't know, if you're down there in that Herald rank, you can actually purge off Darkseer's Ion Shell and a variety of other things
and the Surge
as
right?
well.
Pretty
That's
strong
correct.
versus that too. It's actually all right versus Invoker when you think about it. If he's Quaswax, if he's going for that Urn or Vessel, you have this false promise that just makes quick work of it. So it's
you want to know a great idea for winning Dota games? Don't pick Invoker's second pick. If Miracle can't win games picking Invoker's second pick, it's worrisome. Invoker's great, unless you know he's coming. Then you have a full BKB lineup. You buy BKBs, and then he does literally nothing.
It's also very interesting. Usually when we see Invoker right now, it's with some really strong combos that give him an opportunity to dish out all of his spells on static targets.
Like a Void?
Like a Void that has been banned out already by FlyToMoon. So, and it was in the first stage, so it's not like they're even forcing their hand to pick or ban that Void in the second stage.
Yeah. But we have seen some Invokers, of course, do some big things, but man.
Yeah, one good thing here about the Invoker is that you can lane versus Tiny on the mid lane. Tiny has low armor, you can just right-click. Even if you're Quaswax, you should do quite fine.
Or why would you send Tiny mid after a second pick Invoker?
Exactly.
You have so much room to make something different.
That's definitely a good point. That's definitely a very good point.
Oh, look, that guy's going mid. Okay, bye, Tiny. I mean...
They also banned out the Batrider and the Anti-Mage on the side of NiP. Meanwhile, FlyToMoon, they're banning out what they have seen from NiP before, and that's this Night Stalker. They've played it on the offlane earlier, and they also had some pretty sick combos with it, like Night Stalker plus Veno plus Tinker and whatnot, and it would be just so much vision denial and vision gain for NiP that you just couldn't play against it. It was ridiculous.
In fact, one of the biggest things that NiP has been using that Night Stalker for is countering Drows, just running straight at her and beating her. And we have seen FlyToMoon run Drow a few times, so wouldn't be surprised if we saw her again this game. Yeah.
I do want to take a look at the Invoker again. We talked about all the reasons why you shouldn't first phase an Invoker. Is there any upside to it?
I mean,
it's still a bit flexible. So Invoker still can be played on position 4. Do they play it on NiP on position 4? I don't think I've seen it before.
No.
Era playing position 4 Invoker, I don't think it'll happen.
But, I mean, Invoker's one of those heroes where if you just have someone that's super, super good on it, you just want them to have it, you know? I'd rather this not get banned. I'd rather it be in our hands and we can see whatever they want to do to try to stop us. And if it's a comfort pick for NiP, I don't blame them specifically for grabbing it.
Yeah, it's something interesting as well when they banned out the Bat Rider, usually a hero that's picked quite a lot on the mid lane right now, but FlyToMoon, they have their offlaner that excels with the Bat, also with the Clockwork, which they have banned out themselves. Let's see what comes afterwards. Spirit Breaker, obviously, that we haven't mentioned from NiP.
Yep.
It's something that's coming back, yeah, like you see it from Viking quite often, and it's a really strong combo with Darkseer. The only problem is you aren't really punishing that lane still, because it is an Oracle position 5.
Sure.
He literally does not care about these two.
But one of the biggest things about Oracle that we see him so effective is him staying in the back and not getting gone on.
Yep.
Just a complete disaster for all these teams, allowing that Oracle to live with any shred of health. So Spirit Breaker Darkseer is great at piercing that back line, making sure that you knock out Oracle even first, and then tearing it up.
Yeah, they go with Elder Titan. Spirit Breaker as a hero beats almost any position 4 one-on-one when they fight, when they just brawl in the river somewhere. But Elder Titan is one of those rare breeds that can actually match up against him.
Yep.
It's also a full comfort zone again for FlyToMoon, but this most likely is giving it away that Tiny will be mid, in fact, and our position 4 will be Elder Titan, position 5 Oracle.
Interesting that they put themselves in that situation.
That they already revealed their hand, yeah.
Yeah. Huh. Well, things could always change. Shakiro coming out there. All right. AoE team fight. Hello, hello. I see in our future many.
Look at this. Instantly built-in BKB builder, right? When you see all this AoE team fight, you're thinking, all right, if we have a carry, he needs to build like second item BKB no matter what you are.
Yep.
However, if you're Jug, if you're Lifestealer, you have that rage to work with. So because of that, this could be pretty solid for them.
Yeah, and I do like the Lifestealer over the Jug in this particular matchup as well. Just getting able to have someone that can actually fight that Spirit Breaker early game, and also do some effects like, you know, Darkseer use Surge, you can slow him down, whereas he's just going to run from the Jug probably. So I think that's a pretty great pick.
You don't really care on the lane about them. The only thing that I do see from FlyToMoon, yeah, they do have damage, but not nearly as much as NiP. NiP's lineup is a bit more on the scarier side at the moment. Oh, it kind of depends on the Tiny mid matchup as well and how fast he gets to his items, because he can definitely be that extra necessary burst that they need.
Yeah, the drafts very much so far are like kind of defensive from FlyToMoon, you know. Let's stop them from running at us or have survivability, whereas NiP is going full in here on aggression. But that could leave them open for a counter pick in the last pick, you know? If we get somebody that's either really good at getting out, like even a Centaur or something, that could be great. Or we could have someone that can help that Tiny make space and make sure that aggression doesn't go anywhere. And with this draft on NiP, if they're on the back foot, it's over.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, real bad.
They still can make some plays with this huge team fight, right? But it's going to be extremely difficult to come back. I just don't want FlyToMoon to experiment way too hard with their last pick, because in one of their series they did last pick an Ursa out of nowhere and it was just horrible. It didn't do anything. So hopefully that will not happen.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. You can see that their bans are also pretty much aimed at heroes that deal well with Lifestealer. You have the Terrorblade as well, and also they picked the Lifestealer after the Morphling ban, so that's also something that they abused a little bit. They didn't need to spend 2 bans to cover the Lifestealer alone.
Yeah, I feel like pretty much every single time that we saw Lifestealer earlier in the tournament, there was a lot of the analysts didn't necessarily love it, but this time around it seems like they're really in a position where they're set up quite nicely for it.
No, it's not too bad. I mean, Lifestealer as a hero is, I don't know. He's lost a lot of games that I think he could have won. His mechanics are a lot different in Pro Dota than Pub Dota. If you jump into a hero and into somebody at level 6 in a pub game, they're like, what happened?
Yeah. It's also a hero that's very much defined by the item build.
Yeah.
Because it completely changes the way you play it. like just this morning in the Asian Grand Finals, we have seen Lifestealer go for Midas Maelstrom versus a Spectre, and that failed miserably. Sometimes you have to fight early on, and I believe this is one of those games. He needs to come online as soon as possible to join these fights because he can do a lot early on.
So would you want to see a defensive hero here, or kind of to even out their draft a little bit? You think they should get something to kind of counteract NiP's aggression, or should they just all in on, all right, let's let them run at us and then we'll be ready?
I would get all in.
All right.
Just another vessel maybe for the Lifestealer, something that gets him into these fights, if the Tiny is mid.
Yeah, there's a lot on this Tiny's plate. I forgot about Lifestealer needs someone to deliver him to these fights, too.
What's not banned here? Something like a Slardar is not banned, but you don't know your matchup as well. NiP did a really good thing of saving that last pick for their actual carry. And now this Elder Titan also makes more sense when I think about it, because NiP are a Meepo team, and if you mess up your lane a little bit, you side lane the Invoker, side lane the Darkseer, suddenly it opens up space for Meepo, which would crush this trio if not for the Elder Titan. Elder Titan counters it.
And Mirana picked up. That's an interesting pick there. I don't really know what to make of that, Lizard. You got a bigger brain than I do, but I mean, stuns are great, but hitting stuns against these kind of heroes is going to be tough stuff. Except for Jakiro,
yeah,
poor little guy.
Actually, Mirana is making a small resurgence as well on the offlane right now. It's being picked as a position 3 too, with an early MKB build. Like, it can dish out quite a lot of damage. It completely turns into that semi-carry. Right on the spot, when I'm looking at this, it is also covered because on the offlane, no matter who's with you, you have that brawler style position 4. Elder Titan most likely will be that. There's also a possibility that Mirana is your true position 4, and Elder Titan is the offlane that farms.
Oh boy, there she is.
It's like all the way until the end, Spectre remained in the pool.
Wow. Not too much of a hidden pick there.
Not too much of a hidden pick at all. We've seen a whole bunch of it, but also we're returning after the last series, which had quite a bit of discrepancy. We're returning to much more normal odds. This time, though, on EGB.com, much, much closer than previously. The question is whether or not our panel does agree with these odds now that we've seen everything with the draft. We have that last pick, Spectre. How do you feel about this, Slacks? Who do you think is going to be able to take this? You've already started to talk about how the win condition might actually look on either side, but who do you think takes it?
Oh, man. I actually would probably go with FlyToMoon on this one, just because everyone has done Spectre so much so far. I feel like people know how to play against it, but, I mean, that's why Spectre's so strong. I wouldn't be surprised, Lizard, if you disagree.
Yeah, I do. Overall, if you have this Invoker who should have a decent laning stage, even if he's Quas Wax, you have a Spectre that sorry.
No, it's okay.
You have a Spectre that's for a reason so strong and in the meta. And yeah, Lifestealer, if he itemizes properly, he will have that, let's say, Armlet Ezo, and he will be able to fight early on. But they do have ways of stalling, and they have this huge team fight. Spectre will always pop